A shapeless white jade represented roar of a windy day. Gray could summon a wind-covered horse from it. At that moment, a yellow snake species fey with thunder crackling all around it appeared on Gray. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask Gray why it was not summoning the jade beast, Gray said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, replenish some of my spirit chi. Otherwise, I won't be able to activate the rainbow weather gem." Lin Yuan found this strange. Although Gray had used up a significant amount of spirit chi to fuse the abilities, only a minute had passed. As such, Gray should still have at least 4/5 of its spirit chi left. Gray also did not require a lot of spirit chi to summon the snake species fey. Could it be that the rainbow weather's elemental life form was special? Lin Yuan lifted his hand and used spirit injection on Gray. Soon after, Gray was brimming with spirit chi again. After Lin Yuan used spirit injection on Gray, it should continuously slow down the decrease in Gray's spirit chi for 2 hours. Now that it was full of spirit chi again, Gray let out another cry and summoned all the jade beasts. Gray's body was ensconced in rainbow light, and the 5 jade beasts fused together to form a colorful crane. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched when he saw the crane because it looked exactly the same as Gray when it used Cloud Morph. At first, Lin Yuan assumed that Gray was just a support and control-type Heavenly Family Fey. But now it seemed that this was not the case. The crane that was formed from a combination of 5 jade beasts was full of 5 types of elemental energy and had very strong attacking potential. Lin Yuan decided to test this power. He waved over the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope and said, "Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, try and receive one of Gray's attacks. See if it is able to push you back a step." The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was a Gold X/Legend Fey. Lin Yuan had been feeding wind elemental pearls to the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope to set up a strong foundation for it. In the time that the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope had been consuming the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearl Powder, its fur had changed from khaki to white while its horns were also starting to grow out again. Evidently, its bloodline had mutated. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was only 1 step away from reaching Gold/Fantasy. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope did not immediately attack the crane that Gray summoned. Instead, it tilted its head and weaved layers of wind. Gray and the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope were friends and spent a lot of time playing together. Gray knew that the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was trying to get it to attack. Hence, Gray ordered the crane to attack the wall of wind. The crane spat out rainbow light at the net of wind. When Lin Yuan sensed Gray's attack, he frowned, and alarm bells rang in his head. He hurriedly shook his hand, and the source sand appeared. A large amount of close guard sand blocked the rainbow light. The sand wall violently exploded. Although the explosion did not break through the sand wall and endanger the net of wind, it still formed an obvious divot. The source sand was a diamond/fantasy elemental source-type lifeform. Lin Yuan did not do this because Gray's attack was powerful, but because the 5 types of elements in the tangled rainbow weather would repel each other and lead to an explosion. It was considered an elemental explosive ability. Even if the explosion landed on the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, it would not die, but it would still be heavily injured. Lin Yuan had nurtured the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope for so long, and it also managed the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He could not bear to see it become injured. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope and Gray were completely ignorant of the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had been completely floored from the point of silence to the moment he sensed the power of the explosion. Was this the power of a Heavenly Family Fey? Despite only being bronze grade, it was able to produce more power than gold grade. Although this attack strength came from the explosion of elements, Gray would be able to produce stronger explosions as it absorbed more and a higher concentration of weather. By the time Gray reached Myth Breed, it would be as powerful as a Creation Breed Fey. Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After dinner, he logged into Star Web. The news about the Abyss Dimensional Rift's opening had not yet broken out on Star Web. All the discussions still surrounded Sky City and the Moon Empress Disciple. But once the news about the Abyss Dimensional Rift was released, it would take over the center of attention on Star Web because it represented a new chapter for the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had not logged onto Star Web as Black for some time. Ever since his virtual image joined the Celestial Stairway's Hall of Fame, he no longer needed to fight on the Celestial Stairway monthly to maintain his star rating. As such, Black's influence on StarWeb was diminishing. Although the fan club and posts were still available, they were not as active as they were in the past. Lin Yuan did not log into StarWeb as Black this time, either. Instead, he logged in as himself. He had been so busy that he had not logged onto StarWeb as himself for some time as well. As a result, he had many unread messages. This account was public. He had only 10 people on his friend list. Yet, it turned out that one of the people on his friend list had sent him more than 20 messages. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this. People who truly needed to seek him out had their own ways of reaching him. They did not need to use StarWeb to contact him at all. Lin Yuan saw that the person looking for him was a familiar face. Zhou Jiasun. Zhou Jiasun. Are you there? I want to talk to you about the store. The matter is quite urgent. If you have time, I would really like to seek your opinion. Zhou Jiasun. I won't think I'll be able to continue managing the store. The store had earned 2,400,000 radiance dollars, and I sent you 750,000 as per your ownership shares. Thank you for looking after me all this time. As for the goods you provided that haven't been sold off, I will deliver them to the address you gave me through Ostrich Logistics once I've moved out of the store. Zhou Jiasun had sent the first message 9 days ago and the newest one an hour ago. From her messages, Lin Yuan was certain that she was in relatively deep trouble. The Zhou Jiasun he knew would never let the shop go. Lin Yuan had made his first purchase on StarWeb from her store. She had been very kind to him. Without her special attention, he would have missed out on the wind-speed rapid antelope, Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia, and Cinnabar sweet osmanthus. The wind-speed rapid antelope had become the Spirit Lock Spatial Zones manager. The Cinnabar osmanthus haworthia had attracted the fortuitous fortune-carrying swallow, and the fruits produced by the Cinnabar sweet osmanthus had increased his spiritual energy. Many of Lin Yuan's opportunities were a result of Zhou Jiasun's help. As such, he had been helping her in return by providing her with goods. A few months ago, her Class 3 store had been promoted to Class 5. Additionally, due to the high quality of spiritual ingredients and phase that she sold, her store was famous even amongst Class 5 stores. Zhou Jiasun had shared updates about the store with the Purchase with No Lost Stores fan club. The Purchase with No Lost Stores fan club was mostly comprised of big shots, many of whom were creation masters. Moreover, there were members of factions who visited the store every night at 8 p.m. to wait for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Hence, Zhou Jiasun and the other members who had joined the fan club early by buying the usnias had less and less authority in the group. Buddha-tempered person and violent-tempered woman had not spoken in the fan club for some time. However, it was said that violent-tempered woman was now working in Zhou Jiasun's store and had even bought some of the store's ownership shares. Lin Yuan was also a shareholder of Zhou Jiasun's store. However, he possessed more shares than violent-tempered woman. From the messages that Zhou Jiasun had sent, Lin Yuan should have earned 720,000 radiance dollars out of the 2,400,000 radiance dollars that Zhou Jiasun's store earned. Evidently, Zhou Jiasun had given him an additional 30,000 radiance dollars to express her gratitude. Even 3 million radiance dollars was insignificant to him. Lin Yuan only needed around 8 minutes to evolve a Fey to Bronze/Epic. He could earn 3 million radiance dollars after working in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone for 48 seconds. However, to Zhou Jiasun, who had only earned less than 200,000 radiance dollars, even 3,000 radiance dollars was a large sum. Lin Yuan would have ignored this if it was coming from anyone else. However, Zhou Jiasun was one of the first people he met when he transmigrated. He would definitely help her. Since she was only going to leave the store 2 days later, he decided to pay the store a visit to understand the situation and understand what kind of trouble she was in that forced her to give up her dream of running her store. Besides Zhou Jiasun, Elder Ning had also sent Lin Yuan a message. Elder Ning was the one who had given Lin Yuan his Star Web card. He had added Lin Yuan to his friend list when he gave Lin Yuan the Star Web card. Lin Yuan had been chosen by the City Lord of Redbud City and found his way to the Moon Empress because of the news that Elder Ning had released. Thus, Elder Ning was aware that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Ning Yanting, young lord, I would like to ask for your help to take a look at the spiral-toothed shark. I want to awaken its megalodon bloodline. However, there was an issue while I was concocting the spirit fluid, and it caused an anomaly with the spiral-toothed shark's bloodline. I urgently require the essence blood of main dragon species phase to evolve the spiral-toothed shark's bloodline. This is the only way to salvage its life. Elder Ning had sent this message 3 days ago. Lin Yuan could not help but wonder if he was too late. He anxiously left Star Web and picked up his phone to call Elder Ning. Elder Ning picked up the call after a few rings. Lin Yuan quickly said, Elder Ning, I just saw the message you sent me on Star Web. I do have the essence blood of main dragon species phase, and I'll send it to you through Ostrich Logistics immediately. I hope the spiral-toothed shark isn't in danger because of my 3-day delay. Ning Yanting had exhausted himself trying to source the essence blood of main dragon species phase. Ever since he became a Class 4 creation master, he had been trying to help the spiral-toothed shark to awaken its megalodon bloodline. This ambition had cost him countless resources and left him penniless. Ning Yanting thought that that ingredient would be the key to unlocking the spiral-toothed shark's megalodon bloodline. However, he was sorely disappointed. The best way to save the spiral-toothed shark would be to help it gain a new bloodline. However, this was the last thing that Ning Yanting wanted. If he was going to go down this road, he could have evolved the spiral-toothed shark into the spiral-toothed dragon teeth shark. Ning Yanting was able to obtain most of the spiritual ingredients. However, the essence blood of main dragon species phase was beyond his reach. If he only needed blood, he could ask for a few drops from experts that possessed main dragon species phase. Since he did not have any resources, he could just owe Lin Yuan a favor that he would slowly return in the future. However, essence blood was the essence of main dragon species phase. The higher their grade was, the less essence blood they produced. A main dragon species Fae could only produce 5 to 6 drops of essence blood. Ning Yanting could not bear to see the Fae he contracted die because of his stubbornness. Hence, he had turned to Lin Yuan. Only Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress disciple, could obtain a precious item like the essence blood of a main dragon species Fae. Ning Yanting's face had been flushed with embarrassment when he typed out the message asking Lin Yuan for help. However, Lin Yuan did not reply to his message even after 3 days had passed. This left Ning Yanting feeling rather bitter. Just as Ning Yanting was about to resign himself to his fate, he received Lin Yuan's call telling him that he could solve his problem. Ning Yanting was speechless. He had no idea what he should say as thanks seemed too superficial. Nonetheless, Ning Yanting could not afford the essence blood of main dragon species phase. Lin Yuan sensed Ning Yanting's conflict and said, Elder Ning, feel free to let me know if you have any other needs. Coincidentally, I need your help with something. When Ning Yanting heard how Lin Yuan addressed him, he felt as though he could see the young man furiously scribbling away during his exam. Although that young man was now the Moon Empress disciple, he was still as humble as he had always been. Young Lord, please let me know if you need me to do anything. When Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Chimey had urged him to start the Warm Sun Fund soon. Previously, Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang had discussed how the Warm Sun Fund should be carried out. Besides the time it spent increasing its power in the hopes of holding a fan meeting soon, Chimey spent all of its time live-streaming to garner funds for the Warm Sun Fund. Lin Yuan could not disappoint Chimey. He had come from the less prosperous Xia region in Redbud City. As such, no one knew about the environment there better than him. Thus, Lin Yuan planned on starting the Warm Sun Fund in Xia region before spreading its influence to the rest of Redbud City and eventually the entire Radiance Federation. In order to ensure that the Warm Sun Fund operated smoothly, a person with a ministerial background like Elder Ning was necessary. After telling Elder Ning about his intention, Lin Yuan hung up. He drained 1 drop of essence blood from the main dragon species Fey organs and sent it to Elder Ning. Ning Yanting was burning with excitement and motivation. This young man had not even left the Xia region for a year, yet he was already thinking of a way to help his hometown. How could such a pure-hearted person exist? If he was doing all this for his hometown, Imagine what he could do for the entire Radiance Federation. Ning Yanting had always felt that Lin Yuan had enough Creation Master talent to be considered a genius that created a new record for the Creation Master exam. But now, Ning Yanting felt that Lin Yuan's character was even more brilliant than his Creation Master talent. His character far exceeded being described as noble because he also wanted to help others. Lin Yuan logged into StarWeb and visited Zhou Jussen's store. When he arrived, he saw that the store was having a sale. Many customers in the store were fighting to buy up the spiritual ingredients. Most of the spirit siphon goldfish in the pool had already been sold. Currently, Violent-Tempered Woman and 5 other employees were present in the store beside Zhou Jussen. All 7 of them were frazzled with all the work they had to do. Lin Yuan walked up to Zhou Jussen, who was introducing a spiritual ingredient to a customer, and said, "Big Sister Xian, I missed the Star Web messages you sent me, but once I saw them, I immediately rushed here." Zhou Jussen froze when she heard this familiar voice and whipped around in shock. Once she was certain that the voice had come from Lin Yuan, Zhou Jussen apologized to the customer before asking an employee to take over the introduction. She walked over to Lin Yuan and said with a smile, "You sure have grown in the few months since I last saw you." Lin Yuan had indeed grown from 177 centimeters to 180 centimeters, and his physique had also filled out significantly. Lin Yuan could tell that Zhou Jussen was trying to hide her sadness and asked, "Big Sister Xian, your Class 5 store is doing well. Why are you closing it all of a sudden?" Zhou Jussen sighed and replied, "You're a major shareholder of the store, so I wanted to ask your opinion first. However, the 3 Class 2 Creation Masters that the store employed are no longer willing to work for us. An old rising faction has been pressuring me to turn my store into one of their chain stores so they can take over the management." Lin Yuan finally understood the situation. An old rising faction was targeting Zhou Jussen. If the rising faction chose to use underhanded methods, Zhou Jussen would be helpless against them. This was the reason many Class 5 stores needed to gain the support of factions. However, Class 2 Creation Masters were not considered important people in a rising faction. Zhou Jussen had also treated the 3 Class 2 Creation Masters very well, and there was no reason for them to succumb to the rising faction's threats to stop working for Zhou Jussen. Since Lin Yuan was confused, he asked Zhou Jussen, "Big Sister Xian, did the rising faction force the 3 Class 2 Creation Masters to leave?" Zhou Jussen hurriedly shook her head and replied, "This rising faction has had its eye on our store for a long time. They did not make their move in the past on account of the 3 Class 2 Creation Masters' pride. However, Whale Ocean Commerce is holding a large-scale recruitment of Creation Masters, regardless of their class or experience. They claim that they want to test the Creation Masters. Whale Ocean Commerce will nurture the Creation Masters who join." This news was the reason the 3 Class 2 Creation Masters chose to leave. At first, Lin Yuan had only wanted to do a small favor for Zhou Jussen, but he did not expect to learn such a piece of news from her. Whale Ocean Commerce again. Creation Masters again. Lin Yuan had found out from Ji Feng that Whale Ocean Commerce was not hiring Creation Masters for their abilities, but for their actual selves. Whale Ocean Commerce's offer would draw countless Creation Masters to them. If these Creation Masters all ended up secretly killed by Whale Ocean Commerce, the Radiance Federation's Creation Master potential would be halted. However, there was something that Lin Yuan did not understand. Even if Whale Ocean Commerce was daring enough to use the Creation Masters' bodies to commit crimes, they would not be able to escape the long arm of the members of royalty once their deed was discovered. Previously, Lin Yuan planned on taking White Speak to Whale Ocean Commerce's residence one night to conduct an investigation. However, there was no guarantee that they would be able to escape detection by Whale Ocean Commerce's experts, or even find anything useful. Even if Lin Yuan was able to escape detection by Whale Ocean Commerce's experts, it would be difficult for him to find out what Whale Ocean Commerce's scheme was from one secret visit. However, it would be a good opportunity for Wen Yu to use faceless paper on him, so he could sneak into Whale Ocean Commerce's recruitment as a Class 2 Creation Master. He would then be able to find out Whale Ocean Commerce's scheme. Lin Yuan said, "Big Sister Xian, I have a way for you to continue running this Class 5 store should you wish to do so. I can put you in contact with Condensed Fairy Orchard so you'll be able to work with them in the future. This way, the rising faction won't dare to lay a hand on your store. Lin Yuan paused for a moment before adding, Big Sister Xian, I am very interested in Whale Ocean Commerce's offer. Do you happen to know any details? When you had already told him all that Zhou Jiasun had just told him about Whale Ocean Commerce. When you had agreed to keep watch over Whale Ocean Commerce. Hence, she would definitely tell him anything that she knew about the matter. The only reason she had not told him would be that she was unaware of it. This was not surprising because Sky City currently did not have an intelligence department. All the information that Wen Yu had came from the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The information in the Hidden Moon Pavilion was not updated daily but whenever they received a new report. Lin Yuan understood that he needed to set up his own information channels. A top faction openly recruiting and testing creation masters was not an event that was unheard of. Thus, this matter did not warrant attention from the Hidden Moon Palace. But ever since Lin Yuan found out about 10,000 Flags Trading's true colors from Jifeng, he was certain that Whale Ocean Commerce's recruitment of creation masters, regardless of their class, indicated that they were about to take a huge step. Zhou Jiasun's face lit up with joy, but she was also shocked. When she first met Lin Yuan, she thought that he was just another bright young man. The way he only used Federation dollars to purchase items showed that he was very frugal. Given that he even bought ores of inferior quality, Zhou Jiasun assumed Lin Yuan was not in a favorable financial situation. Yet, after a small span of time, Lin Yuan was spending Radiance dollars at her store and even started his own Star Web store. In order to show her support for Lin Yuan, Zhou Jiasun had even gone to visit his Star Web store. However, she did not expect to find him selling bronze usnias that were snatched off the shelves the moment they were put up there. Eventually, Zhou Jiasun ended up joining the fight for the usnias. Ever since then, Zhou Jiasun became sure that Lin Yuan had the support of a creation master. Later, Lin Yuan even became a shareholder of her store and provided her with silver usnias at regular intervals. This made Zhou Jiasun even more certain that Lin Yuan had a creation master supporting him. However, the changes that involved Lin Yuan later confused Zhou Jiasun. Suddenly, many big shots streamed into the purchase with No Lost Stores fan club, and Lin Yuan even started auctioning off the flower brocade pearls in the group. The elder creation masters were all eager to snatch up the flower brocade pearls. The flower brocade pearls could sell for hundreds of thousands of Radiance dollars at the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. Yet, Lin Yuan could sell tens or even hundreds of them at his store. Lin Yuan had become the lucky audience member at the All-Star match who managed to defeat Meng Su of the Savage Snake Guild Club. At that point, Zhou Jiasun finally knew that the young man she saw as her younger brother was an undeniable genius. As a result, Zhou Jiasun did not contact Lin Yuan again. More time passed, and the purchase with No Lost Store started to auction off Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. The flower brocade pearls were already beyond Zhou Jiasun's reach. Thus, she had no concept of what the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls were. After all, the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls did not even appear at the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. They were also too valuable to appear at private auctions that were below Emperor class. Although Zhou Jiasun knew that the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls were precious, this did not give Zhou Jiasun a better idea of how deep the well that was Lin Yuan ran. At that moment, Zhou Jiasun realized that Lin Yuan could link a small Class 5 store to a top faction with one mere statement. Was such capability possible? If my store truly ends up gaining the protection of Condensed Fairy Orchard, the rising faction will definitely flee far away and never dare to even think of targeting my store again. Rather, they will have to be worried about my revenge. Zhou Jiasun was delighted because this meant that the store she poured her blood, sweat, and tears into would be saved. However, Zhou Jiasun did not have a decent answer to Lin Yuan's question. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, "One of the Class 2 creation masters should be coming later to settle his wages. Once he arrives, we can just ask him about it." Lin Yuan nodded. Since Zhou Jiasun's store was having a sale, there were even more customers than usual. Violent-tempered woman and the other 5 employees were overwhelmed with work. Lin Yuan had experience running his own store and attending to customers. He helped Zhou Jiasun to see to a few customers while they were waiting for the Class 2 Creation Master. The Class 2 Creation Master arrived at Zhou Jiasun's store a while later. He had an arrogant attitude but was friendly toward Zhou Jiasun. Clearly, he was on good terms with her. Zhou Jiasun patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said to the Class 2 Creation Master, "Lord Fei, my partner would like to ask you about Whale Ocean Commerce's recruiting and testing of Creation Masters." The Class 2 Creation Master glanced at Lin Yuan out of the corner of his eye before he said, "Whale Ocean Commerce is recruiting Creation Masters. Why would someone who isn't a Creation Master want to learn about this matter?" Zhou Jiasun smiled awkwardly and shot Lin Yuan an apologetic look. Although Zhou Jiasun was the owner of a Class 5-star web store, her status was below that of a Class 2 Creation Master. She even had to address him as Lord. Thus, she could not force him to speak if he was unwilling. Lin Yuan took a step forward and said, "I also happen to be a Class 2 Creation Master who wants to understand Whale Ocean Commerce's test." A look of shock flashed across the Class 2 Creation Master's face. Fei, you had never heard of a person becoming a Class 2 Creation Master at such a young age. However, it was a major crime to impersonate a role that was not one's own. As such, no one would dare to do so. Moreover, Zhou Jiasun was standing right here. There was no way that the young man would dare to lie so blatantly. Hence, Fei Yu changed his attitude to one of friendliness toward Lin Yuan. Although Fei Yu was also a Class 2 Creation Master, he was willing to socialize with a young Class 2 Creation Master like Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could become a Class 3 Creation Master soon, and it would not be disadvantageous for Fei Yu to be acquainted with him. Fei Yu hurriedly told Lin Yuan about Whale Ocean Commerce's recruitment and testing. "Friend, you must register quickly if you want to participate in Whale Ocean Commerce's test. The cutoff time for the registration is tomorrow morning. It will be too late if you don't register today." Lin Yuan's expression shifted, and he said, "Friend, do you know what kind of a test it will be?" Fei Yu was stunned by Lin Yuan's question. He was also unsure what kind of test Whale Ocean Commerce would administer. Normally, a faction that was recruiting and testing Creation Masters would ask for the Creation Masters class. However, Whale Ocean Commerce did not set a hurdle for the Creation Masters class. They took in all Creation Masters regardless of their class. Since Fei Yu did not have an answer to Lin Yuan's question, he changed the topic and said, "Friend, have you heard of Sea Sky Nurture?" Lin Yuan frowned and nodded with his eyes fixed on Fei Yu. Fei Yu did not notice the change in Lin Yuan's gaze and went on to say, "Apparently, those who perform well during the test will have a chance to become a disciple of one of Sea Sky Nurture's pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. This is a great opportunity. This benefit is the reason I decided to give it a try." Fei Yu sighed and continued, "Otherwise, I would have continued living a carefree life working in Miss Zhou's store." Lin Yuan was now certain that Whale Ocean Commerce was up to no good. All of Sea Sky Nurture's Creation Masters had been killed by 10,000 flags trading. How could the dead take in disciples? While Lin Yuan was thinking, Fei Yu finished settling his wages with Zhou Jiasun. Before he left, Fei Yu mumbled to himself, "It's almost time for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Will I be able to make it in time to spectate the selection if I participate in Whale Ocean Commerce's test?" Suddenly, it all became clear to Lin Yuan. He had been wondering how Whale Ocean Commerce could continue being so blatant in their actions if they were killing Creation Masters. But now he figured it out. Whale Ocean Commerce revealed the news that they had 2 Immortal experts and declared that their young leader intended on fighting for a spot to become a Radiance envoy. Clearly, they were trying to stall for time to dodge the attention of the members of royalty. But during this time, the Sea clans had broken the agreement between the 8 clans of Sea Emperors and the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation royalty had also fought each other from thousands of kilometers away by using their sacred source lifeforms to trigger celestial phenomena. On top of all that, the Azure Federation and Freedom Federation had sent out envoys to visit the Radiance Federation. These 3 events held all of the members of royalty's attention, and they could not spare any effort to keep an eye on Whale Ocean Commerce. This meant that Whale Ocean Commerce was going to seize this chance to put its carefully prepared plan into action. After Fei Yu left, Lin Yuan checked the purchase with No Law Store's fan club and saw that most of the creation masters were discussing whale ocean commerce. There were even some creation masters who belonged to factions that were faltering, and those who did not belong to any faction were going to give it a try. One of these people was Master Duan Li, who had worked for Lin Yuan for 3 months. Lin Yuan left Star Web and immediately instructed Wen Yu to investigate this matter. It did not take long for Whale Ocean Commerce to find out how one could register for Whale Ocean Commerce's test. Since Lin Yuan was going to register, he could not go with his original appearance. Lin Yuan asked Wen Yu to apply faceless paper on him, and his exquisite features were replaced by plain ones. There were 2 ways to register for Whale Ocean Commerce's test. The first way was to register on Star Web, and the second was to register offline at Whale Ocean Commerce's booth in the Royal Capital. Since Lin Yuan was not in Star Web at the moment, he went to the booth to register. While he was filling in his name, he stopped himself and wrote in the name Chuyuan instead. After he was done registering, an employee from Whale Ocean Commerce informed him to report for the test 4 days later. After exchanging a few words with the employee from Whale Ocean Commerce, Lin Yuan learned that those who were from the Royal Capital could report at a later date, but those who came from far away from the Royal Capital were going to be delivered to the Royal Capital on avian-type phase. Lin Yuan thought, "In 4 days I will know why Whale Ocean Commerce needs all these creation masters." Deep in the middle of the cold night, plants were covered in frost. This was not normal weather for the 3 months of spring in the Royal Capital. In a study room with shelves made of jade-textured wood that was filled with books, a middle-aged man with solemn features placed a black chess piece on the board. The man opposite him, who bore a striking resemblance to him, did not have many white chess pieces left. This man hurriedly said, "Big brother, let me redo my last move. I want to change the position." The man with solemn features did not halt as he said, "Wanqing, don't be flippant. If you change your previous move, you won't be able to turn the tables later on. Unfortunately, I saw through your plan." He threw the chess piece in his hand on the board. Evidently, he did not want to continue playing. Di Wanqing also fell silent. Whale Ocean Commerce was currently playing a dangerous game of chess. Chess could represent the passage of life and time. However, Whale Ocean Commerce could not afford the consequences if they lost the game, because it would mean that every person from Whale Ocean Commerce would become a criminal in the Radiance Federation's eyes. All of them would have no other ending waiting for them besides death. After a short period of silence, the same maniacal look appeared on Di Wantian and Di Wanqing's faces. "Wanqing, how many creation masters signed up to participate in the test?" asked Di Wantian. Di Wanqing smiled and replied, "Big brother, the number of creation masters who signed up is so high that I can't keep track of it. There should be 621 Class 2 creation masters, 74 Class 3 creation masters, and 12 Class 4 creation masters." Di Wanqing paused for a moment before continuing. "Big brother, the lives of these creation masters should be enough to fill the gap that third sister needs to become a Class 5 creation master, right? However, isn't it too early for us to act now?" Di Wantian shook his head and picked up a black chess piece. He felt the weight of it in his palm as he said, "Early? It isn't early at all. We started our plan too late. Yet, the stars aligned, and the Radiance Federation ended up clashing with the Sea Clans and made a bet with the Freedom Federation. Moreover, the Freedom Federation sent envoys to the Radiance Federation to spectate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The envoys from the Freedom Federation will definitely cause trouble during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The members of royalty will all be deployed to watch over the Radiance 100 sequence selection. This period is when the royalty's attention is the most scattered. The best time for us to strike is now. Wanqing, don't forget that third sister cannot wait any longer. The longer the delay, the more her body will deteriorate." Di Wanqing's voice was determined, but he was trembling on the inside. Whale Ocean Commerce would be done if even a hint of this matter was leaked to any member of royalty. But when he thought about how third sister could become a Class 5 creation master using these creation masters in just a few days, Di Wanqing relaxed. Once their so-called third sister became a Class 5 creation master, she would be the 4th Class 5 creation master in the Radiance Federation, and the power held by the current 3 Class 5 Creation Masters would be divided to accommodate the 4th Class 5 Creation Master. Once the low-class Creation Masters died, there would be no reason for the Radiance Federation's royalty to persecute their third sister over the dead Creation Masters. Di Wanqing felt that whale ocean commerce was contributing to the Radiance Federation. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Di Wanqing frowned for a moment before he asked, "Is it Hao? Come in." Usually, no one dared to disturb Di Wanqian's study. Only Di Wanqing, third sister, and Di Hao were permitted to enter Di Wanqian's study. Di Wanqian's wife had died young, and his son was the apple of his eye. The moment he spoke, a young and slightly hoarse voice said from the other side of the door, "Father, Uncle Wu asked me to tell you that we have invited people from 4 Beasts territory to come to our house as guests." Di Hao was slightly confused and asked, "Father, where are these people from 4 Beasts territory? Additionally, our business is sea trading. I fail to see how we can work with 4 Beasts territory, whose business involves beast-type phase." Di Wanqian stood up and led Di Hao over to take a seat next to him before he said, "Hao, leave this matter alone and focus on practicing your combat skills. Your sacred source lifeform has only just reached 3 stars. You need to work harder." Di Hao pouted as he looked at Di Wanqian with displeasure. He did not understand why his father changed the subject whenever he asked a question to clarify his confusion. For example, he had asked numerous times where his third aunt went. His father's reply was always that she was out training and had not yet returned. But what kind of training lasted over a decade? Di Hao could not bring himself to believe such an explanation. But as unhappy as Di Hao was, he still agreed. "Father, don't worry. You gave me plenty of suzerain metal ores. Once my sacred source lifeform digests all the metal ores, it will evolve to 4 stars. I heard that Chef Supreme's disciple's sacred source lifeform evolved to 4 stars during the fight during the Gargi Banquet's martial arts stage. Once my sacred source lifeform evolves to 4 stars, I wonder if I will become stronger than Chef Supreme's disciple." Di Hao's gaze was full of excitement when he spoke. Di Wanqian's chest tightened when he saw Di Hao's gaze. Ever since Whale Ocean Commerce struck up a deal with Tower Cannon and their third sister found an unorthodox path to become a Class 5 Creation Master, he formed a wall between him and his son. This was to prevent Di Hao from learning about the skeletons in his family's closet, and to prevent him from exhibiting too much of his talent because it would attract the attention of the members of royalty. Di Wanqian felt guilty toward Di Hao. If anyone else had asked the question, Di Wanqian would have replied without hesitation that Zhongzhe was stronger. Zhongzhe's strength did not only stem from his 4 stars sacred source lifeform, but also his Fey with the Baron bloodline. It would be impossible for Di Hao to obtain a Fey with the Baron bloodline. But soon this would change. Once their third sister became a Class 5 Creation Master, she would be able to fight for the chance to become a member of royalty. When that happened, Whale Ocean Commerce would be the family of a member of royalty, and Di Hao would be considered a descendant of a member of royalty and obtain the chance to gain a Fey with the Baron bloodline. In 2 years, their third sister could work hard at nurturing Di Hao, and it would be easy for him to become a Radiance Envoy. When that happened, Di Hao would be enthroned at the top of the world and be able to bask in the admiration of thousands. This was the path that Di Wanqian was paving for Di Hao. The path was almost complete. Di Wanqian gave Di Hao a few more pieces of advice. Di Hao was irked by the nagging and found a reason to excuse himself from Di Wanqian's study. As Di Wanqing watched the image of Di Hao's back, he could not help but ask, "Big brother, Hao's sacred source life form might not be outstanding, but it can already cause significant damage despite not having even reached 6 stars. If third sister helps him, he should be able to become the leader of the Radiance Envoys." Di Wanqian nodded in agreement and said, "The Moon Empress disciple and Chief Guard Ye's disciple are still mysteries to me. The Moon Empress disciple's sacred source life form appeared to be immune to the elements, but that sacred source life form in the form of a young girl turned into a sword. I don't think the Moon Empress is able to enable her young disciple to contract 2 sacred source life forms. Sailing all the way. Presently, Hao's strongest attack can reach the power of a myth breed Fey. But 2 months ago, The Moon Empress disciple's attack could reach the power of a Myth 3 Fae that also carried a hint of creation power. Chief Guard Ye's disciple summoned 4 insect species carcinoma Faes, and all 4 of their power had reached Diamond X/Legend. Chief Guard Ye's disciple is a walking disaster. Once he becomes older, he will be able to wipe out all life on a continent with a wave of his hand. He might not be strong in a one-on-one fight, but he is definitely unrivaled when it comes to a group battle. He will definitely be able to gain full marks in the group battle portion of the Radiance Envoy selection. The Bamboo Monarch's disciple chose to participate in the art stage. However, his Sacred Source lifeform reached 4 stars long ago, and it happens to be the natural enemy of Chef Supreme's disciple's Sacred Source lifeform. Third Sister's nurturing will decide how far How can go. Go and make arrangements to kill every person from 4 Beasts territory besides the Creation Masters. Send 4 Beasts territory's Creation Masters to Third Sister, and she will handle them. Di Wancheng hesitated before asking, Big Brother, should we send the Creation Masters we recruited to Third Sister first before we move on to the Creation Masters from 4 Beasts territory? After all, 4 Beasts territory has the support of the Du family. Di Wantian scoffed and said, even if the Du family comes to see us to take revenge for 4 Beasts territory, is there any reason for us to fear them? 10 years ago, they lost to us during the fight for the mineral vein. Now, they won't be able to save 4 Beasts territory even if they try. Moreover, I don't plan on keeping our recruitment of Creation Masters under wraps. Once Third Sister becomes a Class 5 Creation Master, it won't matter even if the Du family discovers that we killed 4 Beasts territory. The Du family would never dare to offend a Class 5 Creation Master out of their concern for another faction. Di Wancheng immediately went off to attend to their guests from 4 Beasts territory. After Lin Yuan was done with the registration, he prepared himself to burn the midnight oil in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. However, he was stopped by Chimey. In the past few days that Chimey had been live streaming, there had been comments saying that it had been lying in its previous live stream when it said that it was going to set up the Warm Sun Fund to rescue Fays and Spirit Chi professionals, because there had not been a single peep about Warm Sun Fund since then. At first, Chimey ignored these messages because Lin Yuan had promised that he would carry it out, and Lin Yuan would never fail in his promise to Chimey. However, the audience members in the live streaming room noticed the negative comments and started to discuss them. Eventually, many of the beauty community's live streamers started accusing and suspecting Chimey. They said that this popular rookie live streamer was a failure. Tonight, Chimey's live streaming room turned into a fierce battleground, and it got to the point that Chimey could not sing in peace. All the accusations extremely hurt Chimey. It had started out as a sound bird that could not even sing. Chimey truly wanted to help Fays like it and Genius as well as Spirit Chi professionals like Lin Yuan. Chimey was not an evil, lying live streamer like they said. The more Chimey thought about it, the sadder it became. When it recounted the incident to Lin Yuan, a few beads of tears even dripped down its face. Lin Yuan had not forgotten about the Warm Sun Fund. In fact, he had already made preparations for it and asked the experienced Sun Ningxiang to draw up a plan for it. No matter how capable Lin Yuan was, he was only one man and needed time for the plan to unfold. However, the people on Star Web were becoming impatient, and they were using this matter as a weapon to accuse and attack Chimey. This was the 3rd time that Lin Yuan was seeing Chimey cry. The first 2 times were because he had fainted. This time it was because it was extremely hurt. Lin Yuan hurriedly wiped away Chimey's tears with the pad of his finger and said, Chimey, the Warm Sun Fund structure is being set up. It will be started in the Xia region where we used to live together. I was going to tell you that the Warm Sun Fund will be starting 2 days later. But I shall release the news tonight since you can't wait anymore. Lin Yuan's tone turned stern, and he said, Chimey, even the most impressive person can't control the thoughts of others. But you have to remember to continue doing good deeds. Don't worry. All the accusing voices aimed at you will disappear tomorrow morning. You'll be able to continue live streaming as per normal by tomorrow night. Although Lin Yuan was saying such things to Chimey, he was hopping mad. There had to be a person pulling the strings from the shadows to enable this matter to able to grow to such an extent in such a short span of time. The only people who could be behind this were the live streamers who clashed with Chimey. People's hearts were made of flesh, and their eyes were always beady with scrutiny. This matter was important enough to become a trending moral matter. The live streamers who used morals to attack Chimey would definitely eat their words once the Warm Sun Fund was started, and the other people would immediately attack them on Star Web, even without Lin Yuan's interference. Lin Yuan took out his phone and called Fan Hanxing, Sun Ningxiang, Long Tao, and Li Xian to put the cherry atop the matter regarding the Warm Sun Fund. Tomorrow morning, the Warm Sun Fund would officially begin. Although the Warm Sun Fund was a freshly started charity fund, it included plant type phase from Condensed Fairy Orchard, avian type phase from Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, dragon species phase from Coiling Dragon's Valley, and insect species phase from the Cage of Brahma Insects. As for beast type phase, amphibious type phase, fish species phase, and other types of phase that Lin Yuan had not found suppliers for yet, he would be able to buy them from Starweb to funnel into the Warm Sun Fund. However, the 4 top factions would not be supplying the phase for free. Condensed Fairy Orchard had become a branch of Sky City. As for Coiling Dragon's Valley, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, and the Cage of Brahma Insects, Lin Yuan would buy the phase at their market price. The Warm Sun Fund was Chimey's idea, but even if Chimey had not come up with it, Lin Yuan had long wanted to set up a charity fund. Lin Yuan's hope was not for the unfortunate people to become experts through the Warm Sun Fund, but to lead happier lives. At the very least, he hoped they would not have to lead lives of hardship but have smooth-sailing journeys instead. A ray of dawn light cut through the all-encompassing dark mist. The sun had risen. The chicken species phase around the street-side spirit lifeform store started to cluck, attracting a few grumpy complaints from inside the spirit lifeform store. A person should be at their most energetic when they awoke. However, this was not the case for Li Ziqiang. After Li Ziqiang opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged woman next to him, he fell in a daze while lying on his bed. He was a regular person who was not a spirit chi professional, and his wife was the same. His son had turned 18 years old not long ago. When they went to check his talent, it was discovered that he had spirit chi professional potential and was affiliated with power offense type insect species phase. The Li family only had single descendants for 3 generations, and none of them had been a spirit chi professional. Li Zhong's spirit chi professional talent was a shining moment for the entire Li family. But before Li Ziqiang and Wang Shuimei could properly revel in their joy, Wang Shuimei succumbed to a strange illness that left her dizzy, nauseous, and weak. She vomited out any food she ate after 5 minutes. Li Ziqiang had hired some experienced physicians to check on her condition, but they could not figure out what was ailing her. He was at a complete loss and spent a fair amount of money to hire a healing-type spirit chi professional. After the healing-type spirit chi professional checked on Wang Shuimei, he deduced that the issue lay with her soul. This explained her dizziness, nausea, and lack of strength. If it was a problem with her spirit, a spirit-type Fey and healing-type spirit chi professional could immediately cure Wang Shuimei. But since this problem involved her soul, it was beyond the healing-type spirit chi professional's abilities. In order to cure Wang Shuimei, a Class 2 and above Creation Master was required because a Class 1 Creation Master could not concoct souls that affected souls. However, it cost at least 20 Radiance dollars to be examined by a Class 2 Creation Master. Li Ziqiang had been working under a Class 1 Spirit Craftsman. After scrimping and saving for over a decade, he had managed to save up 17 Radiance dollars. However, this was meant to be given to Li Zhong so he could buy a good quality power offense type insect species Fey. A good starting Fey could help Li Zhong's future development. It could even attract the attention of his teachers in the Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy and lead to him being recommended to enroll in the Redbud Spirit Chi Intermediate Academy. But now, his wife needed the money badly to save her life. At the same time, his son needed the money to get ahead of his peers. If Li Ziqiang was the one who had fallen ill, he would insist on the money going to his son no matter what. However, when he saw his wife's expressions of agony, he steeled himself and thought, "I will go and borrow money. I have to heal my wife, even if it means I'll have to live with debt. My son will be able to make his way in life on his own. If I don't save my sick wife, what kind of man will that make me?" Li Ziqiang hurriedly stood up to borrow money from his sister, who was also living in the Xia region. After spending the 20 radiance dollars and making use of some under-the-table means, Wang Xuemei was back to normal by the evening. Li Ziqiang was afraid that Wang Xuemei would reject treatment if she found out that 20 radiance dollars needed to be spent, so he did not tell her about it on their way to receive treatment. Eventually, when she found out that Li Ziqiang had spent 20 radiance dollars to cure her, she immediately started crying in self-reproach. Large beads of tears rolled down her face. Li Ziqiang placed his arm around Wang Xuemei's shoulders. Although he was comforting her, his smile was just as bitter. He would need to starve for a year and a half to repay his sister's 3 radiance dollars. As for Li Zhong, they had no choice but to choose a normal offense-type insect species Fae with unconfirmed abilities and exclusive skills. A spirit chi professional could not break the contract between them and their Fae. If the insect species Fae evolved to bronze grade and the exclusive skill it unlocked turned out to be useless or did not align with being power offense, his son would not be able to make a name for himself even if he was a spirit chi professional. While the husband and wife were despondently walking home, they spotted a crowd of people gathered around a building. Li Ziqiang and Wang Xuemei could hear the people discussing Faes, something that was free and such. Perhaps it was because the group was getting too noisy, but a spirit chi professional walked out of the building and shouted, "Everyone, keep quiet and line up properly. I will take a head count. Once the number exceeds 500, the others will have to come back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Otherwise, you might not get your chance by nightfall. Please also remember that when you go and choose your Fae, you have to go to the administrative office in the Xia region to process the necessary documents. Otherwise, you won't be able to take home the Fae you obtained from the Warm Sun Fund." Many people voiced their thanks and immediately dashed off to the administrative office. They had entered after hearing the news and were unaware of the rules. Only those who had arrived early and learned about the rules had already gone to the administrative office to process the necessary documents. Many people had already processed their documents, verified their identities, and obtained their Faes. Although the Xia region was a small place, every citizen in the Radiance Federation had the right to log into StarWeb. Chimey was a phenomenon-class live streamer on StarWeb. Amongst the people busking on the streets, there had to be at least 3 of them who were singing Chimey's songs. When the term Warm Sun Fund was mentioned, many people immediately took out their phones to record everything that was happening here and post it to StarWeb. Things were going smoothly, and the people could head to the administrative office directly for processing because of the Warm Sun Fund's connection to the 4 top factions and because Lin Yuan had already asked Elder Ning to inform Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had issued an order to the Xia region's administrative office for them to cooperate with the Warm Sun Fund. The Warm Sun Fund's first stop was the Xia region. This was an opportunity for Redbud City. Redbud City experienced year-long rain. The terrain consisted of mountains and forests, and one side of the city faced a sea full of reefs that made it impossible to build a harbor to fish for fish species Faes. Redbud City did not have anything remarkable to speak of compared to other cities. Elder Ning had told Ling Xiao all about who was behind the Warm Sun Fund. It was the disciple that he had delivered to the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan. Moreover, the Warm Sun Fund also involved 4 top factions. There was no other charity fund in the Radiance Federation that was as reputable as the Warm Sun Fund. News of the Warm Sun Fund would spread all over StarWeb today. The larger the scale, the faster news of it would travel on StarWeb. It would not take long for the shining light of the Warm Sun Fund to reflect on Redbud City. It was possible for this matter to attract rising and veteran factions to move to Redbud City. Ling Xiao had wanted to seek Lin Yuan out more than once, but every time he gave up the idea after mulling over it. This was because Lin Yuan was selflessly helping others and should not be linked to his petty scheme. Ning Yanting was one of Redbud City's elders. With him around to communicate with Lin Yuan, Ling Xiao would not need to communicate with Lin Yuan. Ling Xiao decided that he would cooperate fully with anything related to the Warm Sun Fund. When Ling Xiao heard that the Warm Sun Fund wanted to communicate with other regions besides the Xia region, he personally did all he could to help them out. He could not allow the Moon Empress disciple to be contaminated by the actions of lowly evildoers. After Li Ziqiang understood the situation, He anxiously dragged his wife and son to the administrative office to verify the situation. At that moment, the ever-careful Wang Shuimei said to Li Ziqiang, "Husband, take our son to Lord Fong to verify the situation. We'll split up and work. I will continue to stay here to watch over the situation." In all her life, Wang Shuimei had never encountered such a lucky break. Although nothing seemed off at the moment, there was no guarantee that it would not all turn out to be a lie when they entered the building. Wang Shuimei's family was already in debt and could not sustain any more losses. Hence, Wang Shuimei wanted to understand the situation first and wait to see if those who walked out of the building had truly obtained phase. Li Ziqiang agreed with Wang Shuimei and said, "Okay, I will take Zhong to the administrative office first to verify the situation with Lord Fong. Once the matter is verified, I will stay here to queue up through the night so Zhong will be able to gain a fei first thing tomorrow." Li Ziqiang decided to stay up all night to queue because he was afraid that the Warm Sun Fund would abandon the Xia region at any moment. Li Ziqiang usually went onto Star Web immediately after he returned home from work. Li Ziqiang also liked listening to songs. Thus, he knew who Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was. Although Li Ziqiang had never rewarded money to Chimey, he was considered one of her old fans. He had also happened to catch the live stream where Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had said that she wanted to start the Warm Sun Fund. Li Ziqiang felt that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess should not be able to afford such expenditure from just the money she earned from live streaming. After Li Ziqiang took Li Zhong to the administrative office, Wang Shuimei noticed that every person who entered the building later exited with a fei in hand. Suddenly, Wang Shuimei spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. She hurriedly walked up to the young girl and asked, "Little Lan, what are you doing here? I am going to bake some biscuits tonight, and I'll send some to you. Don't stand on ceremony with me this time." The young girl looked at Wang Shuimei with gratitude before she said, "Thank you, Auntie Wang." Yet Zhang Lan was slightly suspicious. Wang Shuimei's family was not considered poor, and they had at least 10 radiance dollars in savings. The Warm Sun Fund was meant to help those who did not have savings and were genuinely in need of help. Wang Shuimei did not meet those conditions. At that moment, Wang Shuimei asked hopefully, "Little Lan, are they giving out feis for free inside the building?" Zhang Lan nodded and said, "They really are giving out feis for free in there. Moreover, they will also choose the feis abilities and exclusive skills according to the Spirit Chi professional's talent. They also accept the sick and help cure those unable to afford medical treatment on their own. I came here to heal the injury to my leg. Auntie Wang, look at how my leg has healed. I can go out to earn money to take care of Grandma from now on." Zhang Lan ran toward Wang Shuimei happily to share her joy. Next, she told Wang Shuimei about the rules of this place before she skipped home to tell her grandmother the good news. Wang Shuimei felt slightly conflicted. If Li Ziqiang had chosen to set the money aside for their son's fei, and she had come here instead to cure her illness, she would not have passed the assessment that Zhang Lan said was necessary. Luckily, Li Ziqiang had chosen to spend their savings to heal her and landed their family in debt. This enabled them to meet the condition that the Warm Sun Fund had laid out. Presently, Wang Shuimei was full of bliss and elation. She was glad that Li Ziqiang loved her and delighted that someone was kind enough to start the Warm Sun Fund, which had reignited her family's hope. That night, Star Web was abuzz with activity. The users from the Xia region only took up a small portion of the total users on Star Web. However, the videos and pictures of the Warm Sun Fund were like matches capable of starting a raging flame. That night, when Chimey started its live stream, it had been afraid of encountering the same situation as before. From the moment Chimey started its live stream, the nasty comments and paid naysayers flooded in. Chimey remembered that Lin Yuan had told it to live stream as per usual and focused on singing as it ignored the comments. Literate. Do all of you who are insulting Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess truly feel this way? If so, all of you are evil. There has never been a host willing to put all her earnings into starting a charity fund. Since Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess said she would do it, she definitely will. It hasn't been long since she announced her plan. Don't you know that it takes time to set up and prepare a fund? It's not something that can be done in a day. If you are posting such nasty comments because you were instigated, I can understand that. But you are too wicked if you were hired to try and earn money through such an unscrupulous method. Literate was livid when he posted the comment. He was not one of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess' old fans. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had been live streaming for more than 8 months. But Literate came across her live stream by chance just 2 months ago. Literate did not know much about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. All he did was enjoy her singing. He always noted down the lyrics of her songs and practiced them in his free time. The moment he truly became her fan and started adoring her was the night when she showed her true appearance and announced that she was going to start the Warm Sun Fund. A talented person was admired by many, but only a person with morals would gain the affections of the masses. Literate had browsed through other live streaming rooms in the talent and beauty communities and was familiar with the top fans in those live streaming rooms. Many of the nasty comments and accusations were coming from these familiar names. Literate had said what he said for the benefit of these people. However, the comments were spilling out at a breakneck pace, and Literate's comment was soon lost in the swarm of messages. But many audience members had already seen his message, and Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess old fans quickly sent in reply messages. Some also copied Literate's original message and resent it. Regardless of what the matter was, opposing opinions would lead to an argument. Chimy's live streaming room was no exception. Chimy kept its eye on the comments as it sang, and it had seen every single message. Suddenly, Chimy was hit with a wave of dejection towards singing. It was working so hard to live stream to help more fays and people that were in the same situation that itself, Genius, and Lin Yuan had been in. Yet, it ended up being misunderstood, and strife broke out in its live streaming room. Chimy did not deserve such burdens, and it was tired. Singing was not bringing it any happiness now. Chimy missed the past when it used to perch on Lin Yuan's ear and only sing for him. As such, Chimy stopped singing. It looked at the comments and said, "I'm a little tired of singing. I hope we'll be able to meet again in the future." Chimy immediately left StarWeb and ignored the reactions of the audience. Many talent and beauty hosts smiled when Chimy went offline. Chimy's appearance had stolen a lot of their audience members and put their livelihoods at risk. Music was not mainstream in the Radiance Federation, and the talent community was very small on StarWeb. Although Chimy was a beauty host, it used to block its face and had been no threat to the top hosts who depended on their looks. But the other beauty hosts felt threatened ever since Chimy revealed its looks. Hence, many beauty and music hosts had gathered together to knock Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess down a peg. Suppose Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had stopped its live stream to explain the situation and report on the progress of the Warm Sun Fund's preparation. In that case, the hosts who had hired people to write nasty comments might be stuck, as they would have to pay extra when the situation turned complicated. But now that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess left without offering any sort of explanation, it only fueled the narrative that she was guilty. Now that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was gone, the people left in the live streaming room went ahead and said whatever they wanted without holding back. At that moment, Bai Hao entered the live streaming room. Bai Hao was confused when he entered the live streaming room. He had entered because he saw that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was hosting a live stream. So why was she gone now? Since the impending Radiance 100 sequence selection would cause Bai Hao's position in the Radiance 100 sequence to change, he had been training hard and had not had time to log on to StarWeb. Just as Bai Hao was about to give rewards like he usually did, he saw the messages. He became so angry that he forgot he was part of the Radiance 100 sequence and started to engage with the hate comments. He could not sit on the fence and allow Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess to suffer such humiliation. He was willing to defend her using any scathing and rude reply necessary. Bai Hao managed to quell many of the hate comments. One had to register for StarWeb with one's real identity. If Bai Hao had contacted StarWeb and pursued the matter, he would easily be able to find out these people's true identities. However, not everyone on StarWeb was afraid of Bai Hao. A few of the major hosts on StarWeb had the support of factions. They were able to succeed easily because of strings pulled by these factions. These major hosts had reported to their factions before they attacked Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess, so their factions would be prepared to save them if things got out of hand. Poison Beauty shook her head when she saw Bai Hao confronting the hate messages. Poison Beauty had not entered the live streaming room to add onto the hate comments. She was just one of P20 Voice Lowly Goddess normal listeners. But on the other hand, Poison Beauty was very popular on StarWeb. Previously, she was only a small host in StarWeb's battle community. In order to attract more people to watch her livestream, she had rooted herself at level 100 of Star Tower, becoming one of the Celestial Stairways guards. The number of fans following her had skyrocketed after she made use of Black's popularity twice. She had come up with all the solutions she could think of and retained her popularity. Eventually, she had signed a contract with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and became their sales host to sell luxury goods. This enabled her to gain even more fans but also helped her to bring in a sizable income. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had a strict rule that their contracted hosts could not have any negative events or images tied to them. Hence, Poison Beauty could not speak up to attack the hate comments like by how was doing and defend Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess for fear of losing her job. However, Poison Beauty felt that the people currently attacking Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess would end up eating crow. Since Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had said in public that she was going to set up the Warm Sun Fund, she had to have the means to carry it through. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess reward turnover was more than 1 million Radiance dollars. As such, the Warm Sun Fund had to have a source fund of at least 100 million. Spending hundreds of millions of Radiance dollars would definitely cause a large commotion on StarWeb. Choosing to attack Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess at such a time would only be the equivalent of digging your own trap. At that moment, a special comment appeared in the live streaming room. Annihilation Black Wings. I'm wondering if these haters and paid nasty comments are enjoying their meal of crow? Annihilation Black Wings' comment was short, and it included a StarWeb link. Posting a link in the comments cost money because it was considered an advertisement. The price of posting a link would be 5% of the host's rewards for the day. Although Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had sung for less than 20 minutes and went offline before finishing the 5th song, she had already gained 800,000 Radiance dollars. This meant that Annihilation Black Wings had spent 40,000 Radiance dollars to post the link. Was it really worth spending all that to post one message? Many audience members in the live streaming room clicked on the link out of curiosity and were immediately stunned by what they saw. The screen showed a very simple free post where one could record one's life. This post detailed the life of a sad person who had a rope thrown down to him when he was at the lowest point in his life. The post seemed to be a story, but it also came with a video at the end. Many of the audience members fell silent when they watched the video because it showed an organization called the Warm Sun Fund giving out hope and saving the most plebeian people imaginable. The person giving out the hope was the young girl who had just been the victim of bombings of accusations in her live streaming room and ended up leaving her live stream. Perhaps it was because of the sorrow of a girl who was falsely accused and wronged, but more and more people clicked on the post and spent 40,000 Radiance dollars to repeatedly share it. Now, the Xia region truly became the spark of what would turn into a blazing pyre. All the nasty comments disappeared, and some of the paid commentators even started to apologize. I'm sorry, Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. Such messages flooded into the hostless live streaming room. For some reason, every audience member recalled the last line of the song that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess sang before she left. Would you be willing if it was in the name of love? This matter spread all over StarWeb, and many of the hosts who had hired people to write hate comments were exposed. All the flack that Chimey had been enduring ended up reflected back onto the hosts. StarWeb was currently roiling with activity. However, there was a place that was experiencing even more intense commotion than StarWeb. On the dark blue surface of the sea, waves up to 4 meters tall crashed against an island. 2 island whales that were 10,000 meters long each were docked on the shores of the sea. Lin had become withdrawn ever since the last Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting failed to take place. The next Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting was supposed to be taking place tomorrow. Will it happen like it's supposed to? Otherwise, will I lose the man wrapped in willpowers and laws who saved me from the darkness? At that moment, someone knocked on Lin's door twice, and a kind voice said, Lordess Azure Envoy, Lord Lan Sun would like to discuss the agreement proposed by the envoys from the Freedom Federation with you. Lin frowned. She did not like to be disturbed when she was thinking. But since Lan Sun wanted to discuss an important matter with her, she knew that she had to go and see him. Lin stood up and picked up her floor-length dress before opening the door. The young man who came to pass on the message to Lin lowered his head, and his voice became small. Lin said to the young man, "Jiang Song, lead the way." Jiang Song realized that he was being inappropriate and hastily walked ahead to lead the way. The island whale's body was gargantuan, and it took Lin 10 minutes to walk from the room to the meeting area. While Jiang Song was anxiously walking, Lin said in a cold yet clear voice, "Jiang Song, is Teacher Lan Sun tempted by the temporary collaboration proposed by the Freedom Envoys?" Jiang Song shook his head and said, "I'm not aware of what conditions the Freedom Envoys proposed, and I can't read Lord Lan Sun's intentions. However, I think that the Azure Federation is on better terms with the Radiance Federation than the Freedom Federation. We're going to the Radiance Federation to spectate the Radiance 100 sequence selection and cement your status as an envoy. The Freedom Federation and Azure Federation's bet is proof of their enmity. The Freedom Envoys must be up to no good on this trip to the Radiance Federation. I did bring this up with Lord Lan Sun. Although he did not say much, I think he agrees with me." Lin nodded and fell silent. She was the fourth Azure envoy. Doing the best thing for herself would be the best option for both her and the Azure Federation. Jiang Song might not be aware of the conditions stated by the Freedom Federation, but Lin was. The Freedom Federation had promised to give the Azure Federation a precious instrument made from the body of a 5 stars and above sacred source lifeform. This benefit would tempt anyone. However, Lin was against the Freedom Federation's suggestion because the man who had saved her told her to go to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in the Radiance Federation's royal capital to trade for the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. This meant that her savior likely came from the Radiance Federation. Lin did not want to do anything that would be disadvantageous to the Radiance Federation where the man lived. When they arrived at the door of the meeting room, she heard a shrill voice say from inside the room, "Lord Lan Sun, I suggest forming a short-term alliance with the Freedom Envoys. Both us and the Freedom Envoys are guests of the Radiance Federation. If we form an alliance, we'll be able to take care of each other." The shrill voice paused before she went on to say, "Moreover, the Freedom Federation is willing to give all 10 of us a Firefly Demon fetus each. The Firefly Demon fetus can transform insect species carcinomophase into fairy source-type lifeforms. When the insect species carcinomophase are transformed into fairy source-type lifeforms, they will be able to break through the limit of their grade and evolve to myth breed." Lin pushed open the door and sneered, "Zhen Kulian, you brought up how the Firefly Demon fetus is used. But will you really be brave enough to use it to nurture insect species carcinomophase? Don't you think it's ridiculous that the Freedom Federation decided to give such a treasure away instead of using it themselves? You're from a Class 4 family and will inherit a Class 4 beast pattern. Haven't you heard of the Firefly Fantasy Centipede's premature death incident that happened on the Freedom Federation's 16 islands?" Every person in the room turned their eyes onto Lin. The 10 young people, including Zhen Kulian, hurriedly stood up and bowed to Lin. All of their expressions shifted when Lin mentioned the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm's premature death. The incident was too well known. The incident happened at the Freedom Federation's 16 islands, which spanned tens of millions of square meters. Although 20 years had already passed, no plant-type phase could grow on the land. As such, the 16 islands had to continuously use tens of island whales to import plant-type phase, agriculture, and fruits to sustain the many lives that lived on the island. It was difficult to estimate how much loss of resources resulted from the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm's premature death. The Firefly Demon fetus had started this incident. The Firefly Demon fetus could break the shackles of insect species carcinomophase and enable them through the limit of Diamond X/Legend. This was enough to justify its value. In actuality, the culprit was not the Firefly Demon fetus, but the insect species carcinomophase. Insect species carcinomophase did not possess high intelligence, and most could only react according to their primal urges even after reaching Diamond X/Legend. Using the Firefly Demon fetus to transform the insect species carcinomophase into a fairy source-type lifeform would not be able to increase the insect species' carcinoma phase intelligence. Hence, they were uncontrollable. A gold carcinoma phase was enough to wreak havoc. Even a member of royalty would only be able to do their best to minimize the damage caused by a diamond insect species carcinoma phase. But once a carcinoma phase shackles were broken, and they evolved to suzerain, even low-danger insect species carcinoma phase would be able to bring forth a disaster. The disaster caused by an insect species carcinoma phase would be able to disrupt the balance of an entire continent. The Firefly fantasy earthworm's premature death had led to 7 members or royalty being deployed. Although a Class 5 creation master was stationed at the 16 islands, the soil could not be recovered to its original state even after 2 decades had passed. As an Azure envoy, Lin would not allow anyone to bring back such a dangerous item to the Azure Federation. The fairies' hearts had once appeared in the Azure Federation, and they could transform any fae into a fairy source-type lifeform. They could fetch an even higher price at an auction than a sacred source lifeform. The fairy's heart and firefly demon fetus had similar functions. However, the fairy's heart's effects came from its soul taking control of the carcinoma fae, while the firefly demon fetus evolved the soul of the insect species carcinoma fae itself. Lin had never heard of a person being able to contract or control carcinoma faes to wield them in battle. She looked around at the 10 young men and women around her and said, "All of you must have already received the Freedom Envoy's Firefly Demon fetuses. Take them out and hand them to me. You are forbidden from bringing these things back and endangering the Azure Federation." Lin's words caused Zhenklian's features to harden as she said, "Lordess Lin, I have a 4-winged fairy. The insect species carcinoma fae transformed by the Firefly Demon fetus will only be able to have 2 wings at most. I can use my fairy's bloodline to control the transformed insect species carcinoma fae." The expressions of the other 9 young people changed. Lin had just given her command, but Zhenklian was challenging her authority. This was considered an offense. It was a serious crime to offend an Azure envoy. If Lin wanted to pursue the matter, Zhenklian would immediately be sent to the shore maze when they returned to the Azure Federation. Every person present was certain that Lin was going to tear into Zhenklian. But instead, Lin raised her hand and summoned a navy-haired fairy with 6 wings. "My 6-winged fairy's bloodline will be able to suppress your 4-winged fairy and the transformed insect species carcinoma fae. If I manage to get my hands on a 6-winged fairy, someone else would too. Do you still think that it will be safe to use the Firefly Demon fetus to transform an insect species carcinoma fae?" said Lin. Zhenklian was stunned. Her face flushed and she faltered. It was true that she had not thought about it in such detail, and it seemed that her idea was not as safe as she thought it was. Moreover, she had just clashed with Lin. What was she going to do now? Frankly, Zhenklian had been indignant of Lin from the beginning. Zhenklian came from a Class 4 family in the Azure Federation and possessed a Class 4 beast pattern from a young age. She had been put on a pedestal her whole life. She knew that she could never become an Azure envoy and had been aiming to become an Azure knight. Yet Lin managed to rise to become the 4th Azure envoy almost overnight. Was it because she was a genius that had 2 beast patterns? For the first time, Zhenklian felt discontented. Zhenklian had carefully studied Lin when they first boarded the island whale. At first, Lin had only been a C-rank spirit chi professional. Although she had recently become a B-rank spirit chi professional, she was still far from being capable of filling her position. There were no C-rank spirit chi professionals in the Azure 100 sequence, and a few of the top members had already reached A rank. Lin's summoning of the 6-winged fairy was the first time she showed off her might and clarified the gap between her and Zhenklian. The diamond 6-inged fairy could go a long way in justifying oneself. Zhenklian knew that the diamond 6-winged fairy was enough for Lin to crush her under her feet. She looked at Lin and apologized decisively. "Lordess Lin, I'm not trying to keep the Firefly Demon fetus for myself. I'll give it to you now." Zhenklian took out the Firefly Demon fetus and handed it to Lin with both hands. Her action was like a reminder to the rest of them, and they all took out their own Firefly Demon fetus and gave them to Lin. Soon, there were 10 Firefly Demon fetuses in Lin's hand. At that moment, Lan Sun, who had been silent until now, stood up and handed Lin 2 firefly demon fetuses as he said, Lourdes Azure Envoy, the Freedom Envoys also gave me 2 firefly demon fetuses. I'm handing them both to you now. Lan Sun's words stunned everyone present. He was the manager of the Azure Sacred Hall and was of equal status as an Azure Envoy. He did not need to address Lin as Lourdes, but he did so to add might to Lin's charisma. Lan Sun stood up and walked over to smile at Lin as he pointed at the head of the table. Lourdes Azure Envoy, please take a seat. Lan Sun pulled a chair over and sat down next to the chair he had pointed at. Lin recalled what Lan Sun had said to her the previous night and strode to the head of the table without hesitation. Everyone take a seat. Jiang Song told me about the situation on the way here. Let me express my opinion on the Freedom Envoys and Radiance Federation, said Lin. Lin waved again. Nothing happened inside the house. But outside, fountains of water twisted out of the sea and formed a film of water that covered the surface of the island whale. This film of light blue water seemed to cover everything and separated aura, noise, and sight from the rest of the world. When this film of water appeared, the faces of every person on the island whale's back fell. Lin instructed her sacred source lifeform to produce this layer of water to show the Freedom Envoys what her stance was. This film of water completely sealed off the Freedom Envoys on the outside. She said to the people in the meeting room, We're headed to the Radiance Federation to celebrate that the Radiance 100 sequence is about to be complete. The Radiance Federation is on good terms with the Azure Federation. We traded side by side using the Radiance Azure Waterway and have both enjoyed prosperity. Since we're going as spectators, we shouldn't cause trouble. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Lin's tone made it seem non-negotiable and more like she was declaring her decision. The 10 members of the Azure 100 sequence reacted in agreement with Lin's decision. Lin nodded at Lan Sun before walking out of the meeting room. Her mind was full of concern about tomorrow whether the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting would take place as per the schedule. Thus, she could not be bothered to entertain thoughts about anything else. Lan Sun looked worried as he watched Lin walk away. He had noticed that something was wrong with her 5 days ago. Lin had been completely listless, and her change in mood had become even more severe these 2 days. He had asked her about what was happening, but she refused to say anything. Lan Sun was afraid that something was wrong with her psychologically. The others might not be aware, but Lan Sun knew how precious Lin's talent was. Amongst the 12 aristocratic families, the Azure Cloud Leopard family had not produced an heir that inherited their beast pattern in 15 years. Previously, the other 11 aristocratic families had to fight fiercely for the 4 spots. But once the Azure Cloud Leopard family had a member that awakened their beast pattern, they would have a contender to become the Radiance Envoy. This was because the Azure Cloud Leopard's ability Cloud Chain was a perfect investigative and informative transmitting ability that would be essential during the major Federation meeting. The Azure Cloud Leopard beast pattern was a large reason Lin could swoop in to become an Azure Envoy. Lin's Spirit White Lion beast pattern would enable her to wield the Spirit White Lion to predict fortunes and misfortunes. Prediction was an even higher level ability than investigation. Lin's Sacred Source Lifeform's ability was Screen, and it added to her investigative methods. Although she did not have impressive combat skills, her overall qualities made her qualified to rise from the 4th Azure Envoy to the 3rd Azure Envoy. The elder of the Azure Cloud Leopard also doted on his granddaughter and let her consume all sorts of magical and precious ingredients. As a result, her body could naturally collect spirit chi from the air. This enabled her to increase her spirit chi professional rank quicker than the regular rate. In less than half a year, she would be able to evolve from a B rank to an A rank. Lan Sun never approved of forming a temporary contract with the Freedom Federation. However, he left the matter alone because he wanted to test the characters of the new members of the Azure 100 sequence. Although Lan Sun was displeased with Jin Klian's display, at least she repented at the last moment before she caused trouble. The meeting between the Azure Envoy team might have just ended, but the one held by the Freedom Envoy team was just beginning. A tall and skinny young man with an intelligent gleam in his eye was tapping on the table, and it was clear that he was deep in thought. 3 elderly men stood next to the young man, and 7 of the 10 young people were looking anxiously at the tall young man. 2 of the remaining young people were male and the last was a girl. All of them had calm expressions that lacked even a hint of worry. The girl said to the tall young man, "Big Brother Chen, the people from the Azure Federation are so ungrateful. However, I don't think we'll lose much if they decide not to work with us. We're headed to the Radiance Federation this time to investigate what is going on with the Moon Empress and check on her injury. Secondly, we're going to try and humiliate the Radiance Federation. We will be able to accomplish both these goals even without help from the people from the Azure Federation. We don't need an alliance with them at all." The girl's tone turned malicious as she said, "In my opinion, the 12 firefly demon fetuses can't even compete with the 12 insect species carcinoma phase that we nurtured secretly. It will be more useful if we set the suzerain insect species carcinoma phase loose in the Radiance Federation." Before the tall man could speak, one of the elderly men next to him said in derision, "Yan Ling, are you trying to start a war with the Radiance Federation? 3 members of royalty might favor you, but you should consider weighing the pros and cons for their sake." Yan Ling pouted and rolled her eyes before falling silent. The 2 men on either side of her said, "Big Brother Chen, Yan Ling, Brother Yu, and I are more than enough to take down every person in the Radiance 100 sequence. We have seen all the information about the Radiance 100 sequence and didn't notice anything special. Even if most of them are hiding their true power, their revealed secret weapons aren't notable either." The 2 young men spoke haughtily, but the remaining 7 members of the Freedom 100 sequence dipped their heads and tried to diminish their presence as much as possible. This was because Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjing were not just members of the Freedom 100 sequence but also envoys designated by the members of royalty. The 7 members of the Freedom 100 sequence did not have the right to listen in to the 3 new Freedom envoys' conversation with the previous Freedom envoys. The tall man frowned. He said to the 3 arrogant people, "The candidates for the next batch of Radiance envoys include Bamboo Monarch's disciple, Chef Supreme's disciple, and Long Lamplight's disciple. They are all older than 20, and there's no way they will participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. None of these 3 disciples of royalty have tried to become members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Instead, they went out to train. However, we have received news that the Moon Empress and Night Empress have both accepted disciples. These 2 disciples are shrouded in secret, and the information we received from within the Radiance Federation did not include the 2 disciples' names. I have a feeling that they are members of the Radiance 100 sequence. It's possible that you will be facing off against the next Radiance envoys. So don't underestimate them, especially you, Yan Ling. Your sacred source lifeform is strong, but don't be too dependent on it during combat. Who's to say that your sacred source lifeform won't be targeted by another sacred source lifeform? Don't say I didn't warn you when you end up with the tables turned on you." Yan Ling stuck out her tongue at Qian Yu. She disagreed with what Qian Yu said. So what if she was about to encounter the next Radiance envoy? Her, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjin's phase could form a system, and their sacred source lifeforms could work seamlessly together. Out of all the new Freedom envoys, the 3 of them were a perfect triangle of offense. The other 2 Freedom envoys consisted of a function-type Spirit Chi professional and a creation master. The 2 of them were just supporting X. Yan Ling did not think that someone of the same age as her could beat the 3 of them. Kai Hua and Yu Changjian were just as confused by what Qian Yu said as Yu Changjian was. Qian Yu was always full of himself. Why was he suddenly acting so warily? The previous generation of Freedom envoys had led the current batch of Freedom envoys to the major Federation meeting. It could be said that the current generation of Freedom envoys were the substitutes for the previous generation of Freedom envoys. The current generation of Freedom envoys would be subbed in during some special battles or if an accident befell one of the previous envoys. The current batch of Freedom envoys would only take the lead at the next major Federation meeting. Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian had never attended because the 3 of them always stayed behind Qian Yu's back. Qian Yu saw that there was still a nonchalant expression on the other 3's faces and sighed to himself. I felt the same way as them 8 years ago. But once I attended the major Federation meeting and finally clashed with the Radiance envoys, I finally understood what kind of power the Radiance envoys held. Qian Yu was afraid that Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian would end up suffering the consequences of their hubris. It would be a small matter if the Freedom Federation had to lay down some of its pride, and a serious matter if the other goals for coming to the Freedom Federation were affected. Qian Yu glanced at the three elderly men sitting next to him and nodded at one of them. The elderly man understood what Qian Yu meant and said to Yan Ling, "The abilities of your three sacred source life forms are too important. Make sure you keep them a secret during this trip to the Radiance Federation." Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian did not oppose this instruction. They understood that the elderly man was telling them to keep the abilities of their sacred source life forms a secret until the major Federation meeting, because this would be the best way to take the Radiance envoys by surprise. Suddenly, a thought struck Kai Hua, and he said, "If there really is a disciple of royalty amongst the Radiance 100 sequence, why shouldn't we try to hit them a little harder during the spar? It's normal for accidents to happen during sparring. The Radiance Federation won't be able to point fingers even if someone ends up dead." Yu Changjian and Yan Ling's expressions changed. Qian Yu mulled for a moment before he said, "If you're confident of being able to land a killing blow, you can consider using your sacred source life form's abilities. But since it's meant to be an accident, make sure to be discreet." Qian Yu stood up and sighed before continuing. "Forget it. Even if the Azure envoys are unwilling to form a temporary alliance, we have other allies in the Radiance Federation. I want to see how the Radiance Federation will be able to stand up against us 2 years after we wreak havoc during this trip." A contemplative look appeared on Qian Yu's face. He looked like a wily hunter who was waiting for his trap to spring on prey that had just unknowingly walked into it. The cold sea breeze caused Lin's skirt to billow in the wind. Her hands and feet were freezing cold, and she stared up at the stars in the sky. She could not help but be lost in the sight. Lin was no longer blind. She had awakened 2 beast patterns and was the Azure Federation's 4th Azure envoy. Direction the banquet amongst the constellations was not considered a benefit but a burden to Lin. However, she had already formed an unbreakable tie in the constellations. She dared not think about the possibility of never seeing Lin Yuan again if the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting did not take place again. While Lin was looking up at the stars, a heavily injured young man was currently commandeering a bat species Fae in the Grotto continent. The bat species Fae split into a group of bats and attacked a group of Class 3 subterranean dimensional lifeforms. When the bats surrounded the Class 3 dimensional lifeforms, the young man's wounds visibly started to heal. The figures behind the young man were using different source-type items to defend against subterranean dimensional lifeforms. This was the team that Bei Su had put together in 2 weeks, and it was a kind of miniature faction. Bei Su had not allowed himself to stop for 6 days straight. He forced himself to fight to the point of exhaustion every time because this was the only way to keep his mind from wandering. Tomorrow was going to be the next scheduled Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Ta Lei's life had been rather routine the past few days, and he had concentrated on rushing along his journey. He had encountered 2 robber groups who were dealt with by the guard that the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court had assigned to him. Although there was still a long way to go before they arrived at the border of the Divine Wood Federation, Ta Lei was very excited to meet his teacher. Since Su Iran had already met up with Lin Yuan in reality, the Astronomical Parliament had already lost its significance to her. She did not intend on joining the next Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting because she could contact Lin Yuan directly if she needed anything. Su Iran had already started choosing the 14 poppy fruits and had already picked out 7 suitable girls. The 14 poppy fruits would be complete soon. At night, all the lanterns in the Radiance Federation's royal capital were lit, creating a sea of light. Topics surrounding Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess took over all the messaging boards on Starweb that night. Even those who did not listen to music on Starweb also came to know about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess and the Warm Sun Fund. When the messages about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess reached a fervor, a message was posted by the Starweb officials at midnight that was sent to every Starweb user. This news left all the Starweb users and members of factions in shock, which was soon followed by excitement. The message stated that the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift was about to be open to the public in the Radiance Federation. At the Guard banquet, the members of royalty had said that the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift was only going to be open to factions. Later on, Cicada Song suggested that the 32 major cities build representative cities in the abyssal world. The representative cities would protect citizens from the dangers of the abyssal world. Thus, it led to this declaration. None of the factions had been informed about the news in advance. This piece of news gave every person an equal opportunity. The members of factions who received the news immediately gathered manpower to start planning for their expansion into the abyssal world. This piece of news caused Di Wanqing and Di Wantian's expressions to change. During the Guard banquet, they had heard about the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. However, they did not expect the members of royalty to act so quickly and to make the declaration without any warning. Normally, Di Wanqing and Di Wantian would be dying for the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift to open as soon as possible. Whale Ocean Commerce had used the lead-up to the Radiance 100 sequence to concentrate all attention on them and recruit a large quantity of low-class creation masters. Any faction would require creation master resources badly when building cities in the abyssal world. Whale Ocean Commerce was drawing too much attention to themselves by recruiting creation masters at such a time. It would be easy for people to sense that something was wrong and for a slip-up to occur. Di Wantian said to Di Wanqing, "Wanqing, go and tell third sister about the situation. When the other batch of creation masters appear 3 days later, tell her to wipe them all out and make the leap to become a Class 5 creation master." Di Wantian was well aware that his sister would hold completely different levels of authority when she was and was not a Class 5 creation master. Di Wantian wanted to give Whale Ocean Commerce as much authority as possible so they could sit at the same negotiation table as the members of royalty. In the return from Faraway Mansion, Lin Yuan woke up as sunlight streamed in. After consuming the Earth Center fine milk, he no longer had the urge to laze in bed. He immediately found out about the news that the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift was opening and entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to fulfill his orders to Raging Wave City, Indigo Azure City, and Ascending Dragon City. Sky City would use the 3 cities' advertisement to attract larger cities' attention and establish more partnerships. This would enable Lin Yuan to gain more food for the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan worked hard until the afternoon when he went downstairs to eat lunch. After lunch, he would analyze the issue of the Astronomical Parliament with Wenyu. The biggest increase in Wenyu's power after training in the Radiant Moon Palace did not come from the elemental paper but from the Astronomical Parliament. The Astronomical Parliament had already evolved to 3 stars, just like the sacred sword-wielding queen. The Astronomical Parliament needed spiritual-type spiritual ingredients to increase its stars. Mystic Moon was a spiritual-type dragon species Fae. As Wenyu's master, Mystic Moon felt that he was mistreating her. He was trying so hard to nurture her because he wanted her to be able to assist Lin Yuan, just like how he helped the Moon Empress. Hence, Mystic Moon had shed his dragon horn and had given it to her so the Astronomical Parliament could absorb it. Although the Astronomical Parliament was only 3 stars, the dragon horn would enable it to evolve to 5 stars and above very soon. The higher the Astronomical Parliament stars were, the better Wenyu would understand it. Wenyu was ready to tell Lin Yuan about the Astronomical Parliament so he could help her decide the direction in which the Astronomical Parliament should develop. But before Wenyu could discuss the Astronomical Parliament with Lin Yuan, she had other things to ask him. Wenyu had also found out about the opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift this morning. She saw the abyssal world as an untouched and undiscovered world filled with resources that were ripe for the picking. Wenyu wanted to ask Lin Yuan if he intended to expand into the abyssal world. Hence, she said, "Young master, according to the rules, Sky City is under the royal capital. Should we create a representative faction inside the royal capital in the abyssal world?" Lin Yuan was stunned. He remembered that he had not told Wenyu about the faction that he was setting up with Lu Jie, Zhongzhe, Longtao, and the rest. As such, he told her about their plans. Wenyu nodded when she heard Lin Yuan's plans for the abyssal world. "Wenyu, I told you about the marsh world, but you've never seen it for yourself. Since we have some time now, I'll take you to the marsh world for a visit now," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took out the jeweled cave golden toad. He let out the dragon horn's mysterious turtle and left it in the mother of bloodbath's care before telling Wen Yu to enter the jeweled cave Golden Toad. Next, Lin Yuan took the jeweled cave Golden Toad with him to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and entered the marsh world through Klein Hub. He let Wen Yu out when they entered the marsh world. After he took Wen Yu on tour around the territory, Lin Yuan brought her back to the main world. Wen Yu sat down on the water rhinoceros leather sofa as she took in the fact that Lin Yuan had already gotten the lay of the land in the marsh world. The marsh world was much more suitable for human habitation than the abyssal world because the abyssal world experienced year-long high temperatures and a lack of rain, and the ground was covered with sharp rocks. No plant-type phase could grow there. It was also very difficult to breed furry beast-type phase in such an environment because their fur would trap heat and cause them to overheat and die. Lin Yuan would also receive a share of the resources earned by the faction that Long Tao managed without lifting a hand or supplying labor. Since Lin Yuan had already arranged and prepared everything in the abyssal world, Wen Yu did not have to come up with another plan. At that moment, Wen Yu recalled the message Duan he sent 2 days ago. She waved her hand, and paper started flying around the room. As the paper flew around the room, words appeared on the sheets before landing back on the table as a new set of documents. Wen Yu handed the documents to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, Indigo Azure City wants to deepen their relationship with you and purchase more bronze/epic phase. They also want to expand their order of phase beyond just the hot spring slugs. You were not back yet, so I called the Indigo Azure Guard captain when I heard about the matter. I learned that Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City would also like to work with us. Both of these cities are larger than Indigo Azure City. I sent a faceless paper to Duan He so he can change his appearance to meet with and discuss business with the two cities. It goes without saying that you have the last say about whether we work with them. It's likely that the two cities are so anxious for Creation Master resources because they heard the news about the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift opening. Law Source crystals are not a rare resource to the major cities because they can gather them in hordes during the Dimensional Rift active period that takes place every 10 years. You can increase your price, so it benefits both you and Indigo Azure City." Lin Yuan frowned slightly but quickly realized what Wen Yu meant. She had heard about Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City from Indigo Azure City. If he increased his asking price for Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City, while keeping Indigo Azure City's price the same, Indigo Azure City would essentially become one of Sky City's branch factions. This would enable the Indigo Azure Guard captain to develop an even more positive impression of Sky City that went beyond a normal trading relationship. Wen Yu's method would involve pulling strings and solidifying their relationship with the Indigo Azure Guard captain. Feng Dong had also been the one to spread the news to Raging Wave City. From the way that Feng Dong spread the news of a collaboration that could bring prosperity to 3 other major cities, it could be seen that he was a generous person. It was either that or he had a big mouth. If Sky City kept the price the same for Indigo Azure City while increasing the price for Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City, Feng Dong would be able to boost his pride, and he might let more cities know about the benefits of working with Sky City. Duan He had been training with the white-clothed followers. It might be better for Duan He and all the white-clothed followers to put on the faceless paper so they could meet with the major cities to discuss business. Lin Yuan thought, "I will have to burn the midnight oil often the next month." However, burning the midnight oil was the only way for Lin Yuan to increase his Spirit Chi professional rank. Although he would not receive as much Spirit Chi by evolving Bronze/Epic phase as he would evolving them to Silver and Gold grade, this would bring him greater financial gain. After all, the entire faction was currently solely dependent on Lin Yuan. However, everything started small and would eventually snowball. It would be enough for Lin Yuan if he could easily evolve to become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan said to Wen Yu, "I will go and contact the guard captains of Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City." Lin Yuan's mindset changed, and he said, "Wen Yu, tell the elemental paper to produce a faceless paper for me." Wen Yu did not understand why Lin Yuan needed the faceless paper. But since he had made the request, she was not going to turn him down. Soon, a light yellow paper appeared in Wen Yu's hand. She handed the paper to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, paste the faceless paper on your face. It will change your features by about 80%. Once the change takes place, no one will be able to recognize you. Besides using the faceless paper to change your appearance as you please, I can also control it to create a custom appearance. But once you put on the faceless paper, you won't be able to remove the effects on your own. Only the elemental paper can recall the faceless paper. Otherwise, the faceless paper won't be damaged even if you receive a scratch on your face. Lin Yuan chose the former option without hesitation. He planned to use the faceless paper to make his features plainer, so he would be able to investigate whale ocean commerce by pretending to register to be one of their creation master. Lin Yuan placed the light yellow paper on his face. He felt as though something was caressing his face, followed by slight itchiness. However, the itch disappeared quickly. There were no mirrors in the Return from Faraway Mansion's main hall. However, the white ceramic vase on the table with fresh flowers could produce a perfect reflection. From his reflection in the ceramic vase, Lin Yuan saw that his features had indeed been transformed into a plainer version. Now, no one would be able to pick him out from a crowd. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the result. However, he had no clue that when you had a completely different opinion from him. When you first laid eyes on Lin Yuan after using faceless paper, she also felt that his features had become plainer. But when she took a second look, she realized that this was not the case. Previously, his features had been exquisitely handsome, and his beauty had suppressed his charisma and bone structure. But now that his appearance was plainer, there was nothing in the way of his charisma and bone structure. Now, Lin Yuan might appear normal at first glance. But as long as the person looked at him a second time, they would find that he was eye-catching. But this would not affect Lin Yuan using the faceless paper to blend into a crowd. When you was not one to focus on looks. But this Lin Yuan, with plainer looks and more outstanding aura and bone structure, was much more attractive to her. When Yu's heart started to race sitting next to Lin Yuan, and she said softly, "Young master, if you want to stop using faceless paper, I can help you remove it. It won't be ruined when removed. You will be able to put it on again to change your looks later. However, if you use a different faceless paper, your features might not change in the same way." Lin Yuan patted his face and found that his face felt exactly the same as how it always felt. He could not tell that his features had been changed at all. The faceless paper's ability to transform features was unmatched. When you removed faceless paper, Lin Yuan stored the light yellow paper away and asked, You said that you wanted to talk to me about the astronomical parliament. Is something wrong?" You immediately activated the astronomical parliament, and a cat's eye stone appeared in the middle of her forehead. The cat's eye stone started to shine, and you was transported to the constellations. Lin Yuan realized that the astronomical parliament had evolved into 3 stars, and there seemed to be a large amount of spiritual energy hidden within it that was evolving the astronomical parliament with every passing second. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the astronomical parliament and saw that its stars were changing, but every other part of its data was the same. He looked at Yu as he did not know what Yu wanted to talk about. "Young master, the astronomical parliament has evolved to 3 stars. It's now at a crossroads. I can use spiritual energy to decide which direction it should go in. The first direction is the same as in the past, where more people can be pulled into it to fill up the North Star constellation seats. The other road will deepen the relationship between the astronomical parliament and the members of the North Star constellation seats." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Elaborate on it. How will the relationship between the contractors of the North Star constellation be deepened?" Lin Yuan felt that bringing more people into the astronomical parliament was not necessarily a good thing. When you only had enough spiritual energy to hold a parliamentary meeting once every week and only for half an hour. In such a situation, if more people suddenly joined the astronomical parliament, the time given to each contractor of the North Star constellation would be greatly reduced. There would not even be enough time to chat about the weather. Lin Yuan would not have enough time to use Star Spirit Seat to solve problems. Hence, Lin Yuan was leaning toward the latter road. But he wanted to know in what way and how the relationship would be deepened. The astronomical parliament was comprised of a mutually beneficial group. Hence, sufficient time to communicate was necessary. Lin Yuan would prefer to keep the net smaller than large and spread out. In order to deepen the relationship with the contractors of the North Star constellation seats, I will need to use a large amount of spiritual energy. But once the relationship has been deepened, we will not only be able to pull the contractors into the astronomical parliament at set times while they are sleeping, but the astronomical parliament can also communicate with the contractors through their constellations, explained Wenyu. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. If this was true, the astronomical parliament would turn from one-way communication to two-way communication. However, given Lin Yuan's understanding of Star Spirit Seat, this link would require Wenyu to use up her spiritual energy and maybe even other things. But before Lin Yuan could ask more, Wenyu said, however, using this long-distance connection would require willpower and law energy. I have to possess enough willpower and law energy to communicate with the contractors through Star Spirit Seat. It will take a big toll on me. Lin Yuan cocked his head and said, if all you need is willpowers and laws, I have more than enough. If the astronomical parliament needed other things to deepen the relationship with contractors, Lin Yuan might not have agreed so readily. Although Lin Yuan had the spirit lock spatial zone and could quickly collect a large amount of riches, the resources he produced in the spirit lock spatial zone were too rare. He had placed all the jade-textured wood to the side. He had nurtured these jade-textured wood to build the return from faraway mansion's basement. He instructed the spirit craftsman from Heavenly Craft Pavilion to use the powder who Quan put extra work into to make luxury goods that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce sold off. As for the jade-textured wood that was left over, Lin Yuan stored them away so they could be used for building the Sky City on the floating island whale. Although he already had the bones from 3 mature island whales that he could use to create the structure of Sky City, he needed more materials to beautify the pillars and other infrastructure. Lin Yuan was used to using jade-textured wood to craft. Hence, he planned on building Sky City in the same style as the Return from Faraway Mansion. Thus, he would not supply any more jade-textured wood to the market and only provide them to his acquaintances. The most valuable things currently stored in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone were the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls, and the Bronze/Epic Phase that he evolved. Normally, precious spiritual ingredients did not appear on the market. For example, even if Lin Yuan went bankrupt one day, he would not use the dragon saliva whale fragrance and island whale brain oil to trade for resources. Hence, there were some resources that Lin Yuan could not promise away. However, Lin Yuan had too many willpowers and laws. It would be difficult for other people to get their hands on willpowers and laws. But the sacred sword-wielding queen could draw out willpowers and laws from the law crystals of fantasy and myth breed phase. Lin Yuan had never stopped searching for the law crystals of fantasy and myth breed phase. Lin Yuan removed the willpowers and laws from the bodies of phase before he gave them to Duan He to give to Purple Demon. Now, the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt had many willpowers and laws. He did not have use for the unorthodox and incomplete laws and willpowers. He would not mind using those up as a means of cleaning up the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Wenyu blinked when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She remembered Lin Yuan saying the same thing after he used willpowers and laws in the first Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting. However, she would require many more laws and willpowers to use the Astronomical Parliament to communicate with the contractors of the North-South constellation seats. Young master, even if you have no lack of willpowers and laws, I will really need a lot of them, said Wenyu. Lin Yuan smiled and started explaining to Wenyu, my sacred source life form can extract laws and willpowers from the law crystals of fantasy and myth breed phase. Don't worry. If you really need an overly large quantity, we can trade for some fantasy breed fae bodies from the cities. We can also trade for law crystal fragments when we're trading the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls with the top factions. Wenyu finally relaxed. She knew long ago that Lin Yuan had contracted a sacred source life form. Wenyu had no idea what Lin Yuan's sacred source life form was, and she had never thought to ask Lin Yuan. But now, Lin Yuan was telling her about his sacred source life form's ability of his own accord. This meant that he trusted her implicitly. A wave of warmth washed over Wenyu, and her lips curled. She composed herself before saying, young master, if I deepen the relationship with the contractors of the North-South constellation seats, the Astronomical Parliament will only be able to contain 7 people at most, including me. However, I can extend the parliamentary meeting from half an hour to 45 minutes. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. This was not considered a limitation but good news to Lin Yuan. An extension of 15 minutes was a 50% increase in time. This would enable Lin Yuan to communicate better with the members of the astronomical parliament. From a certain angle, 7 people were not a low number. Excluding himself and Wen Yu, the astronomical parliament could contain 5 other people at the same time. Su Iren had already met up with him at the Divine Wood Federation. Although she had formed a contract with a north-south constellation seat, she no longer needed to attend the parliamentary meetings. Lin Yuan would be able to meet up with Ta Lei at the border of the Divine Wood Federation soon. This would open up another space in the astronomical parliament. Currently, the only people who needed to enter the astronomical parliament were Yin Lin, Bei Su, and Ta Lei. This meant that he could pick 2 new people to join during the next astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan was very excited about this. By giving the contractors of the north-south constellation seats the ability to contact the astronomical parliament themselves, there would be no need for every member to join the parliamentary meeting each time. This would not prevent Wen Yu from increasing the number of contractors and would also enable the astronomical parliament to increase its stars quicker. There were 2 ways for the astronomical parliament to increase its stars. The first was to absorb spiritual-type ingredients. The second method was using star spirit seat to consume laws and willpowers. It could be said that the sacred sword-wielding queen and astronomical parliament could form a symbiotic relationship. Now that Lin Yuan had decided on the direction for the astronomical parliament, Wen Yu prepared to go to the training room to set up the ritual for the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan called the guard captains of Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City. He repeated the same script to both of them. He would evolve their standard phase to bronze/epic at a price of 6 law source crystals per phase. With Feng Dong's glowing review, both guard captains were eager to work with Lin Yuan, and they put down an order of 1,000 phase. However, the guard captains of the Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City had never met Lin Yuan. Hence, unlike Wang Su, they only paid a deposit. Once this deal was sealed, Lin Yuan would gain 12,000 law source crystals. This would be enough to sustain the sacred source-wielding queen for some time. From the large number of high-quality bronze phase that Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City required, it meant that they were determined to build representative cities in the abyssal world. Lin Yuan knew enough about dimensional worlds to know how difficult it was to harvest resources from dimensional worlds. They would have to fight countless battles with abyss demons before they were able to harvest the resources. Once the Class 6 dimensional rift opened and the representative cities were built, the Spirit Chi professionals would inevitably become more bloodthirsty. Their training in the abyssal world would cause them to become more determined and persevering. It could be said that the abyssal world was the best battleground for the Radiance Federation. However, the members of royalty should be awarded the credit for discovering the Class 6 abyss dimensional rift, clearing out the area of powerful dimensional lifeforms, and enabling this battleground to be formed. Lin Yuan agreed on such a low price with the guard captains of Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City because he did not want to take advantage of the opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift to amp up the price and leave them with the impression that he was greedy. Even if Lin Yuan set a price of 10 or 15 law source crystals at this juncture where all of the factions were recruiting creation masters, the guard captains of Cloud Lake City and Mountain Alp City would eventually have to begrudgingly agree. Lin Yuan added an extra law source crystal on top of the original 5 as a gesture to Feng Dong. He had already acted in a friendly manner to Feng Dong, but Sky City's future attitude toward him would depend on how many orders he brought Sky City. Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City were Indigo Azure City's neighbors, and Duan He was currently off training with the White Cloth followers. Lin Yuan called Duan He right after he ended the call with the guard captains of Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City. During the call, he gave Duan He an order to apply the faceless paper to all the White Cloth followers and to travel between Cloud Lake City, Mountain Bell City, and Raging Waves City. Duan He immediately promised that he would carry out the job perfectly. Lin Yuan had finished fulfilling the orders and just needed Duan He to deliver them. Every White Cloth follower that Sky City recruited had comprehended at least 3 willpower runes. These elites from the Radiance Federation who had fallen off the wagon mostly had weak phase due to their background. However, With Lin Yuan's supply of resources and Duan he's caring and nurturing, all the white-clothed followers were completely different from who they used to be. Their swords had been sheathed for too long, and it was time for them to enter the stage. This task would be the best chance for the white-clothed followers to start swinging around their swords. I have awakened a willpower rune and am willing to be your servant. Please let my sister go. A young man was kneeling on a black stone floor and kowtowing violently. His head knocking on the ground produced a deafening banging sound. The shiny stone ground was soon covered with flesh and blood. A large bump rose on the young man's head. There was a gash on the bump, and blood was steadily spilling out of it and onto the black stone floor. There was a middle-aged woman around 40 years old in front of the young man. The middle-aged woman did not even glance at the young man. But when she saw his blood staining the ground, a look of disdain crossed her originally expressionless face. She looked as repulsed as when she was looking at dirt on the ground. When the middle-aged woman frowned, the two men behind her hurriedly picked up the kneeling young man and prepared to throw him out. This was when the middle-aged woman stood up and said, "Stop!" She walked up to the young man and snarled, "You sure did come up with a good scheme. Did you say that you have a willpower rune and want to become my servant because you want to cheat a fae out of me? Your sister should be honored that the sixth young master took a liking to her. If she stays by his side and serves him well, you might wind up with a good life too." The middle-aged woman picked up the jade wheel on the table and walked into the castle. As she walked away, she rubbed the jade wheel on her face to massage her skin. She had a very cavalier air about her. The dizzy young man with tears in his eyes was left kneeling on the ground as he clenched his jaw and tried to keep his tears from spilling out. His sister was helpless to say no when the sixth young master propositioned her. This was why he had gone behind her back to reveal the secret she had forbidden him from speaking. The two men beside him had various images tattooed all over them. One of them had tattoos covering half of his face, and this made him appear even more vicious. When he saw the young man struggling to hold in his tears, the man said in amusement, "Boy, the elder of our castle hates seeing people cry. Any person who dares to cry in the castle ends up regretting it. If a single tear drips down your face, I won't need to toss you out." A malevolent expression appeared on the man's face. It was as though he would kill the young man the moment a tear rolled down his face. This was exactly what was going to happen. The other man snapped, "Why are you wasting your breath on this brat? We can just toss him out and get him out of our hair. Now that this boy's sister is serving the sixth young master, we might have to send her back to this brat sometime in the future." The man had intentionally intensified his tone to provoke the young man. Right as the last word left the man's lips, he felt the young man's muscles tensing. This was a bad habit of men. They loved looking at a creature flailing around helplessly in the depths of despair. The young man's nails were digging into his palm. However, the pain in his forehead could not compare to the ache in his heart. His parents had died early, and he only had his sister to depend on for as long as he could remember. He was well aware of how much his sister doted on him. He had thought about the day that his sister would get married. Although he was slightly resistant to the idea, he was not against it. However, the sixth young master of this castle was a sick demon. In less than 3 days, his sister would be killed by the sixth young master, or she would take her own life after being pushed to the brink by the humiliation she had to suffer. Given the young man's understanding of his sister, he felt that the latter possibility was more likely. The young man was enveloped by a cocoon of despair. At that moment, he longed for a powerful force that could charge into the castle and take his sister away from this place while massacring all the evil people inside, including the sixth young master. Suddenly, he was hit by a spell of dizziness. After banging his head on the ground so many times, he was concussed, and his consciousness started to slowly fade away. The two tattooed men lost interest when they saw that the young man had fainted. They walked out of the castle and tossed him out like a piece of garbage. The young man was dressed in rags and was in a sorry state. It was evident that he did not fit in with the imposing air of the castle. Some time passed, and a gust of icy breeze woke the young man up. He opened his eyes and sucked in a painful breath of cold air. The cold air in his lungs pulled him to his senses. He turned to glance at the Black Castle before dashing back to his house. Although there seemed to be no one around the Black Castle, there had to be guards hiding in the shadows. By now, there was no way that his sister was unaware of his visit to the Black Castle. If he lingered any longer, he would probably be killed by the guards. Since he could not help his sister, he did not want to add to her sadness by dying. At that moment, he prayed that a miracle would descend. His mother had given him his first tattoo, and his father had given him his second. After his parents' deaths, his sister tattooed them on him. He remembered begging his sister to tattoo the two of them next to their parents so their family could be together again. The young man clenched his fists tightly and slammed his fist into the wall of the alley. There was an Earth Mother Elder in the Black Castle who held a middle-class knight position in the Spirit Mother Federation. The rank above Earth Mother was Sky Mother. Class 1 to 3 Creation Masters and experts below Emperor class could be Earth Mothers. Thearch class and above experts could be Sky Mothers. There could only be one Spirit Mother in the entire Spirit Mother Federation. This person was the only Class 5 Creation Master in the Spirit Mother Federation. There was no royalty in the Spirit Mother Federation. Experts who were Thearch class and above could be Spirit Mother Guards whose job was to protect the Spirit Mother. The Knights were a well-oiled machine. The Earth Mothers worked for the Sky Mothers, and the Earth Mothers could also receive rewards from the Sky Mothers. The Sky Mothers all worshipped the Spirit Mother. The Knights were such an overwhelming force that the young man could not hope to retaliate. If a god truly descended and enabled him to defeat the Earth Mother Elder in the Black Castle, the Sky Mother who had sent guards to watch over the Black Castle would definitely kill him. Even if he managed to defeat the Sky Mother's guards, the Spirit Mother and Spirit Mother guards would eventually come after him. The only way to change his fate was for him to become a Creation Master and gain the rank of Earth Mother. Unfortunately, he was too young and could not afford the 10 Spirit Mother dollars that were required to pay a Creation Master to test him for Creation Master's talent. But when he thought about his sister, he felt a burst of courage. If he could save his sister, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Once he returned home, the combined effects of the loss of blood, nerves, and exhaustion caused him to collapse. His fist remained clenched even as he fell asleep, and the blood seeping from between his fingers soon stained the blankets, turning them as fiery red as his will. A worn but large boat sailed across the waves. The wood that the boat was made of prevented water from seeping in and rotting from occurring. It also gave the boat a stone-like quality. There was an uneven mesh attached to the boat. A layer of metal spiritual ingredients was stuck to the mesh. There were also 2 large lanterns at the head and tail of the boat. Previously, there were high-grade strange flames in the lanterns that were extremely bright. However, the strange flames in the lantern at the back of the boat had been removed by someone. At dusk, as the wind and waves quieted down, the surface of the sea was especially quiet. However, hundreds of 5-meter-long black figures could be seen below the water near the boat. Occasionally, one of the black figures would break the surface of the water and reveal the sharp spikes that covered their body. If the black figures increased their speed, the spikes would blur together to resemble wooden boards. Constant thudding noises were coming from the bottom of the boat. Evidently, the black figures were knocking against the bottom of the boat. Luckily, the wood at the bottom of the boat was rock-textured and was connected by metal spirituals to further fortify them. Nonetheless, scratches were still left on the bottom of the boat. The sailors sat around the deck. Only a few of them were still working, like those who were adjusting the sail and the one in the crow's nest. Their hands, lips, and skin were dry to the point of cracking. All of them looked extremely haggard. It was strange for someone to be so deprived of water when they were surrounded by liquid. Although seawater was not drinkable, one could scoop up a pail and allow the water to evaporate and condense back into clean water droplets that would be enough to sustain a boatload of sailors for a day. However, this did not account for the situation where there were hundreds of black figures below the water. Some sailors had taken the risk of scoping up a pail of water and discovered the black figures' strong leaping abilities. There had been nowhere for them to find their footing in the water. But using the pail as a ledge, one of the black figures had managed to make it onto the deck. As it squirmed and flailed around clumsily on the deck, its movements were still quicker than that of the fleeing sailors, and it was only killed after 5 sailors sacrificed their lives. From the way that the sailors looked unbothered by the black figures, it indicated that they had been trapped for some time. The black figure that had leaped on board had been killed and provided the sailors with a source of food. However, none of them dared to eat any more of the black figure's flesh because the more they ate, the hungrier they became. Consuming food while being dehydrated at the same time was no different from committing suicide. It was much easier to die of dehydration than starvation. The sailors walked out of the cabin with sorrowful expressions hanging off their faces. Walloon's chest tightened as he looked at the sailors who he had spent so many years with. The black figures were the saw-fin bite sharks, and they occupied every Violent Wind Federation sailor's nightmares. In order to increase the distance they could travel, the Violent Wind Federation's boats' propelling mechanisms were built at the bottom of the boats. However, the saw-fin bite sharks had interacted enough with the Violent Wind Federation's boats to know the best way to destroy the boats. The saw-fin bite sharks would corner small turtle species phase into the space at the bottom of the boat to block the propelling mechanisms. As such, the boats would not be able to move even if they had backup sources of energy. In order to move, the sailors would have to remove the blockage from the propelling mechanisms. Every mature saw-fin bite shark was at pinnacle gold grade. There had to be a platinum saw-fin bite shark in such a large pod. No sailor would be able to survive for longer than 10 seconds once they entered the water because they would immediately be chomped into bloody pieces by the saw-fin bite shark. Suddenly, the sailor in the crow's nest fell out and landed on the deck. The crow's neck was 10 meters tall, and the unconscious sailor died upon contact. All the other sailors rushed over to the fallen sailor. When they confirmed that he was dead, a few drops of tears rolled down their severely dehydrated faces. Walloon knew that the sailor had fallen from the crow's nest because he was overly dehydrated. If these sailors continued to be trapped here, they would not last another 2 days. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link, https://bit.ly/3nsnqtr. To support us. The sea would then claim another ghost boat. Walloon was already a middle-aged man, over 30 years old. However, he was still as passionate as any young man. In the sea where peril was abound, the Violent Wind Federation's special boat design would enable the sailors to earn a tidy sum every time they went out to search for resources. When he was young, Walloon often spoke about his dreams, and he continued working hard at sea even after he reached middle age. However, at this moment, he would choose his and his friends' survival over his dream. Walloon went to the cabin and took out the bottle of alcohol that his master had brewed. Although alcohol would not quench their thirst, it would give the sailors some respite. As he looked at the lives before him that were slowly rotting away, he felt that everything he saw as important in the past was suddenly insignificant. He and his friends could only continue chasing their dreams if they survived. All the sailors were alcoholics and usually lunged toward any wine bottle that entered their sight line. They would make a beeline for the bars and pubs every time they returned to the harbor. However, these sailors turned down the wine bottle and said they could still hold on. Walloon had taken out the wine because he felt that his friends' lives were more important than his hopes. But now, his friends were refusing to drink the wine because they knew how precious it was to him. A painful ache squeezed Walloon's heart. He could not take it any longer and forcefully uncorked the wine. The wine's fragrance immediately flowed out of the bottle and permeated the air. Walloon said to the youngest sailor, "Little monkey, bring me some bowls." Little monkey immediately ran up to fetch the bowls. Walloon saw that there was a black cloth around Little Monkey's wrist. He remembered that the saw-fin bite shark meat that Little Monkey had served him yesterday had been cooked until it was warm and soft. Little Monkey was usually very playful and always clashed with the older sailors. Walloon always said that Little Monkey was too disobedient. But now, it seemed that Little Monkey also had a considerate side to him. Little Monkey brought over a stack of bowls. As Walloon filled them with wine, he realized that they were 1 bowl short. Just as Walloon was about to ask Little Monkey about it, Little Monkey waved his hand and said, "Big brother Walloon, I have the night shift today at the crow's nest, so I won't be drinking." Walloon hugged Little Monkey and fed him 2 bowls of wine before he said, "You don't have to take the night shift at the crow's nest today. I'll do it." Little Monkey licked his lips as though he was savoring the remnants of the wine and said, "Big brother Walloon, I can't let you do that." Walloon waved his hand and replied, "We can't move the boat, and I have nothing else to do. All of you should have a good rest in the cabin tonight while I'm up in the crow's nest. The matter is settled." Walloon picked up the bowl and took a large gulp. Walloon usually controlled the sailors with an iron fist and forbade anyone from drinking while they were walking. But now, as he looked at Little Monkey and the other sailors, Walloon felt as though he would succumb to the grief and misery he had been trying to keep down. That night, Walloon leaned back against the pillar of the crow's nest and summoned the tide armor sea fern. He instructed it to fortify the crow's nest so no one would be able to fall from it. Walloon looked up at the moon and sighed heavily. He used to love clear skies, but now he wished for the skies to turn cloudy and for a rainstorm to descend. After midnight, as cracks of dawn started to peek through the dark sky, the strong-willed Walloon gave in and fell asleep. Before he lost consciousness, a thought appeared in his head. "I'm willing to give up anything if it means that my friends and I can survive." The constellations shone as the Milky Way flowed through the maze of stars. There was beautiful starlight in the middle of the Milky Way. A long-awaited banquet finally started amongst the stars. However, there were fewer people than the original 6 that attended the last astronomical parliament. Suiren was not in attendance this time. Instead, she was nurturing the 14 poppy fruits. At that moment, figures appeared in the Andromeda, Perseus, and Leo Minor north-south constellation seats. The person seated on the Leo Minor seat was excited to see his teacher again. On the other hand, the people seated on the Andromeda and Perseus seats started to cry when they saw the figure wrapped in countless willpowers and laws seated on the Leo throne. Lin tried to keep her joy and relief at a reasonable level as she said, "Leo, Libra, it's been long." After Lin spoke, she could not figure out how she was feeling at that moment because her feelings were all in a jumble. Relief, the joy of regaining hope, and being released from bitter thoughts were all tangled within her. Regardless, she was now once again looking at the man wrapped in thousands of willpowers and laws. He was still here. Lin Yuan said apologetically to Lin, "The last astronomical parliamentary meeting should have taken place as per schedule. But something came up and prevented the meeting from taking place. However, there will be no repeat of this in the future." While Lin Yuan spoke, Wen Yu studied Lin. As a woman, Wen Yu's senses were very sharp. She could tell from the way Lin spoke to Lin Yuan that she had special feelings for him that were beyond that of friendship. Her feelings were as strong as the mother of Bloodbath when it was trying to hold back from running into Lin Yuan's arms. Wen Yu glanced at Lin Yuan and let out a breath of relief. The young man next to her was too amazing. Frankly, Lin and Lin Yuan were of comparable statutes. Luckily, the Radiance Federation had never practiced arranged marriages, and the Moon Empress could not force Lin Yuan to marry if he was unwilling. Otherwise, it would be possible for Lin to become Lin Yuan's wife when she met up with him in real life and made her status known. Lin did not know what Wen Yu was thinking. If Lin was aware of it, she would immediately burst into tears. But she would eventually start to wonder if she felt gratitude or something more for him. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue speaking, a figure formed from willpowers and laws ran up to Lin Yuan and wrapped its arms around him. This person was Bei Su. Bei Su's action stunned Wen Yu, but soon after she frowned. Although every person in the astronomical parliament was formed from willpowers and their soul, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu were the only 2 who could pass judgment on the souls in the astronomical parliament because they were the only ones sitting on the golden thrones. Nothing that Bei Su did could harm Lin Yuan. However, Wen Yu felt that Bei Su's action was too inappropriate. But it did not take long for a smile to spread across Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan spread the arms of his body comprised of thousands of laws and willpowers and returned the hug. This was his way of greeting Bei Su after their extended separation. He patted Bei Su's back and did not let go until Bei Su calmed down. Bei Su had been beside himself with surprise and excitement. But now that he had regained his composure and thought about what he had just done, a blush bloomed on his cheeks. Bei Su used to be a lowly slave with the stone insect curse. Lin Yuan was the one who rescued him from that inhumane existence and gave him a new lease on life. Lin Yuan had prepared potions to evolve his phase and knowledge for Bei Su. Bei Su used to be completely alone, but now he saw Lin Yuan as the most precious thing in his life. Bei Su scratched his head in embarrassment and returned to the Perseus seat. Ta Lei's lips twitched when he saw Bei Su return to his seat. Even I haven't hugged teacher. Why did Perseus get to hug him before me? Ta Lei had the mentality of a child. Just as he was about to go up to hug Lin Yuan, the latter said seriously, Corona Australis will not be participating in this parliamentary meeting. Bei Su and Ta Lei were left stupefied when they heard what Lin Yuan said. The three of them clearly remembered that Corona Australis had formed a contract with her seat during the last parliamentary meeting. So why was she not at this parliamentary meeting? Could she have offended Leo and Libra and ended up chased out? Or could she have met with some danger during the last 14 days? While the three of them allowed their imaginations to run wild, Lin Yuan said, I have already met up with Corona Australis in the real world and will be corresponding with her through physical means. She will not be attending any of the parliamentary meetings in the future. A look of realization came over Yin Lin, Bei Su, and Ta Lei's faces. Envy soon replaced this expression because they all wanted to meet up with Lin Yuan in real life. All of them wondered what he really looked like. Yin Lin remembered that Lin Yuan told her to go to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce when she arrived at the Radiance Federation to trade for the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. Leo, I will arrive at the Radiance Federation in less than a month. Will I be able to meet you if I go to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce? Asked Yin Lin. Yin Lin's tone was very hopeful. Lin Yuan shook his head, and Yin Lin's expression immediately fell. You probably won't be able to meet me when you go to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to trade for Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. However, you will definitely have the chance to see me during your stay in the Radiance Federation, said Lin Yuan. Yin Lin's face immediately stretched into a smile. She was going to be able to see him on this trip. This was the best reward for her. Yin Lin could not help but imagine what Lin Yuan looked like in real life. After chatting for a while more with Yin Lin, Lin Yuan turned to Bei Su and asked, It must be hard to work underground. Do you have any problems or issues that you need help with? Bei Su hurriedly replied, Leo, I have already formed a team, and all of them have contracted source-type life forms. Recently, I have been leading them to venture into Class 2 and below dimensional rifts. This has trained their combat power and enabled us to gain more resources. A thought struck Bei Su, and he said, Leo, I have stored up many ores in the bat-shaped ring you gave me. They are much better than the ones I used to dig up. Leo, how can I deliver these goods to you? Lin Yuan was rendered speechless. He did not expect Bei Su to want to give him all the resources that he had risked his life to obtain. Lin Yuan had no way of obtaining these resources in the past. But now that the astronomical parliament had reached 3 stars, Lin Yuan could use the star spirit seat to exchange goods with Bei Su. However, it would require many more laws than if Lin Yuan was only sending goods to Bei Su. Lin Yuan had no need for the resources from Class 1 and 2 subterranean dimensional rifts. He looked into Bei Su's hopeful eyes and said, You can try to temper the resources into simple equipment that you can wear. Although your subordinates have contracted source-type life forms, I don't think they will be able to defeat a normal Class 1 subterranean life form. Lin Yuan felt that Bei Su was either getting good training by bringing these subordinates around or gaining a burden by having to protect them from danger constantly. There were no creation masters in Bei Su's group, and none of them were able to use the spiritual ingredients they found to increase the power of their source-type life forms. Lin Yuan was able to send Bei Su resources a few times, but it would be too expensive for him to have to accommodate the resources of Bei Su's entire group. He was not going to do this because it was not going to change their current situation. There were only 2 ways for them to change their current circumstances. The first would be for Lin Yuan to send 100 questions beast to Bei Su. The 100 Questions Beast with Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master Power would be able to increase the power of Bei Su's group in a short period. However, the 100 Questions Beasts were very important and could change the balance of the entire main world. Even if Lin Yuan sent the 100 Questions Beast to Bei Su, it would immediately be killed when its abilities were exposed in the Grotto continent. The other way would be for Genius to use Connected Tales to teach Bei Su Creation Master knowledge. The body of every person in the astronomical parliament was comprised of their soul and will powers. This was insufficient for Lin Yuan to tell if Bei Su had creation master talent. He would have to wait and see if Bei Su was able to concoct spirit fluids after creation master knowledge was transferred to him. If Bei Su could prove that he had creation master talent, he would be able to be self-sufficient. If he did not have creation master talent, it would be a problem for Lin Yuan. Bei Su felt slightly embarrassed and guilty when he heard what Lin Yuan said. It was true that none of the people in his team could fight. When they were clearing out dimensional rifts, Bei Su had to expend the most effort to protect his subordinates. Indeed, these subordinates greatly affected the rate at which Bei Su gathered resources. Nonetheless, Bei Su could not abandon them because he could not bear to do so and because Lin Yuan had instructed him to form a faction. Without these subordinates, he would not be able to form a faction because Bei Su would not count as one, no matter how strong he was as an individual. When Bei Su was left at a loss, Lin Yuan stood up and nodded at Wen Yu. The Leo constellation above his head started to shine, and a strip of light appeared below his throne, leading all the way to the Perseus seat that Bei Su was sitting on. Lin Yuan did not tell Bei Su what he was going to do. Instead, he said collectively to Lin, Bei Su, and Ta Lei, "After today's parliamentary meeting, all of you will be able to use Star Spirit Seat to contact and send me messages at any time. However, any message will come at a great cost, so contact the Astronomical Parliament unless the matter is urgent." Bei Su, Lin, and Ta Lei were delighted. Previously, the three of them were only able to enter the Astronomical Parliament when they were asleep. This gave them a heavy sense of anxiety as they were afraid that the Astronomical Parliament would stop opening one day. There was no worse feeling than being stranded. But now that they could communicate with the Astronomical Parliament, they would be at ease even if they never made use of the ability. The information that Star Spirit Seat and Connected Tales sent to Bei Su would only appear in his mind after the parliamentary meeting ended. Lin Yuan would not have to explain for Bei Su to know what to do. Lin Yuan would have to spend a large amount of willpowers to transfer genius knowledge to Bei Su. All these willpowers came from the incomplete bodies of fantasy breed phase and had formed the messy images on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Once these willpowers were cleared, the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt would become much prettier. Lin Yuan asked Ta Lei, "Do you know Phoebe Jinan City, which is the nearest city to the border of the Divine Wood Federation?" Ta Lei nodded and said, "Teacher, I have definitely heard of Phoebe Jinan City. However, once we cross the border, we will probably be killed before we even arrive at Phoebe Jinan City. The furthest we will get is the border where the merchant groups from the Great Lush Federation are selling goods. It's good that you know where Phoebe Jinan City is. Once you arrive at the border of the Divine Wood Federation, don't take every person in the tribe with you to Phoebe Jinan City. Tell the stronger people in your tribe to put on disguises and sneak into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to meet with President Li Wan. Tell Li Wan that you are there to see Su Irin, and she will make the arrangements for you," said Lin Yuan. Ta Lei carefully noted down everything that Lin Yuan said. Now that Lin Yuan had settled Lin, Bei Su, and Ta Lei, he was ready to tell Wen Yu to pick a new member for the Astronomical Parliament. Lin Yuan said to Lin and the rest, "Next, the Astronomical Parliament will invite 2 new members. In the future, you don't have to attend every weekly parliamentary meeting if you're busy. Now that the Astronomical Parliament has deepened its relationship with you, the constellations will contact you at the start of every parliamentary meeting. You just have to reply, and you will be able to enter the Astronomical Parliament to attend the parliamentary meeting even if you aren't asleep." Lin Yuan nodded at Wen Yu, and she activated the Astronomical Parliament. The constellations hidden in the sky started to move, and a figure wrapped in willpower runes appeared in the Astronomical Parliament. This figure looked up at the star-filled sky and the 2 figures seated on the golden thrones. He wondered if he had arrived at the home of the gods. While this figure was confused, Lin Yuan, and when you used the astronomical parliament's ability to check on this figure's background and experiences, both of them frowned, and their faces promptly fell. Once they saw this person's background, they simultaneously decided that they had to keep this person in the astronomical parliament to become the contractor of the 5th north-south constellation seat. Lin Yuan had helped many people since becoming a spirit chi professional. All of them had their own type of misfortune. For example, Lu Jie had been injured because of the Insect Queen and plunged from being a member of the Radiance 100 sequence to a regular person who could not even wield a fei. When Yu's talent had been damaged after she tried to help a friend, she ended up ostracized by her friends. Qin Luan and Qin Yu had been unable to be under sunlight because they had awakened their beast patterns. However, this figure was much more unfortunate than Qin Luan, Qin Yu, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie. Yet, describing this person's experiences as unfortunate was also slightly inaccurate. They were truly tragic. According to his memories and experiences, Lin Yuan knew that he was a young man who had awakened a willpower rune by accident. From the moment he was born, his life was riddled with misfortune, and there had almost been no opportunity where he could catch a break. The person on the receiving end of all this adversity and mishap was called Bu Pe. The lives of Bu Pe and his older sister, the only family left in the world, were a constant struggle. His sister's kidnapping and forced marriage were just the final straw for this young man. The root of the young man's troubles was not his misfortune but that he lived in the strange federation, the Spirit Mother Federation. Lin Yuan was familiar with the Spirit Mother Federation. The Startling Lines continent was northwest of the Radiance Federation and was also the closest continent to the Radiance Federation. However, there was also another federation that was close to the Radiance Federation called the Cold Sand Federation. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link, /39HPCN6J. To support us, there were two large federations in the Cold Sand Federation. One of them was the Spirit Mother Federation, where Bu Pe lived. The Spirit Mother Federation and Sand Island continent were neighbors in the Cold Sand Federation. Both of these federations had a Class 5 Creation Master each. However, the Sand Island Federation had almost 3 times more Class 4 Creation Masters than the Spirit Mother Federation. Nonetheless, both federations were equally matched because of the Spirit Mother Federation's special system of governance. The Spirit Mother Federation's governance system was split into 3 levels: the Earth Mother, Sky Mother, and Spirit Mother. There was only one Spirit Mother in the Federation, and the Sky Mothers ruled the Earth Mothers. The Earth Mothers had absolute authority over regular people and could sentence any of them to death as long as they were not going against any laws. Bu Pe's older sister had caught the eye of the youngest son of an Earth Mother. He could not do anything to her without breaking a rule. But if he married Bu Pe's sister, everything he did would be considered a matter of the Earth Mother's household. Their strict rules were violent and unreasonable. Even the Spirit Mother was restricted by the Spirit Mother guards at times. For example, the Spirit Mother could never get married. Additionally, he had to accept disciples in their prime and teach them how to become Class 5 Creation Masters. In the Spirit Mother Federation, Class 5 Creation Masters were passed down from generation to generation. When they talked about the Spirit Mother Federation, Lin Yuan could sense that the Moon Empress did not want to talk too much about it and that she resented the Spirit Mother Federation. At that time, he had no idea why the Moon Empress abhorred and despised the Spirit Mother Federation. Now that Lin Yuan understood the circumstances in the Spirit Mother Federation, he shared her sentiments. The only thing that jumped out at him about the Spirit Mother Federation in the past was that they liked to tattoo themselves. They covered themselves in tattoos from the time they were born to the day they died. From Bu Pe's experiences, Lin Yuan had a better understanding of the Spirit Mother Federation. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Bu Pe mumble, "Am I dreaming or dead?" Bu Pe sounded worried when he mentioned death. Lin Yuan sensed that Bu Pe was afraid of his sister grieving over him. Lin Yuan said to the confused Bu Pe, "You're not dead. Welcome to the astronomical parliament. Do you remember the wish you made before you fell asleep?" Bu Pe was incredulous as he stared at the 2 figures on the golden thrones. It went without saying that he remembered the wish he had made before he fell asleep. His head was still full of thoughts of how he could save his sister even after he fell asleep. Bu-pe did not even have time to be shocked that gods were real before he hurriedly said, "I'm willing to do anything if you can save my older sister. Please save her." The moment he spoke, he fell to his knees with his eyes full of hope. In the Spirit Mother Federation, people valued pride above anything else because pride was the equivalent of dignity. Only people with pride had the courage to stand at the top and survive. Bu-pe's current action indicated that he had abandoned his pride. This meant that he cared about his sister more than his pride. With Bu-pe's plea, it meant that he had agreed to the Astronomical Parliament's contract. However, Lin Yuan needed to think carefully about how he could help Bu-pe to save his sister. The best way would be to turn Bu-pe into an Earth Mother. However, Bu-pe did not fulfill the two conditions that were necessary for one to become an Earth Mother. As of now, Bu-pe was only a D-rank Spirit Chi professional. Although he had accidentally comprehended a willpower rune, he had never contracted a Fey. Hence, turning Bu-pe into a King-class expert would be impossible. Although Lin Yuan could give a Diamond/Epic Fey to Bu-pe, Bu-pe's Spirit Chi professional rank was too low to form a contract with it. Thus, Lin Yuan could only try the second method, which would be for him to take a gamble that Bu-pe possessed Creation Master potential, just like the gamble that he was taking on Bei-Su. If he lost the gamble on Bei-Su, the only cost would be that Bei-Su would not be able to strengthen his subordinate source-type lifeforms. But if he lost the gamble on Bu-pe, he would lose his sister. Lin Yuan had never been in Bu-pe's position, but Lin Yuan could try to stand in his shoes. Lin Yuan could not imagine how he would feel if Chu Ci had encountered the same situation as Bu-pe's sister, and he was helpless to do anything. But no matter how he thought about it, the only way to fix the issue would be for Lin Yuan to take a gamble on Bu-pe's Creation Master talent. The Astronomical Parliament was unable to transfer experts and could not deliver Bu-pe to them. If Bu-pe truly had Creation Master talent, Lin Yuan would be able to help him to become a Class 3 Creation Master in a short period. Currently, Bu-pe was 15 years old. He would be seen as a rare genius in the Radiance Federation if he could become a Class 3 Creation Master at his age. If a Sky Mother in the Spirit Mother Federation discovered an outstanding Earth Mother, he would be rewarded by the Spirit Mother. As such, the Sky Mothers were always trying to support the Earth Mothers they discovered. Once Bu-pe's Creation Master talent was discovered by a Sky Mother, the Sky Mother would definitely report the discovery of Bu-pe to the Spirit Mother in order to gain a reward. Rumor was that the Spirit Mother had already accepted 4 disciples. It was likely that he would not mind accepting another genius disciple like Bu-pe. Lin Yuan asked when Libra, the Lyra constellation, called Bu-pe into the Astronomical Parliament. Let him form a contract with it. When you said to Bu-pe, "Leo is allowing you to join the Astronomical Parliament. Place your hand on the back of the Lyra constellation seat and use your soul to form a contract with it." Bu-pe jumped to his feet and clumsily placed his hand on the back of the Lyra constellation seat. He knew that they had agreed to his plea. His sister was saved. Although he had no idea how they would help him, they had to be powerful, given how they had the power to bring him to this place. None of the Earth Mothers that Bu-pe had met had this ability. At the same moment that Bu-pe placed his hand on the Lyra constellation seat, the Lyra constellation in the sky lit up. The Lyra constellation landed on Bu-pe and enveloped him in light. At the same time, Star Spirit Seat was used on Bu-pe, and Lin Yuan used Genius Connected Tails to send a sea of Creation Master resources to Bu-pe. Once the knowledge was transferred, Lin Yuan said to Bu-pe, "When you leave the Astronomical Parliament, you will have the ability to contact the Astronomical Parliament. Use the knowledge in your head to buy spiritual ingredients with your savings. If you can use the spiritual ingredients to concoct spirit fluids, you will know what to do next. If you can't concoct spirit fluids, contact me using the Astronomical Parliament." The moment Lin Yuan spoke, when you sent Bu-pe out of the Astronomical Parliament, Bu-pe woke up on his bed. Before he could wonder if the experience had been real, a bomb of knowledge exploded in his mind. He had been dizzy for almost an entire day. But as hungry as he was, he could not think of eating. His heart was full of gratitude and excitement. He knew that he had met his savior because he felt that he was capable of using spiritual ingredients to concoct spirit fluids that only creation masters could produce. Bupa tentatively climbed down from his bed and took out half of the savings that he and his sister had put away. He used this money to buy some crimson red fruits. When crimson red fruits were added to fish lantern grass and 7 other support spiritual ingredients, a crimson potion could be produced. When animal-type Fays drank the crimson potion, they could increase their stamina. Experts could also drink the crimson potion to quickly replenish their stamina. Bupa planned on concocting a bottle of crimson potion. If he was successful, he would be able to head to the Creation Master Association immediately to see the Sky Mother there and register to become an Earth Mother. If he failed, Bupa could quickly contact the person in the constellations. After all, his sister did not have long left. The marriage procession in the Spirit Mother Federation lasted for 4 days. The first 3 days were meant for visiting the parents. However, his parents were dead. Thus, he only had a day left to save his sister. Bupa did not return home after buying the spiritual ingredients. Instead, he rented the lowest classroom in the Creation Master Association and tried to use the knowledge in his head to concoct the crimson potion. With only knowledge and no practical experience, Bupa struggled with the process. But 20 minutes later, he had a bottle of dark red spirit fluid in his hand. When he drank the dark red potion, tears started spilling out of his eyes. These tears were not out of sadness but joy because he knew he could become an Earth Mother. He could now reach the same status as the 6th young master. He could save his sister. Bupa decided he would protect his sister while repaying the 2 figures amongst the constellations. However, Bupa had no idea that he was going to cause shock waves to reverberate through the Spirit Mother Federation by becoming the youngest Class 3 Creation Master in the Cold Sand Continent and becoming the disciple of the Spirit Mother. One banquet amongst the stars had planted the seed of change in the Cold Sand Continent. After Wenyu sent Bupa away, she used the stars to search for more desperate people who were willing to sacrifice everything for one wish. However, the more they searched, the more awkward Lin Yuan and Wenyu felt because most of the people were not struggling, and their wishes were not especially important. Most of them wanted a never-ending source of money, unending power, or a woman who was out of their league. Even if Lin Yuan could grant these wishes, he would not do so because it would make him a despicable person. Additionally, the Astronomical Parliament did not require such people. At that moment, a person wrapped in 2 willpowers appeared in the Astronomical Parliament. This figure froze for a moment before they started to peer around their surroundings. This indicated that the person had his fair share of experiences. Otherwise, he would not have been able to train such steely composure. Yin Lin, Bei Su, and Ta Lei started mumbling to themselves when they saw the figure looking around. Clearly, they had forgotten that they were even less composed when they first arrived at the Astronomical Parliament. Lin Yuan and Wenyu had already started checking through the willpowers and experiences of this figure. The 2 of them shared a look. This time, they did not immediately decide to allow this person to join the Astronomical Parliament. Instead, she asked the figure, "Do you know why you're here?" This question immediately attracted Waluan's attraction. When Waluan first arrived in this constellation-filled sky pocket, he thought he was hallucinating due to a lack of water. But soon, he realized that things were not as simple as he thought because he could sense the power of laws and willpowers coming from the 2 figures seated on the golden thrones. One could not dream up the power of laws and willpowers. Spirit Chi professionals would not struggle to awaken willpower runes if they could. Moreover, Waluan sensed that there were 3 people near him who were looking at him curiously. This meant that he had accidentally entered a mystical space. Lin Yuan's question made Waluan think. Waluan had no idea why he had come here, and he badly wanted to know how he had managed to reach this place. Waluan got his bearings and said warily, "Lord, I am just a lowly sailor. I have no idea why I'm here. Please let me know." Lin Yuan was not surprised to hear this response. According to Waluan's memories and experiences, Lin Yuan knew what kind of person Waluan was. Given that he had fainted from dehydration, it would be difficult for him to remember the wish he had made in his final moments of consciousness. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to give him a reminder. You managed to reach this place because you made a wish saying that you were willing to give up everything. I can fulfill your wish. Lin Yuan's words took Waluan by surprise. Waluan immediately realized what had happened when he looked through his memories. Soon, elation spread across his face. This meant that he and his friends were saved. But before that, you have to tell me what you can do for me, said Lin Yuan. When the astronomical parliament took in Bei Su Lin and Tale, Lin Yuan had not asked them this question. However, he was stricter with Waluan and Su Iran because they were both very ambitious. Su Iran was desperate to live so she could restore the Dark Continent to its former glory, while Waluan wanted to go on more adventures to become a more outstanding sailor. Waluan had a dream, but it was in conflict with the astronomical parliament's goal. The astronomical parliament needed a leader and strategist who could set up a new faction in a new continent to expand Sky City's reach, and not an adventurer who had wanderlust. If Waluan chose to help Sky City over his dream, he would be worth being saved by Lin Yuan. There was an abundance of sad people in the world who were about to die. If Lin Yuan did not save Waluan, he could save someone else. It made no difference to him. Waluan immediately fell quiet as he carefully thought about Lin Yuan's question. Soon, Waluan realized that Lin Yuan's question had a hidden meaning. Lin Yuan was actually asking him about what he could contribute. When Waluan introduced himself, he said that he was a sailor. Evidently, the person seated on the throne did not think that sailors were very valuable. When he was on the brink of life and death, Waluan had seriously questioned his dream of adventuring. If he had not decided to sail northwest to search for new islands despite knowing the dangers involved, he would not have ended up trapped by the sawfin bite sharks. Before he fell unconscious, Waluan had even groggily had the idea of opening a small bar in an alley. However, the owner of a bar seemed even less valuable than a sailor. After pondering for a while, Waluan came up with a way to demonstrate his value. Lord, I have been risking my life at sea ever since I was young. Although I haven't gained much out of it, I have accumulated a decent network of resources. If you have any need for it or find yourself near the Violent Wind Federation, I can recruit sailors to sail the waterways. Additionally, I can use spiritual ingredients to form large boats. Although these boats can't compare to the island whales, they can get through the sea without any problems. However, as long as you're willing to spend money to buy gold and above spiritual ingredients, I can build boats that are impervious to the attacks from diamond sea beasts. Lin Yuan was immediately interested and said, "You claim that using gold spiritual ingredients to build boats can defend them from the attacks of diamond sea beasts. Then what about using diamond spiritual ingredients? Will they be able to defend attacks from myth breed phase?" Waluan was shocked. How many diamond spiritual ingredients were required to build an entire boat? Waluan could not imagine the cost. Yet, it was clear that this figure who asked the question did not care about diamond spiritual ingredients. Waluan said hesitantly, "Lord, myth breed sea beasts are able to use laws to utilize the sea's power. There is a saying amongst sailors, encountering a myth breed fae can only result in death. Even if you use diamond spiritual ingredients to build a large boat, it won't be able to hold up against a myth breed sea beast's violent attacks. However, I believe that using diamond spiritual ingredients will be able to protect a boat from the attacks of fantasy breed and suzerain sea beasts." With this, Lin Yuan decided that he would take Waluan into the astronomical parliament. There were countless sea beasts in the main world. Although it was much easier to use a large boat to replace an island whale in running trading routes, any accidents would result in a total loss. The Violent Wind Federation's boat construction skills were non-parallel. Any person who identified themselves as a sailor in the Violent Wind Federation went out to sea in a boat that they made themselves. However, the sailors in the Violent Wind Federation were also called pirates. Sailors usually sailed on the boats they built to uninhabited islands to drain them of all their resources and gain an income. There were even sailors who acted like pirates. According to Waluan's memories, Lin Yuan knew that Waluan belonged to the former group. This was also the reason why Waluan said that he had gained a considerable reputation amongst the sailors. There were many occurrences where Waluan saved sailors who were in the midst of being robbed by pirates. Although there was a great risk involved in using boats built with the Violent Wind Federation's construction skills to run trading routes in the main world, this danger would not be present in the dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan's territory in the marsh world had widened significantly, and there was a serious lack of manpower there. Experts like the Kill Food Sky Butterfly were the only ones who could harvest resources for the territory. But if a large boat was placed in the marsh world, each trip it made would be able to gather a large amount of hidden marsh soil. If White Pavilion navigated the boat, no marsh crocodiles would dare to attack the boat. Additionally, Lin Yuan had learned from Silver Umber Black that sea emperors or sea kings guarded most sea territories. If he could get in contact with a sea territory's sea emperor or sea king in advance, even a small boat would not run into danger when sailing in that territory. Presently, Lin Yuan had the Sea Emperor Silver Umber Black as one of his subordinates. The distance between the Radiance Federation and the Violent Wind Federation was about the same as the distance between the Radiance Federation and the Azure Federation. The Azure Federation and Radiance Federation were able to set up the Radiance Azure Waterway because they had formed good relationships with all the sea clans in the area. Suppose Silver Umber Black went ahead to make preparations or utilize special methods. In that case, it could be possible to set up the Radiance Wind Waterway between the Radiance Federation and Violent Wind Federation. Nonetheless, these plans were out of Lin Yuan's scope for now. The best thing that Walluan could do would be to set up a faction comprised of sailors in the Violent Wind Federation. Lin Yuan needed to think about how he could help Walluan overcome his problem. Your ability has proven your worth. You can place your hand on the back of the Ophiuchus constellation seat and form a contract with it. Walluan did not hesitate to form a contract with the Ophiuchus constellation seat and asked, "Lord, what should I do from now on?" "Use your connections with the other sailors to set up a faction. Once you're done, I will tell you what to do next," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan changed the topic and asked, "What is your current Spirit Chi professional rank?" Walluan hurriedly said, "Lord, I am an A-rank Spirit Chi professional." Lin Yuan asked curiously, "If you're an A-rank Spirit Chi professional, why is your Tide Armor Sea Fern only Gold 9/Fantasy I?" Walluan was embarrassed when he heard Lin Yuan's question. Previously, the Tide Armor Sea Fern was only Gold 9/Epic. Although Walluan was an A-rank Spirit Chi professional, he spent most of his time adventuring and his money on his boat. Hence, he had not asked a creation master to evolve this main combat Fae. He had only evolved the Tide Armor Sea Fern when he had been in danger and decided to take a gamble. Walluan had found 4 platinum tree cores on an island and fed them to the Tide Armor Sea Fern. This had enabled it to evolve to legend quality. Next, Walluan used a willpower rune that was suited to the Tide Armor Sea Fern and evolved it to Gold 9/Fantasy I. However, Walluan did not expect the Tide Armor Sea Fern's evolution to be insufficient to save the boat. There were not only gold grade but also platinum saw fin bite sharks in the water. The Tide Armor Sea Fern could easily defeat the gold saw fin bite shark. Could also hold its own against 2 gold saw fin bite sharks. However, there were at least 20 platinum saw fin bite sharks amongst the hundreds of saw fin bite sharks in the water. Hence, the Tide Armor Sea Fern would be shredded almost instantly after it entered the water. Moreover, Walluan had also noticed a few black figures in the water that were about 10 meters long. These saw fin bite sharks were likely to be diamond grade. Walluan regretted not investing more of his money into evolving the Tide Armor Sea Fern in the past. But as embarrassed as he was, since Lin Yuan had asked the question, he would tell Lin Yuan about his situation in detail. When he heard Walluan's response, Lin Yuan felt that Walluan truly lived up to his background of being a wild adventurer. Walluan's Spirit Chi professional rank allowed Lin Yuan to come up with a way to help him. Through their interaction, Lin Yuan found out that Walluan was affiliated with control-type aquatic phase. Lin Yuan also learned from Genius that there were currently no spirit fluids stocked up that would be able to evolve the Tide Armor Sea Fern to diamond grade. But coincidentally, Lin Yuan had a Fae that was compatible with Walluan's other willpower rune, the Blue Ring Sea Octopus. Walluan's other willpower rune was the Water Poison willpower rune, and the Blue Ring Sea Octopus was a small aquatic Fae that used poison as a means of combat and control. There happened to be a spirit fluid concocted by the 100 Questions beasts that could evolve the bronze/legend blue ring sea octopus to diamond grade. The diamond/fantasy blue ring sea octopus could easily kill the diamond saw fin bite shark with its poison. Once the saw fin bite sharks were killed, and the water was cleared, the sailors would be saved. Once the sea turtle stuck in the propeller was removed, the boat would be able to move again. When you awake, you will realize that some items have appeared in your hand. Make sure to keep them a secret from the other people on the boat. If a seed of evil sprouts in any of the people on the boat, they will try and kill you. You will know how to get rid of the saw fin bite sharks once you see these items. Lin Yuan told when you to use Star Spirit Seed to send the blue ring sea octopus and 4 bottles of spirit fluid to Waluan. Lin Yuan used some broken water-type laws to fuel the transaction. These broken water-type laws would only affect the cohesiveness of the sea in the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. After using up these water-type laws, the sea on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt became clear enough that a large whale could be seen happily swimming about within it. More than half an hour had been spent addressing Waluan, and the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was about to come to an end. After chatting to Lin, Bei Su, and Ta Lei for a while and having them become acquainted with Waluan, the parliamentary meeting ended. Waluan opened his eyes at the same moment that he left the Astronomical Parliament. He was faced with a fiery sun beating down on the surface of the sea and illuminating the horizon. The sunlight had wiped out all traces of darkness. Waluan had been a sailor for more than a decade and saw the sunrise on an almost daily basis. Yet this was the first time that he was amazed by its beauty. When he returned to his senses and remembered that he had just attended the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, he was afraid that it had all been his imagination despite knowing that it had not been a dream. At this moment he saw a strangely shaped ring next to his hand. There was a blue crystal in the shape of a cute octopus embedded in the ring. Waluan was certain that this was the first time he was seeing this ring. From its craftsmanship, he knew that the other sailors had not made it. He remembered the person wrapped in laws and willpowers telling him that he would receive some items when he woke up and that he would know what to do with them. Waluan thought, "Is this ring spatial equipment?" Waluan used his spiritual energy to touch the ring and realized that there was indeed a large space within the ring. The space was large enough to contain the entire boat. As he continued looking inside the ring, he noticed 4 spirit fluids and a basin in the corner of the space. A small octopus was lazily stretching out its tentacles in the basin. It also changed its color intermittently. There were brilliant blue spots all over the octopus body, indicating that it was full of venom. Waluan hurriedly summoned the basin and 4 bottles of spirit fluid out of the ring. He finally realized what Lin Yuan meant. Waluan immediately checked the octopus species Fei and the 4 bottles of spirit fluid. He was not a creation master and did not have the skill to check on them. However, he had been a sailor for long enough to gain experience. Waluan had not been able to say anything when he saw the octopus species Fei in the ring. But now that he was taking a closer look at it, he saw that it was bronze/legend. This discovery left Waluan trembling violently. He had no idea how bronze/legend Feis were nurtured, but he was well aware of their significance. Waluan dared not imagine what status the person seated on the golden throne in the Astronomical Parliament had to be able to give out a bronze/legend Fei so easily to save a person. Moreover, this octopus species Fei used venom to attack and was very compatible with the willpower rune he had comprehended. This meant that he would be able to combine the two immediately. Does this mean that I'm about to contract a bronze/fantasy Fei? What a lucky break. With all of Waluan's experience, he could not tell what the 4 bottles of spirit fluids were. However, the crystal bottles were marked from 1 to 4 to let Waluan know the sequence in which they should be used. Waluan reached out his hand and carefully formed a contract with the octopus in the basin. As cute as the octopus was, Waluan immediately noticed it was extremely venomous. Before the contraction was complete, the octopus venom would be effective on Waluan. Many spirit chi professionals in the Violent Wind Federation had died by the venom of a poison-type Fei before they could form a contract with it. Waluan would not have to be afraid of the blue ring sea octopus's venom once he formed a contract with it. After the contraction, Walloon sensed that the blue-ring sea octopus was very affectionate toward him. This left him stunned. He had only had one fae up till now and had never experienced the joy of communicating with a fae spiritually. Walloon scooped the blue-ring sea octopus out of the basin, and it used its tentacles to grab his fingers in a loving manner. He checked the time and saw that it was almost time to wake the other sailors up. Walloon summoned the water poison willpower rune from his spiritual spatial zone and moved it toward the cute blue-ring sea octopus. Soon, the blue-ring sea octopus fused with the water poison willpower rune, and it evolved into a bronze/fantasy fae. Walloon opened the 4 bottles of spirit fluid and fed them to the blue-ring sea octopus in sequence. When the blue-ring sea octopus drank the first spirit fluid, it remained the same size. However, the blue rings on its body became brighter. This meant that its venom had become stronger. But when it drank the second spirit fluid, it started to transform. Suddenly, it grew into a 15-meter-tall monster. When its 8 tentacles were fully stretched, they reached a length of 25 meters. This left Walloon stupefied. If Lin Yuan was here and looking at the gold-blue ring sea octopus, he would gasp at how lucky Walloon was. There were many legends about octopus species phase. Prehistoric octopus species phase could awaken the giant octopus bloodline. Prehistoric phase that had awakened the giant octopus bloodline had a chance of triggering that unnamed bloodline. For example, Gu Lang's cuttlefish of days past had been the crimson giant wings cuttlefish before it awakened the unnamed bloodline. Now that the blue ring sea octopus had accidentally awoken its giant octopus bloodline, it had the chance to trigger the unnamed bloodline. If the blue ring sea octopus was not still affectionately placing its tentacles on Walloon, he might have fled to the cabin to hide. But as shocked as Walloon was, he was also over the moon. The saw-fin bite shark was capable of quickly hunting down its prey. Walloon had been afraid that the blue ring sea octopus' small size would cause it to be devoured by the saw-fin bite sharks even after using its venom attacks. Even if it did not end up dead, it would be trapped inside the saw-fin bite shark. The stomach of the saw-fin bite shark was not an enjoyable place to be. The saw-fin bite shark's main diet consisted of sea turtle phase. Given that it could even digest the hard shell of sea turtles, it would be difficult for the blue ring sea octopus to survive, much less escape from being dissolved by the stomach acid. However, Walloon did not have to worry about that now. The blue ring sea octopus was so large that it would only be injured by the saw-fin bite shark's bites, and its life would not be in any danger. But it did not take long for Walloon to realize that he was wrong. When the blue ring sea octopus drank the 3rd bottle of spirit fluid, its body started to grow again until it reached a height of 35 meters, while its tentacles grew to a length of 80 meters. Walloon was also shocked by the tens of small nodes that grew all over the blue ring sea octopus tentacles. However, these nodes were only small in comparison to the blue ring sea octopus tentacles. Each of them was actually at least 20 meters in length. There were also a few that were 30 meters. The bright circles on the blue ring sea octopus body were hurting Walloon's eyes. He gulped before feeding the last bottle of spirit fluid to the blue ring sea octopus. When the blue ring sea octopus drank the last bottle of spirit fluid, he felt himself falling as the deck let out an ominous creak. At this point, the blue ring sea octopus covered Walloon's entire line of sight. The 150-meter-long deck could no longer contain the mutated blue ring sea octopus. Half of its body hung out of the boat and dipped into the sea. By Walloon's estimation, the blue ring sea octopus was at least 80 meters tall, and its tentacles reached at least 300 meters. The nodes on its tentacles ranged from 5 meters to 100 meters in length. It was almost as large as a small whale species fae. The diamond/fantasy blue ring sea octopus was not only enormous, but also had half-meter-long dark blue spikes protruding from its tentacles resembling fangs. Walloon could not imagine an entity that could sustain the damage of being hit by one of the spike-covered tentacles. The spikes were the same color as the rings on the blue ring sea octopus. Evidently, they were also chock full of venom. The blue ring sea octopus was either hungry or had a violent personality, as it immediately started attacking the saw-fin bite sharks from the moment it entered the water. The saw-fin bite sharks had followed enough boats to come up with a routine. They would surround a boat, and food would eventually fall from the sky. This routine was embedded in the genes of the sharks after generations of interacting with the violent Wind Federation. However, this memory would bring about the downfall of this group of saw-fin bite sharks because the creature that had entered the water was not a thirsty sailor but the mutated blue ring sea octopus. The blue rings on the blue ring sea octopus lit up and turned the sea around it a brilliant blue. When the saw-fin bite sharks came in contact with the venomous water, their bodies immediately turned numb. The blue ring sea octopus threaded its tentacles through the saw-fin bite sharks like they were kebabs. The blue ring sea octopus felt that killing the saw-fin bite sharks this way was boring. It drained its venom and waved its tentacles around to catch the saw-fin bite sharks in a makeshift net. The blue ring sea octopus killed all the saw-fin bite sharks by casually waving around its tentacles. Walloon sensed the blue ring sea octopus's joy while looking in shock at the sea that had been stained red by the saw-fin bite shark's blood. Hundreds of the saw-fin bite sharks had been killed in cold blood. The blue ring sea octopus size, grade, and venom left the saw-fin bite sharks utterly unable to fight back. The sea breeze quickly dissipated the stench of blood. Meanwhile, the sailors who had felt the boat sink slightly dashed up to the deck and witnessed the final moments of the cruel battle. Little Monkey, whose flight or fight instincts heavily leaned toward flight, was stunned for 2 full minutes before he asked Walloon, "Big brother Walloon, are we going to be eaten by this gigantic octopus?" Although the giant octopus was fully submerged in the water, Little Monkey could tell from the silhouette beneath the water that it could capsize the boat. Little Monkey was certain that he was about to die and turned to sprint into the cabin. But Walloon grabbed his shirt after he only managed to take 2 steps. Walloon did not expect Little Monkey to assume that the blue ring sea octopus was going to attack the boat. He did not immediately explain to Little Monkey that the blue ring sea octopus was a fey he had obtained by accident. Instead, he asked Little Monkey, "Little Monkey, why are you rushing to the cabin?" Little Monkey replied honestly, "I will go and prepare some saw-fin bite shark meat. Let us fill our bellies before we greet death." Walloon rolled his eyes at Little Monkey and said, "Are you going to add your blood to it too?" Tears welled up in Little Monkey's eyes. He was willing to give up his life if it meant that Walloon and the other sailors could survive. However, this was not the case at all. The most positive thing that could happen would be that his blood would make the saw-fin bite shark meat digestible by the sailors. However, Little Monkey could not tell Walloon this because it would make the other sailors unwilling to eat the saw-fin bite shark meat. While Little Monkey was in conflict, he felt a weight land on top of his head. It was from Walloon's hand gently caressing his head. Walloon did not say anything else to Little Monkey. Instead, he looked deep into Little Monkey's eyes for a moment before he turned and shouted toward the sea. "Blue Ring, use your tentacles to clear out the turtles blocking the propellers. Then we will cook the turtles into soup." All the sailors recovered from their shock, and cheers soon erupted from the deck. The boat carried the cheers and joy of the sailors off toward the harbor in freezing Dragon City. Since the astronomical parliament had evolved to 3 stars, and when Yu's spiritual energy had increased significantly, she was not dizzy or exhausted even though this parliamentary meeting had lasted more than 40 minutes. Lin Yuan looked at Wen Yu after they left the astronomical parliament. He thought about the information he learned about whale ocean commerce when he was at Zhou Jussen's store. Although he had mentioned to Wen Yu about establishing channels of information, he had not had time to start on this. But now, Lin Yuan decided to make setting up the intelligence department Sky City's first priority. "Wen Yu, what are your plans for the intelligence department?" Wen Yu replied seriously, "Young master, Sky City has never had an intelligence department. We will have to start from scratch and do it step by step without relying on information from any other faction. We need to ensure that every person in the intelligence department has unquestionable loyalty because this is the only way to ensure the accuracy of the information. As for the secrecy part, the information will be fully transferred through Paper Crane's promise, so there will be no need to worry. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link, https://bom/so/sbjmia To support us, Lin Yuan now knew that when you had made careful plans for the intelligence department. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought about Qin Luan, who was currently training alongside Listen. Qin Luan had awakened the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion beast pattern and formed a contract with the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion. He was an assassin skilled at espionage, which made him suitable to work in the intelligence department. Qin Luan had gained experience with Listen on this trip to Indigo Azure City. It would be a good idea to send Qin Luan to Wen Yu's side so she could train him and have him help her with setting up the intelligence department. The number of white-clothed followers was increasing, and they were king-class experts who could not reveal their identities. As such, the main world was still unaware of the white-clothed followers. All of the phases contracted by the white-clothed followers were different and had different skills. Wen Yu could choose a few who would be suited to work in the intelligence department. Wen Yu, talk to Big Brother Lu and pick a group out of the white-clothed followers, so you won't have to scramble to find labor. A small smile appeared on Wen Yu's face as she said softly, "Young master, with faceless paper and truth-form paper, it will be tedious but not difficult to set up the intelligence department. Don't worry. In less than 6 months, I will finish setting up Sky City's intelligence department, and we will immediately be able to receive any information about the major factions. With faceless paper, I will be able to standardize the appearance of all the intelligence workers. Even if another faction tries to pull a scheme, it will be useless." After talking with Lin Yuan about the details of the intelligence department, Wen Yu returned to her room to log into Star Web, so she could continue managing Sky City's private faction territory. Next, she was going to instruct the elemental paper to produce many faceless papers. Additionally, Wen Yu was going to increase her power to design spirit chi accessories. All of these tasks completely filled up Wen Yu's time. Lin Yuan also had to return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone to continue working hard. He needed to work 2 hours daily to fulfill the order from Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City. Moreover, Lin Yuan needed to head to Whale Ocean Commerce's manor with the rest of the Creation Masters 3 days later with faceless paper attached to his face. Nothing was different for Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Wen Yu. However, the world had changed for most of the Spirit Chi professionals and normal people on Star Web and in the real world. News of the Warm Sun Fund opening in the Xia region had indeed caused a huge commotion on Star Web. But before the commotion could reach its peak, it was blanketed by the news of the Abyssal World opening. The 32 major cities from the Radiance Federation were going to build mirror cities in the Abyssal World, and the factions would be building their territories inside the mirror cities. Hence, Creation Master resources in the Radiance Federation were tight. Metal-type spiritual ingredients and ice-type phase became extremely expensive, while the price of fire-type phase and strange flames fell. The changes and waves in the market affected the revenue of countless factions. However, this was inevitable because it was the natural progression of changing times. Meanwhile, Listen, Endless Summer, and the rest had returned to the royal capital from Indigo Azure City. Endless Summer made a beeline for the return from Faraway Mansion the moment she arrived at the royal capital. Listen was going to do the same. However, the royal capital was the first city to set aside territory for itself in the Abyssal World. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was a faction that operated within the royal capital and needed to build its representative faction in the mirror city of the royal capital in the Abyssal World. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would need to pay a security deposit and undertake the costs of building the representative faction. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was completely different from what it used to be. It could not even compare to a rising faction a few months ago. Eventually, it entered the luxury resources business and managed to break into the rising factions market. But a few months ago, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce took over all of the Zheng family's resources, which happened to overlap with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's role. Now, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was one of the top veteran factions. Although the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had not changed its address in the royal capital and still remained in the small White House, it was not eligible to occupy a 10,000 square meter business territory. The royal capital's building department had already rushed Listen many times. Although Listen could do anything with his connection to Lin Yuan, he still preferred to do things by the book because Lin Yuan was the same. Listen only rushed back to the return from Faraway Mansion when it was time for dinner. With Listen and Endless Summer back in the mansion, The return from faraway mansion was bustling with life. Lin Yuan called Master Hongshen, Zhang Xiaobai, Lu Pinru, Tan Ran, and Xianing over to have dinner in the mansion. After dinner, Listen went over to Lin Yuan and said softly, "Young master, I am done with all the business in Indigo Azure City." Lin Yuan nodded. He was not going to ask Listen how he planned to handle the Zheng family. Nonetheless, Listen said, "The Zheng family's main role is also luxury resources, and they have hired almost 4,000 spirit craftsmen over the years. 4 of them are Class 4 spirit craftsmen, over 200 are Class 3 spirit craftsmen, and most of the remaining ones are Class 2 creation masters. They have 6 times the number of spirit craftsmen as the Heavenly Craft Pavilion." After the Zhang family fell, Zhang Kaiyan immediately took control of the spirit craftsmen and prevented them from leaving the Zhang family. When I went over to take over control of the spirit craftsmen, most of them had a deep resentment toward Sky City because we won them from a blood-packed ultimate fight. Hence, I don't think we'll be able to make full use of them. They can only put the finishing touches on luxury goods. With the added labor of these spirit craftsmen, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce will be able to trade on a whole other scale. The 7 Class 4 spirit craftsmen and your rare spiritual resources will enable our auctions to gain an even better reputation. Lin Yuan did not express an opinion. Zhang Kaiyan had already told Lin Yuan about the spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan was not interested in these spirit craftsmen despite lacking spirit craftsmen because they would never be loyal to Sky City. Now that Listen had taken over control of the spirit craftsmen and given them suitable jobs, they were fulfilling their function. Listen changed the topic and said softly, "Young master, Zhang Kaiyan is very capable. After obtaining the Zheng family's luxury goods, I left him with Indigo Azure City's shallow sea resources so he could develop them. The Indigo Azure City's shallow sea resources are a large treasure chest. How far it can be developed is up to Zheng Kaiyan's abilities." From what Listen said, Lin Yuan could tell that he had already made his peace with his grudge against the Zheng family. Lin Yuan did not comment on what Listen said. The Zheng family, which Zheng Kaiyan led, was the most profitable source of income that Sky City had. Anything that Zheng Kaiyan did would earn money for Sky City. It was a good idea for Zheng Kaiyan to develop Indigo Azure City's shallow sea resources. If he was capable enough to do a good job, Lin Yuan did not mind opening up another road for Zhang Kaiyan by allowing him to interact with Gao Feng and helping Gao Feng nurture aquatic phase in the shallow seas. Although Lin Yuan had not left the mansion in the past few days or gone to the abyssal world to train, he was still very interested in the situation there. Lin Yuan asked, "Listen, what do you think the biggest change in the Federation since the opening of the abyssal world is?" Listen was slightly stunned and thought for a while before replying, "Young master, I have been paying attention to the situation in the abyssal world since I heard about the opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. My understanding is that the price of the metal-type spiritual ingredients that can be used to create the cities in the abyssal world has inflated to 4 times their usual price, while ice-type phase that can make their environment colder are now 15 times more expensive. The plant-type phase that are resistant to heat have become at least 3 times more expensive as well. However, luxury goods are experiencing the biggest change in price. Their price has already multiplied, but I think that this is only the beginning. I predict that the price of luxury goods will reach up to 4 times their previous price." Listen's voice became excited when he mentioned the part about the increase in the price of luxury goods. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was currently standing at the precipice of a changing generation. Soon, Listen would be confident enough to take the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to the level of top factions. Lin Yuan was amazed by Listen's response. The price of metal-type spiritual ingredients and ice-type phase had gone up because they were badly needed in the construction of the cities in the abyssal world. As a result, most adventuring crews would choose to enter subterranean dimensional rifts because they would be able to obtain metal-type spiritual ingredients and sell them to gain the biggest profit. Low-class creation masters would invest most of their time and energy into nurturing ice-type phase. This would cause creation master resources for other types of phase to become scarcer and the price of phase to climb. Spiritual ingredients came from phase. When the price of phase increased, so would the price of spiritual ingredients. There would be countless people who would be leading harder lives due to this change. Cultivated Garden was the Radiance Federation's store of food and resources. In the event of a change of times, many opportunists would try to stock up on metal-type spiritual ingredients and ice-type phase to sell them at the peak of their value. However, Lin Yuan believed that Tianfeng would step in quickly to open up Cultivated Garden and inject resources back into the market so that the price would fall back to their original levels. However, Cultivated Garden would only release goods that spirit chi professionals and regular people commonly used. They would not release luxury resources after an increase in the price of luxury resources because they did not affect the livelihoods of the people living in the Radiance Federation. The price of luxury goods had reached such a high point because the factions were fighting for the sake of their pride. Hence, the other price of luxury goods would continue to spike after the price of the other resources stabilized. After all, the factions would have to buy new luxury goods to decorate their territories in the abyssal world. This would definitely drive the price of luxury goods even higher. Moreover, when the opportunists found out that the regular spiritual ingredients were no longer as profitable, they would definitely set their sights on luxury resources. Lin Yuan would wait to see how Listen could grab hold of this benefit of the changing times to propel himself to the top. In the past 2 days, Lin Yuan had not heard once from Bu Pe. It was said that no news was good news. Apparently, Bu Pe did have creation master talent. It was likely that Bu Pe had become a creation master and saved himself. In order to better understand the current situation in the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan logged onto StarWeb after he was done with work to check the forums and discussions. Lin Yuan saw that many messages were about the inflation of spiritual ingredients. Return to the past. What the hell is going on? It only cost $600 Federation dollars to buy the ice crystal grass yesterday. Why does it cost 8,000 Federation dollars today? With 8,000 Federation dollars, why would I buy normal ice crystal grass? I would be better off buying bronze ice crystal grass. Lin Yuan could tell that Return to the Past did not understand the current situation. It was reasonable that the price of the ice crystal grass had increased, and it was only going to climb higher. However, the astronomical increase in the price of the spiritual ingredients was indeed frightening to Lin Yuan. It was likely that the spirit chi professionals who were affiliated with ice-type phase were falling in despair now. Even if these spirit chi professionals came from rich families who could afford the ice-type phase at their inflated price, it would still cost tens of times more to buy the ice-type spiritual ingredients necessary to nurture the ice-type phase. It now costs tens of times more to nurture an ice-type phase than other types of phase. No person or faction would be able to end the ongoing inflation easily. Even if Lin Yuan spent all of Sky City's wealth, he would be helpless against the market movements that were fueled by the changing times. Pouring Sky City's wealth into the market would be the equivalent of pouring a cup of water into a lake. Lin Yuan continued to read the other posts. Shadow of Cloud Peaks. What the hell? The foundation of my garden is done, and I have hired a construction crew. The cost of materials was estimated to be 120,000 Radiance dollars. But after just 1 day, it has changed to 960,000 Radiance dollars. How am I supposed to build my garden now? Spring Glow. This is so frustrating. The creation masters are so busy now that even money can't buy their time. Why have all the creation masters that I used to work with gone to Whale Ocean Commerce? Does anyone understand the situation? Why does Whale Ocean Commerce need so many creation masters? Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. It was understandable that creation master resources would be tight at this time when the 32 major cities were building mirror cities in the abyssal world. Even if Tianfeng released many resources that allowed the price of metal-type spiritual ingredients and other phase to return to their original level, he would not be able to address the lack of creation master resources. Even if the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had not opened in the Radiance Federation, there would still be insufficient creation master resources in the Radiance Federation. Now that the cities in the Radiance Federation were building mirror cities in the abyssal world, the already insufficient creation master resources would be even more drained. It seemed that the price of creation master resources in the Radiance Federation would definitely skyrocket, and their place in society would also be raised. As a result, top lifestyle professions like Class 5 Spirit Craftsmen and Class 5 Weavers would be relegated to share the ranks of Class 4 and below Creation Masters. Shadow of Cloud Peaks post linked the lack of Creation Master resources due to the changing times to Whale Ocean Commerce. Every time Lin Yuan refreshed the page, Shadow of Cloud Peak's post received even more likes and replies. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Yuan noticed that Shadow of Cloud Peak's post had become the most popular post on StarWeb. Whale Ocean Commerce was gathering so many creation masters to achieve a nefarious goal, and the sudden opening of the abyssal world was shining a blinding spotlight on them. This left them with no way of backing out. It would be useless no matter how hard Whale Ocean Commerce tried to stop this. After the matter, Whale Ocean Commerce would definitely receive a visit from the members of royalty. Although Whale Ocean Commerce had not done anything this time, their previous action would still be uncovered by the spirit guards. Thus, the only way out for Whale Ocean Commerce would be to take the risk in the hopes that it would lead to a miracle. Lin Yuan never understood why Whale Ocean Commerce dared to do such a thing. Were they really confident of being able to escape after doing such a thing? As Lin Yuan continued to read the posts on StarWeb, he saw that the number of posts about the price of goods was increasing. It could be said that the Radiance Federation was being pushed to its limits. Now that Lin Yuan understood the situation and was about to leave StarWeb, Cultivated Garden released a declaration through the StarWeb officials to all of the people on StarWeb. Cultivated Garden. With regards to the opening of the abyssal world, the major cities need to build mirror cities in the abyssal world, and the extreme heat of the abyssal world has resulted in the price of many phase and spiritual ingredients rising significantly. Cultivated Garden has decided to release 600 million tons of bronze metal-type spiritual ingredients, 100 million tons of silver metal-type spiritual ingredients, 20 quadrillion tons of gold metal-type spiritual ingredients, 10 billion tons of platinum metal-type spiritual ingredients, and 500 million tons of metal-type spiritual ingredients. We will also be letting out 111 trillion ice-type phase. The other spiritual ingredients and phase whose prices have been affected will also increase their supply by Cultivated Garden, so their market prices will return to normal. The message stated that Cultivated Garden would help to control the price of all the phase and spiritual ingredients in the market. In 72 hours, the prices of all the phase and spiritual ingredients in the Radiance Federation would return to normal. Any city or region whose price did not return back to normal could report this to the StarWeb officials. Royalty Lin Yuan was shocked when he saw this message. Soon, a wave of warmth overwhelmed him and spread throughout his entire body. What charisma and capability of a federation! Lin Yuan had expected that Cultivated Garden would step in to stabilize the market. However, he did not expect them to act so quickly. 2 days after the incident took place and the wave of commotion on StarWeb had just started rolling, Cultivated Garden had already slammed a lid down to quell the matter. Lin Yuan was also shocked to the point of fear when he saw the resources that Cultivated Garden was going to release. What kind of concept and wealth was this? Not even 10,000 Class 4 subterranean dimensional rifts produced so many metal-type spiritual ingredients. Moreover, Cultivated Garden was not just releasing this amount of metal-type spiritual ingredients just once but on a monthly basis. The 111 trillion ice-type phase could change the weather of a limited area in the abyssal world. Cultivated Garden's action made Lin Yuan aware that he had been thinking on too small of a scale. He had also thought about gathering resources. However, he had only thought about producing more soldier ration radishes and cultivating various plants in the marsh world to corner the plant-type Fey market. This should sustain Sky City for a few hundred years. But now that they were faced with a great change of times, Sky City's original method of gathering resources was no longer effective. Lin Yuan felt it was time for him to expand his scale and horizons by allowing Sky City to gather more resources quicker. The dimensional light moth had reached Diamond X/Legend. By eating space, it could easily open up Class 3 or 4 dimensional rifts. Class 3 or 4 dimensional rifts were nightmares to weak factions but treasure troves to powerful factions. The dimensional light moth was the key to opening the treasure troves. Lin Yuan did not have a lot of manpower under his control and could not harvest resources from many dimensional rifts using only the white-clothed followers. However, Lin Yuan harnessed faith power and had many apostles under him. These apostles also had many believers and favored believers. All the apostles could lead their believers and favored believers to harvest resources from various Class 3 or 4 dimensional rifts. A few hundred soldier ration radishes was clearly insufficient. Lin Yuan planned on using the Red Pagoda's life-form sacrificial fire to roast the soldier ration radishes to turn their stems wooden more quickly. He would then start splitting them into ramets. He would build a breeding base in the marsh world. This was the best way to gather and accumulate resources from the marsh world. Time flew by and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, the price of common phase in the Radiance Federation returned to normal, but the price of luxury goods had started to spike. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had received many orders for custom luxury goods, but Listen rejected all of them. He was not afraid that this would offend the factions who had placed the orders. The increase in the price of luxury goods was not related to spirit craftsmen, but the increase in the price of basic resources used to produce the luxury goods. Thus, these factions would come to beg the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce again in the future. After all, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had no lack of resources that could be used to produce luxury goods. This was Listen's biggest secret weapon during these changing times. There was a palace that resembled a pagoda on a mountain in Ascending Dragon City. This palace had 33 floors, and there was a wheat-shaped carving on the tip of each curved edge protrusion that was sandwiched between each floor. This made the pagoda appear both exquisite and humble. There were also patterns of various delectable fruits all over the pagoda. A hungry person would probably start salivating immediately the moment they laid eyes on the pagoda. When one drew near, they would see a large farm around the pagoda. There was Cultivated Gardens specialty crop sky fragrance rice planted on the farm. According to legend, eating 1 grain of sky fragrance rice could fill one's stomach for 10 days. Moreover, one would experience a continuous recovery of spiritual power during the 10 days. However, all of the members of royalty in the Radiance Federation knew that the owner of the sky fragrance rice was a miser. Thus, even they had only been able to eat the sky fragrance rice less than a handful of times. A chubby and sour-faced middle-aged man was swinging around his hoe as he hoed the furrow between 2 sky fragrance rice. He was extremely hardworking and dug out neat furrows that looked as though they had been measured out using a ruler. At that moment, a young man walked over. He took care not to step on the furrows that the rotund man had just created. He stood at the edge of the fence and shouted, "Tian Feng, we have sent out all the resources. According to our investigation, the prices of the various resources have returned to their original levels." Tian Feng set the hoe to the side and touched one of the sky fragrance rice before walking out of the field with a satisfied look on his face. As he walked, he said, "The amount of resources we sent out this time differs greatly from the deficit reported by the guard captains. Cicada Song's men are detailed workers, and a situation like this where resources differ by 10,000% has never happened. Have you found out the cause of this?" The young man frowned and said, "We have found out that there are 2 reasons for this situation. The first reason is that the guard captains of Indigo Azure City and Raging Wave City have saved a large amount that they used to buy up resources they can use to build their mirror cities. These 2 cities forgot to include these resources when they balanced their accounts. It is a mistake on their part. The second reason is that Whale Ocean Commerce has recruited many creation masters of various classes in the name of doing some kind of test." Tian Feng frowned and roared, "Nonsense! Only 2 days have passed. What does inflation have to do with the lack of creation masters?" This difference occurred because the guard captains of Indigo Azure City and Raging Wave City forgot to include their accumulated resources. For now, keep a close watch on the market's pricing changes. Once the market stabilizes, I will go and ask D. Wantian why the hell he needs so many creation masters. The young man was confused by what Lord Tian Feng meant by nonsense. Was he referring to the guard captains of Indigo Azure City and Raging Wave City or Whale Ocean Commerce? The matter should be over once the 2 guard captains gave their reports. However, if Tian Feng interrogated Whale Ocean Commerce, it would eventually lead to an investigation by the spirit guards. But Whale Ocean Commerce had kept such a low profile over the years that there should be no problems even if the spirit guards investigated them. It would take at least 10 days for all the prices of spiritual ingredients to stabilize. During this time, the young man needed to pull his socks up to keep himself from being reprimanded by Tian Feng. When the young man turned to return to work, a question appeared in Tian Feng's mind. The opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had been a last-minute decision by the members of royalty. Otherwise, the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift should have opened after the Radiance 100 sequence. It was impossible that Whale Ocean Commerce was recruiting creation masters because they had heard about the opening of the Abyss Dimensional Rift in advance. Thus, why did Whale Ocean Commerce need so many creation masters? Moreover, the Imperial Court had placed a restriction on all the top factions to prevent them from using resources and casually affecting the situation in the market. It would be fine if Whale Ocean Commerce was only recruiting high-class creation masters, but recruiting many low-class creation masters would prevent these low-class creation masters from being used by smaller organizations. Countless chambers of commerce and star web stores would crumble because they were unable to hire these low-class creation masters. Tianfeng had an urge to investigate Whale Ocean Commerce, but he pushed it down quickly because he had a more important thing to do over the next few days as a member of royalty. He needed to maintain the stability of the prices of the goods in the Radiance Federation to protect the regular people and spirit chi professionals from being affected by the changing times. It was soon time for Lin Yuan to participate in Whale Ocean Commerce's test as a Class 2 creation master. Lin Yuan had woken up at the crack of dawn. He put on a plain gray set of spirit chi clothes and looked out the window. It was a beautifully sunny day, but puffy clouds were obscuring some of the sunlight. But it did not take long for the sunlight to evaporate the clouds into a mist that spread out across the sky. Lin Yuan started to think as he stared at the thick clouds. If his guess about Whale Ocean Commerce was true, this was an earth-shattering matter that concerned the Radiance Federation's well of creation master resources. Ever since he met Ji Feng and understood his circumstances, Lin Yuan could not help but speculate about the Whale Ocean Commerce's recruitment of creation masters. As a top faction that had been formed from 3 families, the 3 families should share a close relationship. Moreover, Sea Sky Nurture's role was creation masters and should be the most active of the 3 families. However, 10,000 Flags Trading had exterminated Sea Sky Nurture. Even if they had a deep grudge, Whale Ocean Commerce needed creation master resources in order to expand themselves. Lin Yuan had heard from Miao He when they went to Connected Beast Park's residence that the number of island whales that Whale Ocean Commerce had not increased. This meant that 10,000 Flags Trading already had a large number of creation masters even before they killed the Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt as though he had just stumbled on a key point that he had missed up till now. Creation master resources? What kind of creation master resources needed to be replenished using the lives of creation masters? Lin Yuan should tell the Moon Empress about this matter. He had not done so because the Moon Empress had locked herself away to train. If Lin Yuan told Mystic Moon about this matter, he would undoubtedly tell the Moon Empress about it and disturb her training. Once the training of a top expert was disturbed, it would be challenging for them to return to that state of mind. On the other hand, this matter was a guess that Lin Yuan had come up with after putting together all the information he had gathered. If his guess was wrong and the Moon Empress caused a huge commotion by launching an investigation, it would turn the situation into a joke. Lin Yuan was going to act on his own and decided to give Mystic Moon a call before he acted. Lin Yuan was now the Moon Empress disciple, and anything he did was a reflection of the Moon Empress. Telling Mystic Moon in advance would enable him to react if anything happened. Previously, Lin Yuan had used faith power to enhance Whitespeak, and Whitespeak's power had reached pinnacle Immortal. Recently, the comments on Star Web had exploded, and Lin Yuan's faith power had almost doubled. Hence, Whitespeak would become even more powerful if Lin Yuan stepped in to enhance it again. Lin Yuan did not think that Whale Ocean Commerce had an expert more powerful than the pinnacle Immortal Whitespeak. However, there was no guarantee. A wise man would predict and prepare to mitigate possible risks. If Whale Ocean Commerce happened to hide an expert who had eternal power, telling Mystic Moon in advance would allow him to step in to help if the situation called for it. But when he called Mystic Moon, the call was not picked up even when the call rang to its end. Lin Yuan could not help but frown. This had never happened when Lin Yuan called Mystic Moon. The latter would always pick up after 3 rings or less. Lin Yuan did not wait for Mystic Moon to call him back. Instead, he called Mystic Moon again. When the call rang to its end, Mystic Moon hurriedly picked up and said apologetically, Young Lord, I am currently upgrading Star Web with 2 other members of royalty and did not have my phone with me. I was only just informed of your call. Mystic Moon knew Lin Yuan well. If Lin Yuan called him twice in a row, it meant that something urgent had to have happened. When Lin Yuan heard that Mystic Moon was upgrading Star Web, he hurriedly said, "Uncle Mystic, how long do you need to upgrade Star Web?" Mystic Moon replied honestly, "Young Lord, thanks to you. My sacred source life form has gained another star, and my power has crossed that rut. My sacred source life form and spiritual energy make up 1/3 of Star Web. When my spiritual power and I gain an increase in power, Star Web's spirit sensing net will also be fundamentally improved. Since the upcoming Radiance 100 sequence will be taking place on Star Web's upgrade will be completed 10 days before the Radiance 100 sequence if I work hard alongside the 2 other members of royalty." Cooperation. Lin Yuan frowned when he heard what Mystic Moon said. Upgrading Star Web was important to the entire Radiance Federation. This matter involved 2 other members of royalty besides Mystic Moon and was of utter importance. However, Lin Yuan's situation was just as paramount. After pondering for a few moments, Lin Yuan still decided to tell Mystic Moon about his hypothesis. However, he told Mystic Moon a summarized version. Mystic Moon froze, and his breath hitched. He turned to look at the other 2 members of royalty and said, "Young Lord, Night Leaning Moon has been staying at the Radiant Moon Palace recently. I will call her and ask her to cooperate with you as well as protect you from the shadows. You can take the lead on this matter, and she will accommodate you." Mystic Moon paused before adding, "Before the Moon Empress closed herself off to train, she told you to go ahead and do everything and anything that you want. She will always support you." Lin Yuan hung up the call and waited for Night Leaning Moon to call him. Although Night Leaning Moon was Lu Jie's master and was not considered an outsider, Lin Yuan did not want to involve Lu Jie in this matter. Lu Jie was also going to try to become a Radiance envoy. If Lin Yuan's guess was wrong, involving others would only cause their reputation to take a hit. Although a tarnished reputation would not have any effect on the Radiance 100 sequence selection, any spot on one's reputation during the Radiance envoy selection could cause one to lose many votes. As such, Lin Yuan was going to shoulder this matter on his own. Lin Yuan's phone rang in less than 5 minutes. When he picked it up, he saw that it was coming from a foreign number. Lin Yuan's phone rang very rarely, and any call that he did receive came from people he knew. Hence, it was likely that this foreign number was a call from Night Leaning Moon. When Lin Yuan picked up the call, he heard a hoarse and cold voice say, "Little Yuan, this is Night Leaning Moon. I'm a friend of your master. Let me know if you need me to do anything, and I will get right on it." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He was not stunned by Night Leaning Moon said that she was going to cooperate with him because Mystic Moon had already assured him that she would do so. He was surprised by the way that she had introduced herself. It would have been expected for her to introduce herself as the chief guard of the spirit guards or Lu Jie's master. Yet, she introduced herself as a friend of his master. This meant that the Moon Empress was extremely important to Night Leaning Moon. However, Lin Yuan had heard from Mystic Moon that the Moon Empress rarely interacted with the spirit guards. Since Night Leaning Moon said that she was going to help him, he told her about his plan. "Chief Guard Yi, let me tell you what I think is happening." He proceeded to tell her about his guess in detail, including the tragedy that happened to Jifeng and the entire Sea Sky Nurture. After listening to Lin Yuan's hypothesis, Night Leaning Moon fell silent for a moment before she replied, "Even if Whale Ocean Commerce's plan doesn't involve killing tens of thousands of creation masters, 10,000 Flags Trading's massacre of Sea Sky Nurture is already a major crime. Little Yuan, once you act, I will station 5,000 spirit guards outside Whale Ocean Commerce's residence to watch over you. I will also give you a Night Jade. The Night Jade will form a shield around you if you are ever attacked. If the Night Jade is shattered, I will automatically be transported to where the Night Jade is. Once you infiltrate Whale Ocean Commerce's residence, you can investigate as boldly as you like without worrying about safety." Night Leaning Moon had already heard the news that Whale Ocean Commerce was recruiting creation masters for a test. Although she did not think that a top faction that had established itself as a top faction decades ago would cause problems, she still intended to send 2 guard envoys to investigate. But due to the fight with the Sea clans, Night-Leaning Moon had to send many guard envoys and spirit guards to the seaside cities to prevent the Sea clans from causing trouble. As a result, there were not many spirit guards left in the royal capital. Night-Leaning Moon had been staying at the Radiant Moon Palace and addressing documents sent from the various regions. Zhuaming and Yu Zhe had also been beside themselves with work. It was only natural for Night-Leaning Moon to work harder than them. Night-Leaning Moon felt that Lin Yuan's guess was pure conjecture. But since he was going to put himself in danger to investigate for the sake of the Radiance Federation, it was evident that he had the character of a Radiance envoy. Night-Leaning Moon had started being friendly with Lin Yuan because of his relationship with Lu Jie, and she wanted to extend her affection to the people that Lu Jie cared about. But now, Night-Leaning Moon genuinely admired Lin Yuan. Compared to her disciple, who was preoccupied with being a protector, Lin Yuan was more focused on the big picture. Lin Yuan's face lit up with joy. He was not afraid that he would be in danger, but that White Speak would be unable to protect the thousands of creation masters on its own. But now that there were going to be another 5,000 spirit guards standing by, they would be able to step in to protect the creation masters if an accident took place. Lin Yuan replied with gratitude. "Thank you, Chief Guard Yi." Night-Leaning Moon replied with a smile. "Little Yuan, you can call me Anti-Night. You don't have to call me Chief Guard Yi in private." Night-Leaning Moon hung up the call. Soon, Lin Yuan saw a blanket of darkness creeping over the bright sun. The blanket of darkness entered the mansion and his room before arriving at his palm. It turned into a square jade pendant. This was probably the night jade that Night-Leaning Moon had mentioned. This method of delivering the night jade allowed Lin Yuan to understand the concept of being a member of royalty. What Night-Leaning Moon just did was beyond Lin Yuan's previous comprehension. Lin Yuan saw that it was almost time to leave. It was at this moment that he received another call. He saw that it was coming from another unknown number that was different from Night-Leaning Moon's. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan instinctively assumed that the call was still coming from Night-Leaning Moon. But when he picked up, a male voice said, "Is this Chu Yuan? I'm from Whale Ocean Commerce. You are expected to be at the meeting point in an hour. I'm calling to remind you not to be late. Moreover, you don't have to bring anything additional with you. When you arrive, Whale Ocean Commerce will provide you with everything." Additionally, the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters from Sea Sky Nurture have all expressed the desire to accept disciples. So you should grab the opportunity. Lin Yuan was so angry that he almost started to laugh. It was clear that there was a motive behind the call, and it was that Whale Ocean Commerce hoped that everyone who registered would turn up. Thus, they sent an attendant over to tempt the Creation Masters. The people from Sea Sky Nurture were dead, except for Jifeng. Whale Ocean Commerce was using dead people as bait to reignite the motivation of the Creation Masters to turn up. Lin Yuan saw no need to tear into this attendant and said, "I will head to the meeting point now." He forced a voice of excitement out of himself and talked to the attendant a while more before the attendant hurriedly hung up the call to contact other applicants. Lin Yuan did not ride Blackie in the royal capital because it was too eye-catching. Lin Yuan, who looked different thanks to Faceless Paper's transformation, called for a silver divine travel black swallow. He rode the divine travel black swallow all the way to Whale Ocean Commerce's meeting point. He arrived at the meeting point 40 minutes early, but it was already crowded there. Whale Ocean Commerce's meeting point was currently the most crowded place in the entire royal capital. Lin Yuan noticed that all of the creation masters had flushed faces of excitement. Some of them were hopeful that they would be able to join Whale Ocean Commerce, while others wanted to be picked by Sea Sky Nurture's Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters. A few of them were also feeling rivalrous toward the younger and more capable creation masters. Lin Yuan could not help but be displeased by this. At that moment, he would prefer that his guess fell flat over discovering Whale Ocean Commerce's secret. However, it would be impossible for everything to be nothing more than his conjecture. The attendance call proved that there were problems. To readers, our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us, just as Lin Yuan was about to wait for the right time to investigate the situation in the surrounding stores. He realized that most of the creation masters around were looking at him. He was surprised by this because he had used faceless paper and even looked in the mirror before he left. He had also put on a very plain set of spirit chi clothes. Could overly plain looks also attract attention? I couldn't look more average. Why are you staring at me? If you find me ugly, most of you have even plainer looks than me. Lin Yuan grumbled to himself. However, he neglected the fact that faceless paper could change one's appearance but not one's bone structure or aura. The beauty of one's bone structure and aura was usually in contrast with one's features. People who had more pleasing features usually had less remarkable bone structures and auras. Now that Lin Yuan's appearance was suppressed to its full extent, his perfect bone structure was like a large cannon for his aura. However, he was completely unaware of this. At that moment, an elder creation master who had been surrounded by a group of fawning younger creation masters walked toward Lin Yuan and said haughtily, "Buddy, are you also here to take part in Whale Ocean Commerce's test?" Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. The elderly man looked at Lin Yuan's chest and saw no creation master crest. Hence he asked, "You seem young. You can't be older than 18 years old. Are you a Class 1 creation master?" With Lin Yuan's face shape, he could continue to look like he was in his 20s well into his 30s and 40s. He had always been frustrated by his youthful looks. Despite being over 18 years old, he still looked like he was 16 years old. The faceless paper had only changed his looks and not his bone structure. Hence, he still looked rather young. When the elderly man mentioned the creation master crest, Lin Yuan took out his Class 2 creation master crest and placed it over the left side of his chest. The creation master crest was the most obvious way to display one's creation master status. Given Lin Yuan's current age, he would receive many questions if he did not wear his creation master crest. It went without saying that he did not put on the Class 2 creation master crest that the Moon Empress had given to him because Whale Ocean Commerce would discard their plans when they saw it, regardless of how desperate they were. The elderly man gasped when he saw Lin Yuan's Class 2 creation master crest, and the creation masters around them also turned to look at him in shock. After all, it was rare to see a Class 2 creation master who was only around 16 years old. Only veteran and top factions could produce such talented descendants. After a short pause of surprise, the elderly man exclaimed, "It really is true that the best comes from the young. I was more than 30 years old by the time I became a Class 2 creation master. If I became a Class 2 creation master at your young age, I would probably be a higher class creation master now." Lin Yuan could tell from the creation master crest on the elderly man's chest that he was a Class 3 creation master. He was very close to becoming a Class 4 creation master. Normally, people who became Class 2 creation masters before they reached 20 years old would become Class 4 creation masters by the time they reached 80 years old, as long as no accidents happened along the way. The average age of King-class experts in the Radiance Federation was almost 200 years old, so they were considered middle-aged at 80 years old. Zhongzhe and Gulang were already pinnacle Class 3 creation masters, and they could temporarily concoct Grade 4 spirit fluids using special methods. However, neither of them chose to take the Class 4 creation master test. This was not because they were unwilling to do so, but because the Class 4 creation master test was not as simple as the Class 3 creation master test. The Class 4 creation master test lasted for a full week. During the week, they would draw questions and fulfill the task 7 times. This meant that they would have to concoct 7 bottles of Grade 4 spirit fluids. Zhongzhe and Gulang could easily concoct 1 bottle of Grade 4 spirit fluid with special methods, but it would leave them drained. If they were overly drained, their roots would be damaged. Lin Yuan had participated in the All-Star match and was chosen as the lucky member of the audience who challenged the Savage Snake Guild Club. As such, his face was known throughout the Radiance Federation. However, no one had linked him to the Moon Empress disciple. After the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended, Lin Yuan was confident that Black's popularity would dominate every person who participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection until he became the trending topic on StarWeb. Black's trending topic would need a competitor. Otherwise, the commotion would end quickly. As such, Lin Yuan planned on taking the Class 3 and 4 creation master tests after the Radiance 100 sequence selection was over and releasing the news that he was a Class 4 creation master. This way, his two identities would be able to fight for popularity on Star Web again, and Lin Yuan would be able to harvest even more faith power. Frankly, Lin Yuan did not have a strong Creation Master ability, and he did not use traditional Creation Master techniques. Instead, he used his special abilities and the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. In the past, Lin Yuan would not have the courage to take the Class 3 Creation Master exam, much less the Class 4 Creation Master exam. It would be fine if he drew a question that involved evolving a bronze and silver face quality. But if he drew a question that involved evolving a platinum Fey to diamond, it would be easy for a Class 3 Creation Master, but Lin Yuan would be stumped. Now, he had genius, and it would be able to easily handle the Class 4 Creation Master test. During the test, the spirit fluids being concocted were so special that the test was not supervised. Although Lin Yuan's methods were special, no one could refute him that genius and the 100 questions beasts were part of his power. After pinning the Class 2 Creation Master crest on, he could sense many Creation Masters around him looking at him warily and with slight resentment. Evidently, they saw him as their rival. The elderly man who struck up a conversation with Lin Yuan was now observing him carefully. Judging from the spirit chi clothes that Lin Yuan was wearing, the elderly man was certain that this talented Class 2 Creation Master did not have anything special up his sleeve. People with special abilities would not choose to put on spirit chi clothes woven from the bronze sand silkworm. Buddy, you will probably catch the eye of someone from Sea Sky Nurture, and might even become the disciple of one of the pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. The elderly man's words only attracted more hatred for Lin Yuan. However, there were more Creation Masters who admired him than envied him. Creation Masters might hold a very different position from other lifestyle class spirit chi professionals, but there was also a distinct pyramid amongst the Creation Masters. A pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master had already praised Lin Yuan in the few short minutes since his arrival. This was proof of his power. There was a high chance that his plain-looking young man could be picked and accepted as a disciple by one of Sea Sky Nurture's pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. As such, many Class 1 and 2 Creation Masters walked up to Lin Yuan to introduce themselves in the hopes of becoming acquainted with him. There was an attendant from 10,000 Flags trading nearby who was verifying the Creation Masters' identities. When the attendance was almost full, the attendant summoned a light green elemental-shaped object that let out a piercing shriek that morphed into a humanoid voice. The shrill and hoarse voice said, "Everyone, get ready. The floating light feather cranes will be here to fetch you to the residence soon." Lin Yuan used true data to check on the light green elemental-shaped object. He saw that it was the source-type item called the elemental wind. However, it had been nurtured in a horrible way. Using modeled wind elemental energy to nurture the elemental wind was a waste. However, it was more effective to use the elemental wind than a trumpet. All the chatter died down when the Creation Masters heard what the attendant said. Their eyes lit up with the hope that this journey would take them to a brighter future. Even if they could not be accepted as a disciple by one of Sea Sky Nurture's Class 4 Creation Masters, it would also be a good opportunity to join Whale Ocean Commerce. After all, having the support of a top faction was better than having to fight on their own. Besides, they were mere employees who only had to concentrate on work and would receive wages higher than what they earned freelancing. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Yuan saw the shadow of a large crane appear in the distance. The floating light wings crane was a crane species Fey with an extremely strong bloodline. The wind and light-type floating light wings crane was comfortable to ride and was the fastest diamond avian-type Fey. Only a top faction like Whale Ocean Commerce could send out more than 10 diamond floating light wings crane. Before Gray became a heavenly family Fey, it was also from the winged crane species. This was enough to indicate the floating light wings crane's value. Many Creation Masters smiled when they saw that Whale Ocean Commerce was willing to send out the floating light wings cranes to fetch them because it showed how sincere they were. After climbing aboard the floating light wings crane, Lin Yuan noticed that the attendants who had come to receive the Creation Masters were all very friendly to the Creation Masters, while the riders looked extremely composed. Lin Yuan could also see a hint of amusement in their calm eyes. As such, he thought, it looks like very few people within Whale Ocean Commerce know about the plan. If a person was accustomed to treating Creation Masters as prey, they would not respect Creation Masters at all, regardless of how high their class was. This was not surprising because Whale Ocean Commerce's plan involved taking lives, and it would be bad if many people knew about it. It was likely that only the higher ranks knew about it. Since this rider was aware of the situation, Lin Yuan walked up to him, intending to get some information out of him. But when Lin Yuan drew near, the person spoke before Lin Yuan could get a chance to. Before I came, the head of the family gave me a mission. Whale Ocean Commerce's test is very important, and you are not allowed to bring your phone to the test. Please hand all of your phones over to me. You will get them back after the test. Lin Yuan halted when he heard what this person said, and the faces of the creation masters behind him fell. Phones were personal items that were directly linked to the owner's privacy. Even a regular person would be unwilling to have their phone taken away, much less an arrogant creation master. However, Lin Yuan knew that they would not allow him to keep his phone even if he protested. Whale Ocean Commerce could not give the creation masters a chance to leak information. When the man turned around, Lin Yuan felt a strong heft of pressure that he had experienced from Duan He and Jifeng in the past. This meant that the rider that Whale Ocean Commerce sent to steer the floating light wings crane was an Emperor-class expert. If they did not hand over their phones, it was likely that blood would be spilled. After all, it was always a good idea to punish one person to make an example out of them. If there were Emperor-class experts amongst the creation masters, a fight could break out between the two sides and result in the floating light wings crane being unable to return to Whale Ocean Commerce's residence. This would cause Lin Yuan to be unable to carry out his plan in Whale Ocean Commerce. Lin Yuan decided that he did not want this to happen, so he was the first to give up his phone. He had contacted Night Leaning Moon once after boarding the floating light wings crane, and she told him that the 5,000 spirit guards were already at their stations. They were waiting for him to give the signal by shattering the night jade. People were fundamentally all sheep. When Lin Yuan took the initiative to give up his phone, the other unwilling but weak-willed creation masters also gave up their phones. When the strongly resistant creation masters saw that more than half of the creation masters had given up their phones, they also gave up. Soon, every creation master had handed their phones. The other floating light wings crane did not have someone like Lin Yuan to get the ball rolling, and the process of collecting the phones did not go well. Fights had already broken out. However, they were still in midair and had not arrived at Whale Ocean Commerce's residence, and the creation masters could escape if they summoned their fays. The greeters from Whale Ocean Commerce played good cop while the riders of the floating light wings cranes played bad cop. After bringing up the possible benefits that came with being under a top faction like Whale Ocean Commerce, all the phones were finally collected. At that moment, many creation masters frowned as they sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, they had already arrived at Whale Ocean Commerce's residence. Lin Yuan looked around at the surroundings and saw that the residence was beautifully decorated and looked like a sprawling natural scenery. It made one feel completely relaxed. From the way that the interior of the residence was decorated, it could not be more clear that Whale Ocean Commerce was one of the top 3 top factions. Meanwhile, in Whale Ocean Commerce's study room, Di Wantian and Di Wanqing were standing next to a person wrapped in a black robe. The usually strict Di Wantian said to the black-robed person in a gentle voice, "Third sister, you shouldn't be under sunlight in your current condition. However, we are running out of time. I didn't expect the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift to open so quickly. We are taking a risk by recruiting so many Creation Masters for a test. Now that the market is so volatile and Creation Master resources are so scarce, many people on StarWeb have linked the matter to us. No matter how busy the members of royalty are, they will definitely come and visit us in a week's time. It will be up to you whether we succeed." A weak voice said from within the black robe, "Big brother, I can do it. Four Beasts Territory is a top faction supported by Furnace Stone Metal. Furnace Stone Metal does not have strong Creation Master resources and has invested a lot into building up Four Beasts Territory's Creation Master resources. Thankfully, Furnace Stone Metal aims to enable Four Beasts Territory to dominate the Beast-type Fey market. Otherwise, I would not have been able to absorb so many knowledge-filled bodies. I am almost done absorbing Four Beasts Territory's Class 4 Creation Masters. I have not been able to start absorbing their Class 3 and below Creation Masters. You can send them to the dark room alongside the creation masters who arrived a few days ago and those who will be arriving today. I am confident that I will be able to absorb half of their bodies and become a Class 5 creation master. Di Wantian immediately sent Di Wanqing off to make preparations. Di Wanqing had been panicking ever since the morning. Although he had already reached Immortal, this matter was extremely important and involved not just Whale Ocean Commerce's honor and glory, but also the lives of thousands of creation masters. When Third Sister said that she only needed to absorb half of the creation master's bodies to become a Class 5 creation master, Di Wanqing said, "Third Sister, if you only need half of the creation master's bodies, what do you plan to do with the other half?" The weak voice replied menacingly, "Second brother, I can continue to absorb the bodies full of knowledge after I become a Class 5 creation master. They can be like my dessert. I will only be able to become a Class 5 creation master because of my mutated soul and sacred source lifeform. The decay body flesh ginseng has reached pinnacle 7 stars. The thousands of creation masters can enable the decay body flesh ginseng to evolve to 8 stars this time." Di Wanqing and Di Wantian were shocked. They were still under the impression that Third Sister's sacred source lifeform was 6 stars and was in its adolescent stage. When did it reach its mature age of pinnacle 7 stars? Despite being the head of Whale Ocean Commerce and an immortal expert, Di Wantian's sacred source lifeform had only just reached 7 stars. If Third Sister's sacred source lifeform reached pinnacle 7 stars, her power would reach an unimaginable level. She only mentioned that her sacred source lifeform reached 7 stars today. Could she be hiding more things from Wanqing and me? However, Di Wantian did not have the time to ask these questions. It was more important for Third Sister to become a Class 5 creation master because that was the only way she would be able to save Whale Ocean Commerce from the members of royalty and open the gates of glory for them. Di Wanqing and Di Wantian were so busy fussing about that they completely missed the spot of darkness in the girl's gaze. The darkness encompassed detachment and derision. It was the look of a higher being sneering at mortals. The girl's lips curled when she thought about the feast that she was about to dig into. At first, the creation masters assumed that they would be able to enjoy good food and lodging when they arrived at Whale Ocean Commerce's residence. They thought that Whale Ocean Commerce would hold a banquet that night to welcome all of them and that the pinnacle Class 4 creation masters would be in attendance. After all, there were almost 10 Class 4 creation masters amongst the thousands of creation masters who had signed up. 2 of them had also reached Advanced Class 4 creation master, while 1 of them had reached Pinnacle Class 4 creation master. They were very notable personalities in the Radiance Federation. Any Pinnacle Class 4 creation master would be a hot commodity in a top faction. If a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master joined a rising faction like Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, they would immediately be given the rank of an elder. This Pinnacle Class 4 creation master was named He-Ji, and she was one of the rare female creation masters. She had come to Whale Ocean Commerce because she was old friends with a few of Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters. However, she had not seen her friends or heard a whiff of their news in over a decade. She was more here to visit friends than to participate in Whale Ocean Commerce's test. At that moment, all of the expectations of the creation masters fell flat. Whale Ocean Commerce seemed to be in a rush. An elder from 10,000 Flags Trading appeared and said to the group, "All of you are the last batch of creation masters to arrive at Whale Ocean Commerce. The earlier batches have already started working. We have also hired 4 Beasts Territories high-class creation masters. Please go and meet up with the other creation masters, and we will assign you tasks." The faces of many creation masters fell. He-Ji was the most disappointed of them all. She took a step forward and asked the elder haughtily, "Di Zhanhong, you probably recognize me. Are you in such a rush that you can't even give us time to settle down?" Di Zhanhong looked at the person who spoke, and alarm bells rang in his head. He-Ji had a bad temper. Moreover, she had gained a sharper mind with age and was not easily fooled. But at this point, Di Zhanhong could not be bothered to try and explain the situation to He-Ji. Thus, he cobbled together a lie and said, "We have encountered some problems, and all the elders from Sea Sky Nurture are working overtime to address the issues. Senior He-Ji, it's a good thing that you're here. With all these creation masters here, We were planning to ask all of you to help with the issues. Ever since the Creation Master's phones were taken away on the floating light wings crane, He sensed that something was definitely wrong. Sci-Fi Nurture's Creation Masters were all very knowledgeable. The first elder of Sci-Fi Nurture had only been a step away from becoming a Class 5 Creation Master. If he could not settle the problem, she would be helpless as well. The Class 1 and 2 Creation Master would also only be able to stand by and watch without offering any actual help. How was one supposed to concoct spirit fluids when there was a group of Creation Masters huddled together? One sneeze and all the spirit fluids would fail. Moreover, Sci-Fi Nurture's first elder was friendly and loved hosting. Given his personality, he should have arranged for many attendants to welcome all these Creation Masters rather than what was happening now. They were not even given accommodations. Suddenly, He felt as though they were a herd of the blackback mountain boars who were currently being herded to slaughter. Ever since their phones were taken away, a fire of rage had been lit within many of the Creation Masters. Now that He had spoken first, a few Class 3 Creation Masters started to speak up. I like working in a quiet environment. If even Sci-Fi Nurture's elders and 4 Beasts Territory's high-class Creation Masters can't solve the problem, we won't be of any help either. I need to make a call and contact my student. Since the test hasn't started and I still have no idea what the test entails, it should be fine for me to make a few calls. Many Class 1 and 2 Creation Masters let out voices of agreement. The other Class 4 Creation Masters besides He frowned. They looked determined to receive an explanation from Dijonhong. Since they had become Class 4 Creation Masters, they did not need to worry about offending any faction. If something did not work in one place, it could work in another. If this faction did not give them proper treatment, other factions would be willing to do so. Creation Masters were a key source of production. Since Whale Ocean Commerce was treating them in such a manner, the Class 4 Creation Masters decided to give up and leave. When Lin Yuan saw how volatile the situation was becoming, he had a bad feeling. Although they had arrived at the Whale Ocean Commerce's residence, they had not met up with the other Creation Masters who had arrived in advance. Firstly, Lin Yuan was still unsure of Whale Ocean Commerce's goal. Secondly, he was afraid that he would be unable to protect the Creation Masters who were present if he stepped in now. Hence, he needed to prevent a fight from breaking out between the Creation Masters and the people from Whale Ocean Commerce and convince them to agree to meet up with the other Creation Master. This was the only way that they would be able to push Whale Ocean Commerce into revealing their hidden fangs and enable Lin Yuan to discover Whale Ocean Commerce's true scheme. Lin Yuan elbowed his way to the front and said, "Why don't we go and take a look at the situation first? I am friends with Sci-Fi Nurture's young leader Jifeng. The main reason for me being here is to visit him." Lin Yuan turned to Dijonhong and asked, "Jifeng should be at the test location, right?" Dijonhong looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes for a moment before he replied, "You're right. Young Master Jifeng and the other elders of Sci-Fi Nurture are at the test location. If you're here to visit him, you will be able to meet with him at the test location." The word meet reverberated in Lin Yuan's head. 10,000 Flags Trading had personally killed all the elders of Sci-Fi Nurture. Jifeng, who had managed to escape, was no different from a dead man in the eyes of 10,000 Flags Trading. By meet, they meant that he was going to die along with the rest of them. When He heard Dijonhong say that the elders of Sci-Fi Nurture were all at the test location, she took a step back. She decided to ignore Dijonhong's disrespect and put a pause on any decisions until she met up with the elders of Sci-Fi Nurture. Although He had acquiesced, the other Class 3 and 4 Creation Masters had no intention of doing so. Hence, the situation was still extremely tense. But without He representing them, the other 2 Class 4 Creation Masters did not voice out their thoughts. Clearly, the scales of power in the situation were tipping toward Dijonhong. At this moment, a deep voice said, "Apologies, everyone. Whale Ocean Commerce has been swamped with work because of the test, so we haven't had the time to provide you with the best conditions. Why don't you head to the test location with me first? After all of you gather together, we will hold a giant banquet to welcome all of you." A tall man with a light gold shirt walked toward the group. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that gave him a sinister look. However, Lin Yuan could tell that there was a hint of solemnness and hesitation in his expression. Di Zhanhong hastily dipped his head and said, "Second young master." Di Wanqing waved at Di Zhanhong to dismiss him. Recently, Di Wanqing had become a hot topic amongst the factions. Ever since Whale Ocean Commerce exposed Di Wanqing, Whale Ocean Commerce gained the chance to get a leg up on the cage of Brahma insects and Rhine lifeform. Now that Di Wanqing had gained immortal power, the Class 3 creation masters had no choice but to back down. He Ji was the only one who had the right to talk to Di Wanqing as an equal, but she was intentionally remaining silent now. Hence, the resistant creation masters also lost the courage to fight back. Di Wanqing started by nodding to He Ji before he walked over to greet her. During this time, his gaze landed on Lin Yuan, and his eyes immediately narrowed. Lin Yuan's aura was indeed special. However, Di Wanqing could sense that Lin Yuan was only a B-rank spirit chi professional and was not capable of making any significant waves. Di Wanqing could see through Lin Yuan immediately because he had asked the sacred sword-wielding queen to stop blocking his grade. If Di Wanqing could not see through him, he would definitely become suspicious. When Lin Yuan thought that Di Wanqing was about to turn his gaze away, Di Wanqing said, "Did you say that you're good friends with Feng? He has been laying low alongside the other elders of Sea Sky Nurture for over a decade. You were probably just a young child 10 years ago." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "The friendships you make in your youth are the deepest. I remember that Di Hao once announced his friendship with Ji Feng on Star Web. Unfortunately, I can't compete with their friendship since they were able to see each other over the last 10 years. When Lin Yuan mentioned Di Hao, Di Wanqing's expression changed. Lin Yuan noticed this. Di Wanqing looked at Lin Yuan as though he was looking at a dead man and said to the crowd, "Follow me. This test is so important that we built a special location for it. When you enter through the underground palace, stay neatly lined up and don't make too much noise." If Di Zhanhong had been the one who said this, the Class 2 and 3 creation masters would have immediately been displeased. However, it was Di Wanqing who had spoken. Lin Yuan decided that he would blend in with the crowd. But just as he was about to join the group of moving bodies, He Ji grabbed his wrist and whispered into his ear, "Walk next to me. You're from Whale Ocean Commerce, right?" Lin Yuan's lips twitched, but he immediately realized why He Ji had come to such a conclusion. He remembered that he had been on the same floating light wings crane as He Ji. It had been evident that the greeter attendant and the floating light wings crane's rider had been playing good cop and bad cop. When this plan did not work, they needed someone to pretend to take advantage of the situation to enable Whale Ocean Commerce to reach its goal. Lin Yuan should be the mole planted amongst the crowd who would help Whale Ocean Commerce when things were not going their way. However, Lin Yuan had done all this to achieve his goal, and the results were coincidental. Naturally, Lin Yuan could not tell He Ji about this. He did not nod, nor did he deny it. Instead, he cupped his hands together and followed her submissively. This caused a wave of anger to bubble up within He Ji, and it almost erupted. She felt as though this young man next to her was like a brick wall that was impossible to get through. Soon, Di Wanqing led the group to the underground palace that was built in the mountain behind Whale Ocean Commerce. This underground palace looked similar to the one in the Return from Faraway Mansion. This was because Whale Ocean Commerce could also afford to instruct the spirit craftsmen to use suzerain metal type and spatial type spiritual ingredients to turn the basement into a cage that was blocked off from the world. No one on the surface would be aware of what happened inside the basement. Di Wanqing opened the door to the basement with one hand. Lin Yuan immediately caught a whiff of the faint odor of decay. Creation masters were very used to the stink because many spiritual ingredients were more effective after they rotted. They walked through the door into a long tunnel lined with lanterns containing strange flames. As such, the tunnel was as bright as the surface. Di Wanqing did not walk in. Rather, he stood by the entrance and watched as all the creation masters marched in. When the last creation master stepped through the door, Di Wanqing walked in and locked the door behind him. He smiled like a hungry beast, and the creation masters at the back of the line felt a chill go up their spines. Lin Yuan and He Ji were walking at the front. He lost track of how many flights of stairs he had descended. He estimated that he had been walking for 20 minutes ever since he entered the tunnel. As for the height, he was at least 800 meters underground now. As for the height, he was at least 800 meters underground now. This was much deeper than the return from faraway mansion's basement. At this moment, an angry cry of desperation screamed, "What has whale ocean commerce done to my grandfather, father, and uncle? Why haven't I seen them in 4 days? Why did you have to kill the Class 3 creation masters from 4 Beasts territory? Are you trying to end 4 Beasts territory?" There were also many other chaotic noises accompanying the angry shriek. The voice was so loud that every person should have heard it in the tunnel. However, the group soon realized that the first half of the tunnel had been soundproofed with metal-type spiritual ingredients. Since there were no soundproofing metal-type spiritual ingredients in this tunnel section, it indicated that the people from Whale Ocean Commerce no longer cared whether these people knew about the truth. Lin Yuan found the shrill voice to be rather familiar. The chilling cry and other angry noises of chaos caused the group of creation masters to go into hysterics. At that moment, a wave of air kicked up behind the group and pushed the group out of the tunnel. The group was pushed out into a flat open space. The many lanterns with strange flames that lit the area made the space seem macabre. There were currently many creation masters in this space, and a young man was kneeling nearby. He was clutching 3 corpses, and his eyes were filled with rage and despair. A man and a figure wrapped in a black robe were seated on 2 stone thrones. The man had an excited look of longing on his face, as though something he had been looking forward to was finally happening. The figure wrapped in a black robe resembled a monster of darkness that was utterly empty of life. At this moment, Heji's face turned grim, and she yelled, "Di Wantian, what are you doing?" Heji had already recognized the man seated on the stone throne. Di Wantian pretended that he had not heard what Heji said. He turned his piercing gaze to the crowd and asked Di Wanqing, "Second brother, did anyone escape?" Di Wanqing leaped up and landed on the stone throne on the left of Di Wantian and said, "Big brother, everything went well." Di Wanqing glanced at the thousands of creation masters behind him before saying to the figure in black in a heavy tone, "Third sister, if you only need half of these creation masters to become a Class 5 creation master, why don't you spare the other half of this group of creation masters?" Di Wanqing did not bother to lie or hide in such a situation. There were pinnacle Class 4 creation masters like Heji in the group. However, these pinnacle Class 4 creation masters did not have powerful combat abilities like the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch did. Heji was an S-rank Spirit Chi professional, but even when her 3 Fays were at full power, she was only a pinnacle Thearch class expert. Di Wanqing and Di Wantian had gained immortal power. They had hidden their abilities all this time to keep the spotlight off Whale Ocean Commerce. Thus, the people present were all underestimating Di Wanqing. In order to build this basement, Whale Ocean Commerce had even used Sovereign Spatial Break Purple Gold. The walls would even be able to block the energy fluctuations from the full-powered attacks of new immortal experts. The basement wrapped in the spatial break purple gold was like a caged world. Only experts who had reached pinnacle immortal would be able to break out of the cage. But how were they supposed to find a pinnacle immortal expert here? If there was a pinnacle immortal expert here, Whale Ocean Commerce would be done for, and Di Wanqing and Di Wantian would not be able to use the lives of these creation masters to turn their sister into a Class 5 creation master. Di Wanqing had not bothered to cover up the truth. So all of the creation masters turned to look at him and the figure wrapped in black in shock. Although Di Wanqing had not said it explicitly, the creation masters had managed to guess what was happening. Was Whale Ocean Commerce trying to take the lives of every creation master here to produce a Class 5 creation master? How dare they? This was no different from cutting the Radiance Federation's roots. More than half of these creation masters were less than 40 years old and possessed great potential. These thousands of creation masters could help at least 80,000 Spirit Chi professionals obtain phase, as well as evolve 100,000 phase after working for 10 years. Creation master resources were the equivalent of the Radiance Federation's power. Before Di Wantian and the black-robed figure could reply to Di Wanqing, Heji summoned all of her phase. 3 figures wrapped in smoke appeared around her in a triangle formation. The three figures released unmistakable creation breed auras, and three different world powers permeated the basement. However, the world power could not break through the walls at all. Hiji's chest tightened when she noticed this. Whale Ocean Commerce was indeed well prepared. Hiji had wanted to strike first and escape this basement, but it seemed that this plan was not viable. Hiji shouted at the three people seated on the stone thrones. What is Whale Ocean Commerce trying to do? You should think before you act. How can you do something so blasphemous as to kill thousands of creation masters just to turn one person into a Class 5 creation master? When you became a Class 1 creation master, didn't the teacher who administered the test tell you that the most important thing about being a creation master is the legacy? Diwantian was clearly annoyed when he heard what Hiji said. After Hiji's question, Diwantian flipped over his hand with a stony expression. A small silver bird appeared in his hand. At the same moment that the small silver bird appeared, there were three flashes, and three small holes appeared in the abdomens of the smoke-covered young girls around Hiji. Lin Yuan could see the spirit chi clothes worn by the spirit chi professionals behind them through the holes. Not a single drop of blood flowed out, but the three fays in human form withered and collapsed to the ground. They did not even have the energy to climb back up to their feet. Lin Yuan used true data on the small silver bird in Diwantian's hand and saw that it was called the Cracked Sky Falcon Sparrow. Its abilities and exclusive skills were all question marks, which meant that the Cracked Sky Falcon Sparrow had gained immortal power. Wantian and Diwanqing are dead, but through the method of contact, there was no question that the Cracked Sky Falcon Sparrow was a spatial type Fey. The Cracked Sky Falcon Sparrow's piercing attack against Hiji's three Fays and injection of spatial power into their organs was extremely cruel. Hiji looked at Diwantian with pure malice when she saw her Fay's severe injuries. However, there was nothing she could do about it. She could not cross the gap to reach immortal power. It was not because she could not concoct spirit fluids to transform Fays to immortal, or that she had no access to immortal experts to help her main Fays overcome their trials of world creation. The reason was that her talent was limited, and she was intrinsically unable to break through to become an S+ rank spirit chi professional. As a result, even though she could roll grades, she could not contract immortal breed Fays. When one was teetering over the cliff between life and death, true power was the only thing that mattered. Diwantian's power was like a dagger that was currently being held against Hiji's throat. He could plunge it through her skin and take her life at any time. At that moment, Hiji's mind was preoccupied with more thoughts than her own death. She was also worried that these creation masters would be killed by Whale Ocean Commerce and result in one of the Radiance Federation's greatest massacres. Diwantian grinned evilly at Hiji and said, "How is it blasphemous? Spirit chi professionals can kill to obtain spoils, and it is considered following the law of the jungle. We are doing the same by using a different method to help Third Sister become a Class 5 creation master. You are contributing by giving up your life to witness the birth of a Class 5 creation master. Your death will be the moment of your greatest glory." Diwantian's words were so shameless that they left Hiji shaking with anger. Even the ever-stubborn Hiji suddenly felt as though her age was catching up to her. Now that she knew what 10,000 Flags Trading was planning, she knew that the members of Sea Sky Nurture had not been laying low all these years but had already been killed. She was so panic-stricken that she decided to take a dangerous route. She considered burning up the creation breed phase that had been with her for more than 2 centuries and sacrificing her life to take down the black-robed figure. Once the black-robed figure was killed, 10,000 Flags Trading would have to give up their hopes of gaining a Class 5 creation master. Although Hiji dared not guarantee that Diwanqing and Diwantian would not attack these creation masters out of anger, at least there was also the possibility that they would release the creation masters. Just as Hiji was about to circulate her spiritual power, she felt a pair of hands grab hold of her trembling body. Hiji turned and saw that the person holding her was the person she thought was a mole for Whale Ocean Commerce. She was about to push this young man with plain looks and overwhelming charisma aside when Lin Yuan said, "Senior, leave it to me." Before he could finish speaking, the situation changed. 2 cries of pain were released in the direction of the thrones. A small black insect had pierced Diwantian, Diwanqing, and the Cracked Sky Falcon Sparrow. Diwantian, Diwanqing, and the cracked sky falcon sparrow were immediately paralyzed. Di Wantian and Di Wanqing's bodies were lifted by vines that pierced their bodies. Not even the cracked sky falcon sparrow could help Di Wanqing escape his fate. Although all of its feathers were stronger than sovereign spiritual ingredients, it was still unable to cut through the brown vines. However, Lin Yuan felt that the vines were more like roots. Di Wanqing and Di Wantian turned their heads in agony toward the black-robed figure and asked in disbelief, "Third sister, what are you doing?" The black-robed figure rose to her feet, and the black robe fell to the ground to reveal a beautiful girl with purple hair and red eyes. She had an elegant yet feeble aura. It was as though a gust of wind would be able to knock her over. They were clearly at the precipice of a brutal massacre, yet the girl looked no different from when she was frolicking through a garden in the afternoon. She looked up at Di Wanqing and Di Wantian before saying in a weak voice, "Big brother and second brother, don't you want me to become a Class 5 creation master? In fact, I became a Class 5 creation master long ago but didn't tell you." Di Wanqing and Di Wantian seemed to forget the torturous pain of being pierced by the vines. They were about to ask but were so shocked that they had been rendered speechless. The girl flicked her apricot-colored skirt when she saw her brother's looks of incredulity and drawled, "I didn't want to kill you too. I left the Radiance Federation and sought out Second Page Revival after becoming a Class 5 creation master. Second Page Revival promised to hire me as one of Tower Cannon's creation masters. I will be subbed in when 8th Page is injured. However, I didn't expect the Decay Body Flesh Ginseng to gain a new ability when it evolved to 7 stars. Its roots can now act as blood vessels and link me to the roots of the other lifeforms. The other lifeforms will turn into a spare set of spiritual power, vitality, and lifespan for me. Without your spiritual power, how will I be able to absorb these thousands of creation masters? If I don't absorb these creation masters, my road as a Class 5 creation master won't be smooth. Those who aren't Class 5 creation masters will never understand that becoming a Class 5 creation master is just crossing the threshold. You will only truly be able to evolve lifeforms once you become a Class 5 creation master. Both of you want nothing more than for whale ocean commerce to be prosperous. Now you will become my batteries. Shouldn't you be happy that my lifespan has multiplied? As long as I'm alive, whale ocean commerce will be able to bask in glory. Both of you can die in peace." Di Wantian and Di Wanqing were shocked and utterly disappointed by what Di Wanmi said. They could not understand why the sister they had doted on would say and do such things. Di Wanqing had always been reluctant to prey on creation masters. Di Wantian was willing to attack creation masters but had never thought about betraying the Radiance Federation because he saw himself as a citizen. However, Di Wantian placed the benefits of their family on a pedestal that nothing would be able to replace. He was willing to damage the Radiance Federation for the sake of his family's prosperity. But now, his sister wanted to leave the Radiance Federation to become one of Tower Cannon's recruited creation masters. Di Wantian was well aware of the kind of faction Tower Cannon and person that Second Page Revival was. After a few interactions, Di Wantian and Di Wanqing realized that something was wrong with the 8 pages of Tower Cannon. However, they could not put their finger on what was wrong. Moreover, was it really that easy to replace the 8 pages of Tower Cannon? At that point, the Decay Body Flesh Ginseng's roots had already pierced Di Wantian and Di Wanqing's hearts, so they could transform into blood vessels that would drain Di Wanqing and Di Wantian's blood. This would turn them into 2 living batteries. Di Wantian fixed his angry eyes on Di Wanmi before uttering his last words. "Third sister, give up being a creation master. If you join Tower Cannon for the sake of becoming a Class 5 creation master, they will take charge of your life." At that moment, realization had dawned on Di Wantian. Now that his family was broken, and there were no benefits in store, Di Wantian only hoped that he would be able to protect this family that he had hurt. There was no denying that he was now a criminal in the eyes of the Radiance Federation. He would have to carry the brand of a sinner for eternity. However, Di Wantian hoped that he would be able to atone for his transgressions against the Radiance Federation before his death. He also wanted to extend a final arm of salvation out to his blood kin, so that she would be able to stop her descent into the darkness of evil. Di Wanmi's lips curled into a smile of derision that made her look like a porcelain doll. The Creation Master's bodies are just sources of power that I can use to increase my power. What is the difference between them and Spirit Chi? All I want is to increase my power. I'm joining Tower Canon because Second Page Revival promised me they will provide me with all the Creation Masters in the world to enable me to constantly improve myself. I will be able to see the beautiful world that lies beyond Class 5 Creation Master. Before Di Wanmi could finish speaking, Di Wantian lost consciousness just like Di Wanqing had and became Di Wanmi's battery. When Di Wanmi attacked her brothers, Lin Yuan secretly used true data to check on the decay body flesh ginseng's roots. Sacred source name: Decay body flesh ginseng, sacred source species. Source genus / sacred source species, sacred source star grade. 7 stars, sacred source type. Wood. Abilities: Ginseng roots accepts intelligence. The extended ginseng roots will enter a target's body. After the target's spirit and soul have been destroyed, the decay body flesh ginseng will be able to drain and absorb the target's knowledge and experience through its spirit and soul. Withered ginseng continuous rain. When the decay body's life force is about to end, it can absorb the life force of other life forms to nourish itself. A surplus of vitality can recover the spirit and soul. Blood flesh battery. When the ginseng roots combine with the blood vessels of a target that has the same source of energy as it can control the target's body and use it as a backup store of energy, lifespan, and vitality. The transformed targets can defend against lethal attacks. After checking, Lin Yuan now understood the decay body flesh ginseng secret and how Di Wanmi was able to use Creation Master bodies to create a path to become a Class 5 Creation Master. Ginseng roots accepts intelligence enabled Di Wanmi to gain knowledge and experience from the spirits and souls of Creation Masters. This gave Di Wanmi the confidence to become a Class 5 Creation Master. A large road could split into countless side roads. If one attempted all the side roads, one would be able to create another large road. As for withered ginseng continuous rain, Di Wanmi would essentially be immortal as long as she had a life form near her that she could drain of vitality to recover herself. Withered ginseng continuous rain would enable Di Wanmi to fight for eternity without the worry of being overly drained. Now that she had Di Wantian and Di Wanqing as her batteries, she was essentially 3 bodies combined into one, and her energy, lifespan, and vitality were all multiplied. The decay body flesh ginseng was too powerful. Although its battle prowess was lacking, it could create a new way for its contractor to become a Creation Master without its contractor having to worry about being held back by their lifespan. The decay body flesh ginseng could not cause severe damage, but Lin Yuan had never seen a sacred source lifeform that benefited its contractor to such a great extent. Di Wanmi had taken control of Di Wanqing and Di Wantian and used power that was beyond Di Wantian's means by summoning the decay body flesh ginseng, which had clearly reached pinnacle immortal. Luckily, Di Wanmi had not obtained sufficient resources so that she could continue deceiving her brothers because a Class 5 Creation Master could evolve their phase to eternal. Di Wanmi looked at the Creation Masters below her and said, "Now, all of you will become my sustenance. Remember that this is the most glorious moment of your life because you are about to become part of a Class 6 Creation Master." The group went into a frenzy when they heard what Di Wanmi said. At this moment, a clear voice said, "I always saw you as one of the Radiance Federation's sinners, but it looks like you are much more than that. You are a blight to humanity itself." The young man's voice quelled all the commotion. All the Creation Masters present turned their gazes from Di Wanmi to the direction of where the voice came from. He stared in shock at the young man next to her as she wondered how someone could be so strong mentally that he was able to say such things at such a time. Di Wanmi cast her red eyes onto Lin Yuan and coughed before she said, "Since you have so much to say, you shall be the first to go." Just as Di Wanmi was about to strike, Lin Yuan decided against summoning White Speak. Instead, he used Faith Application to provide White Speak with faith power to strengthen it. This was because Lin Yuan would not be able to handle this situation on his own. In such a small space, a clash between 2 immortal experts would kill any person who had not reached the Arc class. Lin Yuan squeezed the Night Jade until it shattered. At that moment, darkness enveloped the basement that had been brightly lit by strange flames. It was as though night had suddenly descended. There was also a chill intertwined with the darkness. The night was like a strong shield that blocked Lin Yuan, who was standing at the front of the group of creation masters. A woman wearing a black skirt and dressed in a black veil appeared. She looked like the goddess of the night as she walked through the night until she was standing right in front of the group. The Night Empress released a thicker wave of darkness that transformed into a crystal wall that fortified the space behind her. She pointed up toward the sky, and a dot of night power flowed out from her fingernail and devoured the entire space. With one point of her finger, the entire space started to tremble. A hole was broken in the wall that was reinforced with spatial-grade purple gold. The afternoon light was warm and pierced into the basement that was 800 meters underground. All the creation masters, including He Ji, had been certain that they were going to become Di Wanmi's sustenance. None of them expected this young man to summon the Night Empress, who was one of the members of royalty in the Radiance Federation. A look of excited relief appeared on the faces of all the creation masters. This especially applied to He Ji. She was of advanced age, but when she saw the screen that the Night Empress put up, she felt a different emotion bubbling within her. The Radiance Federation's seemingly inevitable death had now been avoided. He Ji turned to glance at Lin Yuan. At that moment, she finally understood why he had led the pack and encouraged them to give up their phones on the floating Lightwing's crane's back. This was because he had not wanted a fight to break out over the phones and result in unnecessary deaths. He Ji also understood why Lin Yuan had been in such a rush to herd them into the basement. This was because he could only summon the Night Empress after he found out the truth and understood the situation. Although the Night Empress was the one who was saving them, He Ji knew that all the credit actually went to this young man. Not everyone had the courage to endanger themselves in the prime of their life just to investigate a situation. This young man had a radiant gleam in his eyes. The members of royalty were the pillars of support of the Radiant Federation. The Moon Empress' presence put everyone at ease. Even Di Wanmi, who had been poised to strike Lin Yuan, hesitated. Di Wanmi was a careful person. This was displayed by how she had even hidden the fact that she had become a Class 5 creation master from her brothers. She had predicted countless possibilities but never expected that she would one day come face to face with the Night Empress. It went without saying that she would not be able to defeat the Night Empress. Recently, the Night Empress had used the power of her 10 stars sacred source life form to manipulate celestial phenomena, and this was something that Di Wanmi would not be able to compete with. After becoming a Class 5 creation master, she proceeded slowly step by step. If she had a few more decades before this encounter, there was still no guarantee that she would be able to defeat the Night Empress, but she would stand more of a chance than she did now. Now that the Night Empress was here, Di Wanmi could not muster the courage to attack. However, Di Wanmi also had another card to play, which was that she was now a Class 5 creation master. Di Wanmi believed that the Night Empress would hold back from killing her if she revealed that she was a Class 5 creation master. Lin Yuan walked over to Night Leaning Moon and explained everything that had transpired in the basement. The longer the Night Empress listened, the darker her expression became. Eventually, the Night Empress' usually emotionless face suddenly turned malevolent. She could not estimate the damage that the Radiance Federation would have suffered if Lin Yuan had not discovered Whale Ocean Commerce's nefarious plot. Whale Ocean Commerce was chopping away at the Radiance Federation's roots. The livid Night Leaning Moon raised her hand, and concentrated night power flowed out of her and formed a large hand. Without giving Di Wanmi any time to speak, the hand mercilessly slapped Di Wanmi across her face and crushed the decay body flesh ginseng. Di Wanqing and Di Wantian were also crushed under the palm. Luckily for Di Wanmi, she used blood flesh battery to turn her brothers into scapegoats. Otherwise, the hand would have obliterated Di Wanmi, who had only just reached pinnacle immortal. After the decay body flesh ginseng was injured, it would absorb vitality from its surroundings automatically. However, the Night Empress Night Power had placed a lock on Di Wanmi's surroundings. The decay body flesh ginseng's roots were completely unable to pierce the wall of night power or drain the vitality of other life forms to recover itself. Di Wanmi raised her head as she struggled to her feet and blood spewed out of her mouth. Previously, she had scorned everything and was overflowing with ambition. Now, she looked at the Night Empress with fright and said, I am a Class 5 Creation Master. I'm now a Class 5 Creation Master. I can use my sacred source lifeform's body to create instruments and produce world crystals. The Radiance Federation will have 4 Class 5 Creation Masters with me. We will have more Class 5 Creation Masters than the Freedom Federation. The Night Empress' one attack had caused Di Wanmi to feel the fingers of death's grip hovering over her neck. Di Wanmi was confused. The young man had clearly told the Night Empress that she had become a Class 5 Creation Master. Did the Night Empress miss that? If she had heard it, why did she still attack Di Wanmi? The Night Empress looked at Di Wanmi as though she was looking at a bug and snarled. The Radiance Federation's Class 5 Creation Masters consists of the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme. They are respected by all not because they are Class 5 Creation Masters, but because they use their Class 5 Creation Master abilities to contribute to the Radiance Federation. They both protect and improve the entire Radiance Federation. Although they can't help every Spirit Chi professional in the Radiance Federation, they bring peace to the Radiance Federation. What are you? Even if you truly become a Class 6 Creation Master, you don't deserve to be mentioned in the same conversation as them. I only regret not discovering Whale Ocean Commerce's scheme sooner. By now, the Radiance Federation has already lost countless Creation Masters. You killed all those Creation Masters for your selfish reasons. What gives you the right to shoulder their lives? Di Wanmi was stupefied by what the Night Empress said. She was utterly befuddled. I'm a Class 5 Creation Master. Doesn't this explain everything? Those Creation Masters are all dead. What worth do they have now? Can it be that the Radiance Federation would rather abandon me, a Class 5 Creation Master? Di Wanmi never anticipated this possibility. But even if the Night Empress did not kill her, the other members of royalty might. Di Wanmi picked up the destroyed decay body flesh ginseng from the ground and said to Night Leaning Moon, I want to enter the sin cleansing pool. The 13 members of royalty can decide my fate together. The hand formed by the Night Empress slapped the other side of Di Wanmi's face. This time, she did not have backup batteries to take the blow for her, and she was thrown into the wall. She coughed but was unable to climb back to her feet. Night Leaning Moon looked at Di Wanmi and sneered. You hate others, but sure treat yourself well. In order to defend my attack, you even used the Pinnacle Immortal Dark Lightning Pierce Shield as a shield. You know about the effort that one has to put in order to survive. Didn't the Creation Masters you absorbed want to live too? You plan on joining Tower Cannon and becoming a substitute for the 8 pages. How dare you still call yourself a member of the Radiance Federation? The Sin Cleansing Pool is for the Radiance Federation's criminals. What right do you have to enter it? The Night Empress' killing intent was more evident with every word she spoke. Di Wanmi finally managed to climb to her feet after a hard struggle. Although she still had fays that she could summon, she no longer had the courage to summon them after the Night Empress' 2 slaps. She decided to make a final attempt. As long as the Radiance Federation continues to supply me with Creation Master resources, I will eventually be able to reach 6 stars. I'm willing to become the Radiance Federation's puppet and work for the Radiance Federation for the remainder of my life. The Radiance Federation is so powerful that it should not be difficult for it to steal the Creation Masters from the other federations. I can swear on this promise. The Night Empress lifted her hand and pointed at the thousands of Creation Masters behind her before she asked Di Wanmi in a demanding tone. Aren't the Creation Masters from other federations also lives in their own right? Creation Masters make up the culture of Spirit Chi professions. They are the foundation of the era of spiritual power. In a fight between federations, we never attack the other party's Creation Masters unless it is a matter of life and death. Will the Creation Masters standing behind me approve of me letting you live? You have to compensate for the lives of all the Creation Masters of Sea Sky Nurture, for Beast's territory, and those who did not belong to any faction at all. Hence, you have to die, and you deserve to die. Night Leaning Moon gave Di Wanmi a final ultimatum. The words Night Leaning Moon said showed what it really meant to be a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Night Leaning Moon could have agreed to Di Wanmi's request and forced her to swear on her promise. This would allow her to gain a Class 5 Creation Master as a servant. However, Night-leaning Moon's actions were not only based on gains and losses, but also on her duty as a member of the Radiance Federation's royalty. She felt this responsibility weighing on her from the day she became a Radiance envoy. The Night Empress was in no rush to punish Di Wanmi. Instead, she turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "Little Yuan, how do you think Di Wanmi should be punished?" Night-leaning Moon was not trying to test Lin Yuan. Since the Moon Empress was locked away to train, Lin Yuan represented her in this situation. He was the first to discover this plot, and Night-leaning Moon had promised Mystic Moon she would cooperate with Lin Yuan. Hence, Lin Yuan could take the lead in this circumstance. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, "I noticed that something was off about whale ocean commerce because I met the young leader of Sea Sky Nurture Jifeng by chance when I released a trade message on StarWeb. I found out about the dark underbelly of whale ocean commerce from Jifeng. Whale ocean commerce did not report this to the Hidden Moon Palace, which gave me an even worse feeling about them. I came to investigate because whale ocean commerce was trying to recruit way too many creation masters. I couldn't afford this gamble. Even if there was only 1% of chance that my guess could be right, I had to come and take a look. The first victims of 10,000 Flags trading scheme are Sea Sky Nurture. I propose calling Jifeng over so he can end all of this." Night-leaning Moon nodded and replied, "Little Yuan, since you have a plan, go ahead and carry it out." Night-leaning Moon did not immediately send the thousands of creation masters away. Di Wanmi's death would be compensation to them. It did not take long for Jifeng to arrive at Whale Ocean Commerce's residence after receiving Lin Yuan's notice. Ever since he joined Lin Yuan, his thoughts had consisted of how he could repay Lin Yuan and get revenge for his family. At first, Jifeng wanted to stay by Lin Yuan's side for 3 years to repay him before he left to get his revenge on Whale Ocean Commerce. But Lin Yuan went on to help him time and time again, and Jifeng felt that he would never be able to repay Lin Yuan no matter how long he stayed or how hard he worked. Jifeng eventually gave up on his idea of leaving in 3 years to take revenge on 10,000 Flags trading. Yet, Lin Yuan had fixed everything for Jifeng without him needing to say anything. Moreover, Lin Yuan even allowed Jifeng to land the final killing blow. This was enough for Jifeng to feel blessed that he had joined Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was a person who was worth Jifeng following him forever. Jifeng walked over to Di Wanmi, who was trapped by night power, and summoned the Karma Sword Lily. He used the Karma Sword Lily that had been nurtured by his father and stabbed Di Wanmi, killing her. Now that the matter was settled, the Night Empress waved her hand and used night power to move the creation masters to the entrance of Whale Ocean Commerce's residence before they even had the chance to thank her. As she stared at Whale Ocean Commerce's impressive residence, Ji felt as though the past hour had been a dream. She had clearly been in a life-and-death situation and witnessed the charisma of a member of royalty and the bravery of a young man. Night-leaning Moon glanced at Jifeng and nodded at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew that Night-leaning Moon needed to speak to him, so he said to Jifeng, "Jifeng, return to the mansion before me. 10,000 Flags trading might not be as close with 10,000 Source Hall, but they have never laid a hand on them. 10,000 Source Hall definitely has creation masters of their own. Chief Guard Yi will investigate all of this, so we only need to wait for her news. Once 10,000 Source Hall has been investigated, you should return to take over your rightful place as the young leader of Sea Sky Nurture." Jifeng hurriedly said, "Young master, I'm fine with staying by your side." Before Lin Yuan could speak, Night-leaning Moon turned her eyes onto Jifeng and looked as though she was looking at a silly man and said, "If there is something wrong with 10,000 Source Hall, they will meet the same end as 10,000 Flags trading. If you really want to help your young master in the future, you should take over Whale Ocean Commerce and pick up the pieces." Jifeng was stunned and looked embarrassed. A moment later, he said to Lin Yuan with determination, "Young master, even if everything is fine with 10,000 Source Halls, I will take control of all of Whale Ocean Commerce's island whales." After Jifeng left, Night-leaning Moon sighed and said to Lin Yuan, "Every member of royalty, including the Moon Empress, hopes that there will be another Class 5 Creation Master in the Radiance Federation because it will bring up the Radiance Federation's overall power by at least 10%. However, 10,000 Flags trading selfishness caused them to kill all of Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters. Otherwise, it was very likely that one of Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters could have become a Class 5 creation master. All these years, we assumed that Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters were just keeping a very low profile while they were training. No one suspected that all of this was part of Whale Ocean Commerce's scheme. Little Yuan, you deserve all the credit for this. As Lin Yuan silently listened to Night Leaning Moon, he knew that she was sighing in grief. Night Leaning Moon must have mustered great strength to decide to kill Di Wanmi, another Class 5 creation master. It was clear that Night Leaning Moon saw him as a junior and not an outsider. This was shown by how she had spoken to Ji Feng so selfishly as a member of royalty. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan said seriously to Night Leaning Moon, "Actually, I have a way for the Radiance Federation to gain another Class 5 creation master." Night Leaning Moon was currently feeling sorrowful over the deaths of all the creation masters who had died prematurely because of Whale Ocean Commerce's selfishness. But when she heard what Lin Yuan said, she froze and fixed her eyes on Lin Yuan before saying seriously, "Little Yuan, you can't say such things casually. The matter of Class 5 creation masters was extremely important as it involved the future of a federation. The federations with Class 5 creation masters had much more overall power than those that did not. A Class 5 creation master could bring forth changes that were unthinkable by normal people. As the Moon Empress disciple, Lin Yuan was going to walk the path of becoming a Radiance envoy. Thus, everything he said was important and serious. He could not allow one careless word out of his mouth. As much talent as he had, Night Leaning Moon did not believe that Lin Yuan would be able to produce another Class 5 creation master for the Radiance Federation. If it were so easy to obtain Class 5 creation masters, Whale Ocean Commerce would not have gone to such lengths. Lin Yuan felt it was natural that Night Leaning Moon did not believe him. He also knew that his claim was unbelievable. Moreover, he did not know how he could explain the situation to her. Hence, Lin Yuan waved his hand, summoned Red Thorn, and instructed it to show its true body. The Gold X/Fantasy V Red Thorn's true body had grown 3 times its previous size. The menacing mouth of Relinquish had a spiked tongue of Relinquish sticking out of it, while the blinking eye of Relinquish shone with a strange glow. The mouth of Relinquish was like a furnace that roared as it digested a large amount of metal-type spiritual ingredients. This resulted in a thin metal sheen appearing over the surface of the mouth of Relinquish. After all the metal-type spiritual ingredients that Red Thorn consumed, it was now strong enough to easily sustain an attack from a fantasy breed Fae of the same grade. Red Thorn flipped its hair that was comprised of green vines and perched on Lin Yuan's shoulder. It smiled and pressed its face to Lin Yuan's chin. Night Leaning Moon, who had garnered an impressive repertoire of experience, was shocked twice. The Gold/Fantasy 6-winged fairy's bloodline had reached pinnacle 6 wings. Night Leaning Moon had never seen this. The spirit guards oversaw all the Faes in the world. Even a Class 5 creation master would not dare to claim that they had more experience than her. Night Leaning Moon serenely observed Red Thorn for a while before she fixed her eyes on the long and slender dark purple tongue of Relinquish. Red Thorn had used 2 of the 3 tongues of Relinquish to control Lu Yenshan and Han Tianhe. Presently, Red Thorn had evolved to Gold X/Fantasy V. It could use the last tongue of Relinquish to control the dead Di Wanmi. The tongue of Relinquish would be able to awaken Di Wanmi's spirit and soul, while still retaining the memories she had when she was alive. Even under Red Thorn's control, Di Wanmi would be able to do the work of a Class 5 creation master. However, she would not be able to advance any further but remain as a Class 5 creation master forever. Nonetheless, a Class 5 creation master was a creation master. Night Leaning Moon was a pinnacle Class 4 creation master and could easily see through the tongue of Relinquish's ability. Thus, a look of delight appeared on Night Leaning Moon's face. She did not expect Lin Yuan to be able to use his own ability to enable the Radiance Federation to gain a 4th Class 4 creation master. This was a huge matter. Di Wanmi's crimes were unforgivable. If Lin Yuan could use her to help the Radiance Federation in this way, her karma would be balanced. Little Yuan, use your 6-winged fairy to take control of Di Wanmi. This way, she will become part of your power. However, don't let your Creation Master power waste away just because you have a Class 5 Creation Master as a tool. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. It went without saying that he would not let his own abilities go to waste. He needed to rely on his natural gifts to evolve his Spirit Chi professional rank. Additionally, Lin Yuan could tell from Night-Leaning Moons wanted him to take control of Di Wanmi. He was not opposed to this. Firstly, by using one of Red Thorn's tongues of relinquish to take control of Di Wanmi, she would be no different from a puppet whose entire essence was controlled by Red Thorn. She would essentially become a part of Lin Yuan's combat system. Moreover, Sky City also needed a Class 5 Creation Master to guard them from the shadows. This way, all the bodies of Sacred Source Lifeform that he collected could be turned into precious instruments. Di Wanmi had been unable to even beat one of Night-Leaning Moon's attacks, but she had still reached Pinnacle Immortal. By taking control of Di Wanmi, Lin Yuan would gain a Class 5 Creation Master and a Pinnacle Immortal Expert. Lin Yuan said to Red Thorn right in front of Night-Leaning Moon, "Red Thorn, use the Tongue of Relinquish to take control of Di Wanmi's body." Red Thorn reached out a hand and pointed at Di Wanmi. Its spores fell to the ground, and a small lane formed from brutal vine ramets linked Di Wanmi and the mouth of Relinquish. The brutal vine ramets dragged Di Wanmi's body over to the mouth of Relinquish. The tip of the tongue of Relinquish pierced Di Wanmi's body, and numerous scars immediately appeared all over her body. Soon, the dead Di Wanmi opened her eyes and stood respectfully behind Lin Yuan. Night-Leaning Moon could not help but lament how quickly this generation was growing. She had no idea how the Moon Empress nurtured Lin Yuan. He was so outstanding that he was already fully capable of becoming a Radiance Envoy. The Moon Empress was still locked away, so Night-Leaning Moon was going to discuss today's events with Mystic Moon. They would tell the Moon Empress about the matter after she was done training, so she could decide whether or not to reveal the fact that Lin Yuan had saved hundreds of thousands of Creation Masters. They would definitely release the news, but the Moon Empress had to decide what would be the best time to do so. Lin Yuan returned to Night-Leaning Moon's side, and she gently placed her hand on his shoulder as she said, "Lin Yuan, you did well." Lin Yuan smiled brightly and replied, "Auntie Night, once you're done investigating whale ocean commerce, I would like to see if they have something that I badly need." He did not tell Night-Leaning Moon what he wanted to find nor why he needed it. Although there were some things that Lin Yuan could tell Night-Leaning Moon, there were some things that would be better if he kept to himself. It was likely that the strange seed came from Tower Cannon. Night-Leaning Moon was aware that Tower Cannon and Whale Ocean Commerce were colluding. He did not need to think about how the Radiance Federation was going to treat Tower Cannon. It did not take long for the Spirit Guards to gather all of Whale Ocean Commerce's resources. Lin Yuan looked at the resources and used all his strength to activate True Data to check on them. Soon, he discovered a small and strange seed as well as a half-grown plant that had been nurtured from the strange seed. The flower bud nestled in the middle of the leaves stunk of decay. Apparently, it was a type of konjac. Through True Data, Lin Yuan could tell that it was not a plant-type Fey at all but a dimensional lifeform known as the Gardener Kojak. Moreover, the half-grown plant was a ramet propagated from that dimensional lifeform. As long as the dimensional lifeform did not awaken this half-grown plant, it would continue slumbering peacefully. Lin Yuan asked Red Thorn, "Red Thorn, are you able to consume the Gardener Konjac Ramet like you did the seed?" Even before Lin Yuan asked, Red Thorn was dying of impatience. Red Thorn was starving for the Gardener Konjac Ramet and wanted nothing more than to swallow it immediately. Lin Yuan ordered Red Thorn to consume the Gardener Konjac's Ramet and seed. Red Thorn digested the Gardener Konjac's Ramet and seed almost immediately. This time, Red Thorn's grade did not evolve explosively. It remained at Gold X. However, this did not mean that the energy in the Gardener Konjac's Ramet and seed had disappeared. There was 3 times the amount of energy in the Gardener Konjac's Ramet than there was in the seed. Red Thorn had essentially consumed 4 times the amount of energy it had previously absorbed. Its grade had not increased because the energy was locked within Red Thorn. It would only take effect when it reached a certain level. This meant that Red Thorn needed to consume more Gardener Konjac seeds or ramets. Although Red Thorn's grade had not increased, the tongue of Relinquish had still changed significantly. Through communicating with Red Thorn, Lin Yuan knew it would take 3 days instead of a month for the tongue of Relinquished tip to regenerate. It had shortened 10 times. Moreover, the tongue's tip had also split and resembled a snake's tongue. It almost looked like 2 tongues. Lin Yuan remembered that Whale Ocean Commerce had given a seed to Connected Beast Park when they established a collaboration. Miao Zhinshan had told him that the success of Red Thorn's tongue of Relinquished mutation rested on the seed from Connected Beast Park. Lin Yuan returned Red Thorn to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and bid Night Leaning Moon goodbye. He had reached his goal of coming to Whale Ocean Commerce. As long as he retrieved the seed from Connected Beast Park, he would be able to continuously release the trade message on Star Web to help the Emperor-class experts who needed their phase to undergo their world cleansings, thereby taking their world graces. This would enable Lin Yuan to evolve his phase to Diamond X before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. This was the only way that Lin Yuan would be able to ensure he could defend against whatever plot the Freedom Federation was trying to cook up. Lin Yuan first returned to the mansion so when you could remove faceless paper. Next, he summoned Blackie and rode it to Connected Beast Park's residence. When he arrived, he went straight to the point and told Miao Zhinshan about the reason for his visit. Miao Zhinshan was still unaware of what had happened to Whale Ocean Commerce. But since Miao Zhinshan had already decided to anchor the Miao family to Lin Yuan, he handed over the seed given by Whale Ocean Commerce to Lin Yuan. Connected Beast Park had been thinking about returning to its former glory, and they could only achieve this by rebuilding their reputation and gathering resources. Connected Beast Park had been on a slippery slope because of the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Miao Zhinshan decided to use the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight to rebuild the Miao family. Recently, all the veteran factions to which Connected Beast Park had sent Blood Pact Ultimate Fight challenges had accepted them. Naturally, Miao Zhinshan found this extremely strange. How did they find the courage to accept? It was said that prey bit back when backed into a corner. This was exactly what the veteran factions were doing. Although Lin Yuan had stressed to Miao Zhinshan not to wave around his identity as the Moon Empress disciple, he had still benefited from Lin Yuan's status as the Moon Empress disciple. Due to their link to the Moon Empress disciple, any faction that Connected Beast Park dealt with recently made an effort to keep up friendly relations with them. Miao Zhinshan dared to start such trouble because he was secretly planning to take advantage of Lin Yuan's identity as the Moon Empress disciple. Hence, he walked on eggshells around Lin Yuan. Naturally, when you had told Lin Yuan everything about Miao Zhinshan's actions. Now that Lin Yuan had settled Whale Ocean Commerce, Connected Beast Park was useless to him. Since Connected Beast Park was taking so many risks by attacking 6 veteran factions simultaneously in an attempt to build themselves up, Lin Yuan felt that they were no different from Whale Ocean Commerce. The only difference to speak of was that Whale Ocean Commerce had been taking Creation Master lives while Connected Beast Park took the lives of Spirit Chi professionals from veteran factions. Both factions were acting like vermins. Since Connected Beast Park was continuously crossing the line without any signs of showing regret, Lin Yuan decided to end Connected Beast Park once and for all during this Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Lin Yuan looked at Miao Zhinshan and asked, "How many Pinnacle Emperor-class experts does Connected Beast Park have left?" A look of surprise appeared on Miao Zhinshan's face, and he reported all of the Miao family's remaining Pinnacle Emperor-class experts to Lin Yuan. When he reported all of the Pinnacle Emperor-class experts to Lin Yuan, a selfish notion appeared in Miao Zhinshan's head. Although some of the Emperor-class experts had only just reached Pinnacle and were not stable, Miao Zhinshan still gave their names to Lin Yuan. If they were lucky, the Miao family would be able to earn a windfall by evolving these Emperor-class experts to Thearch-class using the law crystals from Lin Yuan. Besides the 8 Thearch-class experts that Connected Beast Park currently had, Miao Zhinshan also mentioned another 10 Pinnacle Emperor-class experts. After evolving Connected Beast Park's Pinnacle Emperor-class experts to Thearch-class and taking the Creation World ley lines from the phase he had helped evolve from Myth Breed to Creation Breed, Lin Yuan left the Miao family. Connected Beast Park scheming was so ferocious that they provided Lin Yuan with 18 world crystals. Once the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight was over, the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen would be able to focus on digesting the world crystals for some time while providing Lin Yuan with a new sword skill every week, as well as strengthening his resistance to various elements. After he returned to the Return from Faraway Mansion, Lin Yuan returned to his room to evolve Red Thorn using the Gardener Konjac seed he had obtained from the Miao family. He hoped that Red Thorn could activate the energy it had absorbed from the Gardener Konjac rammet and seed. After feasting on the large whale fall, Red Thorn's grade had only reached Gold X. Lin Yuan did not know what the best way to evolve Red Thorn was. He had always prepared the best fertilizer for Red Thorn. Currently, Red Thorn's diet consisted of the flesh of platinum dimensional lifeforms and silver metal-type spiritual ingredients. Nonetheless, Red Thorn's grade had not improved significantly, and this was a source of headache for Lin Yuan. If Red Thorn could activate the energy in the Gardener Konjac seed and ram it this time, it would definitely be able to evolve into a platinum/fantasy fairy. Lin Yuan's goal for Red Thorn was for it to break through the limit of 6 wings when it evolved to myth breed and become the first 8-winged fairy in history. Even if Red Thorn could not evolve significantly from consuming the flesh of class 4 and 5-dimensional lifeforms and metal-type spiritual ingredients, they could enrich the mouth of relinquished digestive juices with many properties, such as decay, burning, and acidity. After consuming a large amount of water-world dimensional lifeforms, Red Thorn gained the ability to breathe underwater, and its secretions paralyzed targets. All of these increased Red Thorn's powers. Absorbing ferromanganese and annealed copper toughened the brutal vine rammets while increasing their flexibility. Currently, Red Thorn only needed 10 brutal vine rammets to trap phase of the same grade. Red Thorn was able to achieve this because Lin Yuan was willing to invest heavily in it and because Red Thorn was pinnacle 6 wings. Just as Lin Yuan was about to return to his room, he met Lu Jie, who was walking down the stairs. Lu Jie had just finished talking to Night Leaning Moon on the phone, and she had told him about Lin Yuan's incredibly noble act. Lu Jie did not blame Lin Yuan for keeping this from him. Rather, he blamed himself for being too weak to help Lin Yuan. Ever since the insect queen mutated and started controlling insect species carcinoma phase, Lu Jie realized that his combat system was about to embark on a strange path. However, the insect queen had a special stipulation that resulted in Lu Jie only being able to contract it and no other fae. All the insect species carcinoma phase were contracted by the insect queen. Hence, Lu Jie could use the insect queen to control the insect species carcinoma phase. Due to the bloodline restrictions of insect species carcinoma phase, they could not evolve to fantasy breed. As such, Diamond X/Legend was the limit of what insect species carcinoma phase could reach. Lu Jie could use the Diamond X/Legend insect species carcinoma phase to start disasters and destroy continents. It would be more than easy for him to do so. However, he could not rely on them to perform his duty as a retainer. The insect species carcinoma phase skills lay in causing damage and not defense. Hence, Lu Jie found it difficult to stand in front of Lin Yuan to act as his shield. Nonetheless, Lu Jie had no choice but to continue down this path. There were a few insect species carcinoma phase that Lu Jie had intended on contracting after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. However, this event triggered Lu Jie, and he decided to contract the 3 insect species carcinoma phase before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Although there were risks, his sacred source lifeform's abilities would allow him to carry these risks. After bidding goodbye to Lin Yuan, Lu Jie was determined. Even if he could not act as Lin Yuan's shield or sword, he would become Lin Yuan's most powerful tool by producing the greatest amount of damage. At that moment, Lu Jie could not imagine that this choice of his would be written into the history books of the entire main world. Lin Yuan returned to his room and entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. As he looked at Red Thorn flying around him, he took out the Gardener Konjac seed and tossed it to Red Thorn as he said, "Red Thorn, your breakthrough will depend on you." Red Thorn received the Gardener Konjac and threw it into the mouth of Relinquish. When the Gardener Konjac seed entered the mouth of Relinquish, a loud roaring was released from the 3 furnace-like mouths of Relinquish. A solid stream of energy flowed out of the mouth of Relinquish and caused it to expand continuously. The 3 mouths of Relinquish expanded until they were almost 10 meters in height and width. At that moment, Red Thorn's voice appeared in Lin Yuan's spirit, begging him to choose a direction to evolve in. Lin Yuan knew that Red Thorn was about to evolve. This time, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to choose to improve Red Thorn's digestive ability. Up until that moment, red thorn had been benefiting from its digestive ability. When it was digesting, red thorn could use a portion of the energy from whatever it was digesting to strengthen itself. Thus, improving red thorn's digestive ability would be the equivalent of improving its overall quality. After Lin Yuan made his choice, the three mouths of relinquish continued to expand. Lin Yuan hurriedly summoned red thorn out of the spirit lock spatial zone and into his room. Next, Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish and used node teleportation to send himself and red thorn to the remote area he had marked out previously. The spirit lock spatial zone was only so large, and he had filled it with various phases. If the mouths of relinquish continued to expand, it would affect the safety of the other phase in the spirit lock spatial zone. But here in the open space, red thorn could expand as much as it pleased. Eventually, the three mouths of relinquish expanded until it was around 15 meters in size. As the mouths of relinquish grew larger, their digestive abilities also improved. They now had a small intestine and large intestine each. When both intestines were digesting at the same rate, the large intestine would be able to digest more than the small intestine. The evolving red thorn produced several ramets on the ground nearby. The ramets took root in the ground and absorbed the nutrients from the ground. This resulted in the ground turning to sand, and the three mouths of relinquish slowly sunk under the ground. Lin Yuan was stunned when he saw this, but he soon realized that this was a habit that red thorn picked up when it was at the bottom of the ocean. Lin Yuan had noticed that red thorn liked to burrow under the sand at the bottom of the sea. Now that red thorn was evolving, this was an instinctive action. Lin Yuan could only wait until red thorn was done evolving before it tunneled out of the ground. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan saw a 10-meter-wide flower bud pushing out of the ground. Soon, the flower bud bloomed and turned into a large red flower that was almost 50 meters wide. The flower bud was as thin as gossamer and danced in the wind. It resembled a wild flame. The ground moved, and three mouths of relinquish emerged from the ground. It turned out that a flower stem grew out of the center of the mouths of relinquish, and that was what the large red flower was balanced on. The flower petals slowly unfurled. At that moment, red thorn appeared at the center of the flower and sat down as though it was a queen surveying her kingdom while on her throne. Red thorn did not tell the acid corrosion queen bee about its evolution again. As a result, the acid corrosion queen bee almost lost its life while it was in the mouth of relinquish. However, the acid corrosion queen bee did not care about this. It was just an obedient puppy after all. What right did it have to be bothered? The house had expanded by several times, and the amount of acid had also increased. Lin Yuan realized that the tongues of relinquish had fully split, and the dark purple tongue tips had regrown. At that moment, Red Thorn leaped into Lin Yuan's arms, and he asked it, "Red Thorn, it looks like your tongue of relinquish has split. Can it control 3 targets now?" Red Thorn nodded and replied, "Yuan, I can control 3 bad guys now." Red Thorn saw Han Tianhe, Lu Yenshan, and Di Wanmi as enemies. Hence, they were bad guys in its eyes. Lin Yuan nodded and used true data to check on the evolved Red Thorn. Fey name, Red Thorn, 6-winged fairy. Thousand Eyes relinquish, Fey species. Rafflesia genus/fairy species. Fey grade, Platinum, 3/10. Fey type, Source/wood. Fey quality, Fantasy V. Abilities. Mouth of relinquish. Secretes vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing a faster speed to absorb the energy in the food. The tongue of relinquish inside the mouth is able to increase the digestion speed by several times. It can also secrete a special corrosive fluid from the flesh and blood that it consumed. When the tongues of relinquish pierce a target, the tip of the tongue can be cut off and left in the target's body. While the target remains alive, the tip of the tongue will control the target's spirit and soul. After the target dies, the tip of the tongue can control and manipulate the target to make it appear as though it was still alive. Brutal carnivore vine. The vines contain digestive fluids that grew in midair, and the sharp teeth on the inner side of the vine could grind off and collect flesh and blood energy. Eye of relinquish. Eyes formed by using blood and flesh energy. Each eye contains a huge amount of blood and flesh energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish on every mouth of relinquish is maintained below 60, they are merely able to store energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish is above 60, those eyes of relinquish that are above 60 can be turned into an energy ray at any time. Sea of flower state transition. By quickly using up the stored energy, the Sea of Flowers child Ramet's attacking power and mobility can be improved by several times. The child Ramet's weapons will also morph in a way that increases their functionality. Demon Spirit Curse Kill. Whenever any of the Ortet's Ramets touches an enemy target and breaks through a target's defense, the target will be cursed. Every curse carries a negative effect that will be stacked with every additional attack. Exclusive skill. Spore Growth. Spits a huge amount of spores, which can absorb the energy or flesh energy supplied by Red Thorn, out of its spore cavity to quickly grow Ramets and child Ramets that are controlled by the Ortet. Wither Glory. Red Thorn can rapidly absorb the energy from the soil and pour the energy into the Sea of Flowers. As long as the soil has the roots of the child Ramets and Ramets, the withered Sea of Flowers will reach its prime state. Lin Yuan saw that Red Thorn had evolved from Gold X to Platinum 3. Since Red Thorn had already completely transformed previously, its grade and exclusive skills did not change significantly this time. However, the Platinum Red Thorn had gained another ability, Demon Spirit Curse Kill. This ability was very different from Red Thorn's other abilities because they were extensions of its body, whereas Demon Spirit Curse Kill was a result of its bloodline. Demon Spirit Curse Kill enabled Red Thorn's Ortet's Ramets to curse a target that it had come into contact with negative effects. These effects could also be stacked. More importantly, the physical and elemental effects all turned into curse abilities. Although some powerful life forms had powerful resistances, curses were not only directed at physical bodies but also involved the mind, spirit, and soul. It was extremely difficult to remove them. At the same time, curses could also be turned into bad luck if they were accumulated over time. Zhong Zai's bad luck was a result of an accumulation and worsening of curses. Demon Spirit Curse Kill enabled Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers to become a cursed Sea of Flowers. Any target entering the Sea of Flowers would be enveloped in curses and eventually entangled in bad luck. Lin Yuan thought. Now, Red Thorn can defend against a Pinnacle Class 3 alien insect dimensional rift on its own. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that it would be best for him to stop buying the flesh of dimensional lifeforms to evolve Red Thorn. Instead, he would wait for Lu Jie to return so the dimensional light moth could open a dimensional rift. Then Red Thorn could just be released into the dimensional rift so it could start feasting. But soon, Lin Yuan became troubled. After Whale Ocean Commerce was destroyed, he no longer had a path to obtain more of the Gardner Konjac seeds and Ramets. When he remembered that the Gardner Konjac was a dimensional life form, a light bulb lit up in his head. He took Red Thorn back to the mansion and returned it to the spiritual spatial zone. Red Thorn was too large for the spirit lock spatial zone now. Lin Yuan entered the marsh world through Klein Hub and called over White Speak to ask it about the Gardner Konjac. The Gardner Konjac was affiliated with water, so not many of them were grown in dimensional rifts. The temperature in the abyssal world was very high, and any plant-type Fae that was not fire-type would quickly dry out until they died. There was no light in the subterranean world, and the few plants that grew there were able to produce light. They relied on their self-produced light and the light from their companions to survive. All the plants from the water world could not be out of the water. Once they were removed from the water, they would immediately rot and start to stink. Hence, the only places suitable for the Gardner Konjac to grow were marsh and alien insect dimensional rifts. However, the plants in alien insect dimensional rifts were mostly fungi that fed off of insects. These fungi could turn the insects into cordyceps. The cordyceps was a specialty of the alien insect dimensional rifts and was full of medicinal properties. Lin Yuan felt that the Gardner Konjac was not suited to living in the alien insect world. Thus, the only possible place left was the marsh world. White Speak should have come across the Gardner Konjac as a local from the marsh world. Yet, White Speak said with certainty that it had never heard of the Gardner Konjac. Lin Yuan found this to be strange. Could there be a sixth type of dimensional rift that humans had not discovered yet? Since White Speak was not aware of the Gardner Konjac and Genius Knowledge Bank did not include information on it either, Lin Yuan left the matter alone. There was always a chance that he would be able to encounter the gardener Konjac again in the future. Now that Whale Ocean Commerce's matter had been completely settled, Lin Yuan could go ahead to increase his power. In the real world, there were many spirit chi professionals who could not guarantee that they would be able to help their myth breed phase overcome their world cleansings. As such, they were all prospective trading partners for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could help their myth breed phase evolve their qualities, but he would also take away their world graces. While Lin Yuan was about to contact these people to come to the royal capital, Night Leaning Moon had her head lowered as she scribbled ferociously with golden sap as ink. She had just sent Lu Jie off to contract insect species carcinoma phase. She understood why he was so anxious to increase his power at this juncture. Currently, Lu Jie was very similar to the old her. Night Leaning Moon had already told Mystic Moon about the situation regarding Whale Ocean Commerce. Mystic Moon was currently upgrading Star Web with 2 other members of royalty, and the Moon Empress was locked away training. Since Night Leaning Moon had participated in the matter personally, she wrote a detailed report about what had happened. While she was writing the report, she went through careful consideration. Eventually, she still decided to leave out how Lin Yuan's 6-winged fairy had turned Di Wanmi into a puppet. A Class 5 creation master that could be controlled was much more appealing than a living one. The Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation had signed a 2-year deal. Although they had not announced it publicly, the 2 federations had entered emergency battle preparedness mode. Moreover, Tower Cannon had infiltrated the Radiance Federation and was only discovered to have been colluding with Whale Ocean Commerce after so many years. Hence, some things should be better kept under wraps. The Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch were all Class 5 creation masters, and no one could control them. However, a puppet Class 5 creation master would fall under the control of whoever could gain control of Lin Yuan. It was likely that another Imperial meeting would take place once they received the report and learned about Whale Ocean Commerce's plot. Recently, the Imperial meetings had taken place rather frequently. Night Leaning Moon suddenly realized that all the Imperial meetings that had taken place over the last 6 months had been largely related to Lin Yuan. What kind of disciple had the Moon Empress accepted? Lin Yuan had agreed to meet the Emperor-class experts in the royal capital. This was so he could evolve phase while harvesting the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis from the spirit lock spatial zone and give them to Genius. Lin Yuan realized that Genius' spiritual energy would increase greatly after it consumed the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. It would evolve from Fantasy I to Fantasy II in less than 2 days. Since Lin Yuan had used the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores to nurture the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, he gained a large amount of intelligent Ganoderma sinensis at once. Lin Yuan estimated that after Genius consumed this batch of the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, it would evolve to Fantasy IV at the very least. He only needed to nurture another batch of intelligent Ganoderma sinensis for Genius to reach Fantasy V. Chimey had stayed in its nest in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree as it continuously absorbed energy from the strange flames to temper its bloodline. Lin Yuan had started giving Chimey high-grade strange flames to absorb a month ago. Now that Chimey had evolved to Fantasy IV, its appearance changed slightly. It was likely that Genius and Chimey's bloodlines would change completely once they reached Fantasy V. Sun Ningxiang had not been idle recently as she had been helping Lin Yuan prepare for the Warm Sun Fund and pick out a large group of spirit chi professionals and normal people willing to retreat from society. Lin Yuan moved all the people that Sun Ningxiang had chosen into the marsh world and handed them over to Lu Tong so he could start managing them. Once the Emperor-class experts who had been in contact with Lin Yuan arrived at the royal capital, Lin Yuan would take the Mother of Bloodbath with him to meet up with the Emperor-class experts. Before they left, the Mother of Bloodbath and Lin Yuan attached faceless pape to their faces. The Mother of Bloodbath was a Myth 3 Fae with the same combat power as Creation Breed phase. If the Mother of Bloodbath could use its Heavenly Family Fae bloodline to trigger the sun's power and use it during combat, the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to break through its limits to reach Creation 2 or even Creation 3. Thus, although the Mother of Bloodbath was only a suzerain/Myth 3 Fae now, it was more than capable of helping the Emperor-class experts phase to overcome their world cleansings. Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath remained on the outskirts of the royal capital for the entire day. While the mother of Bloodbath was taking on the world cleansings, Lin Yuan discreetly activated the Pure Land of Bliss to absorb the world graces. Since the Pure Land of Bliss only absorbed 10% of the world graces, it would automatically stop once it absorbed that amount. Thus, the evolved myth breed phase would not be suffering great losses. In a day, a large pile of spirit chi crystals had formed on top of the Pure Land of Bliss. As a result, the wind speed rapid antelope was extremely busy. The wind speed rapid antelope carefully separated the spirit chi crystals by type. The small mountain of spirit chi crystals was even taller than the wind speed rapid antelope. After returning to the mansion, Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone to use the spirit chi crystals to nurture his phase. He placed the jasmine lily on the nurturing table in the spirit lock spatial zone before he summoned purple afterglow out of the marsh world and Blackie out of the submerged flood dragon lake. He instructed Blackie to manipulate itself until it was only 1 meter long. He glanced at Genius, Chimey, the jasmine lily, purple afterglow, Blackie, and the remembrance soul whale before tugging his sleeve and releasing the source sand's true body. I will evolve all of you until you reach Diamond X. Genius and Chimey were the first to reply to Lin Yuan. One of them jumped onto Lin Yuan's shoulder while the other landed on his ear and affectionately nestled against his face. Soon, the remembrance soul whale and purple afterglow replied to him too. The last ones to reply to him were the confused Blackie and source sand. As for the jasmine lily, Lin Yuan needed to carry it over if he wanted to have a meeting with his phase. Lin Yuan did not have much hope that a platinum/fantasy plant-type phase would have much intelligence. However, as he looked at the remembrance soul whale happily circling him, he felt momentarily awkward. He reached out and patted the remembrance soul whale's head as he said, "You haven't reached fantasy breed, so you'll just have to listen quietly." The remembrance soul whale did not look disappointed at all. It was as though it was already happy enough just staying by Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan had more phase than the ones who were presently in front of him. Red Thorn, Silver Corona, Brocade Zither, Shiny, Dark Blue, the Floating Island Whale, Gray, and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee were all considered Lin Yuan's phase. Lin Yuan had evolved the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee to Diamond X/Legend long ago. However, it had not comprehended a willpower rune from the environment. Red Thorn needed blood energy, and Silver Corona needed soul energy to increase their power. These could not be provided by spirit chi crystals. Brocade Zither was Lin Yuan's secret pot of gold. Each time it evolved its grade and quality, the golden flower brocade pearls would be updated. Hence, Lin Yuan would not evolve Brocade Zither easily. Shiny was a fae with the Baron bloodline and needed dragon livers and phoenix blood. Dark Blue and the Floating Island Whale needed pure water elemental energy. Gray needed to absorb various weather phenomena to evolve its grade and quality. Thus, none of them needed spirit chi crystals to evolve themselves, and there was no need for Lin Yuan to call them over. First, Lin Yuan evolved Blackie, the Jasmine Lily, and Purple Afterglow. With the nourishment from a large number of spirit chi crystals, Blackie, the Jasmine Lily, and Purple Afterglow evolved to Diamond X. However, Purple Afterglow and Blackie were Fantasy I, while the Jasmine Lily was Fantasy 3. The best way for Blackie to increase its quality would be to absorb the essence blood from pure Flood Dragon species phase. This was very rare, but it was likely that Coiling Dragon's Valley had a stock of it. Lin Yuan had heard Long Tao mention that all the main dragon species phase in their family had to give up 1 drop of essence blood every decade to go into storage. Coiling Dragon's Valley always had fewer Thearch-class experts than Connected Beast Park because it was more difficult to evolve the grades of dragon species phase. Even without his connection to Long Tao, Lin Yuan could use law crystals to trade for the essence blood of main dragon species phase from Coiling Dragon's Valley. Since Long Tao was his good friend, he did not mind helping Coiling Dragon's Valley become a top faction. Lin Yuan had used the Sea Burial Lotus Flower's Sea Burial crystals to boost the Jasmine Lily's previous evolutions. However, the Sea Burial Lotus Flower had transformed into the fairy-type Fey Silver Corona, and the Sea Burial crystals at the Sea Burial Lotus Flower's roots had changed into its body. Nonetheless, The sea burial lotus flower that Lin Yuan planted next to the spirit pool could still absorb spirit chi to produce sea burial crystals. Even if those sea burial crystals were taken, Silver Corona would not be hurt in any way. Now, the sea burial lotus flowers were much larger than the previous time when Lin Yuan fed them to the jasmine lily. Lin Yuan yanked the sea burial crystals out before he planted the sea burial lotus flower next to the spirit pool so that it could continue to absorb spirit chi. He then placed the spirit chi crystals on the jasmine lily's leaves so that it could absorb them. As the jasmine lily absorbed the sea burial crystals, its quality evolved from Fantasy 3 to Fantasy V. Now, Lin Yuan finally had a Fantasy V Fae. He should be delighted that the jasmine lily had evolved. However, his headache returned when he thought about Purple Afterglow's evolution. Purple Afterglow had the Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly and Kill Food Sky Butterfly's high-class bloodlines. In order to evolve the Purple Afterglow's quality, he could collect some of the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly Scale Powder and feed it to Purple Afterglow. However, this was not the best way to evolve the Purple Afterglow, and it did not fit with Lin Yuan's methodology of evolving phase. He needed to find the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly to nurture Purple Afterglow in the best way. He would collect the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly's powder and feed it to Purple Afterglow. However, Lin Yuan had no idea where he could find the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly. Lin Yuan had asked the cage of Brahma insects if they had the kill food worms stocked up and if they would be willing to give him one if he asked. However, no Nirvana Blaze Butterflies existed in the cage of Brahma insects. The Nirvana Blaze Butterfly was not a normal Fae but one that had mutated. Any butterfly species Fae had the possibility of evolving into the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly, but the chances were extremely low. Although the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly was recorded in history books, unlike the Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly, there had only been 2 of them ever recorded. Moreover, both of them had perished in endless nirvana. Neither had been able to defeat the odds to break through to an unknown bloodline. Without the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly, Lin Yuan did not want to force Purple Afterglow to use the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly Scale Powder to evolve itself. Purple Afterglow had already reached Diamond X/Fantasy I, and it was very useful during combat. The scale powder would be sufficient to seal off the phase that relied on elemental combat. Given that Blackie, the Jasmine Lily, and Purple Afterglow had not gained new abilities when they evolved, Lin Yuan sighed softly. He put so much effort into nurturing them. They would have been impressive if they had gained new abilities. Lin Yuan wondered if he would be able to see his spirit-locked phase gain high-grade abilities once Morbius Grade evolved. After he was done evolving the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, and Purple Afterglow, Lin Yuan prepared to evolve Genius and Chimey. Genius was currently Diamond I/Fantasy II, while Chimey was Platinum 3/Fantasy III. After using numerous Spirit Chi crystals, both of them reached Diamond X. Unlike Chimey, Genius was already Diamond I. Thus, Genius did not gain any new abilities. Chimey used to be Platinum but was now Diamond Grade. As such, it gained a new ability. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Chimey. Fae name: Clear Voice Luan Sparrow, Fae species: Plume Sparrow genus/Luan species. Fae grade: Diamond, 10/10. Fae type: Sound/Light. Fae quality: Fantasy 3. Abilities: Shattered Jade Voice. Fire a giant musical note at the designated target that has a beautiful sound of jade shattering. The jade shattering sound has a certain disruption effect. When struck by the giant musical note, it would split into 10 spiraling sound thrust. Bathed in light. Bath the body in clear sunlight. When the sunlight shines on the body, it can quickly recover one's exhausted vitality. Sunlight rays. Emits various rays from the sun that will cause negative weakening to the target. At the same time, the sunlight rays can help to increase a plant-type phase cellular activity. Nirvana Light Swansong. Leaving just a trace of one's vitality and sealing it inside the sun on the wings. The rest of the vitality would burn into sunlight energy. Before the sunlight energy vanishes, it will negate most of the physical and elemental damage. Clear Zither Change Voice. Place an anchor on something that can release light-type energy. By controlling this entity or whatever is connected to this entity, One's voice or voice type ability can be applied to this entity and dispersed with this entity at the center. Exclusive skill. Clear sky. After a clear chirp, the clouds would disperse, summon the morning sun, and clear up the sky. The darkness will be repelled. Radiant body. Rapidly absorb the power of the sun and form a radiant body from the huge amount of solar energy gathered in the body. Lin Yuan noticed that Chimy's new ability was called Clear Zither Change Voice. This ability was interesting. Lin Yuan was fascinated by its ability to anchor itself to an entity that could release light-type energy. There were many things that could release light. There were metal-type spiritual ingredients, strange flames, and most light-type phase. The thing in the world with the most light-type energy was the unchanging sun. When Chimy used Clear Zither Change Voice to take control of strange flames or metal-type spiritual ingredients, it would gain a microphone. Moreover, Clear Zither Change Voice could take control of anything connected to this entity as well, and Chimy would be able to place his light-type energy in this as well. It would then spread its voice with it at the center. If so, could the anchor be placed on the sun? If Chimy could do so, the entire world would be able to hear its voice. At that point, Chimy would become a global idol whose voice could reach any person in the world. It would be a golden singer who used the sun as its microphone. However, placing the anchor on the sun would be difficult. Even if Chimy could reach Immortal, it would not be powerful enough to control the sun. By communicating with Chimy, Lin Yuan learned that Clear Zither Change Voice had a limited range that it could spread its voice. However, the stronger the entity that the anchor was placed on, the more light-type energy it would contain and the further Chimy's voice would be able to travel. In order to test if Clear Zither Change Voice could be applied practically, Lin Yuan took out a bronze metal-type spiritual ingredient floating light aluminium and instructed Chimy to use Clear Zither Change Voice to control it. It did not take long for the floating light aluminium to be set as the anchor. Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone to test Chimy's ability and traveled to the outskirts of the royal capital. Lin Yuan noticed that when Chimy sang while controlling the floating light aluminium, the floating light aluminium was like a megaphone. The voice produced from the floating light aluminium was similar to Chimy's. However, the voice from the floating light aluminium could travel 3 kilometers while Chimy's could only travel 300 meters. Lin Yuan continued to experiment. This time, he took out a ball of high-grade strange flames. Yuan, it would be easier to get this ball of strange flames to acknowledge me instead of me trying to take control of it, said Chimy. Chimy flapped its wings and flew over to the strange flames. Chimy used the light element it released to interact with the light released by the strange flames. Soon, the strange flames were anchored. By enabling the strange flames to acknowledge Chimy, Lin Yuan understood that anchoring something would use up Chimy's light-type energy. In order to get something to acknowledge Chimy, the latter would be able to use up the other party's light-type energy. Through the experiment and after gaining the acknowledgement of the strange flames, Chimy's voice could now travel a full 50 kilometers. It could be seen that the anchored entity had a direct relationship to the strength of the broadcasting ability. Lin Yuan remembered that Chimy could also use voice abilities through the anchored entity. Currently, Chimy's only voice ability was Shattered Jade Voice. Lin Yuan ordered, "Chimy, use these strange flames to release Shattered Jade Voice to its greatest extent." Chimy let out a cry, and Lin Yuan saw that the effects of Shattered Jade Voice could be seen 50 kilometers away. Lin Yuan told Chimy to use Shattered Jade Voice toward the side and made the same observation. This meant that the attack released by the anchored entity was just as strong as if Chimy itself released the attack. After using Shattered Jade Voice once, the strange flame's light was visibly weaker. This meant that Chimy had used up a portion of the strange flame's light-type energy. This discovery caused Lin Yuan to feel that it would be the right thing to do for Chimy to place an anchor on the sun. Any other Fae would find it difficult to gain the sun's acknowledgement even if they had more talent for light-type energy, but Lin Yuan also had the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath had the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline and was beloved by the sun. It could communicate directly with the sun. With help from the Mother of Bloodbath, Chimy would be able to gain the sun's acknowledgement and place an anchor on the sun. The sun had a never-ending supply of light-type energy. With the sun as its base, it would be able to transmit its voice much further than just a few thousand meters. But it was too early for Chimey to gain the sun's acknowledgement using clear zither change voice before it reached Mythbreed. With clear zither change voice, Lin Yuan could see endless possibilities for Chimey. Once an anchor was placed on the sun, the effects of clear zither change voice would be no different from a celestial phenomenon. Besides heavenly family phase, only 10 stars sacred source lifeforms would be able to control celestial phenomena. Yet, Chimey was able to do this despite being only a Fae. Currently, the only light-type ability that Chimey had was Shattered Jade Voice. As Chimey continued to evolve and its bloodline strengthened, it would be able to gain new light-type abilities. But even if it only had Shattered Jade Voice, it would be strong enough if it was able to place an anchor on the sun. If Chimey used Shattered Jade Voice with the sun, it would be able to go on indefinitely as long as the sun's light energy did not disappear. Nonetheless, Chimey's evolution to Diamond brought a huge surprise to Lin Yuan. Now, he only had to wait for Chimey and Genius to evolve to Fantasy V, and they would be able to transform again before they reached Mythbreed. Lin Yuan was greatly looking forward to this. The source sand had been Diamond I, but Lin Yuan had evolved it to Diamond X. As a result, Close Guard Sand had strengthened by almost 100 times. Now, Lin Yuan would be able to cover a kilometer radius with Close Guard Sand and even control it at will. Soon, Lin Yuan activated the source sand, and yellow sand soon covered the ground. A 10-kilometer radius around Lin Yuan became a prison of sand that was only continuing to expand. A 30-kilometer radius around Lin Yuan turned into a sea of sand in less than a minute. Lin Yuan manipulated Close Guard Sand into shapes. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Yuan's mind, and the sand beneath his feet started to thrash until a 3-meter-tall and 2-meter-wide house of sand appeared in the middle of the pool of quicksand. Lin Yuan moved freely within the small house of sand. Lin Yuan manipulated the small sand house until its interior was decorated beautifully. However, this was far from reaching Lin Yuan's limits. As more sand gathered around the small sand house, it started to grow until it became a 30-meter-tall and 20-meter-wide castle. Still, Lin Yuan did not stop here. Metal Consume Manifestation had consumed 3 types of metal, each turning into a different type of state. They were the chain blade produced from radium, feathers made of the day and night spirit silver, and trigone strands made of the red lotus soft gold. Bones made of the radium chain blades started building up within the castle. These chain blades could be shot out from the castle at any time. Feathers made of the day and night spirit silver covered the castle's exterior. It was durable and increased the castle's defenses. Day and night spirit silver intermittently fell from the castle and formed a defensive mat around the castle. The trigone strands formed from the red lotus soft gold snaked under the ground around the castle like a snake. Lin Yuan chose the red lotus soft gold because it could stretch extensively. When spirit chi was used, the red lotus soft gold strands would be able to turn into strong needles in an instant. The trigone strands formed from the red lotus soft gold would be able to replace Gravel Spirit Acceptance's heart-penetrating iron line. Soon, the castle changed again. Wheels made from the Close Guard Sand started to rise from below the castle. When more spirit chi was injected, Close Guard Sand started to change again. A small amount of spirit chi entered the wheels and enabled the castle to move in the sea of sand. Soon, a pair of arms and legs grew out of the castle made of sand, and chain blades made of radium covered the giant's arms and legs. Lin Yuan had watched the animation called Howl's Moving Castle, so he used the source sand to create a moving sand castle. The source sand was an elemental source type Fae, and Lin Yuan had always geared toward group abilities when it came to nurturing the source sand. But through Close Guard Sand and Metal Consume Manifestation, Close Guard Sand was now a giant walking in the sea of sand that was ready to attack at any moment. This method would be able to use the source sand's attacking ability to its greatest extent. After testing the source sand, Lin Yuan felt that it was time to choose a suitable Fae or dimensional lifeform for Gravel Spirit Acceptance. Since the source sand had changed into the red lotus soft gold and it was in the trigone strand state, Lin Yuan had practically eliminated the heart-penetrating iron line. Lin Yuan was not picky when it came to choosing a Fae or dimensional lifeform for Gravel Spirit Acceptance. Lin Yuan could choose to increase defense or the Source Sand's controlling abilities, so he decided to give up on attacking. He relied on Blackie's Spirit Essence Explosion and the Sacred Sword-wielding Queen's sword skills for his attacks. No matter how strong the Fae that Gravel Spirit Acceptance had assimilated, the Diamond X/Fantasy 3 Source Sand would not be able to compare with the power of a sword skill. Thus, it would be a waste of the Source Sand's talent to strengthen its attack. It would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to evolve the Source Sand's quality. Although the mountain-containing embryo was rare, it was still more common than the essence blood of main dragon species Faes and the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Lin Yuan could just offer 100 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls on Star Web, and he would be able to obtain the mountain-containing embryo. For Lin Yuan, it was as easy as taking a breath to use Spirit Chi crystals to evolve a Fae to Diamond X. Previously, Lin Yuan's phase grades had been a rung below the other top members of the younger generation. All of Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, and he and Lu Jie's phase had reached at least Diamond X/Fantasy V. Meanwhile, only a few of Lin Yuan's phase had reached Diamond I. But now Lin Yuan caught up. When it came to his variety of phase, Lin Yuan was no different from the top younger members of the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had evolved Chimey, Genius, the Source Sand, and Blackie to Fantasy V a month ago. He was only at a loss when it came to Purple Afterglow because he did not have access to the Nirvana Blaze Butterfly. Next, Lin Yuan would have to go to Coiling Dragon's Valley and obtain the main dragon species phase essence to help Blackie evolve its quality. Lin Yuan took out his phone and called Long Tao. When they talked in the group yesterday, Long Tao mentioned he would be personally heading to the Abyssal World these few days to manage the situation there. He also planned on fighting against abyssal demons to train his combat skills. If Lin Yuan did not go and see Long Tao before he went into the Abyssal World, he would have to wait until Long Tao returned. It did not take long for Long Tao to pick up the call. "Big Brother Long, are you at Coiling Dragon's Valley's residence?" asked Lin Yuan. Long Tao knew that Lin Yuan needed him for something and hurriedly said, "Brother, I am at Coiling Dragon's Valley's residence now. Do you want me to go and meet you?" Long Tao thought that Lin Yuan wanted him to collect the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls. However, today was not the agreed-upon time. Lin Yuan had already given the last batch of Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls to Coiling Dragon's Valley, and the next batch was only due next week. Long Tao was genuinely grateful to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had helped Long Tao's father's Fae that had injured roots break through to Myth 3. Long Tao also owed him too much as a friend. Lin Yuan had asked him to start a faction together to break into the Abyssal World. This would bring a bright future to Long Tao. Otherwise, Long Tao would never be able to join the group of disciples of members of royalty despite being the young leader of Coiling Dragon's Valley and number 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence. The Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls that Lin Yuan provided Coiling Dragon's Valley enabled their creation masters to increase their resources by 30%. As a result, they would be able to develop faster and still gain more resources. Hence, they were able to increase their rank as a top faction. They would be able to fight for a chance to become one of the top 5 top factions. This was all because of Lin Yuan's help to Coiling Dragon's Valley. Thus, Long Tao would do anything to repay Lin Yuan. "Big Brother Long, you don't have to come. I want to go to Coiling Dragon's Valley to discuss a deal with the faction. I need you to be the middleman," said Lin Yuan. Long Tao immediately knew that Lin Yuan was not coming to Coiling Dragon's Valley as the Moon Empress disciple, but as his friend. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not need to inform him in advance. He could have just sent a notice to Coiling Dragon's Valley, and Long Tao's father and the other elders of Coiling Dragon's Valley would all rush to welcome Lin Yuan warmly. Even if his grandfather was still locked away and was trying to gain immortal power, he would still come out to greet Lin Yuan respectfully when Lin Yuan arrived. Lin Yuan asked Long Tao to be a middleman because he regarded him as a true friend and as a show of respect to Coiling Dragon's Valley. Long Tao hurriedly replied, "Brother, you can just be frank about any trade you have in mind. I will let them know and prepare everything for you before arriving." Lin Yuan said honestly, "Big Brother Long, Coiling Dragon's Valley probably has pure flood dragon species, right? I need their essence blood." Long Tao was stunned. Coiling Dragon's Valley indeed had a pure flood dragon species Fae. However, it was Long Tao's grandfather's main combat Fey. Now that its power had reached Sovereign X/Creation 13, it was trying to break through to Immortal. The few drops of main dragon species Fey essence blood that Lin Yuan needed had been given to Long Tao's grandfather's main combat Fey so that it could break through. Long Tao's grandfather's main combat Fey would have to produce more of the essence blood now. Once his grandfather's power reached Immortal, Coiling Dragon's Valley's position as a top faction would be completely changed. The spirit guards had locked down Whale Ocean commerce, and no one knew what was going on internally. However, according to the information from the spirit guards, Whale Ocean commerce had already been removed from the list of the Radiance Federation's factions. Once Long Tao's grandfather reached Immortal, Coiling Dragon's Valley would be able to fill the empty space in the top 3 factions. However, Long Tao and the entire Coiling Dragon's Valley could not turn down Lin Yuan's request because they owed him too much. "I'm going to ask my family to prepare in advance so you can collect it once you're here," said Long Tao. "Big brother Long, I'm heading to Coiling Dragon's Valley now. We can discuss the details of the trade once I arrive." Lin Yuan hung up the call. When Lin Yuan rode Blackie to Coiling Dragon's Valley's residence, he noticed that all the direct descendants were waiting at the door to greet him. Long Tao stood in the center of the group. The leader of the Long family, Long Tu, was standing to his left, and a white-haired elderly man was standing to his right. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the elderly man had a troubled gaze in his eyes, but was still genuinely welcoming to Lin Yuan's arrival. When they saw Lin Yuan jump down from Blackie's back, they got ready to welcome him. Lin Yuan bowed to Long Tu and Long Du before he walked over to Long Tao and said with a tone of slight reproach, "Big brother Long, why are you standing on ceremony?" Lin Yuan's sincere tone touched Long Tao. Long Tu had gotten to know Lin Yuan, while Long Du had never interacted with Lin Yuan. However, they both had a great impression of him now. Despite being a top elite, he did not put on any airs and was respectful to all. Usually, geniuses were arrogant. Long Tu, Long Tao, and Long Du had all been born with golden spoons in their mouths and had been haughty from the moment they were born. Long Du and Long Tu felt that Long Tao would be able to reach a level that they could not. After they welcomed Lin Yuan and understood the situation, Long Du was silent for a moment before he decided to abandon the chance to evolve the weak water ice blue flood dragon to Immortal. The weak water ice blue flood dragon activated the blood in its entire body and produced 5 drops of essence blood. The Pinnacle Creation weak water ice blue flood dragon managed to produce only 12 drops of essence blood in its entire body, and 5 drops would already cause it to be grievously injured. In order for the weak water ice blue flood dragon to recover, it would need to use pure water-type elemental pearls for several years. As the previous leader of the Long family, Long Du had still been upset about having to give up his benefit for the sake of repaying Lin Yuan. But when he saw how respectful Lin Yuan was, his displeasure was slightly reduced. When Long Du saw the black flood dragon that Lin Yuan came with, he was silently shocked. He was a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master, and identified the black flood dragon as the Spirit Tide Ink flood dragon that had been evolved from the Spirit Siphon goldfish. Long Du could not imagine how much spirit chi had to be used to trigger the dragon bloodline in the small Spirit Siphon goldfish to such an extent. It was clear that Lin Yuan was asking this favor for the sake of evolving the Spirit Tide Ink flood dragon. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have specified that he needed the blood of the pure flood dragon species Fei. Long Tao smiled in a friendly manner and said, "This is the first time that you're here at Coiling Dragon's Valley's residence. There won't be so many people here to greet you the next time you're here." When the Long family returned to the residence, Long Du took out 5 amethyst test tubes. Each of them contained a drop of purple and gold blood that had the aura of a dragon. It was almost as though a dragon would fly out of the bottles the moment they were uncorked. "Lord Lin Yuan, here is the essence blood you asked for. If this isn't enough, we can produce another 3 drops." Long Du's voice was determined. However, Long Tao and Long Tu turned to look at him with worry. If 3 more drops of essence blood were produced, the weak water ice blue flood dragon would be in a near-dead state that would most likely have damaged roots. It would not be able to be healed using elemental pearls for a few years. Lin Yuan received the amethyst test tubes from Long Tu and said, 5 drops are enough. I have already made a deal with Big Brother Long Tu. Before Lin Yuan could finish speaking, Long Tu said, Lord Lin Yuan, our family owes you so much. You helped our family to rise from a position in the tens to one of the top 10 top factions within a few months. You don't need to make a deal with us. If you need the essence blood, just take it. The Long family could have told Lin Yuan about Long Tu's situation. This would give them an even better position in Lin Yuan's good books. But since Long Tao was not going to do so, Long Tu and Long Du would not either because Long Du wanted to repay Lin Yuan instead of angling for another favor. Lin Yuan shook his head seriously and said, Uncle Long, we have to address each matter individually. How many pinnacle emperor-class experts does the Long family have? Long Tu, Long Du, and Long Tao's breaths hitched. All 3 of them knew that Lin Yuan had law crystals, as they had traded with him in the past to enable Long Tu's Fei to evolve to Myth 3. It was clear that Lin Yuan was asking them how many pinnacle emperor-class experts they had because he wanted to trade essence blood with the law crystals. Every Thearch-class expert was precious to a top faction. Thearch-class experts could be dispatched to the various cities to act as guards and carry out assignments. Even if the Thearch-class experts were sent to clear out dimensional rifts, they would also gain a sea of resources each year. Moreover, when the top factions worked together, they would send out a Thearch-class expert to watch over the process. Transformation: if one party did not send out a Thearch-class expert, they would be seen as weaker even if they put in more effort. Since it was difficult for dragon species phase to evolve, the Long family always had a low number of Thearch-class experts. Now that Lin Yuan wanted to trade law crystals with the Long family, Long Du and Long Tu had no reason to turn him down. Just as Long Tao was about to insist on gifting the essence blood to Lin Yuan, the latter said, The Long family has probably heard about the situation at Whale Ocean Commerce. There is now a power vacuum amongst the top 3 top factions that needs to be filled. The Long family is a faction with the Creation Master role and is very suited to take over this space that Whale Ocean Commerce left. I can help the Long family's pinnacle Emperor-class experts to evolve to Thearch-class. Lin Yuan took out a brocade pouch that contained 100 law crystals. Long Tu and Long Du looked at Lin Yuan with excitement. Although Coiling Dragon's Valley did not have many Thearch-class experts, they had the Creation Master role, and the many Class 4 Creation Masters could easily evolve the Emperor-class experts to Pinnacle Emperor-class. Coiling Dragon's Valley had many more Pinnacle Emperor-class experts than other factions. This was the reason Coiling Dragon's Valley was able to hold a high position amongst the top factions despite not having many Thearch-class experts. Lin Yuan noticed that Long Tao had something to say but was struggling to say it. Thus, he said softly, If not for my relationship with you, I would never use something like law crystals. At first, Long Tao did not know what to say. The Long family wanted to repay Lin Yuan. Yet, they did not expect Lin Yuan to turn the tables on them and do another huge favor for them. Long Tu and Long Du were elated, but they also started to think. Given Long Tu and Long Du's experience, they could think of things in a deeper way than Long Tao could. Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple and the champion of the martial arts stage. There was no reason for him not to fight for a chance to become a Radiance envoy. If Coiling Dragon's Valley could truly become one of the top 3 top factions, they would be able to help him during the Radiance 100 sequence. After all, the higher the rank a top faction had, the more votes they possessed. Although Coiling Dragon's Valley had always depended on the Bamboo Monarch, they had not made any large advancements. Ever since the Bamboo Monarch became preoccupied with Wang Fuxiang's bad luck and Coiling Dragon's Valley became acquainted with Lin Yuan, Coiling Dragon's Valley had not been in contact with the Purple Bamboo Garden. At first, Long Du and Long Tu felt that becoming acquainted with Lin Yuan would be the equivalent of forming a link to the Moon Empress. But now, it was apparent that Lin Yuan himself was already an enormous tree that the Long family would be able to take shelter under. From both a personal and profit perspective, the Long family should depend on Lin Yuan. Now that Long Tu had thought things through, he said to Lin Yuan, Coiling Dragon's Valley currently has 31 Pinnacle Emperor-class experts and 7 experts whose power is only one step away from reaching Pinnacle Emperor-class. However, in the eyes of other factions, they are considered Pinnacle Emperor-class. Lin Yuan was silently shocked when he heard what Long Tu said. Coiling Dragon's Valley had almost double the number of Pinnacle Emperor-class experts than Connected Beast Park. It was clear that Coiling Dragon's Valley would be able to crush Connected Beast Park to the ground in a fight. Please call the Pinnacle Emperor-class experts who are currently in the residence over. We can choose a location in the outskirts of the royal capital and evolve everyone at once. Long Tu turned and rushed off to do as Lin Yuan asked. He called over the 17 Pinnacle Emperor-class experts in the residence and went to an empty space on the outskirts of the royal capital. As Lin Yuan provided more and more law crystals, the Long family's Pinnacle Emperor-class experts' Pinnacle Myth Breed Dragon Species phase all broke through and made the advancement toward Creation Breed. As the 7 or right trials of world creation started to solidify in the sky, Long Du summoned the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon and Extreme Darkness Ground Explosion Dragon. Lin Yuan noticed that the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon had a higher grade and quality but weaker aura than the Extreme Darkness Ground Explosion Dragon. There could only be one reason for a dragon species Fey looking so drained. It had produced essence blood. It should not be so weak if it had only produced 1 or 2 drops of blood. Lin Yuan remembered that the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon was a flood dragon species Fey and stared at Long Du. Since the Long family had treated him so well, he had to return the favor. Lin Yuan said softly, "Shadow, stop these trials of world creation and break up the power into 100 pieces, so they can temper the main dragon species phase that just evolved to Creation Breed." The moment Lin Yuan spoke, a black shadow emerged from Lin Yuan's shadow. It did as Lin Yuan instructed and stopped the trials of world creation. Although Long Du was a Pinnacle Thear-class expert and could have easily ordered his phase to stop the trials of world creation, the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood and Extreme Darkness Ground Explosion Dragon had the same power as the trials of world creation. Thus, neither of them would be able to divide up the trials of world creation, so the dragon species phase would be able to receive them slowly and trigger their bloodline in a better way. At that moment, Coiling Dragon's Valley's experts finally knew what the expert that had killed all of Connected Beast Park's experts silently looked like. Shadow looked very different from a normal person, but it did not look like a Fey either. Although the abyssal world had opened, the members of Coiling Dragon's Valley had not yet interacted with a Class 12 demon. Hence, they could not confirm what Shadow was. However, they could tell from Shadow's power that it had surpassed Creation Breed. Long Du was very envious of this. Lin Yuan did not absorb the creation world ley lines when he helped the Long family's experts to overcome their trials of world creation. But the creation world ley lines started to disperse like when Endless Summer evolved to Creation Breed. A small portion of the creation world ley lines would dissipate while the Long family's phase were absorbing them. So Lin Yuan used the Pure Land of Bliss to collect these remnants. Lin Yuan knew that source-type power could strengthen creation world ley lines through his communication with the sacred sword-wielding queen. These small golden creation world pearls could become miniature ley lines. After Shadow helped the new Creation Breed main dragon species phase to overcome their trials of world creation, it returned to Lin Yuan's shadow. The experts that had just broken through led their phase to Lin Yuan and started thanking him profusely. Long Tu suggested for everyone to return to the Long family to hold a feast in honor of Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan said, "Coiling Dragon's Valley needs more than Thear-class power to fill the power vacuum that Whale Ocean Commerce left. You need immortal power. The Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon has only reached Sovereign X/Creation 8. It only needs an opportunity to reach Immortal." Lin Yuan's words caused the members of the Long family to be stunned, and all of them looked at him with racing hearts. Long Du's gaze was especially fiery. Is Lin Yuan going to give the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon a chance to reach Immortal? However, the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon just produced 5 drops of essence blood and is very weak. It won't be able to seize the opportunity now. At that moment, Lin Yuan took out a wooden chest and gave it to Long Tu as he said, "There's no time like the present. Use the things inside this chest to help the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon to regain its vigor. Next, I will use a world crystal to try and help the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon to reach Immortal." While Lin Yuan was speaking, Long Du opened the wooden chest and was almost blinded by the pearls within. The Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon only needed to absorb half of the water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls inside the box and some nourishing Thear-class spiritual ingredients for its vigor to recover quickly. When Lin Yuan mentioned the World Crystal, Longdu thought, World Crystal. Only Class 5 Creation Masters can produce World Crystals to help Pinnacle Creation Phase reach Immortal. None of the 3 members of royalty had ever given away World Crystals. They had only ever used them for their own personal use. But now, Lin Yuan was giving them to the Long family. This was the biggest gift of Class 5 Creation Master resources that a top faction had ever received. If Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress were separated, it was obvious that it would be more reliable to depend on Lin Yuan for benefits than the other Class 5 Creation Masters. Coiling Dragon's Valley was not ungrateful. Long Du, Long Tu, and Long Tao detested people who went back on their word. Today, Lin Yuan's gift would enable Coiling Dragon's Valley to become one of the top 3 top factions. From now on, Coiling Dragon's Valley was going to stick closely to Lin Yuan. As intelligent people, Long Tu and Long Du would never express such sentiment through words, because it would cause their relationship with Lin Yuan to become awkward. Although they were not going to speak their intentions, they were going to express them through their actions. When using the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls with outer layers, the weak water ice blue flood dragon in human form bowed deeply to Lin Yuan before it went back to healing itself. Coiling Dragon's Valley had stocked up on many Thearch-class spiritual ingredients that could recover vitality. Dragon species phase always needed spiritual ingredients to quickly recover after producing essence blood. As it continued to use the water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, the weak water ice blue flood dragon's aura rose and soon became more powerful than the extreme darkness ground explosion dragon. It had regained the might of a pinnacle creation main dragon species Fae. The extreme darkness ground explosion stood off to the side in human form and watched the weak water ice blue flood dragon enviously. It knew that the weak water ice blue flood dragon was about to transform to a completely different level. The might of a main dragon species Fae was only truly released when it reached Immortal because that was when they would be able to produce dragon pearls. Long Du had more than enough power to take on the trial of world creation. However, he was powerless against the forging Immortal. The difference in danger between the trial of world creation and world cleansing was the same as that between the forging Immortal and trial of world creation. Hence, even if Lin Yuan gave the weak water ice blue flood dragon the opportunity to evolve to Immortal, Long Du was afraid that the weak water ice blue flood dragon would not be able to survive. The forging Immortal, world cleansing, and trial of world creation had completely different connotations. Forging Immortal only involved the Fae itself and not any celestial phenomena. The immortal power produced by the Law World would cleanse the Fae's body and slowly temper the Law World with the Creation World ley lines until the Fae's body was combined with the Law World. An immortal body imbued with the power of a world would be formed. Law Worlds were the batteries for Creation Breed Phase. Even if the Fae overcame the danger of being cleansed by immortal power, it would have to undergo the risk of using its body to temper the Law World. Immortal was a level that was beyond the recognition of the entire Coiling Dragon's Valley. Because they did not have experience with it, they were terrified of it. Other experts could also help with forging Immortal, but they would have to be able to protect themselves well to prevent their bodies from being destroyed by the immortal power. Then, they would have to create a barrier around their target that had to be impervious to the world power to ensure that the body within would be able to temper the world power smoothly. These 2 factors seemed easy, but even the first one needed the accurate input of immortal power to ensure their body was protected from immortal power. Evidently, the expert that Lin Yuan had just revealed could not achieve this. In order to accurately control immortal power, the helping expert had to possess the power of at least Immortal V. The second factor was even more difficult. Even an Immortal V expert would be unable to sustain the explosive power of the right creation world ley lines in a Law World. Once the barrier was broken and the world power dissipated, the immortal body that was formed would be incomplete and rendered useless. Thus, in order to ensure that the evolving creation breed Fae was completely safe, the helping expert had to be at least Immortal 7. But where would they go to seek such an expert out? The Long family did not have such access. Hence, when it was first made known that Di Wanqing had successfully reached Immortal and that the Di family had 2 immortal experts, all the Thearch-class experts in the major factions were silently impressed at Di Wanqing's luck. While Long Du was feeling troubled, Lin Yuan said, The expert who will be protecting the weak water ice blue flood dragon will be here soon. Rest assured, as long as the weak water ice blue flood dragon is patient and doesn't cause any accidents, I am fully confident that it will be safe. Long Du immediately realized that Lin Yuan had access to power that was at least Immortal 7. This was too unbelievable. Soon, uncontrollable gratitude spilled out from Long Du's heart. After living for so long and reaching the later years of his life, this was the first time Long Du felt so grateful toward a person. Long Tao had chosen a great person to become friends with. Lin Yuan was the entire Coiling Dragon's Valley's lucky charm. However, his gratitude soon turned to astonishment. No one knew about Coiling Dragon's Valley's situation better than Long Du. Coiling Dragon's Valley had almost reached the top 10 top factions in the Radiance Federation because of the explosion of Creation Master resources brought by the Golden Flower Brocade Pearls. This boost brought by external help caused Coiling Dragon's Valley's position to be unstable. It needed a few decades to stabilize itself before it could plant solid roots as one of the top 10 factions. But now, Lin Yuan swooped in and used resources to push Coiling Dragon's Valley into the ranks of the top 3 top factions by using tens of law crystals to create new Thear-class experts and world crystals, as well as supplied an expert to help Long Du gain immortal power. With this kind of resources and capabilities, Lin Yuan could have helped even a veteran faction to fill the space left by Whale Ocean Commerce to become one of the top 3 top factions. Regardless of whether the Moon Empress had given the resources or Lin Yuan had obtained them on his own, it would be enough to prove that Lin Yuan had the power to change the concept of factions. Lin Yuan had already sent the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to contact Whitespeak. Whitespeak was currently rushing toward the Klein Hub in the Marsh World. In less than an hour, Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned Whitespeak. Whitespeak bowed and said, "Greeting, Lord." Whitespeak glanced at the Long family as it greeted Lin Yuan. His gaze lingered on the weak water ice blue flood dragon. It felt that if a fight was to break out, the biggest danger to Lin Yuan would come from the weak water ice blue flood dragon. Thus, Whitespeak released its aura and covered the weak water ice blue flood dragon. The weak water ice blue flood dragon felt as though it was deep in the jaws of a crocodile and was about to be devoured at any moment. Lin Yuan instructed Whitespeak, "Whitespeak, retract your aura. Produce a barrier in front of it, and use your power to prevent the immortal power from destroying its body." Although Whitespeak did not understand why its dictator wanted to protect this being from another world, it would do a good job because the order had still come from its dictator. Whitespeak's thought process had changed on Raging Waves City's island, and it became more certain that Lin Yuan was a god as more time passed. Whitespeak placed its hand on the weak water ice blue flood dragon's back, and a thick aura flowed into its body. The weak water ice blue flood dragon would not be able to handle any pressure that Whitespeak placed on it, and it felt its body almost break apart when Whitespeak's energy entered its body. Lin Yuan said to the weak water ice blue flood dragon, "Now, swallow this world crystal." The weak water ice blue flood dragon placed the world crystal in its mouth and prepared itself to transform. As the energy from the world crystal entered the weak water ice blue flood dragon's law world, the weak water ice blue flood dragon felt its law world expanding and contracting continuously. 8 solid creation world ley lines flew into the air and danced around, producing dark gold energy. This dark gold energy broke open the weak water ice blue flood dragon's world crystal and entered its body. Soon, the weak water ice blue flood dragon felt as though its entire body was on fire, and unspeakable pain started to arise from its flesh. Luckily, Whitespeak's energy held the weak water ice blue flood dragon's body together. Otherwise, it would have collapsed in less than 2 minutes. Whitespeak frowned when it sensed the weak water ice blue flood dragon's situation. Once the weak water ice blue flood dragon's body became used to the immortal power, Whitespeak pulled back some of the energy that it had injected into the weak water ice blue flood dragon, so that the immortal power could cleanse more of the weak water ice blue flood dragon's flesh. 1 day and 1 night passed. The sun hanging majestically in the sky changed to a starry sky, then back to the blazing wheel in the sky. A faint fark gold appeared all over the weak water ice blue flood dragon's body. Once the aura was released, the extreme darkness ground explosion dragon took a step back. The members of the Long family watched with eyes full of hope as the weak water ice blue flood dragon's body was cleansed by the immortal power. At that moment, White Speak said, "I will be removing the last portion of energy in your body. All I can do from now on is to keep the barrier from breaking. The rest is up to you. Don't disappoint the chance that my lord is giving you to transform." White Speak removed its hand from the weak water ice blue flood dragon's back. White Speak's eyes turned white, and a solid light of energy spewed forth from its eyes. The energy covered the weak water ice blue flood's barrier and formed the image of a giant crocodile with shining scales. Even when the weak water ice blue flood dragon's law world broke apart and the energy within exploded, the barrier was completely unaffected. At that moment, the weak water ice blue flood dragon was in 100 times more pain than before. The breaking of its law water world caused it to feel as though all its strength had been drained. This feeling put the weak water ice blue flood dragon into a panic. Before the weak water ice blue flood dragon's panic could go on, it felt the immortal power cleansing its body and absorbing the broken world. Soon, the weak water ice blue flood dragon felt its lost power slowly returning and fusing perfectly with its immortal body. The weak water ice blue flood dragon felt as though the world was combining with its immortal body. Wings suddenly, the weak water ice blue flood dragon felt a warmth in its abdomen. It was as though there was a new life forming within it. This feeling caused the weak water ice blue flood dragon to panic. "I'm male. Am I able to have kids? I don't want to be a parent." It did not take long for the weak water ice blue flood dragon to realize that it was producing its dragon pearl. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was about the size of a fist and covered with rigid dragon power. This dragon power caused the surroundings to appear blurry. Freezing water-type power flowed out from the dragon pearl. This power made White Speak feel extremely comfortable. It was even more comfortable than when it was having its scales cleaned by small fish. But as comfortable as it was, it could not give in to its desire to take the dragon pearl for itself. Main dragon species Fays were stretching their bloodline to the max when they spat out the dragon pearl. When the dragon pearl turned into spirit, the main dragon species Fae would suddenly break through and attain a whole new level of bloodline. The weak water ice blue flood dragon recalled its dragon pearl, and a puppet appeared next to it. This was the weak water ice blue flood dragon's immortal body. As the weak water ice blue flood dragon's quality evolved, more brilliant colors appeared on the immortal body, and it also gained more Fey characteristics. Lin Yuan said to Long Du with a smile, "Congratulations on gaining immortal power. Next, you will have to reveal your power to be acknowledged by the other top factions in order to take over Whale Ocean Commerce's position." Long Du and the weak water ice blue flood dragon bowed deeply to Lin Yuan again. "Lord Lin Yuan, we know what to do from here on out. Thank you for bringing prosperity to us. If there is anything that you need from us, please don't hesitate to let us know. No matter what it is, we will get it done." Lin Yuan immediately thought about the mountain-containing embryo that the source sand needed to evolve and said, "I do need a spiritual ingredient. Do you have the mountain-containing embryo? I need at least 3 to evolve a Fey." Long Tao knew that Lin Yuan was black, so he immediately thought about the source sand when he heard that Lin Yuan needed the mountain-containing embryo. "Brother, we do have a store of the mountain-containing embryo. I think we have about 7 or 8 of them. I will go and pack all of them up for you." Lin Yuan did not turn him down. Although 3 or 4 of the mountain-containing embryos would be enough for the source sand to evolve to Fantasy V, the source sand would be able to produce more close guard sand when it consumed more mountain-containing embryos. The more close guard sand there was, the stronger the source sand would be. Lin Yuan followed the rest of the Long family back to Coiling Dragon's Valley and accepted their generosity. But immediately after dinner, a large number of insects started to cry out in Coiling Dragon's Valley's backyard. Coiling Dragon's Valley did not seem to be surprised by these insects, but rather delighted. Long Tao started to explain to Lin Yuan, "It looks like a Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift has just become Pinnacle Class 4. If a top faction opened a dimensional rift on its own, their experts would be able to wipe out the dimensional lifeforms to harvest a large number of source-type items. Due to a lack of sacred source lifeforms, Class 4 dimensional rifts could not evolve to Class 5. However, there would be many more items in a Pinnacle Class 4-dimensional rift than a Class 4-dimensional rift. Since the last time when Lin Yuan told Coiling Dragon's Valley to look out for the Emperor Armored Martial God insects, they had collected a total of 7. Now, the 7 Myth 2 Emperor Armored Martial God insects were completely under the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly's control. Lin Yuan became interested when he heard that the Long family had a Pinnacle Class 4-dimensional rift. The Emperor Armored Martial God insect was 100 times more likely to appear in a Pinnacle Class 4 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift than a new Class 4 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift and 30 times more likely than a mid-grade Class 4 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift. When Lin Yuan said that he wanted to enter the Pinnacle Class 4 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift, Long Du said that he wanted to accompany Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not turn him down. He had already sent White Speak back to the Marsh world. It was not convenient to call it out for every matter. With Long Du accompanying him, Lin Yuan would be able to collect the Emperor Armored Martial God insects at the fastest rate. Lin Yuan might even get lucky and encounter the mutated Emperor Armored Martial God insect. When he entered the Alien Insect Dimensional Rift, Lin Yuan noticed that they were surrounded by alien insects. Long Du was about to step in when Lin Yuan released a 6-winged fairy. Long Du immediately started coughing. The 6-winged fairy waved its hand and scattered powder that caused the insects to go into a frenzy. Many fleshy flowers grew between the insects. Just as the alien insects were about to attack the fleshy flowers released a fountain of powder. Then vines burst out of the ground and covered the entire area. The vines stretched out and consumed any alien insect that they came into contact with. Occasionally, a few of the stronger alien insects fell victim to negative effects and were reduced to dregs. Lin Yuan had intended on using the Pinnacle Class 4 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift to test Red Thorn's power. But now, Red Thorn could leave its main body and summon the Sea of Flowers for battle. However, Red Thorn's current combat style was clearly weaker than its main body. Just as Long Du was about to summon the weak water ice blue flood dragon and instruct it to use its main body to comb through the Class 4 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift, 2 sets of black wings sprouted out of Lin Yuan's back. However, these 2 sets of black wings were only the beginning. Even more large black wings appeared on his back. Soon, Lin Yuan flapped his wings and took to the sky like a black-winged angel. Long Du was silently shocked by the speed at which Lin Yuan could fly using the black wings. The Source Sand's evolution caused Lin Yuan to be able to fly much faster. He could now fly as quickly as a Platinum/Fantasy Avian-type Fae. Lin Yuan could change the size of his wings by manipulating the Day and Night Spirit Silver. While Red Thorn was devouring the prey, it was completely oblivious to its wings. Now that Red Thorn had transformed into a fairy source-type lifeform, it was very attracted to wings. Lin Yuan now had 6 pairs of wings stacked behind his back, and Red Thorn was completely floored. Red Thorn flew into the air and hugged Lin Yuan's face. It absolutely refused to let go. Red Thorn's enamored behavior slightly vexed Lin Yuan. He knew that it would be sad if he pulled it away. As such, he had no choice but to allow Red Thorn to continue to hug his face and nuzzle against him. Red Thorn instructed the Sea of Flowers to continuously consume the alien insects and extend into the Pinnacle Class for Alien Insect Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan walked on paths made from the Sea of Flowers. The brutal vine rammets were the best filters. They killed the weaker alien insects while leaving the stronger ones behind. Lin Yuan did not ask Long Du to step in for these stronger alien insects. Instead, he released 12 of the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. 5 of the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies that had not taken control of the Emperor Armored Martial God insects took control of the strong alien insects, while the 7 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies that had taken control of the Emperor Armored Martial God insects instructed the Emperor Armored Martial God insects to change their armor into sharp knives and kill the controlled alien insects. The Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies appeared exceedingly strange as they stood amongst the corpses of insects that they had killed in the name of love. Only butterfly species Fays had such abilities. However, the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies were much less charming than Purple Afterglow. Soon, Lin Yuan caught sight of his objective. The Emperor Armored Martial God Insect was an insect species Fae that was extremely skilled at combat. It never backed down when it encountered its own kind and would not hesitate to even kill mutations. It only showed mercy to mutations that it encountered during mating season. This mentality was the reason the Emperor Armored Martial God Insect was so rare and that every one of them was a seasoned warrior. Lin Yuan watched as two Emperor Armored Martial God Insects crashed into each other ferociously. One of the Emperor Armored Martial God Insects was clearly seriously injured, but it was stronger than the unharmed one. This meant that the Emperor Armored Martial God Insect's injury was not a result of this battle. Lin Yuan noticed that the injured Emperor Armored Martial God Insect's armor had split from 2 pieces into 4 pieces. The 4 pieces of armor looked like 4 metal sheets. Lin Yuan decided to use the Emperor Armored Martial God Insect to pull his Fey carriage when he saw the one that resembled an iron angel in Lan Qin's Fey observation room. It was clear that this injury that alien insect had undergone a mutation. However, the mutation was incomplete. Lin Yuan did not interfere in the fight and continued to observe them silently. When Lan Qin introduced the mutated Emperor Armored Martial God Insect, she said the mutation happened instantly. Every time the Emperor Armored Martial God Insect gains enlightenment while on the brink of death, its wings will split once. Its wings will become its weapons that make up for its flaws in attacking skills. Since the mutated Emperor Armored Martial God Insect had only mutated once, it was unable to create waves in the battle even with its 4 wings. As the 2 Emperor Armored Martial God Insect clashed, the heavily injured Emperor Armored Martial God Insect continued to use its armor to defend itself. Perhaps it was due to the threat of death or its genetic model being pushed to the brink by its mutation, but its armor split again. The 4 wings were initially 6 meters each, but 2 more sprouted, and they extended to 23 meters in an instant. The 6 wings crossed together and started slashing down on the other Emperor Armored Martial God Insect. Although this battle would cause Lin Yuan to lose one of the Emperor Armored Martial God Insects, Lin Yuan did not mind because he preferred a twice-mutated Emperor Armored Martial God Insect to 2 normal ones. This double-mutated Emperor Armored Martial God Insect already looked the same as the one in Lan Qin's Fey observation room. Lin Yuan instructed the Soul Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly that had experienced a breakthrough to take control of this Emperor Armored Martial God Insect. The Emperor Armored Martial God Insect that had just come off of a fierce battle became the general of the mighty Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterfly. Lin Yuan was very lucky in this trip to a Pinnacle Class 4 alien insect dimensional rift as he managed to fill the gap of 5 Emperor Armored Martial God Insects that he needed. Lin Yuan left Coiling Dragon's Valley and returned to the mansion. He first tossed the mountain-containing embryos to the source sand so it could start absorbing them. The source sand needed some time to carry out its evolution. Nonetheless, it would be able to evolve to Fantasy V before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Blackie and the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon were water-type phase. Hence, the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon's essence blood would be the best nourishment for Blackie. The 3 drops of essence blood enabled Blackie to evolve to Fantasy V. Now that Blackie had evolved again, it grew again and was now almost 300 meters. Blackie now looked extremely intimidating and majestic. But Lin Yuan knew that Blackie was actually simple-minded and silly. Hence, he could not help but say, "You really can't judge a book by its cover." Besides a change in size, Blackie's evolution also allowed it to start to be able to control clouds. While they were flying, it could use the clouds to cover itself and start thunderstorms. This was the ability that was characteristic of Flood Dragon species phase. Now that Blackie could manipulate the clouds, it meant that it was beginning to mutate into a main dragon species Fae. Lin Yuan still had 2 drops of the Weak Water Ice Blue Flood Dragon's essence blood, and he decided to feed both of them to Blackie at once. He would just take it as a loss if Blackie failed to evolve into a main dragon species Fae. But once Blackie did evolve, it would be the first in history to become a main dragon species Fae before evolving to myth breed. Some creation masters were adamant that history could not be wrong. But in the last 6 months, Lin Yuan had already broken apart wide-accepted concepts and structures multiple times. He had always evolved Blackie using the best methods, and it was not surprising that it would become a pioneer. Blackie truly did not disappoint Lin Yuan. After consuming the 2 drops of weak water ice blue flood dragon, Blackie's aura was raised to another level. A large number of clouds gathered and hid Blackie's 300-meter-long body as it sailed through the lightning-filled sky. A domineering and arrogant roar reverberated throughout the return from faraway mansion like it was heralding the arrival of a main dragon. The angelfish of bliss had become accustomed to Blackie's presence, so they did not hide from it because they knew that Blackie would not hurt them. But now that Blackie's aura changed, the angelfish of bliss started hiding from it again. Lin Yuan estimated that the rainbow fish would not be swimming around freely in the submerged flood dragon lake in 2 weeks' time. In the obsidian night, a maniacal peal of laughter was released from the mouth of a blond, middle-aged man. Second page revival, both of us will handle ourselves on this trip. Don't expect any assistance from me. The blond, middle-aged man had a face that screamed righteousness, and it seemed as though anything he did would be in the name of justice. A girl with gray wings fixed her cold eyes on the blond, middle-aged man and said as though she was lamenting something sorrowful. 6th page lashing. I won't interfere in anything that you do. However, when I need the Black Mass Cup in the Radiance Federation, you have to activate it. We have lost contact with 2 of the Gardner Konjac seeds and 1 of its ramets. It's difficult for me to sense their location even when I use the Gardner Konjac's main body. I released the 2 seeds and ramet to complete the Gardner Konjac's draining ability. Now that the Gardner Konjac's body is lacking, it can't recall the seeds and ramets and will never be able to fill that hole. This will affect our 100-year plan, the Sleeper's Revival. Don't forget what Lord Crimson told you before we set off. 6th page Lashing's expression changed when he heard what 2nd page Revival said. He glared at 2nd page Revival and said, when 1st page Fate died, the 1st page was quickly replaced. I asked 3rd page Eternal Sin, and he had no idea who 1st page Crimson is. Once 1st page Crimson arrived, he tried to show off his power to us. None of us acknowledge him, yet you address him as Lord. It seems that you know what his identity is. I am the 6th page of Tower Cannon, but even I feel more and more like I can't see the true colors of Tower Cannon. You have to give me a reason to use the Black Mass Cup. Using the Black Mass Cup will cause the Radiance Federation to seek revenge against Tower Cannon immediately. 2nd page Revival's gaze changed from cold sadness to innocence. All you need to do is use the Black Mass Cup when the time is right. The Sleeper's Revival cannot fail. Lord 1st page Crimson will handle the Radiance Federation's revenge. A look of amusement appeared on 6th page Lashing's face, but his eyes shone with intense fear. It was as though he was thinking about the tattoo-covered finger below the crimson robe. A chill ran up 6th page Lashing's spine. Is it possible that the person from the legend can live thousands of years without dying? Inside a black stone castle, a young man snatched a mop from a young woman and snapped, "Big sister, I'm an Earth Mother now. There are many servants in the castle that can serve you. You don't have to do all these yourself." The young woman affectionately patted the young man's soft curly hair and said, "I'm used to doing these things. If you stop me from doing them, I won't know what to do with my time. I don't have spiritual professional talent and can't be of any help. The very least I can do for you is to clean up and cook." Tears welled up in the young man's eyes. Although the person amongst the constellations had helped him to become a creation master and Earth Mother, and the people who had humiliated him were all respectful toward him now, his sister had not changed at all. However, the young man's stubbornness rose, and he was adamant that his sister was not to do any hard labor. Suddenly, the young man had an idea and said to the young woman, "Big sister, you don't have any spiritual professional talent, but you can still form contracts with some special source-type items. You've always liked flower arranging and drawing. I love your drawings. When you contract a source-type item, I'll evolve it and you can continue drawing and arranging flowers." The young woman's expression shifted. She never expected that she would be able to contract a source-type item despite not having spiritual professional talent. She knew how stubborn her younger brother was and agreed. Now that her brother had made something of himself, she was certain that her parents would be beaming if they were still alive. She wondered who the savior that her brother spoke of was. She badly wanted to thank him personally. At that moment, there was the sound of a door opening. A middle-aged man with scars decorating his face knocked courteously and only walked in after he was told to. Lord Bupa, the Sky Mother would like to see you. The middle-aged man was a pinnacle king-class expert. He was a guard that the Sky Mother had sent to the Earth Mother's palace. There was actually no need for him to put on a performance of respect toward an Earth Mother. But he knew that this young man was shockingly talented. He had managed to pass the Class 3 Creation Master Test. This event had floored the Sky Mother and was even reported to the Spirit Mother. It was likely that the young man would eventually become the Spirit Mother's competent disciple, who even the Sky Mother would have to bow in greeting. Bupa nodded and said, "I'll go and see the Sky Mother this instant." As the night deepened, Bupa groggily returned to the Black Castle. He could not help but feel as though he was dreaming. "I'm going to the royal capital to see the Spirit Mother. I'm going to be tested to see if I'm worthy of becoming the Spirit Mother's disciple." Bupa had never dared to dream of receiving such an honor, and he felt even more gratitude toward the man known as Leo. He was even more grateful to this man than he was loyal to the Spirit Mother Federation. Bupa knew that without this man, his sister would have died after being subjected to such humiliation, and he might even have died before his sister because of the injuries he suffered. Bupa placed his hands together and thought, "If I'm able to become the Spirit Mother's disciple, I'm willing to repay that Lord for saving my sister from torture and my life." After he made his wish, the young man stood up, turned, and ran to his sister's room as he shouted, "Big sister, we're going to the royal capital tomorrow." In a restaurant filled with the smell of oysters, a man sat next to a tan and skinny young man. The man sipped on blood wine as he said, "Little monkey, beat the next person that causes trouble to death. Although we own a restaurant, we're in the business of policing the sea. No drunk ruckus will be tolerated here." For some reason, ever since they fled from the sea, Walloon took a liking to drinking blood wine and eating the flesh of the saw-fin bite shark. The blood wine allowed Walloon to remember how his comrades had bled themselves for his sake, while the saw-fin bite shark reminded him to always be wary of danger. Although Walloon still treated the other sailors well because they were comrades who had brushed against death with him, the person he cared the most about now was Little Monkey. Little Monkey listened intently to Walloon and said seriously, "Big brother Walloon, I will definitely cut the head of the next person who tries to cause trouble. Most of the drunks who cause a ruckus are spies sent by other boats. We don't have any women here, so why would any sailor come here to drink?" Walloon narrowed his eyes at Little Monkey. "What the hell? Do you have some misconceptions about sailors?" Walloon patted Little Monkey's shoulder and said, "Go and send word. Although only 7 ships have come, we will go big and let them see for themselves that the saw-fin bite sharks aren't terrifying nightmares. Our restaurant will definitely become busy after that." Walloon glanced at the dim, strange flames in the lanterns that illuminated the restaurant. It was as though he could see the man wrapped in willpowers and laws past the firelight. Walloon had the diamond/fantasy blue ring sea octopus, and his power had risen to another level. Hence, he understood how powerful Leo was now. A year's worth of profits earned by his team's hard work at sea would not even be sufficient to hire a Class 4 Creation Master once. Yet, that figure managed to use a mysterious method to perform the ability of a Class 4 Creation Master. At the same time, Walloon knew that that man possessed more than just Class 4 Creation Master power. Regular Class 4 Creation Masters would not be able to produce Bronze/Legend phase. That man was Walloon's secret and savior. Most of the Violent Wind Federation sailors worshipped a god and would carve the image of this god on the mast of their ships. According to legend, a giant sea dragon was sleeping at the bottom of the sea surrounding the Violent Wind Federation, and the sailors passed on this legend by word of mouth. But recently, Walloon scratched off the image of the dragon off the mast of his ship and carved 2 thrones there instead. There was a man with the Leo constellation above him seated on one of the thrones and a woman with the Libra constellation above her seated on the other. Walloon had more belief in these 2 figures than the questionable sea dragon. They were now his gods. When Walloon stood up, his gaze flashed. Sailors were always fighting over resources and unwilling to work together. But now that the god had told him to start a faction, he could only apologize to the other sailors. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed, and only cooperative people would be allowed to live. Perhaps it was because he had interacted with the blue ring sea octopus and was influenced by it, but he was now braver and more willing to make sacrifices. Only such people would be able to achieve their goals and protect their loved ones. Almost a week had passed, and Walloon looked forward to the second meeting amongst the stars. At that moment, Walloon felt like a cloud amongst the stars was calling him. Walloon immediately became excited and barked some instructions before returning to his room and locking the door behind him. He then answered the call from the stars. The meeting amongst the stars only took place once every week. This time, Lin, Bei Su, Ta Lei, Bu Pe, and Walloon were not the only ones in attendance. Su Iran had also been called. Su Iran had been called because there was something she needed to do during this astronomical parliament's parliamentary meeting. Not long ago, when Lin Yuan had been helping Myth Breed Phase to overcome world cleansings and to collect spirit chi crystals, he had visited the Divine Wood Federation once. During that visit, he provided her with 3 months' worth of resources that Prosperous Chamber of Commerce would be offering and gave her 20 pairs of bronze/epic item-storing walnuts. Su Iran pondered for a long while after receiving the item-storing walnuts and eventually chose 14 pairs to turn into bells that she hung on the 14 poppy fruits. This would improve the Love Music Center's reputation as well as attract more disciples of top families in the Divine Wood Federation. The top family's disciples were the best information sources for Su Iran. They would be able to help Su Iran create the best channels of information. Lin Yuan had said he would not return to the Divine Wood Federation anytime soon and told Su Iran to manage all the business there. He also gave her a magical piece of paper she could write on using her spiritual power. The paper would allow both of them to communicate effectively even if they were in different federations. But for some reason, Su Iran wanted to sit face-to-face with Lin Yuan. Thus, she rushed to join when she received the call, even though there was nothing she needed to attend to. Lin Yuan nodded at the 6 people who were in attendance. It seemed that Bu Pe and Walloon had overcome their issues. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Bu Pe said with gratitude, "Leo, thanks to your help, my sister is now free, and I have become a Class 3 creation master. I'm now an Earth Mother. The Sky Mother who tested me said that I'm going to meet with the Spirit Mother. There is a high chance that the Spirit Mother will accept me as a disciple." Bu Pe looked at Lin Yuan as though Lin Yuan were a member of his family and told him everything candidly without holding back. Bei Su and Ta Lei did not react to what Bu Pe said as they had never heard of Earth Mothers, Sky Mothers, or Spirit Mothers. However, Su Iran was a Dark Envoy, and Lin was an Azure Envoy. Both of them were aware of this Class 5 Creation Master from the Spirit Mother Federation. As a sailor, Walloon had heard of this federation that was near to the Violent Wind Federation and was ferocious. A 14-year-old Class 3 Creation Master would cause waves to ripple through not just the Spirit Mother Federation but also the 7 States of Darkness and the Azure Federation and would be immediately placed on a pedestal. If this young man called Bu Pe had become a Class 3 Creation Master at his age, there was an 80% chance that he would be accepted to become the Spirit Mother's disciple. However, this would only take place in the Spirit Mother Federation because it was a well-oiled machine. Every gear that moved would lead back to the Spirit Mother, and no issues took place. If Bu Pe was in the Azure Federation or the 7 States of Darkness, Bu Pe would have been locked away by a faction where he would be secretly nurtured or killed out of envy when he was walking along the streets. Su Iran and Lin both decided to become acquainted with Bu Pe. Both of them were shocked by the value of the Astronomical Parliament's members. There were already a few envoys in this small group. If things continued on this trajectory, the Astronomical Parliament would become a mini-major federation meeting. While Bu Pe was thanking Lin Yuan, he suddenly broke down in tears. After Lin Yuan helped him, Bu Pe's life was no longer as difficult. He and his sister were leading lives that they never dared to dream of in the past. This was the reason Bu Pe felt so overwhelmed when he saw Lin Yuan. Walloon fell to his knees and worshipped Lin Yuan, and when you, as he said, "Leo, Libra, I have created a miniature sailor association. I will do my best to gather boats from now on." Lin Yuan thought. Walloon truly is a genius when it comes to business. Walloon had managed to set up a mini-faction in 7 short days. When Bu Pe started to cry, Tale walked over to him and started to comfort him. When Bupa stopped crying, Tale said to Lin Yuan, "Teacher, my grandfather caught a group of the rock corner camels in the desert. They are able to move at least twice as quickly as we can. We will be able to reach the border of the Divine Wood Federation in about another 27 days. There were less than 20 days before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan could arrange for Su Iran and Tale to meet after the Radiance 100 sequence selection before they requested the territory at the border. Bei Su's situation was the same. But after Lin Yuan helped Bei Su become a creation master, his subordinates' source-type items evolved, and Bei Su did not have to fight alone anymore because they could now help him. Just as the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was about to end, Lin said softly to Lin Yuan, "I will be arriving at the Radiance Federation in 12 days. The envoys from the Freedom Federation are traveling with us. They wanted to ally with us during the journey, but I turned them down." Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's expressions changed. Before Lin finished speaking, she paused and went on to say, "The envoys from the Freedom Federation are definitely planning something for the Radiance Federation, but I'm not sure what. Additionally, you must be careful of the Firefly Demon Fetus source-type lifeform. Luckily, I confiscated all 12 Firefly Demon Fetuses they traded with us. However, they might have more in their possession." Lin Yuan and Wen Yu exchanged a look, and it was clear that they had not heard of the Firefly Demon Fetus. This was not surprising because the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation had always been at odds. However, the Azure Federation had ties with both the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. As such, the Azure Federation knew more about the Freedom Federation than the Radiance Federation. The information that Lin just provided was very important to Lin Yuan. It was expected that the envoys from the Freedom Federation would cause trouble at the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Neither side would be able to back down when a battle broke out. However, the situation was different if the envoys from the Freedom Federation tried to ally with the envoys from the Azure Federation because it turned the conflict between 2 parties to 3 parties. It seemed that the Freedom Federation was about to cause a huge commotion. Since Lin had advised Lin Yuan to be careful of the Firefly Demon Fetus, he felt that it was necessary to ask her exactly what it was. Lin replied to Lin Yuan's question, "The Firefly Demon Fetus is a special source-type item that can cause insect species carcinoma phase to mutate and gain intelligence by breaking through their limits. They will be able to comprehend willpower runes and evolve into fantasy and even myth breed." Lin had clearly laid out the dangers of the Firefly Demon Fetus. Yet, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what Lin said. The Firefly Demon Fetus was perfect for Lu Jie. Lu Jie's current battle style no longer only involved the Insect Queen but more of the insect species carcinoma phase that the Insect Queen controlled. This was the difference between Lu Jie and other spirit chi professionals. He was more like a walking disaster. Although he could produce powerful effects by using insect species carcinoma phase in combat, he targeted the environment and not individuals. Hence, Lu Jie could not gain a leg up on other spirit chi professionals who wielded numerous phase. As strong as the Insect Queen was, it was only an insect species source-type lifeform. But if he had the Firefly Demon Fetus, Lu Jie would be able to enable all of the insect species carcinoma phase to break through and start wielding them as phase. At that time, Lu Jie would be terrifying. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu could already predict how frightening Lu Jie would be at that time. The Firefly Demon Fetus was the opportunity that Lu Jie had been hoping for. Moreover, according to what Lin said, she had a total of 12 Firefly Demon Fetuses. Lin Yuan said to her seriously, "I'm very interested in the 12 Firefly Demon Fetuses you have. Will I be able to trade with you for them?" Lin instinctively replied, "Leo, I can just give them to you. I don't have any use for them. However, they are very important, and leaving them at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce won't be appropriate, because they could lead to disaster if the person in charge is careless. So, Leo, I would like to meet you to hand the Firefly Demon Fetuses to you personally." Su Iran's lips twitched when she heard what Lin said. She felt that there was no hope left for Lin. It's just a trade, but you don't want anything other than seeing him. Su Iran felt that Lin was very silly. However, She forgot that she had also come to the astronomical parliament because she wanted to see Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded hesitantly. Okay. Let's meet at the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Hope and nervousness flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. During this time, the banquet amongst the stars came to an end. After the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting ended, Lin Yuan continued to evolve phase in the hopes of raising his spirit chi professional rank. Lin Yuan also observed Chimey and genius situations. Over the past few days, Miao Zhinshan's heart fell from the sky to the ground before plunging into the abyss. At first, Connected Beast Park wanted to wipe out 7 veteran factions to propel themselves back to glory. Hence, they lined up 7 blood-packed ultimate fights in 4 days. At this point, Connected Beast Park was rolling in sin, and Miao Zhinshan was fine with his family taking on more crimes. The resources from 7 veteran factions would be able to help Connected Beast Park gain 7 more Thear-class experts and enable them to return to their prime. Moreover, Lin Yuan had released a statement. Thus, Miao Zhinshan did not believe that Sky City would step in to help the veteran factions unless he provoked them. However, there was no way that Miao Zhinshan could have known that things were about to take a turn in a direction that he did not expect. In the first blood-packed ultimate fight, the Miao family lost 3 Thear-class experts and once again became the laughingstock of the entire Radiance Federation. The City Lord of Sky City and the Moon Empress disciple once became hot topics on Star Web. After the incident, the first thing that Miao Zhinshan did was contact Lin Yuan. Yet, he found Lin Yuan to be uncontactable. Another 2 days passed, and the Miao family lost 12 Thear-class experts. By now, the Miao family had lost a majority of their new Thear-class experts. These Thear-class experts were all part of the Miao family's source of power. At that moment, Miao Zhinshan suddenly felt a wave of regret. Since he could not get in touch with Lin Yuan, Miao Zhinshan had no choice but to contact the other top factions with whom Connected Beast Park had recently established connections to ask them for help. However, the top factions ended up burning the bridge with Miao Zhinshan directly. What the hell? The black figure sent by Sky City is clearly stronger than Pinnacle Creation and might have already reached Immortal. People are already calling Sky City the 4th best top faction. Are you asking us to help because you think we have too many Thear-class experts and want us to thin the horde by sending them to their deaths? You are so evil. Since Miao Zhinshan could not gain any help, he had no choice but to contact Sky City. Unfortunately, he did not receive any reply from them either. When this failed, Miao Zhinshan contacted the veteran factions that he had challenged in the hopes they would agree to end the blood-packed ultimate fight. He would compensate them appropriately afterward. However, all the veteran factions vehemently turned him down. Miao Zhinshan was so desperate that he sat bonelessly in the Miao family's residence. By the 3rd day, another 3 Thear-class experts were gone. Once the 4th day rolled around, Miao Zhinshan decided to stop sending up Thear-class experts. Instead, he sent 3 random people to their death. As long as he was still alive, he was sure that no veteran faction would be brave enough to seek them out. But on the 4th day, after the 7th blood-packed ultimate fight loss, the final winning veteran faction came to the Miao family's residence in a large procession. Just as Miao Zhinshan was about to retaliate, a black figure flashed past. At that point, Connected Beast Park's century-long legacy finally ended. After the incident, the Pinnacle Thear-class expert Miao Zhinshan became the 5th expert under the tongue of relinquished control. Lin Yuan's life was peaceful yet fruitful. Now, Lin Yuan could almost take a backseat role. He continued to evolve phase and observe genius and Chimey. More and more gold patterns appeared on Chimey's blue feathers. Any movement of Chimey's wings would cause the gold patterns to shimmer. They resembled the strings of a harp that were producing a melodious symphony. Genius changes took place in its tail. Previously, Genius tails consisted of 8 white plumes that extended from its posterior. This time, Genius tails grew longer again. However, it was not its fur that grew but its solidified spiritual energy. Through his communication with Genius, Lin Yuan realized that Genius could control its 8 tails as though they were hands. This caused Genius to be able to use its 8 tails to concoct spirit fluids faster. Genius could even split its 8 tails into groups of 2 and simultaneously concoct 5 bottles of spirit fluids of the same type. If it tried to concoct 5 different types of spirit fluids, it would be more likely to fail than succeed. Recently, Purple Afterglow had not returned to the marsh world. Instead, it lay listlessly on the Diamond X/Fantasy V Jasmine Lily. Now that its friend had evolved while it was still stagnant, Purple Afterglow could not help but become anxious. Unfortunately, there was no helping its situation. It was extremely difficult to find the Nirvana Blaze butterfly. Lin Yuan had been continuously comforting Purple Afterglow. Purple Afterglow was the most beautiful fae in the world and had never experienced such a blow. However, Lin Yuan's comfort could not inflate Purple Afterglow in the slightest. Rather, it made Purple Afterglow feel more useless. Now, even the useless sky fragrance beauty butterflies were useful. Yet, Lin Yuan used Purple Afterglow very rarely during battle. Recently, Lu Jie had been training in the Spirit Guard's land, so there was no cook in the mansion. When Yu had wanted to take on the job, but even she found it hard to swallow her own cooking. Thus, they had been ordering food. This allowed the Mother of Bloodbath to discover a new paradise. This did not mean that Lu Jie's cooking was worse than the food from the Spirit Food Pavilion, because no food in the world would taste better than Lu Jie's cooking in the Mother of Bloodbath's opinion. However, cooking was hard on Lu Jie and could not fill the Mother of Bloodbath's stomach. No matter how much food Lu Jie made, it would be far from enough for a myth-breed fae like the Mother of Bloodbath. Eating was just a hobby to the Mother of Bloodbath. After discovering food delivery, the Mother of Bloodbath immediately placed a long order with the Spirit Food Pavilion. The Mother of Bloodbath ordered almost half of the dishes from the Spirit Food Pavilion. Lin Yuan felt that he needed to introduce the Mother of Bloodbath to Zhao Xiaochun so both of them could be foodie buddies together. That day, Lin Yuan ate as usual. The glow-winged butterflies fluttered around the manor as per usual. They were able to remove dust and were the most hardworking cleaners in the mansion. The people in the mansion were already used to seeing the glow-winged butterflies flying around the mansion, and very few people noticed them now. While they were eating the delivery food, Lin Yuan was bored and wanted to take a look at the 5 fortune ranches. At this moment, he realized that a patch of the spirit-containing hibiscus had wilted. This should not be so. Although Lin Yuan had placed the 3 Dragon Phoenix landscape carp in the submerged flood dragon lake, the fish tank still housed the 5 fortune ranches. After such a long time, and given that Lin Yuan had the habit of placing his hand on the fish tank whenever he had time to inject pure spirit chi into it, the 5 fortune ranches should have reached an average of bronze X/epic. The 99 5 fortune ranches should be releasing spirit chi that was equivalent to a bottle of grade 2 spirit fluid. With such a level of spirit chi around, there was no reason for the spirit-containing hibiscus to wilt. Lin Yuan decided to check on the situation. But when he stepped nearer and was about to touch the wilted spirit-containing hibiscus, a red figure flew out of the wilted plants. This figure had a clear fierceness and solitude radiating from it. Yet it did not attack Lin Yuan. Instead, it flew around him and hesitated before landing on his collar and looking into his eyes. It had a red body, and its feather-like wings were lined with the patterns of flames. It looked exactly like what the Nirvana Blaze butterfly would look like. Previously, Lin Yuan did not understand the Nirvana Blaze butterfly. But recently, he wanted to evolve Purple Afterglow and help it regain its confidence. As such, he researched the Nirvana Blaze butterfly and used his connections to ask if anyone could help find it. However, he had yet to find anything of value. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the red butterfly on his shoulder. Fae name: Nirvana Blaze butterfly, Fae species. Butterfly species / Phoenix butterfly species, Fae grade. Bronze, 7/10. Fae type: Fire / spiritual, Fae quality. Flawless. Abilities: Scale Fire. When it flaps its wings and spreads the scale powder, the scale powder can be quickly set on fire to light all surrounding targets on fire. Temper Fire Fortify. Form a layer of tempered fire on the surface of a shield using scale powder. The layer of tempered fire can defend against water-type damage while increasing the shield's defense. Exclusive skill: Bath Fire Life. When under attack, the light from burning scale powder can enable it to be revived. Lin Yuan now knew that this was indeed the Nirvana Blaze butterfly. One really could not go looking for it. After so much searching, there had been no news. It turned out that it had already been in the mansion long ago. Lin Yuan immediately thought of that unusual glow-winged butterfly that he had seen. He had been about to leave his group to investigate it, but was interrupted by something. It was likely that that glow-winged butterfly had turned into this Nirvana Blaze butterfly. When the glow-winged butterfly transformed into the Nirvana Blaze butterfly, its wood-type energy changed into fire-type. The glow-winged butterfly was a wood-type fae and terrified of fire-type energy. Hence, the glow-winged butterfly would be extremely averse to interacting with the Nirvana Blaze butterfly and would not dare to go near it. This was the reason the Nirvana Blaze butterfly had left the group. Through the records and the information, Lin Yuan learned that the Nirvana Blaze butterfly had a very bad temper and liked to set targets on fire with its scale powder. Since the Nirvana Blaze butterfly did not attack Lin Yuan and even acted affectionately toward him, it meant that it remembered how he had evolved it. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and the Nirvana Blaze butterfly flew up from his shoulder and landed on his fingertip instead. Lin Yuan was delighted when he saw the red butterfly on his fingertip. Now, Purple Afterglow could evolve its quality, and Chu Ci would gain another fae. Scale Fire would enable the Nirvana Blaze butterfly to become an arsonist. It could cover the mansion in its scale powder at night, and all the jade-textured wood furniture in the house would immediately be set ablaze. Scale Fire would also become stronger when the Nirvana Blaze butterfly's power rose. Moreover, it could set something on fire by triggering the energy in the target's body and would use up the target's energy. When the Nirvana Blaze butterfly reached a certain level, it might even be able to set a river on fire. Bath Fire life suited Scale Fire well. As a scale butterfly species fae, its scale powder could be easily regenerated. Even if the Nirvana Blaze butterfly was killed, it could be revived using the light from the scale powder that had been set alight. The Nirvana Blaze butterfly could use a special method to gain immortality. However, it also had a natural enemy. It was terrified of fighting in the sea when it was lacking power. If it could not set the sea water on fire, its scale powder would be swept away by the sea, and it would not be able to revive itself. Ice-type phase were also the bane of the Nirvana Blaze butterfly's existence because it was much harder to set ice on fire than water. It was also easier to put out a fire in an extremely cold environment. Lin Yuan decided to make the Nirvana Blaze butterfly Chu Ci's fourth fae because it was a defense-type fae, and due to Temper Fire Fortify. Although Chu Ci currently did not have an accurate defense-type fae, the yellow jadeite golden butterfly and pink piercing crystal oyster could add to her defense. Temper Fire Fortify would be able to improve the shields, and the fire on the surface would give the shields an offensive side. It would become even more powerful when used on the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. The abilities that made use of the tempered fire were also suited to the Burning Sunflower twins. Both of them would be able to boost each other. More importantly, the Nirvana Blaze butterfly was sufficiently attractive. With the pink piercing crystal oyster and Nirvana Blaze butterfly, Chu Ci would definitely be able to rid herself of the nickname Princess Iron Bull. Lin Yuan brought the Nirvana Blaze butterfly back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and Purple Afterglow immediately perked up when it saw the Nirvana Blaze butterfly. The Nirvana Blaze butterfly noticed Purple Afterglow at the same time that Purple Afterglow noticed it. Butterfly species phase all placed priority on beauty, and the Nirvana Blaze butterfly had already started to fly around Purple Afterglow. It immediately changed from being arrogant to being obedient. The Nirvana Blaze butterfly had one of the top 3 bloodlines amongst butterfly species phase. Taking into account the Kill Food Sky butterfly, Lin Yuan already had 2 of the top 3 butterfly species fae bloodlines. Even without Lin Yuan's instruction, Purple Afterglow told the Nirvana Blaze butterfly to absorb the spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and quickly produce scale powder. Purple Afterglow swiftly began absorbing the Nirvana Blaze butterfly scale powder and started to evolve from Fantasy I until it reached Fantasy V. At that moment, Lin Yuan could not see any difference in Purple Afterglow. It was still beautiful. The Purple Afterglow beauty goddess butterfly already stood at the top in terms of beauty, and nothing could compare to it. But Purple Afterglow was on a completely different level compared to the past. Previously, Purple Afterglow was like a popular hostess. But now it was a goddess. It was already so beautiful in its fey form that Lin Yuan was curious to see how it would look in human form. Amongst all of Lin Yuan's fays, only Chimey and Genius had not reached Fantasy V. Once they did, Lin Yuan would be able to increase his power to its peak in a short span of time. After working hard for 2 straight days to evolve all the fays in the orders he had received, Lin Yuan finally had time to rest. He logged into StarWeb and saw that there were also many posts about Black besides the ones about Connected Beast Park, Sky City, and the Moon Empress Disciple. This made Lin Yuan curious. He had not appeared as Black in some time and had not even fought at the Celestial Stairway. So why was he being discussed on StarWeb? This should not be so. When Lin Yuan clicked on the posts and read through them, he immediately knew what was going on. Black was being discussed now because he was being badmouthed. The original post wrote, "Black no longer deserves to be discussed in the same conversation as Chu Ci and Lin Yuan. There has been no news of him in the past few months. He either met with an accident or was hurt. His talents were oversold anyways." This post reminded the Star Web users of Black and propelled him into sudden popularity. Many replied to the original post by attacking the poster. Tomorrow's light. Isn't Black going to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection? It's normal for him to take himself out of the public eye when he's preparing for it. Everyone W. There's no need to be mean. No matter what has happened to Black, it doesn't change the fact that he's a hero who saved the entire Millstone town. How dare you speak about a hero this way? Lost Youth. Black defeated the Celestial Stairway and owns a silver healing type Fae and the legendary blue flash purple butterfly. These are testaments of his talent. Does he have to constantly show off to prove his talent? Do you see the members of royalty showing off? Are you brave enough to say that any of them have lost their talent or are weak? Brother dear, I'm a male fan. Black is with me. Thank you, but we will be blocking you. Still, there were also some users who agreed with the original poster. Dead Spirit Delight. There has never been any point in comparing Lin Yuan and Black. At the very most, he can be compared to Chu Ci. Everyone witnessed Black's power in the Celestial Stairway. There's no way he can defeat Meng Su. Moreover, Black wears a mask, so how can you say that he's younger than Lin Yuan? Mirror Flower Water Moon. Chu Ci has bronze/fantasy phase. You can't compare bronze/fantasy phase with silver/fantasy phase. I don't understand why Black constantly butts heads with Chu Ci and Lin Yuan. Since Black had been silent and Tian Ningning had stopped updating news regarding Black, the number of people discussing the topic fell. The only people who were still active were Black's old fans who liked his character. Black was being defended by Lu Lang in his official fan club. The people in the group were so righteously enraged about the post that they were ready to start slamming their keyboards. However, the attacks from these few people could not overcome the wave of accusations. Time would eventually take over everything. For example, Black used to dominate the discussions on StarWeb a few months ago. Lin Yuan had no idea about this because he had never paid attention to these posts. It was almost time for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. At that time, he just needed to use his identity as Black to reveal even more power, and he would take center stage in the discussions on StarWeb again, and all of the accusations would disprove themselves. Just as Lin Yuan was about to check on the purchase with no loss store to see what it had earned from auctioning off the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls, he was distracted by a message in the group. Stream in the cloud. Did you see those posts? Why doesn't Black just come out and fight a few bouts on the Celestial Stairway to squash these accusations? As one of his loyal fans, I'm so upset, but nothing I say can change these opinions. Violent-tempered woman. I can't find the strength to say anymore. Forget it, and let's pack up so we can watch Black's Celestial Stairway fights with Big Sister Xian. Zhou Jusin, look at these posts. Regardless, Black will show his face during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan clicked on the post Zhou Jusin attached and saw the messages from Black's official fan club. There were several thousand messages, and he could not look through them all. However, he picked up on a special feeling while he was reading through them. Apparently, Black had become a beacon of hope for many people. With so much hope resting on his shoulders, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that he had been neglecting these people by being too lazy to fight at the celestial stairway. Black was now providing the least faith power out of all three of Lin Yuan's identities. Even though Black had not shown his face in some time, the dots of light in the shrine were still bright. Since they were waiting for news about Black, Lin Yuan was not opposed to making an appearance as Black to feed his fans with some content. Naturally, Lin Yuan could use the popularity from this to gain new fans and repay some of those who had been supporting him. He was going to tell them that he was still here and had been working hard in the shadows. Lin Yuan logged out of his own Star Web account. He took out his phone and called Tian Ningning. When she picked up, he said, "I'm going to fight on the celestial stairway." Tian Ningning immediately started to cheer out of excitement. As Black's exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning was acquainted with the people who managed Black's official fan club. As such, she knew much more news than him. She had wanted to ask him to appear as Black countless times, but every time she decided against it. Tian Ningning had been eating at the Return from Faraway mansion in the past 2 days and knew how busy Lin Yuan was. Nonetheless, Black was Tian Ningning's faith, and it was difficult for her to watch her faith being trampled on. Now that she knew that Black was going to fight on the celestial stairway, she immediately said, "Lin Yuan, give me a front row seat. No matter how many fights you fight, I will produce all the fight reports tonight." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "You will probably have an easy time writing the fight reports today, and they won't take up much of your time." Next, Lin Yuan logged into Star Web as Black and immediately went into Star Web Tower to begin the matching. Lin Yuan had reached 14 stars on the celestial stairway, and most of the experts he encountered had a platinum Fae. The weaker opponents would have a gold and above fantasy breed Fae. This level of power was easy for Lin Yuan. Now, Lin Yuan could defeat such an opponent with any of his Faes, even the Jasmine Lily. However, there were a few Faes that Lin Yuan could not summon during a celestial stairway battle, and the Jasmine Lily was one of them. Once he summoned the Jasmine Lily, he would announce to the world that he was Lin Yuan. If he revealed Blackie and used Spirit Essence Explosion to attack his opponent's Faes, the regular people would not think much of it, but those who had attended the Gargi banquet would easily be able to guess his identity. Genius needed to use tool transformation to become a mask that Lin Yuan would wear while Chimey was busy evolving itself. Lin Yuan did not want to waste Chimey's time. After all, Chimey needed more time to evolve itself than Genius when it consumed the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Thus, the most suitable phase that Lin Yuan could use were Source Sand and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Lin Yuan planned on sending the Diamond X/Legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee from the beginning of the battle so it could train its combat skills. This would help it to comprehend willpower runes in the future. After Poison Beauty became the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's signed host, she used the support they gave her to become a famous host. She no longer needed to work as a celestial stairway guard to earn a living or gain the attention of fans. All of the money that Poison Beauty earned went to evolving her power. Many of her Faes had evolved significantly. The illusory Mist Western Jackdaw and Poison Weaving Dark Spider had reached platinum, and a Creation Master had evolved them to epic quality. With this amount of power, Poison Beauty still had space to evolve even if she reached level 14 of the Celestial Stairway. Ever since she became the main host selling luxury goods, Poison Beauty rarely live-streamed on Star Web. But even though she had money now, she did not forget about her old fans. Whenever she had time, she would live-stream, fight a bit, make some argumentative comments, and block some people. However, when she started live-streaming her battle this time, she was not trying to make a living but testing where her limits were. If she could only make a living after spending so much money to evolve her phase, the money would have gone to waste. However, Poison Beauty did not expect that the Star Web fights she did during her free time ended up increasing her number of fans. She was currently matching up with opponents and planned on releasing a slew of insults the moment she was matched to test her opponent's mindset. This would also make the fight more exciting for the live stream audience. But when she saw the silver mask that her opponent was wearing, Poison Beauty was stunned. Her audience was also stunned. There had been people who wore silver masks when they fought on Star Web. However, Black's popularity had been falling recently, and the number of people imitating him had also decreased. Moreover, most of the people who fought on the Celestial Stairway were experts who wanted to make a name for themselves using their unique fighting style. Hence, people rarely did imitations on the Celestial Stairway. Blue Wind Rain. Isn't this Black? Although he isn't dressed in black clothes, his physique and height match that of Black. If Lin Yuan could see the comments in Poison Beauty's live streaming room, he would definitely roll his eyes. All of you are just spouting nonsense. He had not only grown taller in the last few months, but his entire aura had changed after consuming the Earth Center fine milk. The female audience in the live streaming room had also noticed this. Lonely confused fish. No. This person's physique is top-notch. Poison Beauty is already enamored. Hating the world. Poison Beauty. Regain your senses. Look at his information and see if he's Black. Even if you aren't curious, we want to know. Laugh silently. If he's Black, I suggest Poison Beauty and Black get married immediately. They matched with each other 3 times on Celestial Stairway, even though Black rarely comes on here. They are destined for each other. Poison Beauty looked at the silver-masked figure. She could clearly sense the figure's aura. It was extremely familiar. She had only ever felt this aura from one person, and that was Black. While Poison Beauty was nervously looking through her opponent's information, the figure opposite her said softly, "Long time no see." When she heard this voice, she was certain that this person was Black. Nonetheless, she clicked on his information. She was not doing this so she could read the information but so the live stream's audience could see. At that point, Poison Beauty was ready to fall to her knees to thank Black. This was the 3rd time he was boosting her popularity. Black's reappearance and Poison Beauty's words caused the audience in the live streaming room to start buzzing with commotion. It did not take long for the news that Black was in Poison Beauty's room to spread like wildfire. Poison Beauty wanted to stall for time and only start the battle once the activity in her live streaming room reached a peak. However, Lin Yuan did not want to give Poison Beauty this chance. He had a Diamond X/Fantasy Fae and could easily fight his way to level 80 of the Celestial Stairway. Since he was going to reveal the Diamond X/Legend Acid Corrosion Queen Bee and the Diamond X/Fantasy Vsauce Sand, he was ready to climb from level 14 to 80 that night. Hence, he did not have time that he could allow Poison Beauty to waste. Poison Beauty would have to give up on her idea of using Black to skyrocket her popularity again. Every passing moment of Poison Beauty's live stream saw more people entering and commenting. In the span of a few short minutes, Poison Beauty's fan count had increased 3-fold. 5 elements lack money. It really is Black. I have been his fan for 6 months. He has been absent for so long. But he makes an appearance once people attack him on Star Web. Isn't he hinting at us to keep it up? Passing guest. Ah, Black is finally back. How many months has it been? Windflower Little Moon. As long as Black fights on the Celestial Stairway, the videos of him in the video library will be updated, and I'll have new videos to watch. Endless loneliness. What is Black trying to prove by making a sudden appearance? If you don't show the same amount of power that Lin Yuan did when he fought Meng Su, it will be pointless even if you beat Poison Beauty. Provoking Little Strawberry. Does anyone want to come to my live streaming room to place a bet? How much are you willing to bet that Black will win? The more you bet, the more I'll lose. There were all sorts of comments. The rolling comments made Poison Beauty excited. At that moment, Black said, "Let's summon our phase. I'll attack you if you don't summon yours in 3 seconds." Poison Beauty immediately waved her hand and summoned the Platinum 6/Epic Illusory Mist Western Jackdaw and Platinum 9/Epic Poison Weaving Dark Spider. She instructed them to produce illusionary mist and poisonous web to build up a defense while she hid amongst the mist and summoned another fae. It was clear that she was laying down her defenses. Poison Beauty wanted to stall for as long as she could. But at the same time, she knew how much she had improved in this time. As such, she wanted to have a good spar with Black. At that moment, Black said, "Since you've begun laying down moves, I will take it as the battle has begun." Just as Poison Beauty was about to speak to stall for time, a buzzing noise filled the air. Poison Beauty did not have any time to react. and she did not even see what Faye had her two Fays before the battle came to an end. After the fight was over, Lin Yuan automatically moved on to level 15 and went into matching again. Lin Yuan's attack caused Poison Beauty's live streaming room to pause for a few seconds before the comments streamed in. Free Spirit. What just happened? Did anyone get a good look? Moonscar. I think I saw a dark red insect. It looked like a B-species Fae. That was all I managed to see. Colorless flower. Can any creation master tell us what Fae Black used? Why haven't we seen Black use it before? Poison Beauty's live streaming room was not a good place for communication because any message would be buried in a sea of hundreds of messages in the next second. The last time that Black fought on the Celestial Stairway, many scholars, Fae observers, spiritual ingredient analysts, and creation masters had been present to secretly observe his phase. A Pinnacle Class 3 creation master who had rushed over when he received word of Black and Poison Beauty's fight immediately posted a comment. The insect species Fae that Black used is at Diamond X/Legend. After observing the fight, this Pinnacle Class 3 creation master did a general analysis of Black's insect species Fae. This post was immediately pushed to popularity on Star Web, and many people responded to it. Existence is logical. Diamond X/Legend Fae? Isn't this the level of a Pinnacle younger generation member? Is Black that strong? Galaxy. If Black is able to contract Diamond Faes, does that mean that he's a King-class expert? Salted Fishtails. I also noticed this. Isn't Black below 20 years old? How can he be an A-rank Spirit Chi professional? There's no way he's a King-class expert. Broken Kite String, he can do this if he rolls grades. It looks like Black is a disciple of a large faction. Wind Rush. What's the point in guessing? A Big Shot will release a post of their analysis later. What I want to know is if Black moved on to fight the next level. If he is, does anyone have a link to the live streaming room? While the group was guessing whether Black would participate in the next Celestial Stairway fight, a post containing a detailed analysis of Black appeared. This post immediately stole the spotlight because a Class 4 creation master wrote it. Class 4 creation masters rarely posted their analysis. The post highlighted 3 points. Firstly, the Diamond X/Legend insect species was not a Fae but a source-type lifeform. Secondly, the insect species source-type lifeform had been used when Black took on Chun Hongfeng. It had cut a large hole in the abdomen of the smooth-toothed elephant lizard. Thirdly, the insect species source-type lifeform was an assassin with strong attacking skills. At the end of the post, the Class 4 creation master wrote, Duan Li. From the looks of this phase growth, Black is definitely more powerful than we think. Don't forget that he has more than one fantasy breed Fae. He also has the healing type plant and the blue bird. The person who made this post was none other than Master Duan Li. Recently, the group had been discussing Black. Master Duan Li went to read through the messages and happened across the live stream. Master Duan Li felt that she needed to voice her support for this young hero of the Radiance Federation. With this young man's power, he deserved Master Duan Li's support. He was probably at the peak of power that the younger generation could achieve. If Black had a sacred source lifeform, he would be a true top expert of the younger generation. This kind of person did not deserve to be insulted. Duan Li could already predict how brilliant Black would be during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Master Duan Li's post surprised the users of Star Web and filled Black's fans with excitement. But all of Black's old fans were marveling at how strong he was. Did he eat some kind of super booster? When people noticed Black in a live streaming room, they realized that he had risen from 15 stars in his fight with Poison Beauty to 22 stars. They could not imagine how he had been able to win 7 consecutive levels in 20 minutes. Excluding the time taken for the matchings, did that mean that he spent less than 10 seconds in each battle? The fight on level 22 of the Celestial Stairway also featured the B-species source-type lifeform. The Star Web host who had been lucky enough to meet Lin Yuan in his live stream could not gain traction despite fighting on the Celestial Stairway. But now, thanks to Black's popularity, this Star Web host had almost 10 times the number of his original fans. The Star Web hosts who noticed this all switched on their live streams and started matching in the hopes of being able to encounter Black. It did not matter even if he killed them with a single attack. No matter how pathetic their result was, they could become more popular just by encountering him. Lin Yuan did not know that he had become a treasure that numerous star web hosts were coveting. Xiang Yang was not a veteran host. There were hosts who started live streaming from their first match to when they reached level 60. This meant that they live streamed from their younger years until they were middle-aged. Xiang Yang had only been live streaming for 5 months, but he had garnered a lot of support. This was because he had the gift of the gab and could easily excite his audience during a battle, and because he used to be a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Although he had been eliminated last year, he still carried the membership. Those who could become members of the Radiance 100 sequence had proved their talent, even if they were eventually eliminated. Xiang Yang felt that the members of the Radiance 100 sequence were all predators hiding in the shadows, as all of them were desperate to keep their power under wraps. Although the Radiance 100 sequence members needed to accommodate Starweb's promotional stunts by participating in public battles on the Celestial Stairway, they would not summon their main phase during the battles. Instead, they would use the Fae they had used the first time they made an appearance on Starweb and turn that Fae into their signature Fae. A Celestial Stairway fight between members of the Radiance 100 sequence was just part of their duties. It would not demonstrate anything substantial. As such, Xiang Yang found the angle he could utilize during his live streams. First, he showed off his power and fought until he reached level 50 of the Celestial Stairway. He even partially exposed his secret weapons. Then, he allowed his rank to fall. Once he fell to about level 20, he started to give his audience battle tips. This way, he gained a large group of loyal fans. Currently, Xiang Yang was also in the midst of matching. He chatted with his fans. During the battle, I'll show you how you should use Tiger Species Phase Aura during a battle. Maple Blow Fallen Leaves. Big Brother Yang. Won't the Golden Dagger Axe Fight Tiger's aura be useless if you encounter an opponent who doesn't have a beast-type Fae? Xiang Yang replied with a chuckle. It doesn't matter even if the other party doesn't have a beast-type Fae. It will be affected by aura as long as it has intelligence. This is why Dragon Species, Tiger Species, and Phoenix Species Phase are so popular. Memory Inc. Yang. Black is matching on level 20-something on the Celestial Stairway. Do you think you'll meet him? Xiang Yang said happily. It'll be great if I'm able to meet him. I saw all the posts about the live streaming room that you guys shared. A Diamond X/Legend insect species source-type lifeform is about as strong as a Platinum X/Fantasy Fae. I might not be able to defeat Black, but the Golden Dagger Axe Fight Tiger will definitely be able to give him a run for his money. An average high schooler. Yang, you're too humble. The Golden Dagger Axe Fight Tiger is Platinum V/Fantasy 2. It is skilled at speed, offense, and defense. The insect species source-type lifeform can't compete with you at all. Growing up, Yang used to be a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, and Black is going to try to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Do you think that he stands a good chance of being chosen? Xiang Yang did not reply to the question. Although the Golden Dagger Axe Fight Tiger was not his strongest Fae, it was one of his secret weapons. Meanwhile, it was evident that the insect species source-type lifeform was only the tip of the iceberg when it came to Black's arsenal. Given that Black had the ability to evolve the insect species source-type lifeform to Diamond X/Legend, it meant that he would be able to evolve his other 2 fantasy breed Faes to Diamond as well. Owning a Diamond/Fantasy Fae was the standard for being part of the first 30 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Xiang Yang did not believe that he would be able to beat Black. Nonetheless, Xiang Yang did not hold back from praising Black. It's practically a guarantee that Black will be able to join the Radiance 100 sequence. His current power is already sufficient when compared to past members. However, the Radiance 100 sequence selection structure changed this year. I don't know what the new structure is. Fighting on Starweb will cause some Faes to lose their advantage, while some other Faes could turn their disadvantages into advantages. Every person could give their all in a Starweb fight because they did not have to worry about putting their Faes at risk. Hence, some Faes would sacrifice themselves by self-exploding. In reality, in order to protect one's Faes, no Spirit Chi professional would choose to explode their own Faes. However, they could do so without hesitation on Starweb. This caused a Fae like the Golden Dagger Axe Fight Tiger that had strong core abilities but was unable to explode itself to be at a disadvantage. It went without saying that Xiangyang only had such thoughts and did not speak them out. Suddenly, the opponent that Xiangyang had matched with was pulled into the battle room. At this moment, Xiangyang realized with a shock that his opponent turned out to be black. With a wave of his hand, Xiangyang summoned the Golden Dagger Axe Fight Tiger. He raised his head and said to the audience of the live-streaming room, "If black uses the insect species source-type life form again, the Golden Dagger Axe Fight Tiger will be able to maintain its advantage. At times, ferocity can be combined with attacks." Xiangyang started to teach the live-streaming room. There were many new audience members who had joined after receiving word. Many of them recognized Xiangyan, who used to be number 94 of the Radiance 100 sequence and used to have the nickname Twin Tigers. As such, they started to follow him. Star Web was too immense. It was the Radiance Federation's second world and had more freedom. As such, Xiangyang had not gained a large following in his live streams. Now that he had matched with Black, his live streaming room immediately became the eye of the storm that attracted the spectators who were after this precious live stream. Lin Yuan noticed that he had encountered another host. He had done thorough research on the members of the Radiance 100 sequence and recognized Xiangyang to be one of the previous members. Lin Yuan nodded at Xiangyang. This stunned Xiangyang, and he realized that Lin Yuan had recognized him. Xiangyang watched as his audience count increased from millions to tens of millions, and it was continuing to rise. Xiangyang waved his hand and summoned his main Fei. An enormous spotted tiger that was almost 8 meters long let out a fierce roar that reverberated throughout the battleground. The spotted tiger caused the Platinum/Fantasy Golden Dagger Axe Fight Tiger to lose all of its presence. Lin Yuan immediately checked on this Fei and saw that it was called the South Hill Therak Tiger. It was Platinum X/Fantasy 3 and considered to be one of the best tiger species Feis. Lin Yuan could sense that Xiangyang was a B-rank spirit chi professional. It seemed that he had not rolled grades. Otherwise, his Feis should have been able to reach diamond grade. The audience cheered when Xiangyang did not hesitate to summon his secret weapon, and Black's fans were also beside themselves with excitement. All of them started to shower Xiangyang's live streaming room with gifts. Black's fans felt that it was extremely difficult to convince Black to take the fight seriously. Xiangyang's action would force Black to reveal more of his Feis. Obviously, the insect species source-type lifeform would be no match for the Platinum X/Fantasy 3 South Hill Therak Tiger. Lin Yuan was confused when he saw Xiangyang's main Fei. He did not understand how someone with Xiangyang's power had been eliminated from the Radiance 100 sequence. Even if he had improved significantly in the past year, he should have had enough power a year ago to become one of the top 60 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Xiangyang was a mass of tangled emotions when he saw the praises from the audience. If the South Hill Therak Tiger had not coincidentally been given the opportunity to evolve its bloodline during the Radiance 100 sequence selection and had fallen unconscious because of it, Xiangyang would not have been left to fend for himself with only the Golden Dagger Axe Fight Tiger and ended up being eliminated from the Radiance 100 sequence. After he was eliminated, his only comfort was that the South Hill Therak Tiger's bloodline had successfully transformed. Unfortunately, he could only apply to join the selection again after a gap year. Otherwise, he would be making an appearance at this year's Radiance 100 sequence. Xiangyang looked at Black and said, "Black, I suggest that you open a live streaming room the next time you fight on the Celestial Stairway. Almost all of my spectators are your fans, and they are really looking forward to our battle. I have summoned my secret weapon, so you should summon another Fei." Xiangyang lifted his head and said to the live streaming room, "I gave you a helping hand, so don't forget to follow me in the future." There were immediate responses from the live streaming room. "Ancestor Peace, I followed you. I have already gone 6 months without seeing Black fight on Star Web. Violent-tempered woman, do your best and try to force Black to summon another Fei." Lin Yuan shook his wrist, and an amber button-shaped object fell at his feet. The last time Lin Yuan used the source sand during a Star Web fight was when he matched with a desolate area. This time, he was given a stone battleground. The source sand burrowed onto the ground, leaving a hole in its wake. As a result, many people noticed that there was something strange happening at his feet. Despite facing an opponent that was stronger than the acid corrosion queen bee, Lin Yuan continued to use it. As the fight progressed, he had no chance to use the acid-swallowing larvae, and the acid corrosion queen bee quickly became overwhelmed until the South Hill Therak tiger eventually killed it. This fight wasted a lot of Lin Yuan's time. The acid corrosion queen bee needed to comprehend a willpower rune in order to evolve to fantasy breed. The acid corrosion queen bee needed to be pushed to the brink by a powerful opponent. Thus, Lin Yuan did not mind using up some time. Currently, there were no fays standing in front of Lin Yuan. If the South Hill Therak tiger and Golden Dagger Axe Fight tiger attacked him at once, he would have no choice but to greet death. However, Xiangyang did not instruct his two fays to do so. Instead, he said with a smile, "Black, it's time for you to summon your next fay." Lin Yuan had intended to wait for Xiangyang to attack before retaliating. But since Xiangyang had said that, Lin Yuan replied with, "I'm going to attack now." The moment Lin Yuan finished speaking, the ground beneath the South Hill Therak tiger and Golden Dagger Axe Fight tiger suddenly disintegrated into sand. Two large hands trapped the two fays and knocked them together forcefully. With this, the battle came to an end. Black's combat power changed Xiangyang's and the audience's perspective. Slow walk. My mother just asked me why I'm eating while kneeling. I am in shock. Why is Black always able to blow my mind? North Wolf. Killed in an instant. How did he kill two platinum/fantasy fays in an instant? Someone tell me. Behind the reason. What are all of you waiting for? Black is the best. Soon, Xiangyang's live streaming room was filled with praises for Black. When Xiangyang returned to his live streaming room and recovered from his shock, he also sent out a word of praise for Black. This caused many people to approve of Xiangyang. At that moment, Master Duan Li hurriedly sent out another post about Black's new fae. Master Duan Li pointed out that Black had used a diamond/fantasy elemental source-type lifeform in the post. Black had not used his full power, and the source-type lifeform only showed off its ability to control sand. As such, it was impossible to tell what its exact grade and quality were. Master Duan Li's post provided two key pieces of information. The first was that the fae was diamond/fantasy, and the second was that it was an elemental source-type lifeform. These two pieces of information stupefied everyone on Star Web who was watching. With diamond/fantasy power, he was already at the level to become one of the top 30 members of the Radiance 100 sequence. If Black had a diamond/fantasy fae, it meant that he stood a chance of fighting to become one of the top 30 members of the Radiance 100 sequence 2 years later. There had been many posts that declared that Black was weaker than Lin Yuan and Chu Ci. But now, despite having a bronze/fantasy fae at 15 years old, it seemed that Chu Ci could not compare with Bronze's power. However, Lin Yuan's power during his fight with Meng Su was beyond that of Black. Lin Yuan's combat style involved the red beam of light that could drain vitality. But if Black could use the yellow sand to block the beam of light, Lin Yuan would be unable to drain vitality. When one was comparing geniuses, one genius would be praised to the heavens while the other would be belittled to the point of worthlessness. As such, many of Lin Yuan's fans could not hold back. Moreover, many members of the veteran and top factions had recognized Lin Yuan during the Guard Yi banquet. When they saw people on Star Web praising Black while insulting Lin Yuan, they acted as if on one brain cell. How dare you say that the Moon Empress disciple was weaker than Black? Black might be strong, but he did not have a sacred source lifeform. Was he able to defend an attack from a Diamond X/Fantasy V Fae using his physical body? Lin Yuan was still fighting on Star Web when he noticed that his own identity and Black were rapidly gaining faith power. As such, Lin Yuan felt he had time to fight a few more bouts on the Celestial Stairway and gain faith power that he would use to help Dark Blue evolve to Fantasy Breed. Lin Yuan did not stop and continued commencing matching. He realized that almost all the opponents he encountered were Star Web hosts. After all, many people would want to seize such a golden opportunity. But no matter how hard the Star Web hosts tried, they could not push Lin Yuan to use a second move. Every time an opponent summoned their phase, large hands made of sand would appear to end the battle. Lin Yuan climbed from level 14 to level 50 in 2 mere hours. This rate was a record on Star Web. More importantly, Lin Yuan maintained his streak of being undefeated. Although Lin Yuan still had not reached the top of the ranking, he had risen to number 6. Very few people could achieve 50 consecutive levels of victory, as no one could predict what opponent they would be matched with. There were many star web hosts who stayed at around level 30 to 40 despite being able to reach level 60 to 70 so that they could perform more dramatically. Some even chose to stay at around level 20 to 30. Hence, the first placeholder of the Celestial Stairway ranking had only won 63 consecutive fights. This was the best record ever since the Radiance Federation established Star Web. The person who held the record was none other than the current Radiance envoy, Chi Rua. Everyone was guessing whether Black would be able to break Chi Rua's record. Consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway and consecutive wins on Star Tower were different matters. It was much more valuable to win on the Celestial Stairway than it was to win on Star Tower. Once Black beat Chi Rua's record, his image would be erected on the Celestial Stairway's Golden Hall of Fame. Previously, Lin Yuan had broken Star Tower's record with his 100 consecutive wins, and his image had only been erected on the Bronze Hall of Fame. It would mean unimaginable glory for citizens of the Radiance Federation to be erected on the Golden Hall of Fame. If Black could beat Chi Rua's record, it meant that they had comparable talent. The members of the veteran and top factions who were paying attention to the matter thought to themselves, if Black is able to break Chi Rua's record, he will be able to gain many hidden points for the upcoming Radiance 100 sequence selection. Under the hopeful gazes of all the Star Web users, Lin Yuan charged forward. Xiang Yang had already been able to reach level 50, so it was not surprising that the opponent Lin Yuan encountered on level 50 was no match for him. Lin Yuan conquered the opponents in his path until he reached level 63. He continued to use the giant sand hands to achieve victory easily. Suddenly, the name at the top of Celestial Stairway's ranking, which had been occupying that position for so long, flashed and was replaced as it fell to number 2. Every person on Star Web who was currently paying attention to this fight on Star Web felt as though they were witnessing history being written. The person who had fought against Black as his 26th opponent on the Celestial Stairway realized that his name had been recorded as well because of this event. It could be said that today was the best day to be Black's fan and the day that Black gained the most number of fans. Black's participation in the Radiance 100 sequence selection became the spotlight topic again. However, they were no longer debating whether he could pass the selection but what rank he would obtain. This match that shook the entire generation was nothing but another day in Lin Yuan's life. He was completely unaware of the waves that he was making. Lin Yuan continued to fight and soon found himself undefeated at level 75. By using the best methods to evolve the Source Sand to Diamond X/Fantasy V, it was even capable of defeating Diamond 4/Fantasy 2 phase using compressed sand. Black's fans had been excited when he broke a record and even more excited when he broke multiple records. Eventually, they felt numb. This entire event had taken place in the span of 2 hours. By the time Black's number of consecutive wins increased to 76, his fans were no longer fazed. But to the rest of Star Web, it was an earth-shattering event. This event was reported to the Radiance Sacred Hall, the Imperial Court of the Radiance Federation, the Spirit Guards, and other organizations. When Lin Yuan defeated level 79 and was in the midst of matching for level 80, he received a message from a Star Web official. V Star Web, Black, congratulations on breaking the Celestial Stairway's record of consecutive wins. We will be erecting another image of you that will be placed in the Celestial Stairway's Golden Hall of Fame. The Golden Hall of Fame differed from the Bronze one in that the images erected there included the Experts phase. They could choose up to 3 phases to adorn their images. Moreover, since you broke the record of consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway, you can take a test to decide if you are worthy of receiving the title of God class. If you decide to take the test, we will make the arrangements for your next fight. The fight will also be streamed on Star Web. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched when he saw this message. He had decided to fight on the Celestial Stairway because he saw how many fans were waiting for him, and he wanted to repay them for their support. Moreover, Lin Yuan felt that the fights had all been too boring. Normally, only experts who had fought their way to level 100 and above could take the challenge to receive the title of God class. Those with the title of God class usually had Diamond X/Fantasy V phase. There were some weak Pinnacle King-class experts who failed to achieve the title of God-class even after fighting their way to level 100 of the Celestial Stairway. These people were known as the God-class guards. Since Lin Yuan had grown bored of the current fights, he agreed to take the challenge. It was not a bad idea to live-stream the last fight on StarWeb as it would help him to gather more faith power. After receiving Lin Yuan's reply, the StarWeb official replied excitedly, "V-StarWeb, please give us 3 hours to advertise the fight. The fight will take place at the Starlight Dueling Ground, and you will be automatically matched with your opponent." When Lin Yuan received the message, he temporarily logged out of StarWeb to wait for the match to begin. He did not have any special feelings about having won so many consecutive matches. If he had to pinpoint a feeling, he would say that he was bored. Lin Yuan had fought 65 matches, and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee had ended the first 30 with one attack. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was eventually killed, and Lin Yuan sent out the Source Sand to conquer the fights instead. This made Lin Yuan feel as though he was playing a video game. He was continuously flipping through images, yet he had to keep his eyes wide open during each one. Lin Yuan stretched and started reading a book. Although Genius had comprehended the Knowledge Willpower rune, he kept up his reading habit. Presently, most of his phase had evolved to their limits. Unless Lin Yuan could increase his Spirit Chi professional rank, he could not evolve his phase any further. Ever since Morbius fell asleep, Lin Yuan had not been able to communicate with it. The most pressing matter in Lin Yuan's mind was to comprehend a willpower rune related to the soul, so that he could give it to the Remembrance Soul Whale and enable it to evolve to Fantasy Breed. It was likely that Morbius would awaken when it evolved to Gold Grade. However, Lin Yuan had no idea how he could go about comprehending a willpower rune related to the soul. At that moment, Lin Yuan read leisurely as though he had nothing going on in his life. But on StarWeb, Lin Yuan's actions had caused StarWeb to explode. No matter how many fans Black had, they only comprised a small portion of the users on StarWeb. However, the new record on the Celestial Stairway would attract the attention of the entire StarWeb, and it involved more than Black. StarWeb's famous reporters were all busy churning out articles while the StarWeb hosts who had not had the chance to match up with Lin Yuan live-streamed the recordings of Black's fights to attract attention to themselves. Black's official fan club was also bursting with activity. There were so many entering the group that the officials could not survey all of them. As a result, even the talkative Lu Lang was eventually buried. All he could do was continuously look through the users' information. Besides the StarWeb users, the most excited people were StarWeb's employees. When they first sent the message to Black, they had only been testing their luck. They never expected Black to reply immediately. Black was known for being eccentric. Very few people on StarWeb refused to add anyone as their friend on StarWeb. It was a big deal to be ranked first in the number of consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway. The news that Black would be publicly fighting at the Starlight Dueling Ground would be sent to every StarWeb user. This match would decide if Black was able to become God-class. Thus, they needed to pick his opponent with extreme care. It went without saying that StarWeb's employees felt a heavy sense of pressure. One of them sought out the manager of StarWeb and asked, "Big Brother Wong, we're having a hard time finding an opponent for Black. Can you give us an idea?" Wang Zhong felt a headache coming on when he heard this question. This match would be broadcasted to the entire StarWeb and had a performance aspect to it. It would not only be a battle of strength but also had to appear exciting in order to make a splash. Every Spirit Chi professional had different abilities and contracted different phase. They needed to choose an opponent based on the Spirit Chi professional's phase and abilities in order to make the battle exciting. However, the StarWeb officials had no idea what Black's phase were or exactly how many he had. Wang Zhong had considered using his authority to look into Black's information on StarWeb and learn about his phase. However, when he tried to do so, he found that Black's information had been locked by someone of higher authority than him. He did not have the clearance to look into Black's information. Only the 3 people who created StarWeb could lock an account to such a degree. They also could not look into accounts locked by each other. The person who had locked Black's account definitely knew that Wang Zhong had tried to investigate Black. Since that person held Black in such high regard and Wang Zhong had no idea what opponent should be arranged for Black, he wrote a letter asking for guidance and sent it to that person. The Spirit Guards, Radiance Federation's Imperial Court, the Radiance Sacred Hall, and other departments had received news that there was a new holder of the first-place ranking of consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway. The elderly man seated in the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court looked affectionately at the young girl next to him and said, "Qing, you're always saying that you can't take things lying down. I'm sure you have nothing to say this time. You didn't manage to break the record for consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway, but someone else did. Moreover, he did it at once instead of trying for a year and a half like you and Qi Ruo did." The young girl's gaze changed. She knew full well how difficult it was to attain 50 consecutive victories on the Celestial Stairway. It had taken her a year and a half to gain 50 consecutive wins, and she had almost failed many times. However, this was also connected to her luck. She subscribed to the belief that winning consecutively on the Celestial Stairway was a matter of luck. But now, there was a person who fought his way through 63 consecutive battles. This was definitely not due to luck. But the young girl still sounded indignant as she said, "Grandfather, the person might just be a king-class expert who has never fought on the Celestial Stairway prior to today." The elderly man sighed and shook his head as he said, "Qing, I wonder when you'll be able to change your habit of always being indignant. This trait makes you unsuitable to become a Radiance Envoy. If you still can't admit someone else's merits 2 years later, you shouldn't try out to become a Radiance Envoy but a Radiance Knight instead." The elderly man's tone was stern. The young girl was slightly upset as she mumbled to herself, "I bet he's more than 30 years old." The elderly man replied, "He should be 1 year younger than you." The elderly man had seen Lin Yuan at the Guard Yi banquet. There was only one person who Mystic Moon had personally added protection for on Star Web, and one did not have to think hard to know that the person was the Moon Empress disciple. It seemed that the Moon Empress disciple liked to change his name. He seamlessly switched between his identities as Black, the disciple of a member of royalty, and the City Lord of Sky City. The elderly man did not see anything wrong with this. Rather, he admired it. He had also used several different identities when he was young. The young girl lowered her gaze and was silent for a moment before she said, "Grandfather, I'm going to go train." The elderly man sighed again as he watched the young girl walk away. "When will you realize power isn't everything to a Radiance Envoy?" Mystic Moon was one of the 3 who had created Star Web. Hence, he started paying attention to Lin Yuan from the moment Lin Yuan logged on. Could be said that Mystic Moon was the first to have witnessed Lin Yuan's achievement. Mystic Moon was very proud of Lin Yuan and could imagine how happy the Moon Empress would be when she found out. When Mystic Moon received the letter asking who Black's opponent should be, he scoffed and sent the letter back without a reply. What is Wang Zhong doing? Does he think that I'll secretly help the young lord? The Radiant Moon Palace has never condoned cheating. After Wang Zhong received the letter that Mystic Moon had returned, he knew that he was being told to make the arrangement as he saw fit. Although Wang Zhong was nervous, he could only apologize to Black for the sake of making the battle exciting, and because Mystic Moon had given no indication that he should do otherwise. If there was no clear match for a public battle like this, the natural choice would be to go for the strongest opponent possible to make the battle as exciting as possible. Black had already set a new record for the number of consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway. If he won the battle, he would only be breaking his own record. Wang Zhong felt that breaking the record for consecutive wins would not excite the crowd as much as the possibility of Black losing the battle on the Starlight Dueling Ground. Wang Zhong said to his subordinate, "Go and bring me the list of names of the Celestial Stairway's level 100 guards of God class. I will personally pick one of them." The subordinate scratched his head and replied, "Big Brother Wang, there are many of them. It will take you more than a day to survey all of them." Wang Zhong rolled his eyes and said, "Then bring me those who have Diamond X/Fantasy V phase." The Star Web employees shared looks. They knew that Wang Zhong wanted to find the strongest opponent for Black. It seemed that it was unlikely for Black to create another miracle and gain the title of God class. However, This would ensure that the fight was the most exciting that it could be and force Black to expose as many of his secret weapons as possible so he could reveal his true power. While Black was slowly revealing his power, he would definitely put on an unforgettable fight for the audience. After some searching, Wang Zhong's gaze fell on one set of information. Lu Shuang has defeated more than 20 experts on the Celestial Stairways level 100. Right? With such power, Lu Shuang should have been able to receive the title of God class. The only reason she had not received it was to stop others from obtaining it as well and to create more dramatic effects during her live streams. When Lu Shuang made it to level 100, she shook up what it meant to be God class. Given her power, she should be the most powerful host on StarWeb. People who had attained God class could receive a generous stipend every month, and they only took part in performance duels with other God class users. As a host, Lu Shuang should be more than willing to ride on the coattails of Black's popularity to boost her own popularity. More importantly, Lu Shuang was a spiritual type spirit chi professional, and her phase were skilled at spiritual attacks. One of her phase was skilled at using spiritual control, while the other was able to induce hypnosis. Spiritual type phase were very effective against elemental source type lifeforms. Black should have been matched with another healing type spirit chi professional for his God class test battle as a healing type spirit chi professional. However, Wang Zhong could not care about this. Black did not appear like a healing type spirit chi professional in any way. He was even fiercer than a combat class spirit chi professional. Getting an oddball like Black to agree to a performance duel had not been easy. If they did not take some liberties, they would not be able to answer to the many StarWeb users. After making his decision, Wang Zhong personally sent out a message to all the users of StarWeb. StarWeb. At exactly 2000 hours tonight, the Starlight Dueling Ground will be hosting Black and Lu Shuang in a public battle. If Black defeats Lu Shuang, he will be able to gain the title of God class at level 80 of the Celestial Stairway. This message immediately went viral on StarWeb, and the excitement was reminiscent of that of the S tournament. Lu Shuang was just as famous as Black on StarWeb. Whenever Lu Shuang livestreamed, she did not hold back with her words and had both a sharp and wicked tongue. She was not one to shy away from provoking her opponents. More importantly, she was known as the Supreme God class. There were some members who were God class who could not beat her. What were the StarWeb officials thinking when they arranged this opponent for Black? The fans would have lost their minds if Lu Shuang had been matched with any other opponent. The people who were happiest about Black being matched with Lu Shuang were Black's fans. Moonlight. Thank you, StarWeb officials, for finally doing something right. We, as Black's fans, will remember you. You're the best. Sacred Fists. Black will have no choice but to expose all his phase if he's fighting Lu Shuang. I really want to know what phase Black has. A depressed canola flower. I don't know why I'm excited knowing that Black is about to get beaten up when I'm a fan of his. FY. Let's all stop talking. I'm going to try to grab one of the tickets for the battle. Flirty Carrot. Do all of you want to send messages or try and grab a ticket? I grabbed a ticket the moment they were released. They're almost all gone. Soon, there was an uproar on StarWeb because even more people realized that the tickets were all sold out. Every StarWeb user could only buy one ticket to the Starlight Dueling Ground battle. There were no scalpers like there were in reality. Thus, unless they found a person who was willing to give it up, there was no way they could obtain a ticket. The tickets went for 5,000 Federation dollars each and were snatched up in an instant. Many wealthy people offered 50 Radiance dollars in exchange for the tickets of others. Not every person who had obtained a ticket was rich, and most of them struggled to make a living. These people were more than willing to give up their ticket that they spent 5,000 Federation dollars on for 50 Radiance dollars. To a regular family, 50 Radiance dollars was enough to sustain them for some time. Lin Yuan saw that it was almost time and logged back into StarWeb. The last time he entered the Starlight Dueling Ground was the first time he logged onto StarWeb. At that time, he had only been a spectator watching a fight between the two members of the Radiance 100 sequence, Daisy and Anna. At that time, Lin Yuan had wondered if he would be able to fight under the eyes of so many on the Starlight Dueling Ground one day. Now, he was doing so after only 9 months. The time had entered a countdown. When the countdown hit 0, Lin Yuan appeared at the center of the starlight dueling ground. Cheers and roars boomed around him. The starlight dueling ground could seat 1.5 million people. The fervent sounds would get anyone's blood pumping. Black, remove your mask. I'm willing to have your children if you turn out to be handsome. I'm willing too if Black looks good. Tell us your phone number, and at least half of the girls here will add it. Lu Shuang, show us your full power and force Black to summon all of his fays. Give him a beating. Lu Shuang, start your usual spew of insults. I'll go to your live streaming room and give your gifts if you make Black cry. I'll even give you myself. Start now. I want to see Black summon all his fays. Lin Yuan did not know what Starweb's motive had been when he agreed to the public battle. But now that he was listening to the cheers all around him, he had a general idea. He was certain that he had been matched with a very strong opponent. When Lin Yuan exposed the Diamond X/Fantasy V Source Sand, the audience felt that Lu Shuang would be able to crush him into the ground. This meant that Lu Shuang had a fae that was at least Diamond X/Fantasy V. Lin Yuan did not have to think about whether Lu Shuang had a myth breed fae. If she truly had a myth breed fae, the Star Web officials would not have matched her up with him because it would be seen as a corrupt choice. Lu Shuang had also taken note of Black's consecutive wins while she was live streaming. She had envied those who had been able to match up with him. The hosts who could not hold a candle to her were now creeping up on her because they had matched up with Black. If she had also gained this opportunity when she started live streaming, she would have been able to use the money she earned to boost her power even higher. At the very least, she would easily have been able to obtain a myth breed fae, become an Emperor-class expert, and joined a veteran faction that had potential or even a top faction. Regardless, it would have been a better life than the one she was leading now as a host on Starweb. But somehow, she was now being presented with an opportunity to skyrocket herself. Lu Shuang saw this battle between her and Black as a turning point in her life. Black had created history when he won 65 consecutive battles on the Celestial Stairway. If Lu Shuang could defeat Black, she would have defeated someone who had created history. This would undoubtedly cause her value to soar. When that happened, there would definitely be factions who would offer her recruitment. She could join the faction and use their resources to increase their power while earning money on Starweb from the popularity she gained from defeating Black. She would not only make a name for herself but could also enable her fays to change into human form or make an attempt to reach Thearch class. All of her fays were spiritual type and very special. Spiritual type fays used pervasive spiritual attacks during battle. Hence, she could use her strongest attack straight out of the gate and end Black with one move. If she could end Black in an instant, she would definitely become more famous than Black. Now that she had made a decision, she waved her hand to summon her 3 fays. 2 twin white snakes slithered around her. Both of them had razor-sharp scales that grew outward and looked extremely threatening. The scales on their heads stuck straight up, producing a scratching noise with every movement. Their purple tongues stuck out of their red heads as they thumped their tails on the ground, producing ripples. However, these ripples were not wind but solidified spiritual energy. There was a 20-meter-tall dark silver giraffe between the 2 snakes. The giraffe had a pair of horns on its head. They resembled cell towers that transmitted a constant stream of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy turned into rain, which formed a strong defense. When the rain droplets landed on the ground, they turned back into spiritual energy and were pulled back into the horns. The flowing spiritual energy caused the 2 large snakes to appear even more imposing. Evidently, the rain of spiritual energy could boost spiritual energy. Lu Shuang immediately exposed all of her secret weapons, so the audience members who were familiar with her could not help but gasp. Something is wrong. She usually only summons one of the earth-walking witch snakes. She only summons both of them when she encounters a very strong opponent. Why is she using the exquisite rhino giraffe now too? Isn't the exquisite rhino giraffe Lu Shuang's battery? If she exposes her battery, how will she be able to force Black to summon even more of his fays? Black seems young. Lu Shuang is already over 40 years old. She's planning on swallowing him up even though he's only half her age. When Lin Yuan's opponent summoned her fae, the source sand tunneled under his feet and started to produce a large amount of sand. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Lu Shuang's 3 phase. He saw that the 2 large white snakes were called the Earth-Walking Witch Snake. They were Diamond X/Fantasy 3 and Spiritual type phase that attacked using spiritual attacks. Their exclusive skills were Coiled Seduction. The coiling snake would start to spin and produce a special attraction that would put phase in an infatuated state. This is especially effective against spirit pets. Long Sleep Roar. Through the spiritual energy ripples from the snake cries, the opponent's combat power will be diminished and put them to sleep. If the roar prolongs, the target will fall more and more under the Earth-Walking Witch Snake's control. The Earth-Walking Witch Snakes were combat type. They became even more well-rounded when equipped with controlling exclusive skills. This also made them extremely unlikable in the wild, and they would be able to affect an entire team. The 2 Earth-Walking Witch Snakes had the same diamond abilities. One of them involved sacrificing oneself to benefit other spiritual type phase abilities. Snake Transform Change Egg. Bring out all the spiritual energy and blood energy in its body and return to its early stage. Inject the drained spiritual energy and blood energy into a selected target's body to improve their spiritual energy and body's ability to recover. Snake Transform Change Egg could not be used unless it was a life-and-death situation. Injecting one's spiritual energy and blood energy into the bodies of targets would cause the Earth-Walking Witch Snake to regress to its early stage and drop in grade. This ability was virtually useless in real life, but it was very useful on Star Web. The boost that the 2 Earth-Walking Witch Snakes could give spiritual energy would enable any spiritual type Fae to roll grades. For example, the exquisite Rhino Giraffe did not have strong combat power. Fae name: Exquisite Rhino Giraffe. Fae species: Giraffe species/Rhino species. Fae grade: Diamond, 10 out of 10. Fae type: Spiritual. Fae quality: Fantasy V. Abilities: Rhino Horn Shooting Beam. Condense spiritual energy in the horns and release it to attack a target. Double Weight Deer Brain. 2 other brains will be grown in the head to store more spiritual energy. Long Neck Cry. Let out a roar to trigger spiritual energy. The target's spiritual energy can be triggered in an instant, and the spiritual energy will circulate at a quicker rate. Spiritual Seal Separate. Use the same amount of spiritual energy that the target uses and erase both its own and the target's spiritual energy. Spiritual Change Rain. When using spiritual energy, its spiritual energy can be expanded to cover the surroundings. The rain formed from the spiritual energy can boost a target's spiritual energy or diminish the spiritual energy of an enemy. Soul Change Rhino Horn. Change the rhino horn into a soul that will be able to absorb all of the spiritual energy that the exquisite rhino giraffe wielded. The horn can be shot out like a weapon. Exclusive skill: Spiritual Lotus Flower. When spiritual energy is being boosted, the effects will be raised. Essence Change Blood. When the flesh is damaged, the spiritual energy stored in the body can be used up to heal the injuries. The part being healed by spiritual energy will have a deterring effect. The target's spiritual energy will be deterred when the same part is injured again. Although the exquisite Rhino Giraffe did not have strong combat power, and its only combat ability was Rhino Horn Shooting Beam, it was the most well-rounded spiritual type Fae that Lin Yuan had ever seen. The exquisite Rhino Giraffe could attack, support, defend, control, and heal. When used in conjunction with the 2 Earth-Walking Witch Snakes, Lu Shuang had no weaknesses. Double Weight Deer Brain would enable the exquisite Rhino Giraffe to have a greater store of spiritual energy than other spiritual type Faes of the same grade. With Double Weight Deer Brain, the exquisite Rhino Giraffe would have double the spiritual energy that it normally possessed. However, the Earth-Walking Witch Snake could definitely thrive on Star Web. It would not lose anything by using Snake Transform Change Egg. Lin Yuan was the most drawn to Spiritual Lotus Flower, which could strengthen the boost of spiritual energy. This exclusive skill might be useless to other Faes, but this was not the case for the exquisite Rhino Giraffe that was in Lu Shuang's team. The 2 Earth-Walking Witch Snakes were like 2 pendants that could use Snake Transform Change Egg at any time to sacrifice all their spiritual energy and vitality to the exquisite Rhino Giraffe. If Spiritual Lotus Flower were utilized as well, the exquisite Rhino Giraffe's spiritual energy would increase to an unimaginable degree. Normally, giving any Fae spiritual energy would be dangerous because it could damage their brains. However, the exquisite rhino giraffe could use double-weight deer brain and spiritual change rain to remove this worry. The exquisite rhino giraffe could shoot out spiritual energy through its horns during combat. It was unlikely that suzerain/myth phase would be able to sustain such an attack. Essence Change Blood was a stamina ability as it allowed the exquisite rhino giraffe to heal itself using its sea of spiritual energy. The healed wound also became a reflective surface that could deflect spiritual energy. Given that Lu Shuang had been unable to reach God class despite reaching level 100 of the Celestial Stairway, it indicated that she had no intention of becoming God class at all. It was likely that the Star Web officials had arranged such an opponent for him to push him to his limits and rile up the crowd. However, the Star Web officials were sorely wrong. Lin Yuan might not be able to handle an attack from a creation breed Fae, but he was not afraid of a spiritual attack from a myth or even fantasy breed Fae. This was all thanks to Genius. Spiritual energy expansion would enable Genius to use its spiritual energy as a store of spiritual energy for Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan could not use spiritual energy expansion casually, he could use it when spiritual attacks had injured him. Genius was the beast that connects everything that evolved from the 100 Questions beast and could use its spiritual energy to link itself to all living creatures as well as harness all the knowledge on Star Web. It possessed what could only be described as a sea of spiritual energy. This could not be compared with merely growing another brain or making use of one's surroundings. Intelligent Cat Spirit would enable Genius to use spiritual energy to form contracts with other intelligent cat species phase. It could control the intelligent cat species phase while still making use of all of their spiritual energy. The army of 100 Questions beasts had reached Diamond X/Legend, and all of them possessed their own sea of spiritual energy. Genius could draw on spiritual energy however it pleased from this sea of spiritual energy. Could even easily handle 10 consecutive attacks of Soul Change Rhino Horn. At that moment, the Starlight Dueling Grounds atmosphere had peaked. The sound of the cheering crowd suppressed all other noises. Lu Shuang, fight slowly. Use the Earth Walking Witch Snakes to force Black to summon more phase. Hey, I didn't spend 50 Radiance dollars to watch my idol lose. The Star Web officials should reimburse me. Black is so fake. Lu Shuang already summoned her phase. So why hasn't Black summoned any? Does he think that Lu Shuang will go easy on him? Why isn't Black doing anything even though Lu Shuang has summoned her phase? What the hell? Did Black come prepared? Or does he think that she isn't worth his time? Why do I get the feeling that Black will win? As the people around her screamed and yelled, Lu Shuang's body started to tremble. She had been present at such big events before. In fact, she had fought a public battle at the Starlight Dueling Ground just 1 month before. However, that battle had been fake and purely meant for Star Web's advertisement. But this battle would be the turning point that decided her future. It was her chance to defeat a person who had created history and get her name emblazoned in the history books as well. From here on out, any mention of Black would also lead to her being brought up because she had ended Black in an instant. Thus, she could not care less about those asking her to push Black even further for him to summon more phase. Nonetheless, some things still had to be said. She looked at the young man wearing the silver mask who had summoned the weak B-species source-type lifeform again. Lu Shuang sneered. Summon your phase. I'm ready to attack. As a veteran Star Web host, Lu Shuang knew how scary a place like Star Web could be. Now that she had asked Black to summon another Fae, no one could blame her even if she wiped him out in an instant. Feel free to attack, replied Lin Yuan. Lu Shuang barked an order to one of the Earth-Walking Witch Snakes. Pierce the bee. The Diamond X/Fantasy 3 Earth-Walking Witch Snake killed the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee with 1 strike. When the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee fell to the ground, Lin Yuan thought, how many times do you have to die before you comprehend a willpower rune? After killing the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, Lu Shuang yelled, Earth-Walking Witch Snakes. Use Snake Transform Change Egg and boost the exquisite Rhino Giraffe. The 2 Earth-Walking Witch Snakes started to explode their scales and coiled together to allow their scales to pierce their heads. The exploded scales joined together and formed an oval egg. A large amount of spiritual energy flowed out of the egg and flowed into the exquisite Rhino Giraffe. The exquisite Rhino Giraffe was boosted by spiritual energy, and its spiritual energy immediately started to spread outwards until it enveloped the entire dueling ground. What happened next left Lu Shuang stunned and the crowd caterwauling. No one knew how they should go about explaining what had just happened. The environment influenced by the exquisite rhino-giraffe's spiritual change rain had weakening effects. Even if no attacks were released, Black should have been overcome by dizziness and fainted from extreme weakness and torture from the onslaught of spiritual energy. However, the events did not play out as Lu Shuang expected. Black continued standing there nonchalantly and did not summon any new phase. Could Black have a Fae that could protect him against spiritual defensive abilities? Although Black had not summoned any new phase, the audience was beside themselves with excitement over what had just unfolded on the dueling ground. Ah, my husband is so strong. Spiritual energy attacks are nothing to my husband. Bow down to Black. Lu Shuang used this move during the last public battle and left her opponent with no way out. Lu Shuang's previous opponent reached God class last week. It looks like Black already has the power to reach God class. Black is the best. I wonder what phase he summoned? Lu Shuang. Put an end to Black. I hate seeing people act so pretentiously. Lu Shuang did not know what secret weapons Black had. However, she did not want to waste any more time. She decided to use her strongest attack to put an end to this battle. Exquisite Rhino Giraffe, use Long Neck Cry and Soul Change Rhino Horn, and go for a final strike. The exquisite Rhino Giraffe let out a cry, and the droplets of spiritual energy turned into a downpour. The droplets of rain that landed on the ground turned to intense drumrolls. The exquisite Rhino Giraffe's dark silver body changed to brilliant silver. Enormous trees formed from spiritual energy sprouted next to the exquisite Rhino Giraffe. Evidently, the exquisite Rhino Giraffe had tapped into all of its spiritual energy and released it into its surroundings. At that moment, Lu Shuang noticed that Black was looking at her relaxedly. He looked no different from a member of the audience except for his lack of excitement. A flame of rage sparked to life within Lu Shuang, and she felt as though she was being ignored. Lu Shuang bellowed, "Black, take this." The moment Lu Shuang spoke, a huge suction power arose from the exquisite Rhino Giraffe's horns. All of the trees made of spiritual energy were pulled back into the horns. As the horns absorbed the spiritual energy, the environment of spiritual energy created by the exquisite Rhino Giraffe started to grow smaller. By the time the environment disappeared, the exquisite Rhino Giraffe had grown feeble. A horn that resembled a large sword protruded from the exquisite Rhino Giraffe's head. The exquisite Rhino Giraffe let out a cry. The soul-formed horn charged toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the source sand transformed back into an amber button and attached itself to Lin Yuan's sleeve. The pressure from the spiritual energy caused Lin Yuan's clothes to billow. Yet, Lin Yuan continued standing at the same spot without any indication of protecting himself as Lu Shuang's strongest attack sailed toward him. Star Web had invested a lot of effort into this public battle that Black was participating in. They even sent in 2 of their best commentators. However, these 2 commentators were so silent now that they might as well smash their microphones on the ground and flee from the commentator's booth. Damn, Black is insane. He's truly eccentric. Even commentating on his battle is difficult. What are we supposed to say? Are we supposed to say that Black has no chance of winning and that he never had any chance? He's too lazy to even fight back. Will these paying audience members be able to take such statements lying down? Black, we're begging you, please do something. We're having such a hard time commentating. We refuse to commentate on you anymore, no matter how popular you become. The audience was also full of questions. It was true that Black rarely spoke when he battled. However, he never gave in during a battle. Black had struggled to win against a few of the opponents that he encountered during the level 90s of the Celestial Stairway. Black had saved Millstone Town, and they considered him their hero. So why had he fallen so far? In an instant, the screams of the audience decreased significantly. Just as the giant sword was about to make contact with Black's body, the silver mask that Black was wearing lit up with a bright silver light. Soon, the silhouette of a mammoth cat appeared behind Black. Its 8 tails curled and twirled around behind Black. The enormous cat silhouette was like a pool of water, while the giant horn was like a blade. When the sword entered the pool of water, bursts of water jumped out, but the water quickly reabsorbed them. This caused the starlight dueling ground to fall silent for 3 entire seconds. Everyone watched in disbelief as the 8 tails wrapped around Black. When the cat silhouette was about to disappear, a silver beam of light shot out from Black's silver mask and obliterated both Lu Shuang and the exquisite rhino giraffe. The first person who regained his bearings was the host. The host rushed up onto the dueling ground and shouted, "Congratulations to Black for defeating Lu Shuang and winning this battle. Thank you for giving us such a spectacle. Congratulations on becoming God class despite only being at level 80 of the Celestial Stairway. All of us can't wait to see what other surprises you'll bring us during your journey as God class." The host from StarWeb was a professional and knew how to work a crowd. This new topic that he introduced melted all the awkwardness left by the 2 commentators. The audience who heard the host recovered from their shock. Ha ha ha! Everyone was guessing how old Black is. Now he's God class and I can just go to the list to check how old he is. Damn! Why didn't I think of this? We were all guessing how old Black is. If he is eligible to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection, he can't be older than 30. I estimate that he's around 27 years old. There's no other way that he can be so strong. Impossible! My husband will always be 18 years old. Wang Zhong never expected Black to be strong enough to defeat Lu Shuang. All he wanted was for the fight to be as spectacular as possible. Although Black had been completely uncooperative with this plan by not summoning any phase, the final turning of the tables had been too sensational. Wang Zhong had been completely blown away. Wang Zhong also wanted to know how old Black was. At that moment, the ranking of Celestial Stairway's God class was refreshed. The entire audience at the Starlight Dueling Ground watched the Celestial Stairway's God class ranking. Despite being present at the match, none of them were paying attention to it. Given that Black reached level 80 and defeated Lu Shuang to attain God class, he had created a new piece of history and broke StarWeb's record. Black's nonchalance during the battle caused many of those who had spent 50 Radiance dollars to obtain a ticket to feel as though they had wasted their money. But in the end, Black floored all of them by defeating Lu Shuang with the image of the 8-tailed cat. The Starlight Dueling Grounds tickets were separated into seated and standing tickets. The standing tickets were the same as outdoor tickets. The ones that were sold for 50 Radiance dollars were all indoor tickets. There was no limit for the outdoor tickets. When Lin Yuan watched the battle between Daisy and Anna, he had bought an outdoor ticket. The audience members outside the Starlight Dueling Ground could not experience the same level of excitement that the people inside could. However, they could still get a taste of the atmosphere. Currently, the audience members outside were also glued to the Celestial Stairway's ranking. All of them wanted to see what this young man who consecutively broke the Radiance Federation's records looked like. He had proven his power by attaining God class. It was difficult to tell from one battle which Spirit Chi professional was stronger because of the natural weakness that some phase were susceptible to and the different characteristics of each Spirit Chi professional. Thus, the Celestial Stairway's God class ranking used the fairest method of ranking those of the same rank according to their age, with those who were younger being ranked higher. The Celestial Stairway's rankings were updated live. The God class experts who were below Emperor class made up most of the people ranked on the Celestial Stairway. It was too tedious to climb the ranks slowly. Black was able to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection and was assessed by the Radiance Sacred Hall. This indicated that he was younger than 30 years old. Thus, the audience members who were paying attention to the ranking immediately saw the users below 30 years old. They found that there were only 5 such people, and 4 of them did not make their information public, just like Black. In order to enter the Celestial Stairway's God class ranking, one had to be at least Pinnacle King class. Thus, even the younger members of the Radiance 100 sequence were unable to make it onto the list. The Celestial Stairway's God class list was too long, and many strong Emperor class experts were at the top of it. Hence, most of the people who were checking the list were distracted by the big names and rarely took notice of those in the middle. Before these people made it onto the God class ranking, they had not broken any records or attracted much attention. Moreover, They had made it onto the ranking without causing any commotion. Thus, only the people who habitually paid close attention to the ranking knew about these people in the middle. No one else was aware of them. Most of the people in this group were around 23 to 24 years old, and it was obvious that they were the legendary disciples of members of royalty who were going to try to become Radiant's envoys. However, these people had all moved down a ranking while a name with the age of 18 was slotted above all of them. This age caused every person who paid attention to the list to be astonished. Black was only 18 years old. He had only just become an adult. Yet he possessed such power. Everyone thought back to what they were doing when they were 18 years old. Black made it onto the God class ranking at 18 years old and had broken 2 of the Radiance Federation's records. He had broken the record for the most consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway, which had been set by one of the current Radiance envoys. Previously, Black's age had not been made known, so they could only praise his talent. However, they had not been able to put him on the same table of comparison as the current Radiance envoys. But now, Black was revealed to be younger than the Radiance envoys. To hell with Lin Yuan and Chu Ci. None of them deserved to be compared with Black. He was the true genius of the younger generation. Given that Black had been in the spotlight and people had always been comparing him with Lin Yuan, many still believed that Black would not be able to defeat Lin Yuan. This was especially so after Black broke the record for the most consecutive wins on the Celestial Stairway. Only the young members of the veteran and top factions who had attended the Gargi banquet and knew Lin Yuan's true identity spoke up for him. Lin Yuan had said that he was 19 years old and was 1 year older than Black. However, Lin Yuan had managed to defeat Zhongzhe. He had used stunning combat styles and a mysterious sacred source lifeform to win the martial arts stage. He had also completed the art sections of the martial arts stage in less than 20 minutes. How big of a difference could a 1-year gap in age be? Moreover, Lin Yuan had Class 4 Creation Master ability. Did Black possess the same power? However, the young members of the veteran and top factions who had these opinions could only suppress themselves because any information about the disciples of the members of royalty was considered secret, and everyone had to keep it under lock. After witnessing history being made, the audience at the Starlight Dueling Ground could not help but shout, "Black is only 18 years old. I have never been more shocked. How can he be so young? I always assumed that he was middle-aged. Yet, he's only a young man. Black is the best. I'm going to be his loyal fan from now on. Black, you're the #1 genius in the Radiance Federation." As these declarations were being shouted, they eventually sounded like one voice. Eventually, everyone was shouting, "Black is the #1 genius in the Radiance Federation." Lin Yuan sighed as he listened to the people make a big deal out of his age. "I'm already 19 years old. However, StarWeb only updates the age once one's birthday has passed, so it will only show me as 19 years old in August." Now that the public battle was over and he had satisfied his fans, he had properly compensated them. When the host walked up to Lin Yuan to interview him, Lin Yuan said without hesitation, "My stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom." Lin Yuan immediately left StarWeb. Black's action stunned the host and the audience. Everyone present looked at each other in shock for 3 full minutes. To hell with going to the bathroom. To hell with stomach aches. It's not like you can relieve yourself on StarWeb. Why didn't you bring up your stomachache while battling Lu Shuang? How much of your time would it take up to accept one interview? Suppose you accept an interview now after breaking 2 of the Radiance Federation's records. In that case, the interview will be uploaded onto the Celestial Stairway's video library along with the video of the battle. Anyone would want this interview to shoot themselves to fame. Yet, you don't want it and fled after using such a strange reason. You never change. Black. When Black turned the tables, the host noticed the 2 commentators' awkwardness. As such, he stepped in to distract the audience. When Black entered the ranking for God class and his age was exposed, everyone was shocked. But when the group regained their senses, the attention returned to Black and Lu Shuang's battle. Questions of doubt rose from the Starlight Dueling Ground. This can't be right. What is the 8-tailed cat that appeared behind Black? Is it a fae? Why is Black's fae system so different compared to other spirit chi professionals? Black is a healing-type spirit chi professional. But why haven't we seen him use healing abilities? What do you mean by Black not using healing abilities? Is something wrong with your head? When Black first started climbing the tower, he used healing abilities to heal his phase. Now, Black kills his opponents immediately. What's the point of using healing abilities? I was blinded by Black's silver mask. It doesn't look like an ordinary accessory. The suspicions from the crowd left the host and two commentators feeling awkward. This is all your fault. Black, you left. But we don't get to leave work. However, they also had no clue what the image of the giant cat was. There were many possibilities that could have led to this situation. The image could have been a Fey, Source-type lifeform, or even Sacred Source lifeform. Since they were facing an audience made up of the entire star web, the host and commentators dared not make wild guesses. Otherwise, they could make laughingstocks of themselves and jeopardize their careers. As for Black's silver mask, the host and commentators had assumed that it was a normal accessory. But now it was evident that this was not the case. Star web battles prohibited the use of weapons because the best method of combat was to use phase rather than swords. However, one could bring a contracted weapon to star web and use it during a celestial stairway battle. However, contracted weapons were made by Class 5 creation masters from the corpses of Sacred Source lifeforms. They were so precious that they had never appeared in a battle on the celestial stairway. Thus, Black's mask had to be a type of Fey. All the present audience members started to discuss enthusiastically and left the starlight dueling ground even before the battle officially ended. The host and two commentators from StarWeb could only wait awkwardly and ended up working for an additional hour. There was no way the curious atmosphere present could be contained. The video of the battle between Black and Lu Shuang was uploaded onto the Celestial Stairways video library. The entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes. Thus, those who had not bought tickets quickly watched the battle. The entire StarWeb did not take long to share the same sentiment as the audience at the Starlight Dueling Ground. Black's fans started to buzz again. Many of the StarWeb users who had attacked Black went to his official page to apologize. Black's official page not only regained its past hive of activity, but the numerous StarWeb users who had gathered to talk about the battle caused the page to become even more popular than before. Previously, Lu Shuang had planned on defeating Black and using the popularity to change her life. However, her plan had failed, and Lu Shuang was crushed. It took some time for her to recover from the immense disappointment. But after she found out that Black had rejected being interviewed, she returned to her senses. She immediately opened her live streaming room. Although she was a failure, the winner had left, and she could try to harness some of the residual popularity. The entire StarWeb was so emotionally charged that any percentage of the popularity would make a large impact. Lu Shuang's fan count doubled, and she immediately became the most popular combat host in the group of Emperor class and below. It was so popular that it was almost comparable with Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. All the questions in the live stream were about Black. But Lu Shuang was enjoying the popularity so much that she did not care. Still, despite being the one who fought against Black, Lu Shuang had no answers to these questions. However, she would be turning the audience away if she did not answer the questions. As such, she gave ambiguous answers. When the audience asked, "Lu Shuang, do you think that the image of the 8-tailed cat that Lin Yuan defeated you with is a sacred source lifeform?" She answered, "I'm hungry. I want a plate of stir-fried chicken." When the audience asked, "Lu Shuang, are you confident of defeating Black the next time you two battle?" Lu Shuang replied, "Black was underhanded. He attacked me, an elder. He didn't even give a warning before he attacked. I let him know before I attacked." When the audience asked, "Host, are you dumb? Do you see our questions? What kind of answers are you giving?" She answered, "I'm hungry. I want a plate of stir-fried chicken." The large crowd soon started calling Lu Shuang Puzzler. The nickname quickly caught on. Master Duan Li had been watching the entire event and felt that it was time for her to make her move. She sent out a post on Black's official page titled, "A Class 4 Creation Master's Deduction about Black's cat silhouette and mask." Arrangement Master Duan Li pointed out with certainty that Black could not be an A-rank spirit chi professional. Thus, the cat silhouette's power could not have reached Emperor class. Moreover, There were no spiritual power fluctuations when the cat silhouette attacked. It was more like an ability that was triggered by damage. The strength of the retaliation attack, its spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy of the exquisite rhino giraffe's final attack were almost identical. Master Duan Li made a bold deduction. She claimed that it was likely that Black's mask was an 8-tailed cat species Fey that had used tool transformation. However, Master Duan Li pointed out that this was only her guess and that there were other possibilities as well. When Master Duan Li sent out this post, it immediately drew the attention of the Star Web users. A Class 4 Creation Master analysis was much more reliable than random guesses. Given that Master Duan Li was a Class 4 Creation Master, sending out a message that was lined with uncertainty sent the academic world into a frenzy. Numerous Class 4 and 5 scholars, Fey observers, and spiritual ingredient analysts started to do their own analysis on Black. They wanted to verify Master Duan Li's claims or find evidence to refute her. If they could prove that a Class 4 Creation Master's claim was wrong, it indicated that they were more knowledgeable than her. Wang Zhong stared at the God class ranking in shock. His eyes were fixed on Black's age for some time. Now that he knew that Black was 18 years old, everything that used to confuse him became clear. He understood why Lin Yuan's information had been locked away to the point that not even he could investigate it as the manager of StarWeb. He also realized who Lin Yuan could be. Given his age and the secrecy around him, he had to be the disciple of a member of royalty. Moreover, he was more outstanding than all the other disciples of royalty. There was a possibility that Black would be the one to lead the Radiance Federation into a new future. A person of his status had been keeping himself under the radar but was now at risk of exposure because of the public battle at the Starlight Dueling Ground that Wang Zhong had arranged. Luckily, Black had managed to defeat Lu Shuang. If she had defeated Black, Wang Zhong would have been punished by the person who had gone to great lengths to lock Black's information away. Lin Yuan, who was currently checking on Genius, was completely unaware of the tsunami of activity on StarWeb. Meow. Yuan. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Once Lin Yuan ascertained that Genius was indeed unharmed, he said, Genius, a cat silhouette doesn't normally appear when you use spiritual energy expansion. Why did you summon it this time? Genius replied in a childlike voice. I was too nervous and afraid that my attack would hurt you, so I tapped into the spiritual energy of the other 100 Questions beasts and used it to protect you. That was the first time I used the ability, and I had no idea it would have such an ostentatious effect. It seems like I've caused trouble for you. Lin Yuan reached out and scratched Genius' chin as he said, Genius, your spiritual energy is so strong now that it will probably even be effective on spiritual type creation breed phase. I'm confident of sustaining an attack from a spiritual type myth breed Fey. However, some special spiritual type Feys utilize psychotoxins which will cause my defense against spiritual energy to fall greatly. But don't worry, I'm about to evolve to Fantasy V. Once I reach Fantasy V, I'll be able to defend against the psychotoxins of Myth 3 Feys, replied Genius. Genius paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan, please find more of the 100 Questions beasts. I should be able to form contracts with another 100 Questions beasts using Intelligent Cat Spirit. Lin Yuan was struck by delight. He had not expected the evolution in Genius quality to cause its soul power to increase to such an extent that it could now contract another 100 Questions beasts using Intelligent Cat Spirit. The army of 100 Questions beasts was about to double in quantity. Lin Yuan was about to have over 200 Class 4 Creation Masters at his disposal. This wealth of resources was comparable to that of a top faction. Besides the army of 100 Questions beasts, Lin Yuan also had a fresh Class 5 Creation Master. This was none other than Di Wanmi, who was being controlled by the tongue of Relinquished Tip. Lin Yuan released Di Wanmi. Now that she was under Red Thorn's control, she had lost all of her previous arrogance and evil. Yet, there was still the sign of disregard for life in her gaze. The difference was that previously, she had disregarded the life of Creation Masters. But now she did not care about any life. Lin Yuan could understand this change. Red Thorn saw all living flesh as nothing more than fertilizer that it could use to increase its power. Ever since Lin Yuan started nurturing Red Thorn, it had been consuming large amounts of dimensional lifeform flesh. Luckily, Lin Yuan could restrict Red Thorn to keep it from becoming too dangerous. If left to its own devices and Red Thorn was released into the wild, it would definitely have caused a disaster that rivaled those of the carcinoma phase known as the fifth disaster. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan took out the crimson tentacle algae that he had obtained from killing Shark On. He gave it to Di Wanmi and said, "Make the crimson tentacle algae's body into a precious instrument." Di Wanmi received the crimson tentacle algae's corpse and replied, "I will need about 2 weeks to turn this into a precious instrument. Its abilities consist of blocking, restricting, and draining. As such, it will make an appropriate root-shaped precious instrument. However, its body has been damaged too severely. The precious instrument formed from it will only be of low to mid-quality, depending on luck. Nonetheless, it's very unlikely that it will turn out to be low quality." Di Wanmi's words allowed Lin Yuan to understand the level that Class 5 creation masters were at.